In the hidden mist village, engulfed in blood mist, Yong'en became a nameless orphan. Even more cruelly, he was born without the talent for practicing ninjutsu, with weak chakra sensing, unable to even learn the most basic genjutsu. In a world where ninjutsu was revered, he seemed destined to be eliminated. However, fate smiled upon him in an unexpected way. He activated the Proficiency System. No talent? Then make up for it with sweat. If one swing of the blade is not enough, then do it 1,000,000 times. Once the number of swings exceeded 1,000,000, he unlocked the title of Sword Saint and reached a realm where nothing was uncut. After practicing chakra countless times, he stubbornly accumulated his strength to the legendary 6 paths level. He honed his physical skills to the extreme, his physical strength even surpassing that of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death, able to crush the absolute defense of Susanoo in the blink of an eye. This was a path of defiance, breaking the shackles of bloodlines and talent with an ordinary body and ultimate effort. Chapter 1. The Master of Blade Techniques in the Hidden Mist Village. In the world of Naruto, outside the Hidden Mist Village, thick water mist enveloped the river surface, as if a veil that could never be torn apart. Yong'en stood by the riverbank, the long knife in his hand glinting coldly in the morning light. He took a deep breath, the damp air carrying the unique salty smell of the land water. 9,997. Sweat dripped from the boy's sharply defined chin, splashing tiny droplets on the hard rock. His arms were already sore and numb, but the motion of swinging the knife remained precise, as if mechanical. At 13 years old, his body wasn't strong, but through this daily grind, it became resilient. 9,998. The blade sliced through the thick fog, producing a faint whistling sound. Yong'en's black short hair was soaked in sweat, sticking to his forehead. His gaze was terrifyingly focused, as if the only things that existed in the world were this knife and the number of swings he had to complete. 9,999. The reeds by the river swayed gently in the knife's wind, and a few water birds startledly took flight, disappearing into the depths of the mist. Yong'en's tiger mouth had developed blisters, but he seemed to feel no pain. 10,000. With the final swing, the blade left a silver trail in the air. Yong'en maintained the pose of the strike, his chest heaving violently that moment. A cold and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Swinging the knife 10,000 times grants 1 proficiency point. Yong'en let out a sigh of relief and slowly sheathed his knife. He closed his eyes, and a semi-transparent blue light screen appeared before him, neatly displaying his information. Name: Yong'en. Age: 13 years and 6 months. Current skills: swordsmanship, LV4, proficient, can be upgraded shuriken, LV2, skilled, can be upgraded taijutsu, LV1. Beginner, can be upgraded. Current titles: blade technique expert, 15 damage to sword techniques, dart veteran, 10 accuracy with shurikens. Available proficiency points 1. Finally, Yong'en's mouth curled into a slight smile. Without hesitation, he allocated that point to swordsmanship. The text on the screen immediately changed. Swordsmanship level increased. Current level: LV5, comprehension. New title obtained: Master of Blade Techniques. 30 damage to sword techniques, can release blade aura. Yong'en's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing in his dark pupils. He could feel a new power flowing within him, as if the knife had become an extension of his body. Is this the realm of comprehension? He looked around, confirming that this secluded riverbank was still deserted. The Hidden Mist Village's blood mist policy made villagers afraid to go out, which instead provided him with an excellent training environment. Yong'en took a deep breath, his right hand slowly gripping the knife handle. Let's give it a try. In an instant, the long knife was drawn. A silver arc cut through the thick fog, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air. Yong'en felt a certain restraint within him shatter, and a layer of faint blue energy visibly gathered on the blade. Slash! With a low shout, that energy detached from the blade, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade aura that howled out. Wherever the blade aura passed, the river was forcefully split, water splashing several meters high. Boom! In a tremendous roar, the river was briefly divided, revealing the wet riverbed. Yong'en stared in amazement at this scene. The blade aura lasted a full 3 seconds before the river water finally came back together, creating even larger waves. A few stunned fish floated to the surface, carried away by the rushing current. This is the power of LV5? Yong'en's voice trembled slightly. He looked down at his hand, unable to believe that the strike just now had come from him. The river's surface gradually returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But Yong'en knew that everything was different now. He had been transported to this world for a year and 3 months, and finally had the ability to protect himself. Memories surged like a tide. He had originally been an ordinary college student on Earth, but after waking up from a car accident, he found himself as an orphan in the hidden mist village. No surname, no bloodline limit, and he couldn't even control chakra properly. In this cruel ninja world, he should have perished within 3 episodes. Fortunately, I have this system. Yong'en once again summoned the light screen, carefully studying the newly acquired abilities. Not long after his arrival, he discovered the existence of this proficiency system. As long as he practiced a skill repeatedly and reached a certain number of times, he could earn proficiency points to upgrade the skill level. No talent restrictions, no bottlenecks. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, theoretically, he could grow infinitely strong. Swordsmanship at LV5 can release blade aura if I continue to improve. Ambition intertwined in Yong'en's heart. I might even be able to cut down Kagaya Otsutsuki with one strike. But he quickly calmed down, warily glancing around. The hidden mist village was currently in the blood mist period, with the 4th MIZUKAGE, Yagura, under the control of Obito Uchiha, and the entire village shrouded in bloody oppression that I can't expose my strength yet. Yong'en muttered to himself. He didn't yet have the confidence to face that darkened little devil, Obito Uchiha. He had the ability to protect himself, but if that guy played tricks and sent Itachi Uchiha after him, it would truly be troublesome. He still had no way to deal with Uchiha's Sharingan genjutsu. Sigh. Damn Uchiha, little devils. They always stir up trouble. Yong'en sheathed the long knife and took out a piece of coarse cloth to wipe it carefully. This knife was something he had bought from the black market with half a year's savings. Although it wasn't a famous blade, it was sturdy and durable. After finishing wiping the knife, Yong'en squatted down and took an old leather water pouch from the grass by the riverbank, tilting his head to take a few swigs. The water had a rusty taste, but he was already used to it. In this world where human life was as cheap as grass, being able to have a sip of water was already fortunate. Time to head back. Yong'en looked at the sky. Chapter 2. The hidden mist village doesn't allow such amazing people to exist. In the thick fog, Yong'en's figure had already disappeared. The riverbank returned to silence, with only the previously split river water gently rippling, proving the terrifying power of that last strike. In the reeds, 2 shadows swayed silently. Sha! 2 figures wearing animal masks slowly straightened up. They were dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, the village symbols on their forehead protectors intentionally obscured, yet their every movement exuded the aura of well-trained. Ninjas, did you see that? The shorter ninja's voice trembled, his eyes wide behind a mask. That strike, that was something no ordinary ninja could achieve. The tall ninja stared intently in the direction where Yong'en had left, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the kunai. When did the village of mist produce such a monster? He looks no older than a genin that we must report to the Lord immediately. The village of mist cannot allow such a powerful person to exist. The short ninja pulled out a scroll from his pocket. This information is worth a fortune. His voice suddenly stopped. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple. The tall ninja's body suddenly stiffened. 3 meters behind them, in the thick fog, a tall silhouette had appeared without them noticing. The boy held a knife in one hand, the blade pointed to the ground, while his other hand lazily rested in his pocket. The morning light pierced through the mist, casting mottled shadows on his sharply defined face. 2 seniors. Yong'en's voice was colder than the waters of the village of mist, peeking at others practicing their swordsmanship. Is that very polite? The 2 Umbu instantly retreated 5 meters, forming a pincer formation that trapped Yong'en in the middle. Kunai and shuriken were already in their hands, their fingers trembling slightly as they formed hand seals. When did you discover us? The tall ninja's face twisted beneath his mask. They had maintained their concealment the entire time. In this world, I have a good habit. Yong'en slowly raised his long knife, the blade shimmering with a blue light in the fog. Every time I finish training, I quietly return to the scene to see if there are any seniors like you, secretly watching me practice. This. The corners of the two umbu's mouths twitched uncontrollably. How can this little guy be so sinister? The air froze. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The tall ninja suddenly attacked, a blazing fireball tearing through the mist and heading straight for Yong'en's face. Almost simultaneously, the short ninja threw out 12 shurikens, sealing off all escape routes. The flames engulfed the boy's figure. Got him. Just as the short ninja showed a hint of joy, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the flames, a blue light blossomed like a crescent moon. Yong'en's long knife drew a perfect arc, the blade's aura splitting the fireball in two. The searing flames brushed past his body, igniting the reeds behind him, and those shurikens were all pinned to a shadow left behind. Instant water, change. A cold voice rang in the short ninja's ear. Before he could turn his head, he saw his companion's body suddenly split in two. The tall ninja's head flew into the air, his mask shattered, revealing a face filled with horror. Konoha style, Dance of the Willow. The short ninja desperately unleashed his ultimate technique, the kunai turning into a silver whirlwind. Clang! A crisp sound. Yong'en's knife tip accurately struck the blade of his kunai. The immense impact caused the short ninja's palm to crack, and the weapon flew out of his hand. Wait, we could talk. I know who you are. No need to talk. The blade flashed. The short ninja felt the world spinning around him. The last thing he saw was his headless body slowly kneeling down, and Yong'en's eyes devoid of any emotion. Two corpses fell on the riverbank, blood seeping into the soil. Yong'en flicked the blood off his blade and crouched down to inspect the spoils. He pulled out a confidential letter from the tall ninja's pocket, detailing the weak points in the village of Mist defenses. As expected, they're preparing for war. Yong'en sneered and burned the letter. He also found several specially made soldier food pills from Konoha and unceremoniously stuffed them into his pocket. If there were no surprises, these people should be from Konoha Danzo. This extremely extreme and twisted guy hasn't even become Hokage yet, and is already setting his sights on other villages? Old man, just wait. Once I stabilize the village of Mist, you will be the first to die. At dusk, in the village of Mist, the setting sun dyed the stone-paved roads of the village of Mist an orange-red hue. Yong'en returned from the ninja class, dragging his weary body back to the residential area. As he turned the last street corner, Yong'en suddenly halted. In front of his simple wooden house, a small figure was on tiptoe, peeking into the window. It was a girl dressed in a light purple kimono, about 12 years old, with two crooked little braids tied at the back of her head. She tightly clutched a bamboo food box in her hand. Yu Zhaosha. Yong'en instinctively called out this name. The girl turned around abruptly, her braids drawing a joyful arc in the air. Upon seeing Yong'en, her small face instantly lit up, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. Yong'en, big brother. Her voice was as clear as a wind chime. What are you doing here? Yong'en approached and asked in a low voice. He noticed that the girl's sleeves were dusted with flour and her nose had a bit of charcoal ash. Yu Zhaosha proudly raised the food box. Mother made taiyaki today. There's an extra one, so I brought it for you. The lid of the food box was not tightly closed, and a sweet aroma wafted out. Yong'en's stomach suddenly twisted. He had just realized he hadn't eaten anything all day. Yong'en's throat suddenly tightened. In this world where human lives are as cheap as grass, this simple act of kindness shocked him more than any ninjutsu. He carefully accepted the food box and bowed solemnly. Please thank your mother for me. Oh, there's no need to thank me. Yu Zhaosha clapped her hands happily, suddenly remembering something and lowering her voice. Yong'en, big brother, the village hasn't been peaceful lately. You need to be careful. She stood on her tiptoes and leaned close to Yong'en's ear. Yesterday, there were ninjas fighting on our rooftop. Father said those were bloodline limit users escaping. Yong'en's pupils constricted. It seems the cleansing operation by Yagura has already affected the civilian area. He silently accepted the food box. Thank you for telling me. Please don't go out after dark, okay? Yu Zhaosha nodded vigorously and suddenly pulled out a small paper bag from her sleeve. And this. Inside the paper bag were a few pieces of rough malt candy. Yong'en remembered this was the most precious snack for the children of the village of Mist, usually only eaten during the new year. I've saved it for a long time, the girl proudly announced, to replenish Yong'en big brother's strength. Has it been too long? Will it go bad? Yong'en looked at the girl's expectant eyes and smiled as he accepted the candy. Thank you, this really helps me a lot. As long as I can help Yong'en, big brother, that's enough. Yu Zhaosha giggled and ran off, her braids bouncing behind her. When she reached the street corner, she suddenly turned and shouted, Yong'en, big brother, tomorrow mother is making Odin. I'll bring some for you. Yong'en stood in place, watching the small figure disappear into the twilight. He looked down at the food box in his hand, then at the ridiculous bow on his arm, and couldn't help but smile. Pushing open the creaky door, Yong'en placed the food box on the wobbly little table. Lifting the lid, the steam mixed with aroma rushed to his face. 3 taiyaki were neatly arranged, with pickled radish and a bowl of miso soup beside them. This was not just an extra bento. It was clearly a complete meal specially prepared for him. Yong'en picked up a taiyaki and took a bite. The red bean filling was sweet to the point of being cloying, and the dough was a bit hard. But this was the most delicious food he had eaten since crossing over. Outside the window, the last ray of the setting sun was swallowed by the thick fog. Yong'en gazed at the gradually darkening sky, his expression becoming calm. I really hope these peaceful days can last a little longer. Chapter 3. Body Technique Improvement, 8 Parts of Vajra Skill. The night was as dark as ink, wrapping Yong'en's small room into a tranquil cocoon. Moonlight seeped through the cracks of the paper window, casting fragmented silver spots on the tatami mat, resembling the petals of camellias. Yong'en sat cross-legged in the center of the room, a long knife resting across his knees. The blue-dyed, wave pattern on the scabbard glimmered faintly in the dark. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Memories of the 8 parts of Vajra skill he had seen in a video in his past life floated in his mind. It featured an old Taoist with white hair, dressed in an indigo robe, practicing the technique on the snow-covered Wudong mountain year-round. He remembered the video title stating it was a 1,000-year-old secret health technique, strengthening the body in just 8 minutes a day. However, the comment section was filled with ridicule. Can this slow-motion movement really fight? I practiced for 3 days and now I can't even beat a cat. Yong'en wasn't sure if it would be useful. There weren't many body techniques he could access in this world. He could only give this a try. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. Detected non-world technique. Parsing and reconstructing. Reconstruction complete. 8 parts of Vajra skill, improved version, has been entered into the skill library. Useful. It was actually useful. Yong'en was quite excited. He slowly rose according to the movements he remembered, raising his arms like a white crane spreading its wings. His fingertips trembling as if plucking invisible strings. First move. Both hands support the heavens to regulate the 3 burners. With a low shout, Yong'en's palms flew, drawing a perfect arc in front of his chest. If someone were present, they would surely be astonished. This seemingly slow movement actually generated gusts of wind, causing the candle flame to flicker unpredictably and casting distorted shadows on the wall, resembling a clawing demon. Second move, drawing the bow left and right like shooting eagles. Yong'en stepped forward with his left foot, his right arm pulling back like a bow, his palm empty as if truly grasping an invisible longbow. This was the move he had practiced the longest. While watching the video in his past life, he always felt the old Taoist movements were exaggerated. Now that he executed it himself, he understood the key. It turned out that this eagle shooting stance required not only stretching the muscles, but also releasing the stagnant energy in his chest. As this move unfolded, he felt a warm current rising from his dantian, rushing up his spine to his crown, dissolving the residual blood stasis in his body little by little. Third move, regulate the spleen and stomach by lifting one hand. Fourth move, look back at the 5 labors and 7 injuries. Wei practiced the 7th move, gathering fists and glaring to increase strength. Yong'en was completely immersed. It felt as if he had returned to that snow-covered Wudong mountain in the video. The old Taoist was practicing ahead, snowflakes hitting his robe with a fine sound. Yet he was oblivious, solely focused on completing each movement. Ha! Yong'en suddenly exhaled loudly, his right fist shooting out like a cannonball. The wind from his punch brushed past the candle flame, extending it into a golden comet tail, leaving a fleeting scorch mark on the wall. He withdrew his fist and stood still, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but his breathing was steadier than ever. 100th time. With the final whispered word, the system's prompt arrived as scheduled. Ding! Practiced 8 parts of Vajra skill 100 times. gained 1 proficiency point. Yong'en's eyes lit up. He hadn't held much hope for this health technique. After all, in a world where ninjas roamed freely, even the strongest body techniques would struggle to make an impact. Of course, except for those 2 bowl-cut heads. They were the exception. But now, the system had surprised him. This seemingly simple technique, under the system's enhancement, could directly improve his body technique. Allocate points. Without hesitation, he issued the command in his mind. In an instant, a familiar warm current surged through his body again. But this time, it was more intense than before, as if a fire was burning in his veins, or countless ants were gnawing at his muscles. Yong'en gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, sweat dripping from his chin onto the tatami mat. Ugh! He let out a low roar, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His muscles writhed beneath his skin, like countless little snakes moving about, and his bones made cracking sounds as if they were rearranging themselves. Even his height seemed to have increased a bit, making his originally fitting kimono feel somewhat tight. This pain lasted a full half an hour. When the system's prompt sounded again, Yong'en nearly collapsed to the ground. Ding! Body technique level increased to 2. Gain passive skill, steel muscles, and iron bones. Beginner defense increased by 20, impact resistance increased by 30. He staggered to the bronze mirror, using the moonlight to examine himself. The boy in the mirror was half a head taller than before, with broad shoulders and a slim waist, his muscle lines smooth and full of explosive power. Most astonishing was his skin. Originally pale, it now glowed with a healthy wheat color, and under the moonlight, it even had a faint metallic sheen, as if wrapped in a thin layer of armor. This is body technique level 2? Yong'en murmured to himself, suddenly clenching his fist and smashing it against the wall. Boom! The wooden wall cracked in response, splintered wood flying, and he saw his fist deeply embedded in the wall, leaving a perfect fist print. And his hand was unharmed. Incredible! He pulled back his fist, lightly brushing his fingertips over the crack in the wall. If this was the improvement at body technique level 2, what would happen if he continued? A flame of ambition ignited in Yong'en's eyes. He resumed his stance, preparing to continue practicing the 8 parts of Vajra skill. But just then, a sharp pain suddenly surged from deep within his muscles. The system's prompt popped up timely. Warning: after body enhancement, a 12-hour adaptation period is required. Forcing practice will lead to muscle dissolution. There's a limit after all. Yong'en pouted, but wasn't disappointed. He carefully tested his newly acquired strength. Filled with curiosity, like a child playing with a new toy. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the window. Yong'en's expression sharpened, and the long knife instantly slid out of its sheath half an inch. The source of the sound was a night owl. Yong'en stared at the night owl for a while, confirming it wasn't an illusion from the Uchiha brat, and then relaxed. Chapter 4. Why? Why are you forcing me? The hoot of the night owl echoed around the eaves as Yong'en sheathed his knife. He was too alert. According to the plot, the evil brat from the Uchiha clan shouldn't appear in the Hidden Mist village yet. He shook his head, secretly laughing at himself for being overly sensitive. However, just as he was about to rest, a sudden uproar pierced the night sky. Let go of my husband. He is innocent. The shrill female voice made Yong'en shiver all over. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the voice of Suki Zhaosha's mother. Without a moment to think, he dashed to the window, gently prying open a gap to look outside. In the moonlight, 5 ninjas wearing hidden mist headbands surrounded the Suki Zhaosha family. The leader, a nin with a scarred face, was pressing a kunai against Suki Zhaoming's throat. The honest fisherman was covered in blood, his right arm twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. Father! Little Sha cried out, rushing forward. Get away! But she was roughly pushed aside by ninja, falling heavily into the muddy ground. Don't touch my daughter. Her mother frantically tugged at the ninja's sleeve. Bastard. Slap. The response was a slap to her face, blood immediately oozing from her mouth. You bastards, what do you want? The gray-haired man let out a beast-like roar. Suki Zhaoming, someone reported you for colluding with outsiders, committing treason. We are taking you back for interrogation. Impossible. I never did such a thing. Suki Zhaoming shouted his grievances. And where's the evidence? You are framing me. You have no evidence. Evidence? The scarred face sneered as he punched Suki Zhaoming down, stepping on his back. In the hidden mist village, our words are the evidence. Inside the room, Yong'en fell silent. He recognized that the scar-faced man was a direct member of the 4th MIZUKAGE's Ombu, specifically responsible for eliminating traitors. Last month, 3 civilian families had been taken away by him in the same manner, never to return. I am just a fisherman, Moonlight's father gasped painfully. I've never done anything wrong to the village. Shut up. The scar-faced man kicked him in the ribs, the sound of breaking bones clear and audible. Someone saw you trading information with a Konoha ninja at the dock the night before last. Xiaosha suddenly jumped up from the ground, her small body blocking her father. You're lying. My father was mending fishing nets all night. I can testify. The scar-faced man squinted and suddenly grinned. Oh, then you can come along too, little girl. We just happen to need someone to clean up in the interrogation room. This guy didn't care about whether he was lying or not. Anyway, anyone he disliked and with no background could be disposed of at will with any excuse he found. 2 ninjas beside him stepped forward to grab them. No, don't touch my daughter. Xiaosha's mother let out a scream that didn't sound human, holding her daughter tightly. One of the ninjas impatiently said, forget it. Let us just take them both back. I agree. These 2 mother and daughter do have some looks. Just right, we can. Hearing the commotion outside, Yong'en remained expressionless as he looked at the food box that Xiaosha had brought earlier in the afternoon, suddenly letting out a long sigh. Sigh, he thought to himself. I just want to develop well in the Mist Village. Why do they have to force me? Amidst the sighs, he put on a ghost mask over his face. Outside the house, the argument continued. Nearby villagers heard the noise but dared not come out, fearing trouble. The Moonlight family huddled together, filled with despair and fear as the night wind wailed, swirling a few dry leaves across the muddy ground. In front of the Moonlight house, the scar-faced Nin was savoring the desperate shivers of his prey. He licked his lips, his rough fingers pinching Xiaosha's chin. Little girl, you're quite pretty for your age. If you serve us well later, perhaps your father will have a way to survive. His words suddenly halted. A drop of cold sweat slid down his temple. An instinctual fear made him look up sharply. On the roof of the Moonlight house, a figure had appeared at some point. The moonlight cast a silver edge around the person. The ghost mask glowed with a pale light in the shadows. And behind 2 indifferent eye sockets were gazes colder than the chilly night of the mist, holding a knife in one hand. The arc of the knife's tip just reflected the scar-faced man's horrified reflection. You. The scar-faced man had no time to think. The murderous intent from that person made him tremble all over, his scalp tingling. He had just intended to act when the shuriken in his hand was only half raised. Clang! The clear sound of the blade ripped through the night sky. The figure vanished from the roof. The next moment, it appeared 3 meters behind the scar-faced man. He maintained the posture of finishing his slash, a stream of blood slowly sliding down the blade. Guh! The scar-faced man blankly touched his neck. His fingertips brushed against a thin line, and then his head suddenly tilted, rolling to the ground with a spray of blood. Puff! The sound of the headless body kneeling down startled the other ninjas. The squad leader. Run! The 4 lower ninjas were quick-witted, and upon seeing this situation, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The fattest one rushed toward the village entrance, but suddenly fell after his 3rd step. His left leg remained standing below the knee. The tall, thin one had just formed half a hand seal when a blood hole appeared in his throat. Another ninja screamed as he threw a smoke bomb, but was sliced in half along with his tools. The last young lower ninja was so scared he wet his pants, kneeling down to plead for mercy. Spare me. I was just following orders. Swish. The figure showed no mercy, directly slicing open his throat. Crimson blood sprayed out, leaving only the warm corpse falling to the ground. The sudden turn of events happened as fast as lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. The Moonlight family huddled tightly together, their faces that were once filled with despair and fear now only showing dullness and confusion. The night wind swirled with the scent of blood on the street, a few dry leaves sticking to the still warm pool of blood. Xiaosha's pupils trembled slightly, reflecting the figure standing in the center of the blood pool. The ghost-faced man's clothing rustled in the wind, and the moonlight flowed into a silver line on the blade. This figure made her feel inexplicably familiar, as if a name was on the tip of her tongue, ready to be called out. Yong! The name just reached her lips, but was covered by her mother trembling hand. The woman shook her head in terror, tears carving 2 white lines down her dirty face. The ghost-faced man seemed to pause for a moment, but ultimately did not turn back. Chapter 5. I acknowledge your strength. The figure that was mysterious yet familiar in Xiaosha's eyes was, of course, Yong'en. After resolving the guards, he did not linger for even a moment, not even glancing back at the Moonlight family. He lightly leaped and jumped back on the roof. Standing on the rooftop, Yong'en squinted slightly, his keen perception spreading out like an invisible net. He clearly felt that powerful auras were rapidly approaching from within the Mist Village. Those auras contained fluctuations of chakra, clearly indicating that they were experts from the Mist Village. He knew very well that killing the Mist Village Escar team was simple for him now. But the real challenge lay in how to deal with the aftermath. The Mist Village would never let the killer of their guards go easily. So he had to come up with a perfect plan. He didn't want to give up his identity as a Mist Village villager so soon. Thoughts raced through Yong'en's mind like lightning, rapidly sifting through various plans and possibilities. Before long, he had a rough plan in mind. He noticed figures moving on the distant rooftops, those shadows approaching quickly like phantoms. As expected, his voice became hoarse, laced with deliberate mockery. The Mist Village is still this useless. Having said that, Yong'en no longer hesitated. He suddenly stomped his feet on the roof, and his whole body shot out like a bolt from a crossbow, racing toward the outskirts of the Mist Village. His figure flickered rapidly under the moonlight, leaving behind trails of afterimages, quickly disappearing into the vast night. Just as Yong'en vanished like a ghost into the dark night, the air charged with the scent of blood and tension had not completely dissipated when the experts of the Mist Village arrived like a pack of sharks smelling blood. Racing swiftly, the leading figure was tall and burly, his face tightly covered with a white cloth, revealing only a pair of narrow and sharp eyes. This person was none other than the famous expert of the Mist Village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. At this time, Zabuza had not yet embarked on the path of betraying the Mist Village and was still the most capable assistant under the 4th MIZUKAGE. The night wind howled. Zabuza's tall figure appeared like a ghost on the roof of the Moonlight House. He stood on the edge of the eaves, his decapitation sword slung across his back, gleaming with a chilling light under the moon. He looked down at the scattered corpses on the ground, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. The cut on the Scarface Nin's neck was smooth and clean, and the others had also been killed in a quick and efficient manner. Such swordsmanship was something very few could achieve in the entire Mist Village. What a powerful sword technique! This thought just emerged, and Zabuza, who was also a swordmaster, felt a surge of battle intent. I want to see who you are. Lord Zabuza. The members of the Umbu gradually arrived, with the leading ninja kneeling to pay their respects. The murderer fled to the west. Should we chase after him? Shut up. Do I need your advice to do my job? Zabuza interrupted the report with a wave of his hand. His gaze beneath the white cloth locked onto the distant black that was about to disappear. He slowly gripped the handle of his executioner's blade, the knuckles cracking loudly. Team 3, seal off the village. Team 2, secure the scene. His voice was deep like muffled thunder. Team 1, follow me. Before the last word could settle, Zabuza shot out like an arrow. The massive executioner's blade felt weightless in his hand, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the rooftops with each swing. The Umbu hurriedly followed, but they could only watch helplessly as the white figure grew more distant. Zulfust, the young Umbu gasped. The older ninja gritted his teeth and sped up. Don't fall behind. That's the demon even Lord MIZUKAGE fears. The night wind howled around Zabuza's ears. He squinted, firmly locking onto the blurry black shadow ahead. The opponent's speed was unexpectedly fast, but what concerned him more was the unique way of moving, intentionally landing heavily with each step, as if deliberately leaving traces. When they chased out of the village, the opponent even slowed down, seemingly waiting for him. Interesting. The white cloth on Zabuza fluttered in the wind. He suddenly changed direction, taking a shortcut to leap onto a century-old pine tree. As Yon'en's figure swept below, the executioner's blade came down with immense force. Boom! The giant tree snapped in response. Yong'en narrowly dodged the wind from the blade, leaving a fine crack on his mask. The two separated at once, facing off 5 meters apart. Not bad for a blade. Zabuza flicked the wood shavings off his sword. State your name. Wine didn't answer. He slightly adjusted his breathing, feeling the boiling chakra within him. Wine had no talent for chakra, but after studying in the ninja class for so long, he had managed to practice it. Though weak, it was better than nothing. Now facing Zabuza, he knew it was nearly impossible to use his chakra against this demon of the Mist Village. He could only rely on the blade in his hand. As expected of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Wine's voice came through his mask, deliberately hoarse. With his strength, I acknowledge you. Zabuza's white cloth rustled in the wind, the executioner's blade crossing over his chest. Which village are you from? State your name. You don't have the right to know. Before Wine could finish, Zabuza had already drawn his long sword. A streak of azure blade energy sliced through the air like a crescent moon, distorting the air as it passed. Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively dodging to the side. Whoosh! The blade energy grazed past his ear. 3 ancient trees, each as thick as a person's embrace, were cut down cleanly, their surfaces as smooth as a mirror. Amid the thunderous crash of the fallen wood, a few newly arrived Umbu ninjas froze in place, cold sweat soaking their backs. What kind of sword technique is this? So strong. Lucky you. Wyan lightly turned his wrist, the tip of his sword pointing towards Zabuza's throat. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Arrogant. Zabuza roared. The executioner's blade, accompanied by a howling wind, swung down. Wine did not dodge or evade, his long sword slashing upward from below. Clang! In the piercing sound of metal clashing, Zabuza was shocked to find his executioner's blade knocked high into the air. With sharp eyes, he saw that the opponent's sword seemed to be imbued with an inexplicable power. It was a force more terrifying than chakra. Before he could adjust his stance, Wine's second strike had already come. The blade light struck at him like a venomous snake, aiming slyly at his ribs. Thud! Blood splattered. Zabuza staggered back, a 3-inch-long wound appearing on his left side. He looked down in disbelief. Since acquiring the executioner's blade, it was the first time he had suffered a setback in close combat. Chapter 6. If you want to deal with the MIZUKAGE, I can assist you. Water release. Waterfall. Since the sword technique is ineffective, then let's have a chakra duel. However, just as he was halfway through forming the hand seals, Wine's blade had already slashed in front of him. Zabuza had no choice but to hurriedly block, but was shaken by a tremendous force, causing his hands to tingle. Clang! 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 The dense sounds of clashing rang out like a torrential downpour. Zabuza was forced to retreat repeatedly, the rocks beneath his feet cracking under the immense pressure. His right shoulder and left leg were soon injured, the white bandages quickly soaked in blood. Reinforcements for Lord Zabuza. 3 Umbu could no longer hold back. Flanking from the side, Wine did not look back, his left hand throwing out 3 shurikens. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the screams, the shurikens accurately pinned the knees of the 3 ninjas. The worst off one was directly pierced through the forehead, pinned to the tree behind him. Water release. Great waterfall. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza formed seals again, but saw Yin suddenly change tactics. The long sword drew an odd arc, and the blade energy split into 3 in midair, attacking from different angles. What? In a rush, Zabuza could only avoid the vital points. 2 streams of blade energy sliced past his thigh and right arm, the deepest cut nearly severing his Achilles tendon. He groaned and fell to his knees, the executioner's blade crashing onto the rocks. Ian stepped forward slowly, the blade tip pressing against Zabuza's throat. The 7 ninja swordsmen are nothing like this. There was an obvious disappointment in his tone. His sword technique was still too strong. A minor character like Zabuza couldn't withstand it. The night wind suddenly intensified. Zabuza's white cloth was completely blown away, revealing his scarred face. He stared at Wine's masked face, yet his eyes were surprisingly calm. Who exactly are you? Wine did not answer. The tip of his sword slowly left Zabuza's throat. In the midst of Zabuza's surprised gaze, Wine unsheathed his sword. The hilt clinked against the sheath, producing a crisp sound. Then, he chuckled lightly, saying nothing as he turned to leave. You, Zabuza was stunned, instinctively shouting out loud. You're not going to kill me? Wine's departing action paused, his voice from beneath the mask carrying a hint of mockery. Why would I kill you? You will regret it. Zabuza propped himself up with the executioner's blade, struggling to stand, blood dripping from his pants onto the rocks. Next time we meet, I will definitely take your head. Huh. Wyan suddenly let out a low, contemptuous laugh. The laughter sounded particularly harsh in the night wind, causing Zabuza to involuntarily tense up. Zabuza, before we discuss whether you're my opponent, the most crucial thing right now is for you to consider your situation. What do you mean? Zabuza's brows knitted tightly. Yen literally pointed around, sighing slowly. You led the team to hunt me down, and what happened? His voice suddenly turned cold. I got away. Your teammates are all dead, and you are the only one returning alive. You tell me. At this point, he deliberately elongated his tone. How do you think that Lord MIZUKAGE from your village will view you? This sentence hit Zabuza like a heavy hammer, smashing hard against his heart. His face instantly turned pale, even his lips lost their color. In the past, he would definitely have scoffed at this, but now it was different. Recently, the MIZUKAGE had become increasingly strange, his personality more violent, and his actions more bloody. The villagers were already filled with resentment. If today's events were to reach MIZUKAGE Shizuru's ears, he would definitely suspect him. Your teeth click when you bite down. You did it on purpose. Ha ha. The masked Yong'en laughed under the moonlight. Don't worry, Zabuza, you're a talent. I won't just watch you die. If you want to deal with the fourth MIZUKAGE later, I will help you. What did you say? Zabuza was startled by this statement, and he couldn't help but ask. However, Yong'en wouldn't answer him. With a flash, he disappeared into the vast night. On the other side, in the hidden mist village, members of the guard team arrived one after another. Upon seeing the tragic state of their captain's death, they were all frightened. They surrounded the house of the Yu Zhao family and began to investigate the surrounding neighbors, asking what had happened. Before long, two lower-ranked members of the guard team knocked on Yong'en's door. They knocked twice, but no one answered. Is there no one home? Just as the lower-ranked ninja was wondering, the door opened. Creak. The wooden door was slowly pulled open a crack. Yong'en intentionally hunched his body, letting his messy hair cover his eyes. Under the moonlight, his pale face and slightly trembling lips appeared particularly realistic. What's wrong? His voice was as faint as a mosquito's, his fingers gripping the door frame tightly, his knuckles turning white. The two lower-ranked guard members held torches, the glaring light shining directly on Yong'en's face. The taller one squinted. Didn't you hear the commotion outside? Yong'en shrank back like a frightened rabbit. I heard it, but I didn't dare to look. Useless. The shorter ninja scoffed, shining the torch inside. On the shabby tatami, a few worn-out ninja textbooks were scattered, and a few small fish floated in the water jar in the corner, a typical dwelling for a solitary young man. The taller ninja casually asked, Did any strangers pass by? Yong'en said fearfully, Why yes, a person wearing a demon mask jumped over from the roof. He gestured randomly, his movements clumsy like a startled quail. When? Just before the alarm went off. Suddenly, Yong'en began to cough violently, apologizing as he coughed. I'm sorry, I've had a bad cold lately. The shorter ninja stepped back in disdain. Fine, what would a sickly person know? Also, I wonder how things are on Zabuza's side if they caught that person. As they talked, when they turned to leave, Yong'en timidly spoke up. That Uncle Yu Zhao, none of your business. The taller ninja suddenly turned around. Don't ask about things that don't concern you. If you speak too much, I'll treat you as an accomplice and arrest you. Ah, yes, Yong'en nodded and bowed. Damn it. The lower-ranked ninja spat and walked away. It wasn't until their footsteps completely disappeared that Yong'en slowly got up, watching the two lower-ranked ninjas leave. The fearful expression on his face gradually faded. Chapter 7. I'm so disappointed in you. The truth about the Yu Zhao family's incident was soon uncovered. It turned out that Yu Zhao's father had a dispute with others in the village today, and that person happened to be a relative of a guard team captain. This captain came to trouble Yu Zhaoming to vent for his relative, but he never expected that such a minor issue would cost him his life. However, as the situation escalated, no one was paying attention to the Yu Zhao family anymore. Now, the people of the Hidden Mist village were discussing which village's expert had come here, killed a guard team member, and defeated Zabuza, leaving arrogantly. Yes, Zabuza returned with his tail between his legs, and he was the only one who came back. None of the other Umbu ninjas who went with him survived. Thus, The news that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was defeated by an unknown expert quickly spread throughout the hidden mist village. Are you kidding me? That Zabuza. He was defeated? Speaking of which, who came to our village to stir up trouble? How strong are they? I heard from Yambu that it should be someone from Konoha. Some villagers whispered secretly. What? Someone from Konoha? You can't say that carelessly. It's not baseless. There's evidence. A body of a Konoha umbu was found by the river outside the village. It's obvious that people from Konoha have been spying on our village. Oh my god, what do those Konoha people want? Who knows? Those from Konoha are like that, always claiming to protect peace, but their ambitions are the greatest. Yeah, exactly. Those from Konoha are the most despicable. Amidst the discussions, Zabuza faced the situation he feared the most, the judgment of the 4th MIZUKAGE. In a hidden mist village. In the MIZUKAGE building, it was unclear when it started, but whenever villagers walked into this building, they felt an eerie chill. And even the elite ninjas would feel a shiver run down their spines. When Zabuza walked into the building, the deep-seated resistance within him surged like a tide. Never before had he felt such an impulse to turn around and leave. Zabuza, hearing someone call him, he came back to his senses. The speaker was a young, shy Jainmi named Jur. If Yong'en were here, he would definitely recognize this guy, as he later became Tara Mei's bodyguard. And after Mei stepped down as the 5th MIZUKAGE, this guy succeeded her as the 6th MIZUKAGE. However, at this moment, Jur was just an ordinary Jainin, aiming to join the 7 ninja swordsmen as his life's goal. Coming back to his senses, Zabuza felt a bit dazed. Glancing at Jur in front of him, and then at the deep MIZUKAGE building, recalling the words of the masked man from last night. If the MIZUKAGE knows that you're the only one who returned, how will you handle it then? Yes. How should I handle it? Zabuza's mind was filled with thoughts. Zabuza, please go in. The MIZUKAGE is probably waiting impatiently, Jur carefully reminded. Oh, okay. Zabuza had no choice. If he backed down now, he would undoubtedly be labeled as a traitor. He had to go in and face it. Upon entering the council hall of the MIZUKAGE building, the light was dim. The 4th MIZUKAGE, Yagura, sat at the head of the council. With the likes of Taram, Mei, and other high-ranking officials and elders of the hidden mist village seated on either side. At this time, Taram, Mei was still very young, beautiful, and had a maturity and charm that was not in line with her age. However, Zabuza's attention was not on the stunning Taram Mei at all. He forced himself to calm down and bowed. I have seen the MIZUKAGE. Rise and sit down. MIZUKAGE Yagura, with a doll-like face, casually said. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He is not young at all. He already has grandchildren. No, I'll just stand. Zabuza said very stiffly. That's fine. Yagura nodded and went straight to the point. Tell me about the situation after you left the village last night with the Umbu ninjas. Yes. Zabuza replied and described the events of last night when he was pursuing the masked man in full. Of course, he was not foolish enough to mention Yong'en's words before he left. After hearing Zabuza's account, a gentle smile appeared on Yagura's face. So, the masked man last night killed all the Umbu ninjas and then defeated you, right? Yes. Zabuza nodded in acknowledgement. Yagura asked again. So that man with the ghost face had the chance to kill you, but let you go, right? Yes. Zabuza nodded, cold sweat starting to appear on his face. Yagura nodded seriously, dragging out his tone meaningfully. Then, he casually leaned back in his chair and said with a half-smile, Zabuza, I'll give you another chance to organize your words and say it again. Do you want to? Aye. Zabuza was very nervous, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Seeing this scene, Terumi Mei sighed inwardly. Foolish Zabuza. At this point, any explanation is powerless. Sure enough, the next second, Yagura coldly snorted, angrily saying, Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You can tell such a monstrous lie. Lord MIZUKAGE, I didn't tea. Zabuza wanted to defend himself, but Yagura didn't given a chance. He glared at Zabuza and angrily said, Let me tell you what really happened. Last night, you colluded with the Leaf Village, sneaking into our village to spy on our defenses. After the incident, you pretended to chase after a Leaf spy, but it was actually to divert everyone's attention. Once outside the village, with no one around, you could kill our Umbu members and then feign injury, allowing that Leaf spy to escape in triumph. Is that right? No, I didn't tea. Lord MIZUKAGE, I am loyal to the Mist Village. Zabuza shouted in grievance. If Yagura were here, he would surely find it unbelievable. When did this fourth MIZUKAGE become so sharp? This is not scientific. Zabuza, I am too disappointed in you. Yagura said coldly. Someone, from today onwards, dismiss Zabuza's position and imprison him. Chapter 8. The higher the rank, the greater the difficulty. As soon as the MIZUKAGE's words fell, two Umbu members immediately stepped forward from the shadows of the hall and seized Zabuza's shoulders. Chakra chains snapped around his wrists. The sealing technique on the chains glowed with a bloody light, instantly burning through Zabuza's bandages, leaving several large marks on his skin. Ugh! Zabuza endured the pain and did not resist. Lord MIZUKAGE, Terumi May suddenly took a step forward. She actively pleaded for Zabuza. Zabuza had fought for the village over the years and completed many high-level missions. Clearly a charming young woman, her voice was like melted honey, making one feel comfortable and at ease. Moreover, with our Mist Village currently surrounded by strong enemies, is a time when we need people. So I asked Lord MIZUKAGE to think twice. Yagura remained silent, his expression still angry. In this situation, Ao also knelt on one knee, sincerely saying, Lady Terumi May is right. I humbly request Lord MIZUKAGE to give Lord Zabuza a chance to redeem himself. Elder Gen's cane thudded heavily as he also echoed. Fourth MIZUKAGE, please give him a chance for the sake of Zabuza's years of hard work for the village. The council hall fell silent. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Zabuza bowed his head, unable to see any expression on his face. He submissively allowed the Umbu ninja to hold his shoulders, remaining motionless. No one knew what this elite ninja, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was truly thinking in his heart. MIZUKAGE Yagura sat at the head of the table, his youthful face hidden in shadows, and no one could see the madness and ruthlessness hidden deep in his gaze. After a long time, finally, Yagura spoke. In light of the elders pleading for you, I will give you another chance. Zabuza immediately knelt down in thanks. Thank you, Lord MIZUKAGE, for your mercy. But don't be too happy yet. However, Yagura immediately added, I will give you 7 days to bring that ghost-faced man back to me. Otherwise, no matter how the elders plead for you, it will be useless. At that time, you can't blame me for being heartless. Zabuza's heart trembled at the words, and he looked up at Yagura, only to see the other's gaze fixed firmly on him. What? You can't do it? Yagura shouted sharply. How can this be done? What strength does that guy have, and what strength do I have? Damn it, are you overestimating me? What difference does it make if you send me to my death? Zabuza cursed inwardly. However, given the current situation, the elders had finally pleaded for him, so he naturally had to cherish this opportunity. Helplessly, he could only admit, yes, please rest assured, Lord MIZUKAGE. You may leave. When Zabuza walked out of the MIZUKAGE building, the thick fog shrouding Mist Village had not yet dissipated. Just like Zabuza's mood at that moment, it was gloomy. He felt lost and helpless, thinking that his future was full of obstacles. He had no way to complete the task assigned by the MIZUKAGE. And when the 7 days passed, he would still face Yagura's wrath and prison. Moreover, by that time, the elders in the village would no longer be able to plead for him. He hunched over, walking like a walking corpse on the streets of the village. He couldn't help but recall his past, remembering the glory of becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and recalling how he fought for this village, only to end up in such a situation. He, Zabuza, self-mockingly laughed to himself. Is this the fate of a ninja? Truly ironic. He looked at the beheading sword in his hand, and for no reason, he recalled the words of that ghost-faced man from last night. If you want to assassinate Yagura, please be sure to tell me. Haha. This sentence turned into a thought, growing wildly in his mind. A piercing, killing intent ignited in his eyes. Yes, perhaps. I still have other paths to take. Even Yong'en himself did not expect that in the original plot, Zabuza's determination to assassinate the MIZUKAGE was actually pushed by him. However, at present, Yong'en was still unaware of this matter. Following his usual routine of getting up early, he went to practice his sword by the river outside the village. Due to the increase in his swordsmanship level, he needed to practice swinging the sword 100,000 times to gain a proficiency point that could enhance his swordsmanship level. After a whole morning, Yong'en felt his arms aching after swinging the sword 10,000 times, and his progress had only reached 1/10. This was still the result after his physical skills improved and his physical fitness was enhanced. If it were his physical condition from yesterday, he might not have been able to endure even a few thousand swings. It turns out that the higher the swordsmanship level, the greater the difficulty of practicing sword swings. Finally finishing his sword practice, Yong'en wiped the sweat from his face, shouldered his sword, and walked back. Just as he returned to his doorstep, he saw Yuzuki Sarah waiting at his home with a lunchbox in hand. Yong'en, big brother. From a distance, the girl waved happily upon seeing Yong'en, her face showing no trace of sadness about last night's events. Huh, little Sarah, why are you? Yong'en grew closer, surprised. How is your father? He thought for a moment, but ultimately didn't voice his doubts, instead turning to ask about her family situation. Yuzuki Sarah happily replied, it's all good now. The village sent medical ninjas to treat my father, and his injuries were healed last night. Oh, so that is how it is, Yong'en said, enlightened. Yuzuki Sarah continued. Not only that, but Lady Terumi May also kindly said it was the village's fault, so the village gave my family a lot of compensation. There is such a thing? Yong'en was a bit surprised to hear this. It seems that Kagaya May is quite adept at handling matters. Yes. Yu Zhaosha kept nodding and said, Lord Kagaya May is truly wonderful, the best adult in the village. Kagaya May is impressive. Her reputation in the mist-hidden village has risen so quickly. No wonder after Yagura stepped down, she naturally became the MIZUKAGE. At this point, the girl's voice had a hint of disappointment and yearning as she said, if only our village had Lord Kagaya May as the MIZUKAGE. Upon hearing this, Yong'en hurriedly covered the girl's mouth. Zhaosha, you mustn't say such things casually. Yu Zhaosha quickly nodded. Yong'en then let out a sigh of relief. However, Yu Zhaosha's next sentence left Yong'en stunned. Brother Yong'en, thank you for what happened last night. Chapter 9. No talent? You can still train chakra? Yong'en blinked and pretended not to know anything as he said, last night? What happened last night? I was in the house the whole time, never went out. After saying this, he regretted it. The girl hadn't mentioned anything specific, and by saying this, wasn't he inadvertently revealing himself? Sure enough, Yu Zhaosha immediately wore an expression that said she understood everything. Ah, yes, Brother Yong'en is right. Brother Yong'en was in the house all night and didn't go anywhere. Well, it's no wonder that there are prodigies everywhere in the ninja world. People can participate in the Ninja World War at 15 or 16, and here Yu Zhaosha is only 12 or 13, yet so clever and quick-witted. That's reasonable. You little girl. Yong'en shook his head with a wry smile. Yu Zhaosha chuckled. It's okay, Brother Yong'en, this is our secret. I won't tell anyone. Not even my mom and dad. All right. Yong'en nadie non comitali. To put it bluntly, with his rapid increase in strength, he didn't care as much about hiding his abilities. When weak, one has to be careful and develop slowly. But if he became strong and still had to hide, that would be pointless. When he could sweep through the ninja world, he would be the ruler of it. At that time, he could punch Konoha, kick the Akatsuki, have Sage of Six Paths massage his back, and have Otsutsuki Kagaya knead his feet. Sorry, I digressed. Ultimately, Yong'en is still a grounded person. The goal of being the ruler of the ninja world is still quite distant. For now, he needs to first sweep through the mist-hidden village. In fact, with his current strength, there is no one in the entire mist-hidden village that he fears. What he feared was the person behind the fourth MIZUKAGE, Kagaya Yagura. Uchiha Obito. Now, Kagaya Yagura has already been controlled by Uchiha Obito and turned into his puppet. Otherwise, this fourth MIZUKAGE wouldn't be issuing a series of brutal and bloody policies, even harming his own villagers. It's about time, according to the timeline. Momochi Zabuza should be determined to assassinate the fourth MIZUKAGE soon. By then, my swordsmanship should also reach level 6, Yong'en thought to himself. At that point, the entire mist-hidden village would be mine, putting aside the matter of sweeping through the mist-hidden village for now. Yong'en's current task is to attend classes in the village's youth ninja class, to take care of orphans who lost their parents in the ninja wars. The village provides free funding for these children to complete their ninja classes. After Kagaya Yagura took office, he made many sweeping reforms, most of which were met with complaints. But this one was somewhat humane. He kept this policy in place. With Yu Zhaosha's bento, Yong'en arrived at the ninja class in the Mist-Hidden Village. This is the most basic ninja class, where the teacher only explains some of the most fundamental ninja training matters and some chakra training and applications. The rest relies on personal exploration. The only advantage of this approach is that most of the time in the ninja class is free. This is, of course, what Yong'en needs the most. He has more time to do his own things. He had already practiced his swordsmanship in the morning, and his physical skills had not yet reached the cool-down time for lifting restrictions. So Yong'en thought for a moment and began to train his chakra. This is the only path to extraordinary power in the ninja world, and even if his talent is average, he doesn't want to give up. In the training hall of the ninja school, Yong'en casually found a corner, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate on chakra. His previous hard work had already allowed him to sense chakra. Once the chakra entered his body, it would immediately disappear without a trace, making it impossible for him to store it within. This is also why his chakra training has not been able to reach the beginner level as shown by the system. This is a typical manifestation of a lack of talent. If it were anyone else, they would basically give up and bid farewell to the path of ninja training from then on. But Yong'en is different. He has a system. Ever since his physical skills improved last night, he felt that his physical quality seemed to have enhanced. A sharp intuition told him that perhaps he could train chakra now. Sitting cross-legged in the corner of the training hall, Yong'en began to meditate according to the methods taught by the ninja teacher. Before long, he entered a meditative state and sensed the wandering chakra energy between heaven and earth. These chakras resembled the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Though small, they contained endless power. With each deep breath, they flowed slowly into his body, traveling along specific meridians, bringing a warm and slightly tingling sensation. These chakra energies continuously entered his body with his inhalation. The critical moment arrived. In the past, these chakras would escape from his body with his exhalation, leaving him empty-handed. However, this time, a portion of the chakra energy still escaped his body with Yong'en's breath. But ultimately, a portion of the chakra's ability remained in his body, slowly nourishing it and being stored within. Finally, it worked. Yong'en felt a surge of excitement. Just this excitement made him break away from the meditative state. I did it. I really did it. Yong'en was overjoyed. Indeed, his guess was correct. As long as his physical skills and swordsmanship improved, his corresponding physical quality would also rise. Now, he could train chakra. Although he couldn't compare to those geniuses in the ninja world, he has a system. As long as he practices repeatedly, he can continue to grow stronger. Thinking of this, he quickly suppressed his excitement and began a new round of chakra training. This round of training lasted from morning until afternoon. In a corner of the training hall, where no one noticed, Yong'en silently repeated his training over and over again. Finally, after the 100th round of breathing ended, a prompt tone from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Chakra training has reached 1, beginner. Acquired trait, chakra perception, beginner. Meridian capacity, 15. It felt like fresh spring water poured into a dry riverbed. The originally painful meridians suddenly relaxed. Yong'en was astonished to discover that he could actually see the chakra particles wandering in the air. They danced like countless pale blue fireflies, moving rhythmically with his breath. Furthermore, he could see the chakra meridians constantly flowing on the bodies of others in the training hall. Wow, am I exhibiting some of the Byakugan's effects? Chapter 10. The Match. Yong'en was a bit taken aback. Currently, I am just at the entry level of chakra. Yet I can see the chakra network on the bodies of ninjas and sense their strength. If I progress a bit further and level up a few more times, how impressive would that be? Just then, a loud commotion suddenly erupted in the training hall. Yong'en turned to look in the direction of the noise and saw a large group of people entering. The heavy oak door of the training hall was pushed open with a bang, and a damp, moldy smell mixed with the scent of rust rushed towards him. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the high windows, dancing on the floor of the training hall. The leader of the group was someone Yong'en recognized, Meitarumi, a high-ranking official from the Mist Village. Accompanying her were the principal and instructors from the ninja school. The principal stepped forward and addressed the students in the training hall. Lady Terumi is here on behalf of the MIZUKAGE to inspect our school and see everyone's training results. Now, everyone, practice in order and show Lady Terumi the results of your training. Those who perform well may have the chance to join the village's guard team, the Umbu, or even have hopes of becoming members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the future. Hearing this, many students couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, eager to try. Wow, we can actually be selected for the guard team. That would mean protecting the core area of the village and interacting with various powerful figures. Learning a ton of valuable skills, a fantastic opportunity. Just thinking about it feels so cool. A girl with a ponytail quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. Lady Terumi is so kind to give us such a great opportunity. This is simply the shortcut to promotion we have been dreaming of. If I can join the guard team, I would be able to walk around the village with my head held high and feel so proud. At this moment, a student wearing glasses, looking somewhat refined, adjusted his glasses and said seriously, the strongest in our ninja school is definitely Kirigakure Sujetsu. He passed the Genin exam early on, and his strength is already close to that of Chunin. Just look at how effortlessly he performs those high-level ninjutsu during training, as easy as eating and drinking. He will surely be selected, and he might even become a squad leader in the guard team. Upon hearing this, many students nodded in agreement, and it was rare for anyone to refute his words. Following their comments, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted in one direction. The boy referred to as Kirigakure Sujetsu was leaning against a rusty weapon rack, his silver hair glinting coldly in the dim light. He was playing with a shuriken with his long fingers, seemingly indifferent to the worshipful glances from those around him, his handsome face filled with indifference and disdain. 2 girls blushed and whispered to each other. Sujetsu-kun is so handsome. He will definitely make it into the Umbu. Many girls gazed at him with admiration and affection. Some girls cupped their faces with their hands and dreamily said, wow, Kirigakure Sujetsu is really so handsome. If I could just say a word to him, I would feel like my life is complete. Others discreetly took out small mirrors, fixing their hair and clothes, hoping to leave a good impression on him. But Kirigakure Sujetsu merely snorted lightly and turned to walk towards the window, leaving everyone's expectations and discussions behind. Unexpectedly, the young Sujetsu had a bit of that narcissistic charm, full of the same self-absorbed confidence. Yong'en recognized this guy as one of the later teammates of Uchiha Sasuke. However, at this moment, Kirigakure Sujetsu was just one of the members of the Mist Village. If he guessed correctly, according to the original storyline, perhaps it would be his outstanding performance today that would lead to Kirigakure Sujetsu being selected as one of the 3rd group of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Naturally, the discussions of these students reached Terumi's ears. This young yet graceful beauty slightly squinted her eyes, her gaze passing through the crowd and landing on Kirigakure Sujetsu. She looked him up and down, her red lips parting as she quietly asked the principal beside her, what is the background of this child? The principal immediately leaned closer and introduced him carefully. In response to the lady, this is Sujetsu, a direct descendant of the Kirigakure clan. He mastered the water transformation technique at the age of 12 and defeated 3 peers during last year's graduation assessment all by himself. He thought for a moment and added with a rubbing of his bony fingers, currently, Sujetsu is probably stronger than an average Chunin. Oh, Terumi showed interest upon hearing this. She suddenly raised her voice. Then let's begin the matches. I want to see how much weight this so-called genius carries. The principal quickly bowed in response, turned, and clapped his hands. Shouting, everyone listen up, begin the combat demonstration in order of student numbers. First group, Yamashita versus Fujiwara. A clearing was quickly made in the center of the venue. The duels in the center of the training field proceeded one after another, with sparks flying from the clashing shuriken, quickly vanishing in the dim light. Terumi's long fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of her chair, the sound of her nails hitting the wood producing a dull thud. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the 2 students currently sparring, and yawned slightly. The principal's gaze flitted back and forth between Terumi and the students, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Being as smart as he was, he naturally noticed Terumi's disappointment and impatience. But a trump card like Kirigakure Sujetsu was meant to be saved for the finale. It wasn't time for him to take the stage yet. They needed to showcase an excellent student first to highlight the training of a ninja school. He glanced around and spotted Yong'en, who was huddled in the corner. And suddenly his eyes lit up. Next group. The principal suddenly raised his voice. Misuki Rayove ese Yong'en. A wave of whispers immediately erupted from the sidelines. Oh, did it come to them? Ryo-kun is very strong. Yong'en is in trouble now. Mizuki Ryo was a standout among this cohort of students, while Yong'en was famously known as the bottom of the class. The outcome of their duel was naturally clear to everyone. Mizuki Ryo confidently strode to the center of the arena, shaking his short hair beneath his forehead protector. He turned to look at Yong'en, who was still standing in place, and provocatively beckoned with his finger. Hurry up, useless. Don't waste everyone's time. Yong'en raised his head and glanced at him, a vague smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, then lowered his head and slowly walked towards the center of the arena. Although I currently prefer not to stand out, I dislike losing in such situations even more. Terumi's gaze lingered on him for a moment, and upon detecting the faint chakra within him, she lost interest and looked away. The principal stood beside him, a secretive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Begin. Chapter 11. Watching them fight is not as good as watching me fight. Bang! As soon as the principal's voice fell, Yong'en's figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, sweeping across the center of the arena. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through sharply tore through the stillness of the training hall. You! Mizuki Ryo's triumphant smile froze on his face, the confidence in his eyes turning to shock. The guy who was always inconspicuous in the ninja school had unleashed a speed that left his visual nerves unable to react. This is impossible. However, his hysterical roar could not bridge the gap in their strength. Mizuki Ryo could only watch helplessly as that fist drew closer and closer to him. Bang! In the next second, a loud crash echoed. Yong'en's fist accurately struck Mizuki Ryo's jaw. This punch lacked any flashy chakra fluctuations. It was purely the physical strength brought by taijutsu. This was the most primitive and overwhelming force. The dull sound of bone colliding echoed painfully in the silent hall. Bang! Mizuki's body flew into the air like a rag doll, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the rusty weapon rack. Shuriken and kunai scattered everywhere. His forehead protector askew, covering his rolling eyes, and saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Unable to accept such a reality, he simply fainted. The battle had just begun, yet it was already over. On the other side, Yong'en maintained his punching stance, smiled lightly, and slowly retracted his arm. With his head lowered, stray strands of hair obscured his eyes, leaving only the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He had only used 50% of his strength for that punch. The entire training hall was silent. At such an outcome, the principal's mouth hung open, eyes wide in disbelief. The girls nearby covered their mouths, gasping in shock. Oh my, how did Yong'en do that? He's so strong. Yong'en is actually this impressive? So amazing. Many people's gazes towards Yong'en changed. Even the enigmatic Sujetsu dropped the kunai he was filing his nails with, his indigo pupils reflecting surprise for the first time. When did such an interesting character appear in the school? Excitement flashed in his eyes. Even Mei Terumi was shocked by the result in front of her. She stood up abruptly, scrutinized Yong'en, and then slowly sat back down, the ripples of her kimono swaying gently. Interesting. It was Yong'en who broke the silence in the training hall. He twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. Continue. His voice was deliberately lowered, hoarse. He boldly shifted his gaze past the principal's pale face and landed directly on Mei Terumi. Let the next one come up. No wonder he later gained fame across various forums and fan creations online. At such a young age, he already had the aura of a mature woman. Who could compare? The principal's goatee trembled in anger. This is nonsense. Get down to the next group. However, Yong'en laughed fearlessly. No need for the next group. Watching them fight is not as interesting as watching me fight. You brat. The principal was about to retort, but Mei Terumi suddenly interrupted him, saying, let him continue. I'm curious to see how far he can go. Yes. The principal, unable to defy Mei Terumi, could only retreat to the side. His face flushed like a chicken caught by the neck. Yong'en grinned. This smile sharpened the contours of his face like a knife shedding its disguise. Thus, the subsequent sparring became interesting. The second challenger was a spiky-haired boy skilled in wind release. As he formed the tiger seal, Yong'en was already right in front of his nose. The explosive power of a level 2 taijutsu allowed his movement to be nearly instantaneous. The spiky-haired boy didn't even see the action clearly before he received a knee strike to the abdomen, causing his wind-release chakra to dissipate in a painful whirlwind. Bang! The third was a sturdy boy who used earth release. He had just slammed his hand to the ground and formed a makeshift earth wall, but the next second, Yong'en's whip-like kick shattered the palm-thick wall. Amid the flying debris, Yong'en's fist stopped just before the boy's throat, the punch's wind ruffling the boy's hair. The boy turned pale, realizing he was no match, and surrendered with raised hands. I give up. Next, in the spectator area, Meiterumi's eyes sparkled even brighter. She focused on the figure in the center, not blinking. Yong'en's every movement was as precise as if measured with a ruler, and the contraction of his muscles was always controlled within the smallest range. This was not a skill that could be honed by wild training. It was clearly the work of a taijutsu master who had been through countless trials. Hidden Mist Village actually had such talent? Meiterumi felt a surge of excitement, even contemplating bringing Yong'en under her wing as her bodyguard. In the training hall, the sparring continued. The seventh challenger was a girl, the top scorer in shuriken, throwing in previous assessments. However, she was outmatched. Faced with Yong'en now, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Damn, this guy is too fast. The girl relied on her instincts and gritted her teeth to throw her shuriken. However, as soon as her kunai left her hand, Yong'en had already predicted the trajectory, dodging with a tilt of his head. In a flash, he was behind her, as the kunai embedded itself in the wall. Yong'en's finger gently tapped the back of her neck. You lost. The girl collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. At this point, 6 students lay unconscious on the wooden floor of the training hall. Looking at Yong'en, his breathing hadn't even quickened. Only a bead of sweat at his temple revealed any sign of physical exertion. He surveyed the surroundings, and many students hastily avoided his gaze, unwilling to make eye contact. Is there anyone else who wants to continue? Yong'en spoke without deliberately naming anyone. However, at this moment, everyone knew who he meant. All eyes turned to a corner of the training hall. Suigetsu finally set down the kunai he had been fiddling with, waves of danger rippling through his indigo pupils. Looks like it's my turn. Suigetsu smiled, revealing sharp teeth. This statement detonated like a powder keg. Murmurs erupted throughout the training hall. Unexpectedly, it was Yong'en versus Suigetsu. Who do you think will win? If it were before, I would have unconditionally supported Suigetsu, but today, I have no idea what the outcome will be. Interesting. Even Meiterumi couldn't help but chuckle. She stood up, the gold-threaded embroidery on her kimono shimmering in the light, seeming to come alive. Principal, I didn't expect that this year there would be such a surprising student. Yes, the principal said, wiping the cold sweat from his face with a forced smile. It doesn't matter who wins. Looking at Meiterumi's satisfied expression, I suppose my task for today is complete. Chapter 12, What a Pity, I'm Stronger. The final match of today was about to begin. As Suigetsu stepped into the center of the arena, the water stains on the floor suddenly began to flow backward. His silver hair moved as if blown by an unseen wind, and his indigo pupils shimmered with a watery glow. I must admit, you were very low-key in the past. I completely overlooked you. That's normal. I tend to be quite low-key. Yong'en shrugged. However, the spotlight you took today ends here. Suigetsu began to mobilize his chakra. Yong'en casually replied, You can try to stop me. All right, let the match begin. With that, the water arm technique was instantly activated. Suigetsu's right arm swelled to 3 times its original thickness, and the chakra flowing beneath his skin gave his entire arm a semi-transparent appearance. Cool, mate. Try my punch. The gust from Suigetsu's punch stung the cheeks of the surrounding students. Yong'en advanced instead of retreating, the muscle fibers of his level 2 taijutsu tensing instantly. He sidestepped the punch, his elbow precisely slamming into Suigetsu's wrist joint. With a crack, Suigetsu's water transformation technique activated, turning his injured wrist into flowing water that scattered. Water iron cannon, double shot. As Suigetsu leaped back, he shot high-pressure water bullets from his mouth. Yong'en performed a bridge pose. The first water bullet grazing his nose and creating a large hole in the wall. The second bullet, aiming for his abdomen, was met head-on by Yong'en's knee. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the reinforced skeletal structure of Yong'en collided with the high-pressure water, exploding into a mist of water. Just as he passed through the water curtain, Suigetsu completed his hand signs. Water release, water prison technique. A massive water sphere appeared out of nowhere, seemingly ready to engulf Yong'en. Wow, Yong'en is going to lose. The audience erupted in gasps, and the principal was even ready to announce Gizai Shuyue's victory. However, whoosh. Yong'en's figure soudain blurred. At the moment the water prison closed, he actually shattered the floor with pure leg strength, bursting through the only gap in the water flow. The splintered wood flew around like a torrential rain. Quick dodge. Several girls screamed and crouched down, covering their heads. How is this possible? Gizai Shuyue's expression finally changed, and he hurriedly drew his knife. Just 3 inches out of the sheath, Yong'en's whip kick had already swept towards his face. He was forced to waterize again, his head turning into clear water and scattering. But this time, Yong'en was prepared. As soon as he landed, he changed his move, switching from a kick to an elbow strike, heavily smashing into Gizai Shuyue's chest, which had not fully materialized. Ugh! Gizai Shuyue interrupted during his materialization, spat out a mouthful of blood, and staggered back. His chakra began to go awry, his water form flickering in and out. Yong'en seized the opportunity to launch a close-range assault, each punch landing precisely during the transformation gaps. The contest between the two was spectacular, back and forth, striking fast against fast, their figures darting back and forth in the center of the training hall, leaving the onlookers breathless and gasping. After a dozen rounds, Yong'en suddenly laughed softly. "You're out of strength, aren't you?" He closed in. A shoulder throw slammed Gizai Shuyue into the floor. Bang! Shuyue was firmly smashed into the floor. This time, his opponent couldn't waterize, and the dull sound of his spine hitting the wooden floor made everyone wince. Gizai Shuyue struggled to rise, but found Yong'en's foot gently pressing on his throat. Looking up into those pitch-black eyes, Shuyue felt a bit dazed. He actually lost. "Your chakra is exhausted, right?" Yong'en's voice was soft, but loud enough for everyone to hear. "Your use of ninjutsu is commendable, but unfortunately, I am stronger." The hall fell silent. Terumi Mei, not knowing when she had stood up, slightly parted her red lips. She had made up her mind. She must bring this Yong'en under her wing. The winner is Yong'en. The principal's announcement was somewhat reluctant, although the result of today's sparring satisfied Terumi Mei, who came to inspect. He still felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, perhaps it was this sudden rise, this astonishing Yong'en, that he found unpleasing. This guy had always kept a low profile, and he had naturally overlooked him. But now, suddenly revealing his strength, with an unruly demeanor, he seemed to be another troublesome thorn. Sure enough, what happened next soon confirmed the principal's suspicions. At this moment, Terumi Mei gracefully took 2 steps forward. Her long red hair, cascading like a waterfall, gently floated, and her exquisite face wore a charming smile. She slightly lifted her chin, her gaze slowly sweeping over Yong'en and Gizai Shuyue, then announced in a clear and resonant voice in today's sparring. The performances of students Yong'en and Gizai Shuyue were outstanding. They showcased strength and combat wisdom far beyond their peers. On behalf of Lord MIZUKAGE, I sincerely invite both of you to join the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a heavy bomb had exploded in the training hall. The surroundings instantly erupted in shock, like a pot boiling over, with everyone gasping in unison. What? They can directly join the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is too incredible. The 7 ninja swordsmen, after all, are the most elite symbol of strength in the Mist Village. No, the most elite strength should be our MIZUKAGE. All right, the students' eyes were filled with envy and awe. They all turned their gaze to Yong'en and Gizai Shuyue, looking at them as if they were 2 superstars about to rise. The principal, hearing Terumi Mei's words, was first stunned, then his face broke into an incredibly bright smile. He quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing to Terumi Mei, and gratefully said, "Lady Terumi Mei, thank you. Thank you for providing such an opportunity for our school's students. We are truly grateful, and on behalf of all the teachers and students, I extend our sincerest thanks. After speaking, the principal quickly turned around, his face filled with urgency and excitement, urging Gazai Shueiwe and Yong'en, "What are you two still stunned for? Hurry up and thank Lady Terumi Mei for her kindness. This is an opportunity that countless people dream of." Upon hearing the principal's words, Gazai Shueiwe immediately snapped back from his shock. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and raised his head, loudly saying to Terumi Mei, "Thank you for the invitation, Lady Terumi Mei. I, Gazai Shueiwe, will definitely live up to expectations and give my all for the Mist Village and the 7 ninja swordsmen." Now, Shueiwe was still just a child, and naturally, he could not refuse such glory. Very good. Terumi Mei nodded in satisfaction. Then, she turned her gaze to Yong'en. However, unlike Gazai Shueiwe's eager response, Yong'en remained silent for a long time. Chapter 13. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen? I refuse. He stood quietly in place, slightly lowering his head, his gaze somewhat profound, making it hard to see his inner thoughts. The principal, seeing Yong'en's prolonged silence, felt his smile gradually freeze, replaced by a hint of anxiety and panic. He hurriedly walked over to Yong'en, gently tugging at his sleeve, lowering his voice but with a hint of urgency as he said, "Yong'en, hurry up and say something. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss it. Quickly thank Lady Terumi Mei." Terumi Mei looked at Yong'en's silence, her lips still curved in a faint smile. She asked slowly, in a gentle and friendly tone, "What's wrong, Yong'en? Don't you want to join the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? This is an honor and responsibility that countless ninjas dream of." Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Yong'en slowly raised his head. After locking eyes with this beauty of the ninja world, he calmly said, "Yes, I do not plan to join the 7 Ninja Swordsmen." Yong'en's voice was not loud, but it was like a giant bomb dropped in the training hall, shocking everyone. The students, who had been quietly discussing and filled with envy, now stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg, incredulously whispering to each other, "What? He actually refused? How is that possible?" Joining the 7 Ninja Swordsmen is an opportunity that many people can't get in a lifetime. Has he lost his mind? The voices of doubt and exclamation rose and fell like a swarm of bees buzzing in the training hall. Gazai Shueiwe was also full of surprise and confusion. He slightly tilted his head, looking at Yong'en with a strange expression. He couldn't understand how this guy, who had been so fierce in battle just moments ago, suddenly made such an incomprehensible decision. But in the end, he did not speak, only standing quietly to the side. The principal, at this moment, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his face flushed, and he shouted loudly at Yong'en, "Yong'en, are you crazy? How can you refuse Lady Terumi Mei's good intentions? Do you know what you are saying? You are joking with your own future. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. That is a place that countless people would fight to get into, yet you easily refuse it." Facing the principal's barrage of criticism, Yong'en remained as calm as a still lake, unmoved. He slightly raised his head, his gaze steady, showing no signs of panic or wavering. "Of course I know what I am saying. I am very rational and not joking with my future." Hearing this, the principal was so angry that he trembled all over. His finger pointed at Yong'en, his lips trembling uncontrollably, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Koji Mei began to hear Yong'en's words, and was also shocked. However, she was a person who had seen big scenes, and quickly regained her composure. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a gentle smile as she softly asked, "Yong'en, I'm surprised that you would refuse. Can you tell me why?" Yong'en stared directly into Koji Mei's probing gaze. "I have very important things to do and don't want to join the 7 Ninja Swordsmen." Koji Mei was slightly taken aback, her curiosity heightened. She smiled slightly, asking with interest, "Oh, what do you plan to do? Can you tell me?" Yong'en looked up and met Koji Mei's eyes. He flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his teeth as he said, "You'll know soon enough." In his plan, he was soon going to integrate the Mist Village and didn't have the extra time to join the 7 Ninja Swordsmen and play such childish games. Upon hearing Yong'en's words, the principal felt a buzzing in his head, his heart instantly rising to his throat. He knew that Koji Mei held a prestigious position in the Mist Village, being the first under the water shadow, and would not tolerate such defiance from others. He was afraid that Yeoman's actions would anger this lady. The principal, anxious and sweating profusely, was about to sternly reprimand Yong'en when he was interrupted by Koji Mei. "All right, interesting young man. I'm quite curious about what great things you will accomplish in the future." Koji Mei chuckled, covering her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, smiling radiantly. It seemed that this lady did not intend to blame him. The principal's expression changed from anger to surprise, his eyes rolling as he wisely closed his mouth and did not continue. After Koji Mei finished laughing, she slightly adjusted her clothing, then her gaze swept over everyone. Clearing her throat, she announced again, "Kisame Hashigaki, your performance today was outstanding. From now on, you will be a member of the third batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Kisame Hashigaki quickly bowed and said earnestly, "Thank you, Lady Koji Mei. I, Kisame Hashigaki, will certainly not disappoint your expectations, and will go through fire and water for the Mist Village and the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Very good." Koji Mei smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with approval. Then, she looked deeply at Yong'en. That gaze held curiosity and expectation. Next, she gently waved her hand to the accompanying team and said, "Let us go." Yes. On this day, Yong'en stole the spotlight at the ninja school and became the center of everyone's discussion. Wherever he went, people pointed at him. His figure attracted the attention of those around him like a magnet. A group of boys huddled together, whispering, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. One tall boy pouted and said sourly, "Humph. This kid doesn't he even know what kind of luck he had to attract Lady Koji Mei's attention. And he dares to refuse to join the 7 ninja swordsmen. How arrogant." Another skinny boy looked at him with admiration, stars in his eyes, and retorted, "What do you understand? Yong'en has strength and courage. If it were you, would you dare to do that?" The girls were even bolder and more direct. Some daring female classmates blushed when they saw Yong'en approaching, their eyes full of shyness and admiration. A few girls even shyly stuffed letters filled with affection into Yong'en's hands, then hurried away like startled rabbits, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air and the slightly warm love letters in Yong'en's grasp. However, Yong'en remained indifferent to the envious, jealous, or admiring gazes and actions around him. As the sunset gradually faded, the dusk curtains slowly fell, and the sky was dyed a brilliant orange red. Yong'en finished his studies at the ninja school and returned home. After a simple meal, he began to formulate his training plan for the upcoming period. Chapter 14, A Fei and Deidara. Now, he needed to spend time training in swordsmanship, body technique, and chakra. Swordsmanship was his greatest trump card and had to be practiced continuously to grow stronger. Body technique and chakra also required some time for training to maintain a balanced progress. Therefore, Yong'en's plan was to practice swordsmanship every morning and forenoon, chakra in the afternoon, and body technique in the evening. Every day from 6 in the morning to 11 in the forenoon, he would practice swinging his sword 10,000 times outside the village. In the afternoon, he would practice chakra 100 times. And in the evening, he would practice the 8 parts of the diamond technique at least 100 times. TSK. If I keep this up, will I end up bald and then punch this world to pieces? Yong'en thought with a wicked sense of humor in his heart. By that time, Kagaya, Tsunade, and Koji Mei would have to kneel at my feet and shout "Siwiki," temporarily putting aside these distractions. Yong'en calmed his mind and began his training for the night. According to plan, he had to train in the 8 parts of the diamond technique. Days passed like this, and Yong'en's strength continued to grow through repeated training. Life in the Mist Village seemed to settle into a routine. However, all of this was merely a fade hiding turbulent undercurrents. One day, the sky was slowly covered by a huge gray curtain, with thick clouds pressing down low, making the entire world feel oppressive and heavy. Outside the Mist Village, in a deep forest, it was so quiet that one could only hear the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze and the occasional chirping of birds. Whoosh! A black figure appeared silently like a ghost. This person wore a black cloud-patterned cloak and a whirlpool mask, with only one eye exposed. This person was none other than Uchiha Bito, who had transformed into a Fae and successfully joined the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Bito stood quietly on a sturdy tree, his feet firmly planted on a branch. He gazed at the mist-covered, hazy mist village in the distance, his eyes calm as a lake. And no one knew what he was thinking inside. Not long after, several figures darted through the woods like lightning, moving so quickly that only vague afterimages could be seen. These figures arrived in front of Uchiha Bito, kneeling on one knee without hesitation, their heads slightly bowed as they respectfully called out, "Master." They all wore various animal masks, obscuring their faces. Hearing the commotion, Uchiha Bito slowly withdrew his gaze from the mist village and focused on the kneeling ninjas below. "Did you find anything?" The ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and helplessness. After a moment of silence, one of them mustered the courage to speak. "In response to the master's inquiry, we have been investigating for several days, scouring every corner nearby and questioning countless people, but we still have no clues. We truly do not know who killed the previous few companions." It turned out that the two ninjas who were easily taken down by Yong'en by the riverside a few days ago were not from the Leaf Village, but rather subordinates that Uchiha Bito had recruited from various places. He had placed these ninjas near the Mist Village to monitor every movement here. No disturbance could escape their notice. However, a few days ago, those two ninjas had inexplicably died, and he naturally wanted to find out the reason. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Bito narrowed the exposed eye slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his gaze. Not even a suspicious lead? The ninjas below exchanged worried glances, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After hesitating for a moment, one of them cautiously replied, "The only object of suspicion is Momochi Zabuza from the Hidden Mist Village. He is powerful and considered a prominent figure in the village, and his ruthless style of action does not rule out the possibility of him taking action." "Impossible." Uchiha Bito gently shook his head and said with certainty, "He doesn't have that ability. Momochi Zabuza is indeed a notable figure in the Hidden Mist Village, but if he were to act, it would be impossible for him to leave no trace." The few ninjas kneeling down exchanged glances, speechless. They knew that Uchiha Bito's judgments were always accurate. Since he said so, then Momochi Zabuza is likely not the culprit. Uchiha Bito was silent for a moment before coldly instructing, "Continue to monitor the Hidden Mist Village. Do not let your guard down for a moment. Notify me immediately if there are any clues. I want to see who has the audacity to touch my people." The ninjas replied in unison, "Yes, master." Soon after, swish, 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 their figures scattered like phantoms and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a slight breeze rustling the surrounding leaves. Just as they vanished, a voice came from behind Bito. "Ah, Faye, I didn't know you were hiding here." As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared beside Uchiha Bito. This person was also wearing a black cloud-patterned cloak and had a handsome face. This person was Deidara, who often acted with Uchiha Bito in the Akatsuki organization. According to the timeline, Deidara had not yet teamed up with Uchiha Bito at this time and was still with the young Scorpion. However, Scorpion happened to have a new solo mission, so Deidara was temporarily abandoned, and Uchiha Bito cleverly brought Deidara to the Hidden Mist Village. Abito instantly switched to exaggerated body language, holding his head with both hands in a terrified manner. "Senior, you are too slow. I've already counted 300 leaves." Upon hearing this, Deidara frowned in displeasure and said irritably, "Stop whining, shut up." Then he asked, "How is the situation in the Hidden Mist Village? Should we take action directly? Eliminate the fourth MIZUKAGE Yagura and seize the three tails?" Abito immediately jumped up like a startled rabbit. "Wow, senior, how scary." He exaggeratedly hugged a tree trunk. "If the two of us rush into the village, we would be made into sashimi, just like salmon." Deidara scoffed, his blue eyes full of disdain. "Coward! How could pain let a coward like you join the Akatsuki?" Afe appeared embarrassed, scratching his head and chuckling. "Not to make you laugh, senior, but I'm indeed quite scared. After all, it's just the two of us, and doing such a thing is very dangerous." "TCH." Deidara sneered, saying, "Look at you. Such a coward. Really embarrassing me." Afe scratched his head and chuckled. At this moment, Deidara suddenly said, "Afe, why do you wear a mask all day? Take it off and let me see what you look like." Afe was startled and waved his hands repeatedly, stammering, "No, no, no, senior, I'm too ugly. I'm afraid I'll scare you." Deidara didn't believe it and reached out to take off Afe's mask. Afe was so frightened that he flailed his arms and legs, yelling and running away. "Afe, don't run. Let me see you." "No, senior." Chapter 15. This guy, isn't hiding his strength, is he? Just like that, another 2 days passed. During these days, Yong'en's life was very regular. He practiced swordsmanship outside the village in the morning, trained his chakra at the ninja school in the afternoon, and returned home in the evening to practice the 8-treasure golden body technique. This high-intensity training brought about a qualitative leap in Yong'en's strength. Currently, his swordsmanship level remained at 5, but he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to 6. However, his physical technique had reached 4, and his chakra had reached 3. On this day, Yong'en got up early again, completed a simple wash, and went out of the village to practice swordsmanship. It was still early. The hidden mist village was unusually quiet. The thick fog hung over the entire village like a huge, soft gray veil, slowly enveloping everything. The objects on the street appeared shadowy and indistinct in a dense fog. Yong'en's figure gradually shrank in the mist, disappearing into the distance of the village streets, leaving only a faint sound of footsteps that gradually faded in the silent air. Behind him, not far from a rooftop, several masked Umbu ninjas from the hidden mist village were quietly watching Yong'en leave. "I don't understand," one of the ninjas said, "Lord Terumi, why we have to keep an eye on such a child." Another ninja replied, "No need to think too much. We just need to do as the Lord says. Lord Terumi has her own considerations. We just need to do our jobs." But the first speaking ninja said, covering his face in distress, "This little guy, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, spends all his time training. We're keeping an eye on someone like this. What is the point?" His words left his companions silent. Ever since Yong'en made a big impression at the ninja school, Terumi had keenly sensed the boys' unusualness. Thus, she secretly arranged for them to observe Yong'en, wanting to see how this once bottom-ranked student suddenly grew to be able to defeat the talented ninja, Hozuki Sujetsu, directly. However, the days of tailing him left them speechless. This boy named Yong'en was incredibly diligent, hardly ever relaxing for a moment. He practiced every day, whether it was sword training or chakra meditation. In the evening, he even had to do a set of strange movements that looked like gymnastics at home. Although they thought his training was futile, his perseverance earned them a quiet respect. There was still one problem. At this point, another ninja who had been silent said, "What problem?" "This little guy practices swordsmanship every day, but according to Lord Terumi, that day at the ninja school, this guy didn't even use his swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, the other 2 companions exchanged glances. One scratched his head and speculated, could it be that he has no talent for swordsmanship, and, after practicing for so long, he hasn't achieved anything, so he didn't use it? Let us hope so. The previously speaking Umbu ninja calmly said, "What I'm most worried about is that this Yong'en guy is actually hiding his abilities and not revealing them. Swordsmanship might be his greatest trump card." Upon hearing this, his companions couldn't help but shake their heads. That is not very likely. Yes. How old is Yong'en? Even if he is a swordsmanship genius, it's impossible for him to train to a level stronger than his physical technique. Right? I also agree with this statement. The Umbu ninja said, "Now Yong'en has gone out to practice swordsmanship again. Let us follow him and see if there is still no gain today. We can report to Lord Terumi that there is no issue with this Yong'en." Good. The companions agreed and quietly set off, stealthily following Yong'en. The Umbu ninjas trailing behind Yong'en had certainly caught his attention. This was unavoidable. Once he stood out, he had to endure the gazes focused on him from the village. Anyway, he was just practicing simply every day, and others could not explore the core reason for his training. Once they could not find the results they wanted on him, they would naturally give up, arriving at the riverside outside the village. Since the last time he practiced his sword and encountered someone spying on him, after taking out the 2 unidentified ninjas, he changed his training location. Now this riverside spot is quite good, at least after so many days of training. He has not been disturbed by outside villages or rogue ninjas. Yong'en drew his sword from its sheath and began his daily practice by the river again. Only 10,000 more swings are left until he reaches 100,000. Today, I must complete this final round of practice, and then my swordsmanship can be upgraded to level 6. Thinking this way, Yong'en felt a great anticipation and excitement in his heart. However, even so, the sword he swung remained steady and controlled, with every angle and power of each strike precise. Each swing seemed to replicate the previous one. At this moment, the hidden mist Umbu, who had been following Yong'en to this place, couldn't help but silently lament in their hearts. Here we go again. This guy is practicing swordsmanship again. How can he never get tired of it? I'm already fed up with it. Helplessly, several hidden mist Umbu could only hold their noses and observe Yong'en's training from the shadows. Time quietly passed between each of Yong'en's strikes. The hidden mist Umbu did not know that nearby, apart from them, there was another group of people. The pawn set by Uchiha Obito finally found Yong'en's new training location on this day. Hey, there's someone over there. Let's go take a closer look. All right. The subtle noise coming from not far away naturally did not escape Yong'en's ears. He paused his swing for a moment, lifted his eyelids, and glanced in that direction. It seems like he noticed us. Should we make a move? No rush. Let us observe first. All right. Confirming that the other party was only secretly observing and had no intention of taking further action, Yong'en continued with his sword practice. He was just a little short of the required practice count to break through to level 6 in swordsmanship. It didn't even matter who came. This was the most important thing for him right now. Thus, the situation fell into a rather strange and interesting phase. By this river outside the hidden mist village, two teams from different factions were secretly observing Yong'en's sword practice from the corners of the bushes. Time flowed slowly along with the rushing river. Finally, Chapter 16, Swordsmanship Master, Unlocking Soul Lock. The unremarkable blade cut a perfect arc in the air, producing a sound like a dragon's roar. A system notification sounded in Yong'en's mind. Achieved 100,000 sword swings. Gained 1 proficiency point. The sword in Yong'en's hand suddenly stopped. He slowly exhaled a long breath. He sheathed his sword and closed his eyes to bring up the system panel. Swordsmanship 5999 can be upgraded without hesitation. He added that hard-earned proficiency point to his swordsmanship. In an instant, the river's surface became eerily calm. Yong'en's pupils contracted to the size of pinheads, and the world within his view suddenly became incredibly clear. He could see the condensation of water vapor on the blade, and he could count the swaying frequency of the reeds 30 meters away. Chakra within his body surged towards his arms, forming a faint blue halo on the surface of his skin. The system panel displayed a new notification. Swordsmanship level increased to 6 Transcendent. Gained title, Swordsmanship Master, 50 sword damage. Unlocked trait, Soul Lock. Your sword intent can cut through the illusory, dispel illusions, capture souls, control, and other ninjutsu or ocular techniques. Seeing the system notification, Yong'en confirmed it several times before he could not help but smile. Finally, his swordsmanship had a new trait that could dispel illusions and other techniques. This meant that from now on, Yong'en would no longer fear the ocular techniques of the Sharingan. Ever since he planned to combine swordsmanship with physical arts, sweeping through the ninja world with a body of sanctity, what he feared the most were the genjutsu from the Uchiha clan, especially the incredible illusions of Uchiha Itachi. He worried that he might be physically invincible but trapped by the opponent's illusions. At that point, he would truly be in deep trouble. Now, it seems that hard work pays off. His swordsmanship has gained the Soul Lock trait, and he no longer needs to fear the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. When the time comes, he will enhance his physical arts and truly achieve his goal of becoming invulnerable, making everything else like infinite Tsukuyomi or complete body Susanoo. Nothing more than toys in his hands. Calming his emotions, Yong'en suddenly looked at the tranquil river surface and smiled. Friends, after watching for so long, shouldn't you show yourselves? As soon as these words were spoken, the two hidden groups became tense. When did he notice us? This is impossible. The ninjas from the hidden mist Umbu were startled, and in their moment of panic, the situation over there changed again. From a dense forest about 300 meters away from Yong'en, a few masked ninjas emerged, making it unclear which village they were from. Impressive. It seems you discovered us early on, one of them said. These people were, of course, the subordinates of Uchiha Bido. Seeing this situation, the hidden mist, Umbu collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me. Turns out you weren't talking about us. But in the next second, they became tense again. Wait, who are these people? What are they doing lurking outside our village? Don't rush. Let us see how Yong'en handles this. Yes, it's a good opportunity to see how this guy as swordsmanship is. If Yong'en can't handle it, we'll step in to save him. All right. Soon, the few of them secretly discussed and formulated a strategy. By the river, Yong'en leisurely observed the few people who had revealed themselves first and couldn't help but chuckle. I feel like I've seen your outfit somewhere before. As soon as these words were spoken, the few ninjas under Abido tensed up. So it's you. Turns out, Kamuki and Taiken died at your hands. Damn it. Who are you, and why did you kill them? They shouted angrily at Yong'en. To their rage, Yong'en casually replied, in this world as ninjas, it's either me killing you or you killing me. Don't you ninjas have this awareness? You. Abido's subordinates were furious, but had no words to retort. Even the hidden mist Umbu hiding nearby exchanged glances. This guy speaks harshly, but he makes sense. All right. At this point, Yong'en impatiently interrupted them. There is no need for so much nonsense. You guys are clearly not from the hidden mist village. So, tell me, where are you from? As soon as these words were spoken, the hidden mist Umbu in the distance perked up their ears. However, Abido's subordinates were not foolish and naturally would not easily reveal their origins. The leader sneered, no hurry, as long as we take you back. You'll naturally know where we're from. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yong'en laughed heartily. You guys are quite confident. However, since you don't want to say, I want to force you. After all, as long as I take care of you, your backers will naturally show themselves. Yong'en's laughter echoed across the river, and his figure had already vanished from the spot. Whoosh! The sword light burst forth like thunder. The masked ninja at the front, just lifting his kunai, felt a chill in his wrist. His entire hand was severed at the wrist, and blood didn't even have time to splatter. Ah! The ninja screamed in agony, clutching his wrist as he fell. Whoosh! The sword light flashed again, and Yong'en's blade swept through, cleanly severing the opponent's throat. Seeing that he was not going to survive, Zulfust, be careful. The remaining 3 companions were startled and hurriedly prepared to fight. Winno's light laughter echoed in the ears of the fox-masked ninja. The ninja hurriedly formed hand seals, but before he could finish, Winno's knife had already struck heavily at the back of his neck. With a crack, the sound of shattered vertebra rang out as the second figure collapsed to the ground. The cat-faced ninja retreated 10 meters, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Too slow. Winno didn't even look, just swung his knife. The tip of the knife accurately struck the fingertips he was using to form seals. The explosion caused by the reverse flow of chakra blew the cat-faced ninja's right hand into a mist of blood. Ah! The scream barely escaped his mouth before being kicked back down his throat. With a knee strike, Winno sent him tumbling into the river like a shrimp. Under the overwhelming pressure of strength, in just a few exchanges, these elite jonin were all defeated. Only one snake-pattern ninja remained. Realizing he couldn't win, panic set in, and he fled without a thought of fighting. Winno watched the figure leave, not in a hurry to pursue. He smiled and sheathed his knife. He deliberately spared one person, intending to fish for bigger prey and see who was behind this group. The hidden mist Umbu were all stunned at this moment. Even swallowing their saliva felt difficult. They witnessed 4 elite jonin turn into 3 corpses within 30 seconds, and the last one fled like a stray dog. Such strength. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen would probably not last a few moves against him. This guy is indeed hiding his strength. How terrifying. Chapter 17. So it's you, Uchiha Bido. Just then, Winno suddenly turned his head, accurately looking at the bushes where they were hiding. The smile at the corner of his mouth made even the most seasoned Umbu feel a chill down their spine. He didn't speak, just lightly flicked his bloodied finger against the scabbard. Ding! In the crisp sound of metal vibrating, Winno's figure ghosted after the fleeing snake-pattern ninja. It wasn't until his figure disappeared for a long time that the mist Umbu dared to move. He discovered us long ago. The youngest Umbu's voice trembled, cold sweat dripping down his collar from under his mask. The captain trembled as he took out the signal scroll. We must report to Lord Terumi May immediately. Bang! The signal flare exploded in the morning mist, transforming into the shape of a blood-colored jellyfish. The captain quickly removed his forehead protector, revealing a forehead covered in scars. Qingtian, you stay here and wait for the villagers to arrive. Inform them of the situation here in detail so that the follow-up support can be prepared. The young Umbu ninja named Qingtian anxiously asked, "What about you, Captain?" The captain quickly replied, "We need to catch up and see what's going on." Qingtian gritted his teeth, hesitating in his heart, but feeling helpless. In this small team, only his strength was the weakest. Given Weno's explosive strength just now, chasing after him would be too dangerous, and there was a constant risk to life, so staying here was the best choice. It was the wisest choice. However, as an ambitious Umbu ninja, Qingtian felt very unwilling. "It's all right, Qingtian. Staying here to support the villagers is equally important." The captain patted his shoulder and smiled to comfort him. "Yes, if we encounter any danger, we will still rely on you to bring the villagers to rescue us," a teammate said with a smile. "All right." Qingtian nodded heavily. "Then, Captain Jitai, be careful. Don't worry." After leaving this sentence, seeing Weno's figure gradually disappear, the captain and his teammates quickly set off to pursue. However, Weno's speed was fast, and they couldn't catch up at all. They gritted their teeth and chased desperately for a long time, but still couldn't catch up to Weno's figure. "Damn, this guy's so fast too? His taijutsu is also very powerful. We can't catch up. What to do?" Jitai gritted his teeth and said, "He didn't hide his tracks at all. He left a trace. We can follow his scent." "Good." Fortunately, as Umbu members, they were skilled in tracking and sensing. And thanks to the trace left by Weno, they finally didn't lose him. They followed the trail while leaving markers so that the villagers could catch up. Time passed, and finally, they caught up to Weno. The moment they saw Weno's figure, Captain Jitai quickly led his team to hide. They peeked out and saw the snake-pattern masked ninja lying on the ground, blood pooling on the ground, life or death unknown. Further away stood two people. Both were wearing the Akatsuki's signature black cloud-pattern clothing. One wore a spiral mask, revealing only one eye. The other had a handsome face, golden hair, and a look of disdain. These two were Akatsuki's Deidara and Obito. Upon seeing these two, Jitai's face turned pale with fear. Nearby, a teammate asked him, "Captain, who are they? Why are you so scared?" Jitai said hoarsely, "They are from the Akatsuki." Ah! The nearby teammate was confused. These teammates had rarely left the village, so naturally, they didn't know the name of the Akatsuki and couldn't understand Captain Jitai's fear at that moment. Jitai didn't want to say more to avoid making them anxious. "Captain, what do we do now? Let's observe the situation first." Jitai was also at a loss and could only watch and wait. The movements of these mist Umbu naturally couldn't escape the notice of the three experts present. La, seniors, a few little bugs have come again. Deidara exaggeratedly danced and said, "TCH, ignore those people." Obito focused on Weno, paying no attention to the mist Umbu ninja. The one in front of him was the real expert. As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, showing a slightly crazed expression. Weno was completely unconcerned by Obito's gaze. He leisurely smiled and said, "I wonder who is spying on the mist. Turns out it's you." "Uchiha Obito." Suddenly having his identity exposed, Obito's heart shook, and he felt a storm of emotions. How is it possible? How did this guy know my identity? Who exactly is he? Besides Uchiha Madara, no one should know my identity. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and fortunately, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, his expression would have been quite something. "Deidara, what's going on? How does he know your name is Uchiha Obito? What? Is your real name Uchiha Obito?" Deidara said with a puzzled face. "No, I don't have." Uchiha Obito's heart was in turmoil, and he spoke somewhat flustered. "This guy must have mistaken me for someone else." "Oh, is that so?" Deidara said, half believing, glancing at the constantly explaining Obito, and then at Weno not far away. "Hey, I say, that guy, did you mistake the person?" He Ueno had long anticipated Obito's denial. He chuckled and said, "How can you tell if you've mistaken the person? Just take off the mask and see, wouldn't that be clear? Right? Good idea." Deidara's eyes lit up at this, and he clapped his hands. "Obito, hurry up. Take off your mask, and let this guy see if you were really Obito, or if you were just Deidara. I give up. Damn it. How could I let someone lead me by the nose?" Uchiha Obito cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he still had to pretend to be helpless and smile wryly. Senior, who are you really helping? I am Deidara. I have been your partner for so long. How could I be someone else? That's right. Deidara." Realizing the situation, pinched his chin and nodded seriously. "Senior, it seems this guy, Uchiha Obito, has finally been fooled," he thought, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. Looking at the figure in front of him, Yong'en, the eyes exposed under the vortex mask revealed a deep murderous intent. "He is from the Mist Village. Should we capture him first and interrogate him about the Three Tails and the Mist Village?" Chapter 18. Art is Explosion. Deidara was excited at the mention of fighting. He shouted enthusiastically, "Fei, step back quickly. Let me have a good meeting with this guy and see what he's really capable of. Be careful, senior." Fei exaggeratedly waved his arms and jumped back. But the single eye under the vortex mask was exceptionally fierce. Yong'en smiled slightly, and the scabbard in his hand made a light sound. The moment the long knife was drawn, the morning mist was split in two by the sharp blade's aura. Having long heard of the infamous Akatsuki organization, today was the perfect opportunity to experience it firsthand. "Then let's see this." Suddenly, Deidara pulled out a dozen clay spiders from his ninja tool pouch. With a flick of his wrist, the spiders flew towards Yong'en at an astonishing speed. As Deidara formed hand seals, the clay spiders simultaneously expanded. Boom! In an instant, a continuous series of explosions erupted. Flames soared into the sky, and shockwaves rolled. Yong'en's figure was instantly engulfed by the blinding firelight, and the shockwave uprooted trees within a 30-meter radius. Dirt and splintered wood fell like raindrops, and Deidara stood at the edge of the explosion, his golden hair dancing wildly in the heat wave. "Did you see that? This is art, this is explosion." However, before his laughter faded, Yong'en's figure flashed and appeared before him, striking down with a knife as Deidara stared in shock. "Your bombs are too slow. They can't hurt me at all." It turned out that Yong'en had already used body technique to disappear at the moment the clay bombs exploded. The clay bombs that had just detonated were merely a shadow he left behind. "What?" Deidara's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The blade's aura poured down like a galaxy. Deidara's body stiffened, like a puppet with no way to dodge, and he was cleaved in two by the blade's aura. However, after Yong'en succeeded, he did not rejoice, but instead turned to look in another direction. There, another Deidara appeared. The Deidara that had been cut in half transformed into clay fragments that fell to the ground with a clatter. Substitution technique? Yong'en raised an eyebrow to the right. The Deidara who had narrowly escaped looked pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gasping in fear, he stammered, "Your knife is so fast. It's faster than lightning. I almost lost my life." Yong'en stood still, maintaining a calm smile. He gently waved the long knife in his hand, saying, "You escaped the first strike, but you won't be so lucky with the second." Fei, hiding in the distance, shouted, "Senior, go for it." Deidara shouted in exasperation, "Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll blow you up too." His golden bangs were blown wildly by the wind, and without thinking, he bit his fingertip, smearing blood on the clay. Two giant birds. The clay in his hand began to wriggle and transform as if given life. In no time, a giant clay bird appeared before everyone. This giant bird was enormous. Its wings spread wide, with feathers distinct and seemingly as hard as steel. Deidara leaped onto the back of the giant bird and shouted loudly to Fei, who was still hiding in the distance. "Fei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." I'm coming," Fei shouted as he hurried to catch up. The clay giant bird flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, carrying the two upwards rapidly. Fei clung tightly to the bird's neck, his mask blown askew by the airflow. "Senior, slow down. We're going to fall." "Shut up," Deidara roared angrily, and at the same time his hands quickly kneaded. turning the clay between his fingers into dozens of flying birds and puppets. He swung his hand, and these creations rained down like raindrops. Interesting. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I can't fly? Yong'en squinted his eyes at the ground. When can the setting that strong people can't fly be changed? Those clay puppets moved slowly, swaying like drunken men as they gathered around. Dida calculated in his heart. He planned to use these puppets to entangle Yong'en, preventing him from splitting himself, and then bombard him with flying birds and explosive tags. However, he clearly underestimated Yong'en's strength. Although there were many puppets, their speed was very slow, and in Yong'en's eyes, they resembled a group of sluggish snails. Yong'en's figure flashed, and he moved between the puppets like a ghost, easily dodging their attacks. Such an attack is meaningless. Before Yong'en's words fell, the sky suddenly darkened. The flock of clay birds descended like a storm cloud. Now, this is interesting. Yong'en's gaze turned cold as he tightly gripped the long knife in his hand, slightly crouching his body, ready to respond. When the flying birds and explosive tags entered his attack range, he leaped up sharply, swinging the long knife like a windmill. With a series of crackling sounds, the flying birds were sliced down by the long knife, and the explosive tags were cleverly flicked away by him. However, some of the explosive tags could not be completely avoided by Yong'en. In an instant, these explosive tags exploded around Yong'en. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions echoed through the mountains and forests. Flames soared into the sky, turning the entire sky a bright red. The intense shockwave swept out like a gale, uprooting trees and shattering stones, leveling vast areas of forest. Boom! Boom! Two explosive tags exploded beside the rocks where the Jitai team was hiding, and the shockwave directly sent them flying. The Umbu members rolled and dodged in a panic, their masks cracking with several gaps. Retreat! Fall back 100 meters! Jitai roared, leading his team to escape further away. Ha ha ha! Riding on the bird in the sky, Dida watched as Yong'en was engulfed by the explosion's flames below, and he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. He put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. Damn it, now you know how powerful I am, right? Scorpion should know that my art is the strongest. What puppet technique? It's utterly insignificant in the face of my explosive art. Afei cheered alongside him, waving his arms and shouting, Senior, you're amazing. You're the greatest artist, and I'll always support you. Swish! Amidst the flames and smoke, a silver light suddenly flashed by. Is that so? A low chuckle echoed, and the laughter of Dida and Fei abruptly stopped. The two turned their heads sharply, only to find Yong'en's figure had already appeared behind them. As the fierce wind blew, his long hair flew, and his handsome face resembled that of an immortal. Chapter 19. These two guys, they escaped too quickly. This is impossible. Dida screamed, his face filled with disbelief. Yong'en casually brushed off a bit of ash from his sleeve. Explosion art? The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Your explosive technique is indeed impressive, grand in scale and spectacular in scene. But to me, it's merely child's play and can't hurt me at all. This statement pierced deeply into Dida's proud, yet fragile self-esteem like a sharp knife. His face instantly turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and his expression twisted into that of a demon. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words between his teeth. You're talking nonsense. My art is the strongest. My explosion is the greatest existence in this world. No one can deny it. Beside him, Afei was so frightened by Daidora's crazy demeanor that he was trembling all over. He covered his head with both hands and exclaimed, the senior is going to explode. How scary. Playing house. Playing house. No one could say my art is playing house, no. At this moment, Daidara was completely consumed by rage. He planned to detonate the flying bird beneath him regardless of the consequences, wanting to prove his art with this final madness. He frantically formed seals with both hands, and the chakra around him surged like a raging tide. However, Yong'en would not give him this opportunity. His eyes sharpened, and without showing any signs of exertion, he flickered like a ghost. Whoosh! Yong'en instantly closed in on Daidara. His speed was so fast that Daidara couldn't react in time. Then, A flash of light from a blade cut cleanly towards Deidara's arm. Deidara let out a piercing scream as blood sprayed out like a fountain. His arm was severed at the root. Losing his balance, he could no longer stand steadily on the back of the flying bird and fell from the sky. Senior. Seeing this, Afe shouted. He couldn't care much and jumped off the giant bird without hesitation, wanting to save Deidara. During the fall, Deidara's face turned pale from the pain, and sweat poured down his forehead like rain. But he still gritted his teeth, desperately forming seals with one hand, shouting loudly, "Ha!" With his roar. The giant bird exploded in a bright white light ball at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the shockwave tearing the clouds apart in a circular gap. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion echoed through the sky, as if heaven and earth were roaring in anger. The light from the explosion illuminated the surroundings like a red sun, dyeing the entire sky blood red. The shockwave from the explosion turned into a violent wind sweeping down, uprooting trees and sending stones flying everywhere. Quite astonishing. Deidara and Afe took advantage of the powerful impact from the explosion. The smoke and shockwave temporarily blocked Yong'en's line of sight, buying them a moment of time. Seizing this rare opportunity, they fled desperately, panicked like a pack of lost dogs. In the sky, Yong'en's figure fell rapidly like a shooting star, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the earth cracked, letting out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight, raising a large cloud of dust. Amidst the huge dust cloud, Yong'en slowly stood up, completely unharmed. He casually brushed off the dust from his body. He turned his head and, seeing that Deidara and Afe had already escaped, sheathed his sword indifferently. These two guys are quite fast at escaping. Yong'en didn't care much about Deidara and Uchiha Obito's escape. They were not yet mortal enemies, merely serving their own masters, and he had also achieved his goal. They had just chosen to engage with Deidara to test the current stage of his strength. As for the results, he was quite satisfied. From the beginning of the confrontation until now, Yong'en had only used 50% of his strength and hadn't even utilized his best skill, the blade aura. Yet he had made Deidara cry out in despair. As for Obito, at this time, he was still not the sage of six paths Obito, relying on the abilities granted by his Sharingan to rampage around. Moreover, this guy had grand ambitions. After darkening, he was intent on achieving the infinite Tsukuyomi and was very patient, so he would not confront Yong'en and expose his strength. However, this feud was now established. In the future, whether it was Obito or Deidara, they would continue to seek trouble with Yong'en. It wouldn't be surprising if that guy Obito incited the Akatsuki members to deal with him. Yong'en pondered for a moment, his thoughts flashing by. Forget it. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. In this world, trouble is inevitable. The current focus was on the direction of the Hidden Mist Village, where the noise was getting louder. It seemed that the people from the Hidden Mist Village had finally arrived. Let us first integrate the Hidden Mist Village. It's too chaotic there, too many voices. I want this village to have only my voice. When Terumi Mei and Ao finally arrived with the guard team and Umbu, the scene before them made everyone gasp in shock. The originally lush and vibrant forest was now devastated and in ruins. The once towering trees were either broken in half or uprooted, lying haphazardly on the ground. The ground was covered with pits of various sizes, remnants of the explosion, some still emitting wisps of green smoke and giving off a pungent smell of gunpowder. Ao's veins bulged around his white eyes, his voice trembling. What happened here? Did the Leaf Village attack? Hearing this, Terumi Mei's heart sank. This was the outcome she feared the most. Sir, at this moment, Jitai brought his team to their side. Terumi Mei immediately asked, what on earth happened here? To answer the sir, it's like this. Jitai quickly recounted what had just transpired. When Jitai mentioned that it was the Akatsuki organization monitoring their village, Terumi Mei and Ao exchanged worried glances. Finally, when they heard that it was Yong'en who had defeated the Akatsuki members and driven them away, they were completely stunned. This is impossible. Al-Hapiatidli exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. How could this be? The members of the Akatsuki organization are all powerful ninjas. They possess unique and terrifying abilities. How could they be defeated by an unknown Yong'en? Are you guys telling the truth? Chapter 20. Here for revenge. Jitai and his team, seeing Ao's doubtful expression, became anxious. Their faces turned red as they urgently said, "Lord Ao, we are telling the truth, not a single lie." We witnessed that battle clearly. Deidara was like a mad bomb maker, constantly throwing various explosives, shaking the entire forest. But that Yong'en was like a flash of lightning, weaving through the explosions with ease, and with a flicker of his blade, he neutralized Deidara's attacks one by one. That last strike cleanly severed Deidara's arm. That scene still haunts us. Yes, it's all true. We are absolutely telling the truth, not a single lie. The team members nodded in agreement. The technology in the ninja world was still not advanced enough. If only there had been a phone to capture the entire process on video. Ao wouldn't be able to disbelieve it. Ao looked at their faces, not seeming to be faking, and was momentarily uncertain. He had no choice but to look at Terumi Mei. "Lady, what do you think about this?" Terumi Mei had been silent since the beginning. She stood there quietly, like a water lily blooming in silence. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yong'en in the distance, not blinking, her gaze flickering with various thoughts, seemingly ignoring Ao's words beside her. Seeing Terumi Mei remain silent, Ao felt a bit anxious. He quickly approached Terumi Mei, slightly bowed, and whispered, "Lady Terumi Mei, what should we do now?" It's hard to distinguish the truth from Jitai's words, and the appearance of Akatsuki members around our hidden Mist village is already suspicious. Now there's also a Yong'en who has defeated them. There must be some big secret hidden in this. Hearing Qing's words, Zhao Meiming finally came to her senses. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an enchanting smile. Since Yong'en is right there, why bother guessing so much? We can just go ask him directly, and the truth will be known with one question. Moreover, Yong'en is one of our Wuyin village people. He is powerful, and if he can contribute to the village, wouldn't that be a tremendous blessing? A word awakened the dreamer. Qing suddenly realized and hurriedly praised, "Lord Zhao Meiming is impressive. You hit the nail on the head." The Wuyin's dark part and the guard team stayed in place, while Zhao Meiming and Qing approached Yong'en. The full-figured woman's wooden clogs crunched over the still smoking soil. She stopped 3 steps away from Yong'en, her red lips curving into a charming arc. Since parting from a ninja school, Yong'en has become even more handsome. As Yong'en turned around, the sheath of his sword swayed lightly at his waist. He smiled, but his eyes were calm. "Lord Zhao Meiming is joking. Over the past few days, how many times I practiced my sword in the morning, how long I meditated at noon. Even how many times I went to the restroom in a day has been recorded by your people. You should be quite familiar with me. So why pretend to be a stranger?" In response to such sarcastic words, Zhao Meiming's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining that enchanting smile. She gently shook her head and calmly replied, "Yong'en-kun, you're joking. Those were just some necessary arrangements made by the village to ensure safety." However, Qing could not listen any longer. His brows furrowed instantly, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face as he shouted, "Impudent! How dare you speak to Lord Zhao Meiming like that? You're not even a genin in the village. How dare you be so rude?" Yong'en's eyes instantly narrowed into 2 narrow slits. The killing intent in his heart flashed like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the invisible blade aura suddenly erupted. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and the blade aura, mixed with killing intent, howled like a fierce wind in the open space. The blade aura cut through the surrounding air with a sound, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept up into the sky, swirling around. The gravel within a 10-meter radius cracked in half, and a straight crack appeared on Qing's forehead protector with a ka sound. Cold sweat slid down his temples. In that moment, he clearly saw the Grim Reaper raising his scythe. This guy's strength is unexpectedly so strong. How is this possible? At this moment, he somewhat believed that it was the young man before him who had driven away the Akatsuki members. Seeing this, Zhao Meiming's heart sank. She quickly stepped forward, blocking in front of Qing, still maintaining that enchanting smile, and said softly, "Yong'en-kun helped the village defeat the Akatsuki. He is a hero of our village. Please do not speak to Yong'en-kun like that. The Akatsuki has always been a cancer in the ninja world. Their appearance around our Wuyin village must be for some ulterior motive. Yong'en-kun's ability to drive them away has truly helped us immensely." Having witnessed Yong'en's strength, Qing was both shocked and scared, realizing that his earlier words and actions had been somewhat reckless. He also recognized the situation and, seeing Zhao Meiming stepping in to smooth things over, immediately backed down. He slightly lowered his head, his face full of submission as he said, "Yes, Lord Zhao Meiming is right. I was impulsive. Please forgive me, Yong'en-kun, and do not hold it against me." Humph. Yong'en is northed coldly, and the killing intent in his heart gradually dissipated. He retracted his aura, and the fierce blade, aura, and killing intent immediately ceased, as if nothing had happened. Everything around returned to calm, with only the fallen leaves still slowly drifting down. Seeing that Yong'en's attitude was relatively peaceful and that he did not continue to pursue Qing's rude offense, Zhao Meiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Yong'en-kun, those two Akatsuki members have been lurking around our village. What are they after?" Yong'en's lips curled slightly as he gently shook the long knife in his hand and said leisurely, "One is here for the Three Tails, and the other is here to take revenge on WED village." "What?" Upon hearing this, Qing froze in place, his face filled with shock. Zhao Meiming's smile also vanished without a trace, her originally gentle and warm expression turning stern, her brows tightly furrowed. Yet even so, this woman still had an undeniable charm that made one want to hold her and cherish her. Zhao Meiming took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. "Yong'en-kun, I understand that the Akatsuki members are monitoring us for the Three Tails, as they are known for hunting tailed beasts throughout the ninja world. But what do you mean by saying they want to take revenge on WED village? We seem to have no enmity with the Akatsuki." Chapter 21. This sinner. Let me be the one to take care of it. Yong'en shook his head slowly and said, "That is a personal grudge between one of the Akatsuki members and your village. For those familiar with the story, the reason is that Noera Rin, as the previous Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, was driven to death by the people of WED village. This incident caused Uchiha Obito to despise WED village, vowing to repay the pain 100-fold. That is why he used the Sharingan genjutsu to control the fourth MIZUKAGE, plunging WED village into panic amidst the blood mist." Zhao Meiming's expression turned serious, her body standing straight as she asked solemnly, "Can Yong'en-kun clarify who this person is? If there is such deep hatred, we in WED village cannot sit idly by. We must prepare countermeasures in advance." Yong'en furrowed his brows slightly. He fell silent for a moment and then slowly said, "This matter is long and cannot be explained clearly in a few words. In short, you need to know that this is an extraordinary individual. Their strength is unfathomable, and their methods are cruel and ruthless. They can even provoke a war in the entire ninja world." Upon hearing Yong'en's words, Zhao Meiming and Qing were both struck as if by a heavy blow. For a moment, they seemed to be under a spell, standing there in shock, their mouths slightly open, but unable to utter a single sound. Zhao Meiming, having held a high position for a long time, was more composed and resilient than ordinary people. She was the first to recover from her shock, leaning slightly forward and tentatively asking, "Yong'en-kun, how do you know this information?" Yong'en vivid a menino felismite, crossing his arms and leisurely saying, "You don't need to worry about that. I know more than you can imagine. How I know, of course, is from watching anime. Can I really tell you that? Zhao Meiming, you're still my previous paper doll wife. Can I just casually tell you about this?" Zhao Meiming and Qing exchanged glances. They never expected that the seemingly ordinary Yong'en before them held so many unknown secrets. Just as they were still immersed in shock and confusion, Yong'en dropped another bombshell. "Right now, in WED village, there is another secret that perhaps you have not discovered." Zhao Meiming quickly asked, "What is it?" Yong'en articulated clearly. "The fourth MIZUKAGE has already been controlled by genjutsu. The reason he has recently made a series of actions is entirely because he is being controlled." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiming and Qing exclaimed in unison. Their faces were filled with disbelief, as if they had heard the most absurd thing in the world. Qing could not accept such a fact, shaking his head repeatedly and loudly saying, "Impossible. The fourth MIZUKAGE is powerful. How could he be easily controlled by others? You must be lying. This is simply absurd." Terumi May also had a look of disbelief, but she did not lose her composure like Ao. She furrowed her brows tightly and said doubtfully, "Yong'en-kun, You can't just say such things. The fourth MIZUKAGE has always been the pillar of our mist village. If he really is being controlled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yong'en's lips curled slightly as he turned to Ao and said, "Isn't this guy supposed to have Byakugan? If what I'm saying is true, let him use it to see for himself." The mountain wind, carrying the scent of scorched earth, swept across the battlefield, and a few withered leaves twirled down into a puddle, reflecting the fragmented sky. "This can't be. He is our MIZUKAGE, the leader of our mist village. How could I use Byakugan on him?" Ao immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. The deeply rooted mindset of a ninja made him feel that the MIZUKAGE was sacred and inviolable. Yong'en leaned comfortably against a birch tree that had been blasted in half by clay. Sunlight filtered through the tree's shadow, casting tiny patches of light on his face, making the smile at the corner of his mouth even more elusive. "Well, since you refuse to use Byakugan," Yong'en's voice floated over lightly, "then you will forever let the truth be buried, allowing the mist village to remain shrouded in the shadow of blood mist." At this, Ao's expression changed, and he was rendered speechless. A gust of wind carrying sparks swept across the battlefield, lifting Terumi Mei's crimson skirt and stirring her silky long hair. At this moment, Terumi Mei was also in a dilemma. On one side was the MIZUKAGE, and on the other was the future of the entire village. For a moment, she found it hard to make a decision. An oppressive silence spread through the mountains and forests. The birds ceased their chirping, and the gentle breeze seemed to stop blowing. Only the occasional sound of breaking branches broke the dead silence. After a long while, Terumi Mei let out a deep, heavy sigh. She was the first to break the silence, her voice low and hoarse. "The strength of the MIZUKAGE is formidable, and he is also the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. If we really use Byakugan and the worst happens, we might not be able to deal with him." At this point, she hesitated, her eyes revealing a trace of worry as she quietly looked at Yong'en, waiting for his response. However, before Yong'en could reply, Ao, hearing Terumi Mei's words, shouted anxiously, "Terumi Mei-sama, he is the MIZUKAGE. How can we do this? We can't do such a thing to our own leader. This will make us the sinners of the mist village." Before he could finish, Terumi Mei waved her hand to interrupt him. "If the MIZUKAGE is really under the control of someone else's genjutsu, what we are doing is actually saving him and saving the entire village. We cannot just watch the mist village fall into an irretrievable situation." She spoke each word deliberately. Her voice, though not loud, left Ao speechless. "If someone has to step up to be the sinner, then let it be me, Terumi Mei." Yong'en's gaze lingered on the woman for a few seconds, feeling a mix of surprise and admiration. No wonder she later became the fifth MIZUKAGE. This level of resolve is commendable. After persuading Ao, Terumi Mei slowly turned her gaze back to Yong'en. Her eyes held a hint of testing as she implied, "Tonight, the MIZUKAGE will hold another accountability meeting with Zabuza Momochi. At that time, it will be a good opportunity for us to observe whether the MIZUKAGE has been controlled by genjutsu. If we really end up in conflict with the MIZUKAGE, I hope Yong'en-kun will lend a helping hand." Yong'en did not directly agree, but looked at Terumi Mei with a half-smile. "I've long wanted to meet your MIZUKAGE. I want to see just how capable the MIZUKAGE is when controlled by genjutsu." Chapter 22. Now is the time. Night. The darkness enveloped the mist village like a heavy curtain. The cottages that once sparkled with dim light were now swallowed by the deep night, with only the occasional sound of barking dogs, making the surroundings eerily quiet. Mist swirled like a ghost in the village alleys, carrying a hint of chill. Zabuza Momochi, once a fierce character who dominated the mist village, was now facing the darkest moment of his life. 7 days had passed in a flash. He was trapped in an inextricable quagmire, unable to escape no matter how hard he struggled. He still couldn't complete the task assigned by the MIZUKAGE, and the mysterious ghost-faced man who appeared that night was like a specter, disappearing without a trace, as if he had vanished. At this moment, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, heavily stepping back into the MIZUKAGE building's council hall under the guidance of the Yumbu ninjas. The hall was as dim and oppressive as ever. The flickering candle flames seemed ready to extinguish at any moment, casting distorted shadows on the walls that resembled countless fierce, ghostly faces clawing at him. Sitting in the main seat was MIZUKAGE Kageuki Yakura, his figure appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. On either side of him sat Tsurumi Mei, Elder Jin, and Ao. As soon as Kageuki Yakura saw Zabuza, he ominously said, "Zabuza, you have disappointed me greatly." His voice was like a curse coming from the depths of hell, sending a chill down Zabuza's spine. He dropped to his knees with a thud, burying his head deeply, almost touching the ground, and said shamefully, "I'm sorry, Mizukage-sama. I have let down your expectations." Kageuki Yakura looked coldly at Zabuza, his gaze devoid of any pity or sympathy. "Since you cannot complete the task, then, as previously agreed, I will strip you of your identity as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and throw you into the Umbu prison for interrogation." Upon hearing this, Zabuza's body stiffened suddenly, and then he began to tremble uncontrollably. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood flowing down between his fingers and splattering on the ground, creating small bloodstains. He looked towards Tsurumi Mei, Ao, and Elder Jin, hoping for help. However, what he saw were their silent expressions, filled with helplessness. At this moment, Zabuza understood that he had no hope left. Kageuki Yakura felt an inexplicable excitement as he saw Zabuza resigning himself to his fate. That excitement burned like a flame in his heart, causing his blood to boil. His eyes sparkled with a mad gleam, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cruel and twisted smile. He suddenly waved the staff in his hand and announced loudly, "Someone take Zabuza away, throw him into the Umbu prison, and interrogate him thoroughly. We must find evidence of Zabuza colluding with the outside village." His voice was sharp and piercing, like the cry of a night owl, echoing in the hall and causing the candle flames on the walls to shake violently. The shadows danced madly on the walls, resembling a group of clawing demons. Hearing this, Zabuza felt a surge of anger rising from his feet to his head. His eyes turned blood red, like burning blood and fire. He straightened his back and shouted angrily, "Mizukage-sama, I am loyal to the Mist Village. For so many years, I have risked my life for the village, executing countless dangerous missions, always rushing to the front without hesitation. And I have never had any second thoughts. I have not colluded with any other village." Unfortunately, Kageuki Yakura was not willing to listen to him now. "Oof." He snorted coldly. "Stop arguing here. Evidence will be found sooner or later. Get him out of here." Kirigane, Zai, was impatiently waving his hand, urging the Umbu and the guards to take action quickly. Yes, the Umbu ninjas in the hall responded in unison and rushed forward. Zai Bujan felt a mix of despair and anger in his heart. He was unwilling to accept it. He had given everything for the Hidden Mist Village. He had devoted his youth and passion to this land, only to receive such an ending. His rage burned within him like a volcano about to erupt. As several Umbu ninjas approached to subdue him, Zai Bujan finally erupted, unable to hold back any longer. He did not want to sit and wait for death. He wanted to fight for his dignity and innocence. "You forced me to do this." Zai Bujan's roar shook the pillars, sending dust falling. As a master of the current 7 ninja swordsmen, Zai Bujan's strength was beyond doubt. The first Umbu ninja to charge forward didn't even have time to form hand seals before being sent flying by Zai Bujan's decapitating sword. The gust of wind from the blade knocked over 3 wall lamps, and the sound of the blade crashing against his chest was like decaying wood breaking. Water release, hidden mist technique. Zai Bujan did not hesitate and pressed the attack, using the water release technique. Water dragon. The rushing water disrupted the formation of the Umbu, soaking all the scrolls hanging in the council hall. The water flowed like an angry dragon, sweeping towards the Umbu ninjas. "Not good, get out of the way." The Umbu ninjas were caught off guard, swept away by the water flow. Some were even knocked out by the current, crashing heavily to the ground and groaning in pain. Mizukage Shikaku saw this scene, and his face turned red with anger. He swung his staff and struck the ground fiercely, a childlike voice mixed with a strange beast resonance. "Zai Bujan, what are you doing? Are you going to defy orders and betray the Hidden Mist Village?" Zai Bujan, gripping his decapitating sword tightly, surprisingly calmed down at that moment. He said in a deep voice, "Mizukage, you forced me. I have always been loyal to the village. But you distrust me so much and want to pin an unfounded crime on me. If that's the case, I can only prove my innocence in my own way." After saying this, he shouted loudly, swinging his large sword like a tiger descending the mountain, charging towards MIZUKAGE Shikaku. "Since I've started, I will see it through. I might as well kill the foolish MIZUKAGE along with it." Ha ha ha. Kyugen Shikaku was unafraid and instead laughed heartily. "Zaibujan, you have courage to dare to attack me." Amidst the laughter, the air behind Shikaku began to distort, and 3 chakra tails could be seen faintly coalescing. "Zaibujan, stop!" In the hall, Elder Jin shouted angrily, wanting to stop everything that was about to happen. Amidst the chaos, Terumi Mei did not move. She did not speak or stop Zaibujan, but at this moment, she looked at Ao. "Ao, now is the time." Ao nodded, understanding Terumi Mei's meaning. This was the best opportunity to confirm whether MIZUKAGE Kyugen Shikaku was under genjutsu control. Chapter 23. Shikaku Exposed. Zaibujan's decapitating sword sliced through the water curtain, striking decisively at Shikaku. "However, you are overestimating yourself." The MIZUKAGE merely smiled coldly, evading like a ghost, forming hand seals with one hand. Water release, water mirror technique. A water mirror appeared out of nowhere, reflecting another Zaibujan, wielding the same decapitating sword, striking back with identical moves. What? Zaibujan's pupils constricted. At the moment their blades collided, a tremendous force cracked his palms, blood flowing down the sword handle. He staggered back, and before he could regain his footing, Shikaku was already upon him, gathering a high-speed spinning water ball in his palm. Water release, water iron cannon. Bang! The water bullet pierced through Zaibujan's right shoulder like a cannonball, spraying blood mist. He grunted, kneeling on one knee, the decapitating sword deeply embedded in the ground, barely supporting his swaying body. "It's over." Shikaku's voice was cold and distorted as he slowly raised his hand, chakra gathering at his fingertips into a sharp water blade, aimed directly at Zaibujan's throat. In just a few exchanges, Zaibujan was battered and collapsed on the ground, breathing weakly, clearly severely injured. Byakugan, activate. Amidst the chaos, Ao quietly activated the Byakugan. His previously pitch-black eyes instantly turned snow white, with numerous tiny blood vessels visible on the eyeball, in the Byakugan's field of vision. The chakra flowing within Shikaku was clearly visible. However, the chakra that should have been stable was now exhibiting strange distortions. Is this a sign of genjutsu? Ao's heart raced. Could it be that MIZUKAGE is really under genjutsu control? He did not stop, continuing to observe. Following the abnormal flow of chakra, he finally discovered a chakra line in Shikaku's brain that did not belong to him. It was a cold energy coiling like a venomous snake, firmly controlling his nerves. "Terumi-me," Ao shouted, his voice filled with undeniable shock. "MIZUKAGE is truly under genjutsu control. Terumi-me's pupils shouldn't be contracted." At this moment, Kyugen Shikaku had already severely injured Zaibujan. He looked at Zaibujan, who was collapsed on the ground and barely alive, with no trace of pity in his eyes, only cold, killing intent. Shikaku slowly raised his hand, gathering a powerful and dazzling chakra in his palm, intending to end Zaibujan's life. "Quick, stop him! Stop!" Terumi-me and Ao both acted simultaneously. Ao's kunai accurately blocked Shikaku's water blade, sparks flying from the metal collision in the dim hall. Meanwhile, Terumi-me quickly completed her hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A surging wall of water erupted from the ground, forcing Shikaku back several steps. "What are you doing?" Shikaku's face suddenly twisted, his childlike features now contorted like a demon, chakra uncontrollably leaking out, the 3 chakra tails behind him thrashing wildly. "Are you all going to betray the hidden mist too?" Elder Jin suddenly stood up, his aged voice filled with disbelief. "Terumi-me. Oh, have you both gone mad?" Terumi-me stared intently at Shikaku and calmly explained. "Elder Jin, please take a close look at the abnormal flow of MIZUKAGE chakra. He is under genjutsu control." "What?" Elder Jin's murky eyes fixed on Shikaku. The other high-ranking members of the Hidden Mist also showed looks of shock. Shikaku's expression darkened. His youthful face twisted like a demon. He glared at Ao and Terumi Mei, his voice laced with chilling coldness. Ridiculous. To exonerate a traitor. You concoct such a laughable lie? Elder Jin's hand, propped against his cane, trembled slightly, his cloudy gaze shifting back and forth between Shikaku and Ao. Oh, do you know what you were saying? To accuse the MIZUKAGE of being controlled by genjutsu. This is treason. Aos Byakuben Veins Bullshit. His right eye locking tightly onto the chaotic chakra flow within Shikaku. Elder Jin, I can see it clearly with these Byakugan. MIZUKAGE chakra is abnormal. It is twisted and entangled in his brain by some external force. This is a sign of a very advanced genjutsu. The hall erupted in an uproar. The high-ranking members of the Hidden Mist finally noticed that Ao had maintained his Byakugan state. Everyone suddenly woke up to the realization that their MIZUKAGE Shikaku was indeed under genjutsu control. Elder Jin staggered back a step, his cane crashing heavily to the ground. MIZUKAGE. So that's why you've been acting like a completely different person since that time the Akatsuki organization came. You were once wise and insightful, dedicating yourself to the development of the village. But later you became so irritable and made many puzzling decisions. It turns out it was like this, Elder Yuan said, a trace of heartache and regret visible in his eyes. The air in the entire council hall seemed to solidify. The dark ninja, who had been holding Zabuza, unconsciously let go. Everyone instinctively stepped back, distancing themselves from the floating Yakura. Zabuza coughed up blood, but grinned with his bloodied mouth. "Haha, how ironic," he said, struggling to prop himself up, trembling. The one who truly betrayed the Hidden Mist village is actually the MIZUKAGE himself? Yakura's expression began to twitch unnaturally, faint chakra patterns coursing beneath his skin. Humph, humph, humph. His laughter squeezed out from deep in his throat, first a low chuckle, then erupting into mad laughter. He-ha ha 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 ha. Accompanied by this chilling laughter, 3 tails made of chakra materialized behind him, the ghostly blue-tailed beast cloak enveloping his body like flames. The beams of the council hall groaned under this pressure, the torches on the walls flickering erratically. Do you think? Yakura's voice suddenly became hoarse and deep, mixed with some inhuman echo. Seeing through this little trick can change anything? Terumi Mei quickly formed hand seals, her red lips tightly pressed. Everyone, disperse. He is about to fully tailed beast transform. Ao's Byakugan suddenly widened. Not good. The 3 tails chakra within him is going berserk. Yakura's body slowly rose into the air, the tailed beast cloak becoming thicker. When he opened his eyes, his original pupils had vanished, replaced by the beastly eyes of the 3-tailed Isabu. Since you all want to die, completely controlled, Yakura spread his arms, his voice like a roar from the abyss. Then I will grant you that. With a deafening roar, the chakra of the 3 tails erupted. The ceiling of the council hall was directly blown away by the violent energy, moonlight mixed with blood, mist cascading down. Amidst the scattered rubble and smoke, a massive turtle shell silhouette made of chakra flickered in and out of view, causing the entire Hidden Mist village to tremble at that moment. Chapter 24. It seems I arrived just in time. Yakura's body twisted and swelled within the ghostly blue chakra. 3 spiked tails swept through the entire council hall like a giant python. The 3-tailed chakra surged like a roaring black tide, recklessly rolling and surging, enveloping Yakura entirely. The terrifying and evil aura instantly permeating the entire MIZUKAGE building. Roar! He threw his head back, letting out a thunderous roar that shattered the building's glass. Shards falling like snowflakes. Amidst the rumbling of crumbling bricks and stones, the entire MIZUKAGE building shook, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the walls. Water release. Water dragon bullet. More than a dozen dark ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously, and a torrent of water dragons surged from all directions towards the floating Yakura. Unfortunately, the water strong enough to shatter rocks evaporated the moment it came into contact with the tailed beast cloak, turning into scalding steam. Ugh! Cries of agony rose in succession. A chakra tail swept past, sending 5 dark ninjas crashing through the wall like kites with their strings cut. Ao's Byakugan clearly saw the trajectory of their broken ribs, blood tracing a tragic arc in the air. Boil release, hydro mist technique. Terumi Mei's red hair danced wildly in the heat wave. The acidic mist spewing from her crimson lips corroding the tailed beast cloak. Yakura let out inhuman howls, his skin burning blackened marks. However, in an instant, the newly formed chakra healed the wounds. Useless. Yakura's voice had completely mutated, sounding like countless voices layered together. In the face of the tailed beast's power, "You're all mere ants." Elder Yuan was shocked and quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Earth release, earth flow river." A massive mudslide surged from underground, rushing towards Yakura. "Elder Yuan, why are you trying to stop me?" Yakura merely smiled indifferently. The three-tailed chakra on him erupted again, forming a powerful shield that kept the mudslide at bay. Then, Yakura's massive form flashed and instantly appeared before Elder Yuan, kicking him in the chest. Elder Yuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. As if a great mountain had crashed into him, his body flying like a cannonball into the wall, losing consciousness. Elder Yuan, Ao's single eye turned bloodshot, his hands forming seals with residual shadows. Water release, water barrier. A towering column of water temporarily pushed Yakura back, and several dark ninjas took the opportunity to rescue the severely injured Elder Yuan. The old man coughed up blood, trembling fingers pointing at the black line of chakra on Yakura's neck. "There, cut that chakra line." Zabuza charged in with his beheading sword, the blade sparking as it scraped against the ground. At the moment he leapt, the bandages on his sword all snapped, revealing dense, sealing runes beneath. With a strike infused with all his chakra, he aimed for Yakura's head, but the moment it made contact with the tailed beast cloak, the recoil sent him flying. Zabuza's arms made a cracking sound under the unbearable pressure, and he crashed into the distant ruins. Melt release, dissolving monster technique. Terumi May pressed her hands to the ground. Hot magma erupted from her palms. The entire floor of the council hall began to melt, the red-hot lava wrapping around Yakura's legs. The roars of the three tails shattered all remaining glass, but the melt release did temporarily restrict his movement. Effective, Ao shouted in delight, but suddenly saw Terumi May stagger. Having used her bloodline limit at such high intensity, her chakra was nearly depleted. The woman's delicate face turned as pale as paper, sweat on her forehead evaporating in the intense heat. Yakura's beastly eyes locked onto Terumi May, and the three tails suddenly merged into one. The tip condensing a swirling ball of water-release chakra. "Watch out!" Ao's warning was drowned out by the deafening roar. The compressed water ball shot out, distorting the space it passed through. Terumi May barely managed to sidestep, but her left shoulder was still grazed, instantly turning into a bloody mess. "It's over." Yakura's voice echoed in the shattered hall. He slowly raised his hand, the ghostly blue chakra condensing into a sharp spear in his palm. "You are the traitors of the Hidden Mist Village. Now, I represent the Hidden Mist Village to judge you." Chakra surged wildly, and the spear made of pure-tailed beast energy emitted a chilling hum. The instant the spear tip aimed at Terumi May's heart, it felt as if the air had been sucked dry, leaving only the suffocating sense of approaching death. He chose to eliminate the one he perceived as the greatest threat. Terumi May first. Whoosh! Yakura waved his hand, and the chakra spear shot towards Terumi May's heart like lightning. "No!" Ao's scream was heart-wrenching, struggling to rush forward. But it was too late. Elder Yuan closed his eyes in pain, unwilling to witness the next scene. Terumi May's pupils contracted to the size of a needle tip. Blood continuously seeped from the wound on her left shoulder, dyeing her crimson dress a dark red. She wanted to form hand seals, but her chakra was already exhausted, and even lifting a finger became incredibly difficult. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. She could clearly see the chakra vortex created by the spinning spear, could hear her heart racing faster and faster. Am I going to die? The moment this thought crossed her mind, a barely audible sigh suddenly drifted in the night wind. Sigh. The sigh was very light, yet strangely pierced through all the noise, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Then suddenly, whoosh, a bright blade of light cut through the darkness like a crescent moon. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield. The lethal spear suddenly halted just 3 inches from Terumi May's throat, then shattered into countless blue light points. The scattered chakra fragments reflected Terumi Mei's slightly parted red lips in shock, as well as the figure that suddenly appeared at the end of the long street. Reflected in her eyes. Who is it? Yagura's roar carried the unique emphasis of a tailed beast. 3 chakra tails violently whipped the ground. The entire MIZUKAGE building swayed under the impact, with bricks falling in a cascade. Moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the figure slowly walking down the street. The long knife at Yong'en's waist glinted with a cold light under the moonlight. The metallic decorations on the scabbard made faint sounds with his steps. He walked through the debris-strewn ground, as if he were casually strolling in his own courtyard. Good evening, everyone. Yong'en stopped 10 steps away from Yagura, a vague smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems I arrived just in time. Terumi Mei's breath caught. The moonlight cast a silver edge on Yong'en's profile, making his deep brows and eyes particularly clear, his handsome features breathtaking. The man who always appeared so lazy now had a light in his eyes, sharper than a blade. Chapter 25, Brutality. Who are you? Yagura asked, not recognizing Yong'en. His face filled with confusion. My name is Yong'en, from the Hidden Mist Village. Yong'en? I haven't heard of you. Yagura thought for a moment, confirming that he had never heard that name. Whatever. Call yourself whatever you want. You're just another one here to die. Yagura's skin began to crack, revealing the eerie blue chakra beneath. Then let's settle this together. Lord MIZUKAGE is quite confident. Yong'en chuckled lightly, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his knife. The moment his fingers touched the knife's guard, an invisible momentum suddenly erupted, blowing away the surrounding debris and dust. Sorry, Lord MIZUKAGE. He slightly bent forward, drawing his dual knives out 3 inches, the moonlight reflecting off the blades, piercing everyone's eyes. Tonight's killing party. Before he could finish, his figure had already vanished from the spot. The next second, boom! Amidst the ear-piercing clash of metal, Yong'en's blade collided fiercely with Yagura's chakra claws, the shockwave lifting all debris within a 10-meter radius. This is the end. Yong'en's blade light poured down like a galaxy. The moment Yagura's claws, wrapped in tailed beast chakra, were about to touch his clothing, Yong'en's figure suddenly blurred for a moment. A clear ringing of a blade echoed in the air, like a dragon's roar soaring into the sky. Bang! In a deafening explosion, Yagura's 3-tailed form was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. He crashed through 3 stone walls, carving a 100-meter-long trench on the main street of the Hidden Mist Village, ultimately smashing into the fountain pool in the market square. Boom! Amidst the thunderous sound, the granite water pool instantly shattered into pieces, with a towering column of water shooting up, refracting rainbow hues under the moonlight. What happened? Is that Lord MIZUKAGE? Oh my god, who could send Lord MIZUKAGE? Nearby villagers rushed to open their windows, terrified as they gazed at the shocking destruction on the street. A few brave ninjas leaped onto the rooftops, but upon seeing the massive tailed beast figure in the center of the battlefield, they all gasped in unison. In the ruins of the MIZUKAGE building, Terumi Mei unconsciously took a step forward. The crimson hem of her dress still gently floated in shockwave, her exquisite features filled with disbelief. A drop of cold sweat trickled down her graceful neck, disappearing at her delicate collarbone. Such power! Ao's single eye widened to its limit, the veins around his Byakugan pulsating uncontrollably. He had transplanted the Byakugan for many years. It was the first time he had seen such pure and terrifying chakra flow. That man, when wielding his knife, seemed to exude energy like a materialized flame. The elder Yuan's staff clanged as it fell to the ground. The old man's wrinkled hand trembled slightly, his voice hoarse. When did our village give birth to such a person? I have never heard of him. Cough, cough. Kakashi Zabuza struggled to rise with his decapitation sword, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth. He stared intently at Yong'en's back, fragmented memories flashing back. That night, the mysterious man with the mask seemed to slowly merge with the figure of Yong'en before him. His pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be him? Meanwhile, Terumi Mei could no longer hear the sound around her. In her world, there was only the figure standing in the moonlight, the arc of Yong'en sheathing his knife, The tiny light points adorning the tips of his hair and the perfect outline of his profile outlined by the moonlight, all made her heart race painfully. As the youngest candidate for MIZUKAGE in the Hidden Mist, she had never imagined that at the brink of life and death, she would have her heart so thoroughly captivated by a mysterious man. In the darkness, although Yagura had been sent flying by Yong'en's strike, his injuries were not severe. Instead, they ignited his ferocity. Yagura erupted from the pile of rubble. The eerie blue chakra formed from 3 tails rolling like boiling magma. Roar! He threw his head back and unleashed a roar that was far from human, the sound waves exploding into visible ripples. Boom! Glass windows within a 100-meter radius shattered simultaneously, the splintered fragments raining down in the moonlight like a sudden storm. A few villagers hiding in the alley covered their ears and fell to the ground, blood seeping between their fingers. Further away, clothes drying and shop signs swayed wildly in the wave of sound, producing a grating, creaking noise. "Shut up!" Yong'en dug at his ear with his pinky, his fine hair flying in the gust. The lazy smile at the corner of his mouth stood in stark contrast to the murderous atmosphere around him. "Brother, even if you have a loud voice, consider the neighbors' feelings at this time of night." Yagura's response was an even more violent explosion of chakra. His once childlike body had now twisted and deformed, bulging veins under his skin glowing with an eerie blue light. 3 tails covered in barbs whipped the ground, each strike leaving deep gouges on the granite surface. "You will die." Each word carried a triple echo, and before the last syllable fell, Yagura's figure had already vanished from spot. Bang! The ground where he stood collapsed violently, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading across the entire street. His speed was so fast that he left a long afterimage in the darkness. Yong'en's pupilles slightly constricted. Boom! A fist wrapped in tailed beast chakra brushed past Yong'en's cheek, the force of the punch carving a 100-meter-long vacuum in the buildings behind him. The brick structures fell like dominoes, the dust rising to obscure the moon. Not bad speed. Yong'en's voice suddenly came from above Yagura's head. Unbeknownst to him, he had already leaped into the air, crossing his dual knives into a cross shape, the flowing chakra on the blades drawing a magnificent trajectory in the night sky. But unfortunately, moon flash break. The bright blade light poured down like the Milky Way. Yagura's hastily raised 3-tailed cloak was easily torn apart, and the residual blade energy split the ground, cleaving the main road of the hidden mist village in 2. Underground water gushed out from the crack, instantly forming a curtain of water that spanned the village. "Everyone evacuate." Immediately, Terumi Mei's voice resonated across the battlefield, enhanced by chakra. She directed the Umbun ninjas to build a defense line while continuously using water release to extinguish the fires caused by the battle. But her gaze could not help but remain fixed on the swordsmen dancing under the moonlight. Every swing of Yong'en's sword carried an indescribable beauty to onlookers. It seemed less like a life-and-death struggle and more like an elegant sword dance. Boom! 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 Amidst the continuous explosions, the battlefield of the 2 had shifted from the streets to above the village. Yagura's fully tailed beastified right arm continuously fired tailed beast bombs, the azure energy spheres illuminating the night sky as if it were daytime. Yong'en, on the other hand, stepped lightly over the crumbling debris, dodging with agility, each strike precisely cleaving through the incoming deadly attacks. Lord MIZUKAGE was completely rampaging, his Byakugan firmly locking onto the 2 figures battling in the sky. If this continued, the entire village would be destroyed. "Look!" A dark ninja suddenly pointed at the night sky and exclaimed. Chapter 26. The 4th MIZUKAGE defeated. Everyone looked up. There! In the night sky, Yong'en suddenly sheathed his sword, striking a pose as if preparing to draw his blade. At that moment, his chakra underwent a qualitative change, the silver light enveloping his entire body like moonlight. The finale. With this soft chant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Yong'en's figure transformed into a streak of light, flickering around Yagura 9 times. Each appearance was accompanied by a clear sound of the blade, and the 9 beams of light ultimately intertwined in the air to form a massive ceiling array. Lunar eclipse. At the moment the final slash fell, The moonlight above the entire Kirigakure dimmed. Yagura let out a painful roar, the tailed beast cloak on his body shattering like fragile glass. When the light redispersed, everyone saw Yong'en kneeling on one knee at the top of the statue in the central square, while Yagura plummeted to the ground like a bird with broken wings. As Yagura fell, the tailed beast features on his body began to rapidly fade. By the time he crashed heavily into the ruins of the fountain, he had reverted to his original childlike appearance, though his complexion was pale as paper. The entire Kirigakure fell into a dead silence. Only the faint sound of metal scraping as Yong'en sheathed his sword was particularly clear in the night breeze. Yagura lay on his back at the cracked bottom of the fountain, the cold spring water soaking through his robes. Moonlight streamed through the broken statue, casting mottled shadows on his pale face. However, at that moment, Yagura's eyes had regained clarity. The ferocity and brutality that had been controlled by the illusion were gone, replaced by a sense of relief and confusion at having survived. Yong'en's previous strike not only completely defeated this former fourth MIZUKAGE, but also, with the mysterious and powerful calming characteristic of the blade's intent, like a precise scalpel, thoroughly broke the illusion control left in his mind by Uchiha Bito. Talp, talp. The sound of footsteps approached. Yong'en's boots splashed through the puddles and stopped beside Yagura. It seems you have regained consciousness. Yong'en crouched down, the moonlight giving his profile a silver edge. A nonchalant smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if the earth-shattering battle just now had been as easy as a post-meal stroll. Yagura suddenly began to cough violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto his chest. His trembling fingers brushed the back of his neck, with a lingering pain from the illusion remained. Thank you. At this moment, his emotions were tumultuous, chaotic like a stormy sea. Clearly, he had been utterly defeated by Yong'en in this battle, unable to fight back at all, yet at a critical moment. The other party had saved him, freeing him from that nightmare-like illusion control. This contradictory and complex emotion left him at a loss for how to express himself. Yong'en casually waved his hand, still wearing that irreverent smile. No need to thank me, I just did it out of convenience, doing some good deeds. Saying this, he stood up to leave. Yagura was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Yong'en's retreating figure, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, he found some strength from somewhere and shouted loudly, "You're not going to kill me?" Yong'en paused, slowly turning around, still smiling gently, and asked in return, "Why would I kill you?" I. Yagura was stumped by the question. As the MIZUKAGE of Kirigakure, he was well aware of the survival laws of the ninja world. Defeating a Jinchuriki without seizing the tailed beast was practically unheard of. He opened his mouth, but couldn't find a response, left dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Yong'en. Yong'en looked at Yagura's confused expression and continued, "You alive are more useful than you dead." Yagura frowned, even more puzzled, and asked why. Yong'en raised his head, gazing into the distance, his eyes seeming to penetrate the dark night sky, slowly saying, "You are the perfect three-tails Jinchuriki, and you are from Kirigakure. With the three tails in you, I feel more at ease. Is that so?" Yagura seemed to understand something from his words. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixed tightly on Yong'en's figure. Yong'en stood tall under the dim moonlight like an unyielding mountain, making him hard to fathom. At such a young age, he possessed such profound thoughts like a bottomless abyss, making it impossible to see through his true inner thoughts. It was truly terrifying. When did Kirigakure produce such a powerful person? Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked again, "What sword technique did you just use to defeat me?" Yong'en pondered for a moment and suddenly grinned, saying, "Just kidding, I don't know any sword techniques. It's purely because I have great strength." Huh. Yagura was taken aback. In fact, he was the one who was truly joking. After he unlocked the Sword Master level and reached the 6th stage of mastery, any sword technique could be understood at a glance. The sword technique he used in the battle with Yagura was a creation of his own, a blend of all the sword techniques from Kirigakure, synthesized into one. At his current level of swordsmanship, as long as he wanted, he could even create a technique that could launch an attack, and then follow up with a powerful move. That's a good idea. Next time, I'll try to create both the gale-severing strike and the sealed dust-severing strike. Those two sword techniques match my name perfectly." Yong'en smiled, disregarding what the other was thinking, and turned to leave. He hadn't walked far when Terumi Mei approached him. In the darkness, Terumi Mei's figure was graceful. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze, and her fair skin emitted a soft glow in the dim light. She looked like a passionate rose blooming in the night, radiating a unique charm that was hard to ignore. Terumi Mei lightly stepped forward, arriving in front of Yong'en. Slightly raising her head, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Thank you for tonight's events. It was thanks to your intervention that Kirigakure was saved from peril, and the MIZUKAGE was rescued." Hearing this, Yong'en's mouth curled into a faint smile as he looked at Terumi Mei and replied leisurely, "I didn't kill Yagura. Part of the reason, besides needing him to continue as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, is to let him personally hand over the position of MIZUKAGE to you." "What?" She widened her eyes, looking at Yong'en in disbelief. After a while, she finally regained her composure from the immense shock and calmly said, "Now that the village's crisis has been resolved, the MIZUKAGE has returned to normal. He can continue as the MIZUKAGE." Her tone seemed to be persuading Yong'en, as well as convincing herself. Upon hearing this, Yong'en gently shook his head, still wearing that relaxed smile. "Who told you that the crisis in Kirigakure has been resolved?" Chapter 27. Aftermath. Zhao Mei was left speechless by this remark. Her mouth opened in confusion. After a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Yong'en, do you mean that you would like to clarify?" Yong'en, not one to keep people in suspense, simply chuckled and said, "First of all, the guy who previously controlled Shikamaru is definitely not going to let it go easily. He is like a venomous snake hidden in the darkness. And once he finds an opportunity, he will strike without hesitation. He will surely return and do everything he can to create trouble for Wuyin Village, even instigating conflicts between Wuyin and other villages. At that time, Wuyin Village will be caught in an unprecedented huge dispute. Do you think Wuyin Village can withstand that?" Hearing this, Zhao Mei's heart shook. "Who exactly is that person you mentioned?" Yong'en did not answer her question, but continued on his own. "Secondly, the Akatsuki organization has grand ambitions. As long as the Three Tails remains in Wuyin, they will be like sharks smelling blood, looking for trouble with us, and may even raid the village. The members of the Akatsuki organization are all powerful, some even stronger than me. If they come knocking, do you think Wuyin Village's strength can withstand it?" This statement hit Zhao Mei like a bucket of ice water. She recalled the destructive power when Shikamaru fully transformed into a tailed beast, and such a being was merely prey in the eyes of that organization. Her mind was in turmoil, with various thoughts intertwining. She never expected that Wuyin Village had just resolved the crisis of the MIZUKAGE being controlled and would soon face such a huge crisis. What should we do? At that moment, Yong'en suddenly reached out to brush away a fallen leaf from her shoulder, a familiar gesture that made Zhao Mei tense all over. "Do you still think the crisis is over?" The call of a night owl came from the direction of the forest, deepening the night. Zhao Mei's expression changed unpredictably, sometimes worried, sometimes resolute. After a long contemplation, she finally managed to calm her emotions. "So what do you suggest we do?" Yong'en suddenly revealed the lassiest might. "No rush. First let Shikamaru step down. Give the position of MIZUKAGE to you, and then you can reorganize Wuyin Village." He turned and walked toward the moonlit street, his back casting a long shadow on the ground. Just as his figure was fading into the night, he suddenly turned back and smiled. "As for the specific methods, our fifth MIZUKAGE should not need me to teach her step by step, right?" Zhao Mei stood frozen in place until Yong'en's figure completely disappeared. She then realized her heart was racing uncontrollably. The night wind blew away the heat from her cheeks, bringing with it the voice of the medical team calling her from a distance. She took one last look in the direction Yong'en had gone, and as she turned, her expression was already one of determination. She had made her decision on what to do next. The Wuyin Village before dawn was shrouded in an eerie silence. Broken moonlight filtering through the lingering dust, casting mottled shadows on the battered streets. Tonight was a significant event for Wuyin Village, one that would be recorded in the village's history. The sound of countless wooden clogs echoing on the bluestone slabs rose from all directions. Villagers wrapped in thin clothing surged onto the streets like startled fish, their faces still showing signs of sleep and filled with panic. Some were holding crying children, while others carried hastily lit paper lanterns, the orange glow weaving together in the morning fog like a swaying galaxy. MIZUKAGE building. Was that earthquake just now? I saw a blue monster over by the market. Whispers spread through the crowd like a plague. People pushed to the front, and when they saw the terrifying chasm on the main road stretching for 100 meters, they couldn't help but freeze in place. The mark looked as if it had been torn open by the claws of a giant beast, and strange blue smoke was rising from the depths of the crack. Step back. Everyone step back. A sudden shout pierced through the noise. Over 20 masked Umbu ninjas descended onto the surrounding rooftops like crows, the glint of shurikens forming a silver net in the moonlight. The leading Umbu captain had blood on his sleeves, and the voice that came from beneath the mask was hoarse and weary. By the order of Lady Yong'en, everyone returned home immediately. The crowd began to stir. A villager mustered his courage to shout, "At least tell us what happened. We are also part of WED village. We have a right to know what is happening." "Yeah, that's right. What is going on, lords? If there's danger, we need to prepare quickly." Amidst the clamor, a crimson figure lightly landed on the broken statue's pedestal. Zhao Main's skirt still bore scorch marks, but her neatly arranged red hair and steady gaze instantly calmed the scene. Everyone, her voice was not loud, yet it strangely reached every corner. Tonight, there was an attack by rogue ninjas on the village, but it has been quelled, so there is no need to worry. The medical team is treating the injured. Please return home and do not obstruct the rescue efforts. Where's the MIZUKAGE? Why isn't he here? Someone in the crowd raised such a question. Zhao Main paused. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the medical team carrying a stretcher out of the ruins, revealing Shikamaru's distinct light green hair beneath the white cloth. The fourth has been injured, but his life is not in danger, so please rest assured. Just as her words fell, a sudden roar of a building collapsing again came from afar. It's really dangerous. The crowd stirred again, and several children started crying in fear. Zhao Main signaled to the Umbu, who immediately formed hand signs to cast the mist technique. Thick fog quickly enveloped the street, gently pushing the panicked villagers back to their homes. Team 3, go to the Eastern District to calm the people. Team 7, assist the sealing team in reinforcing the barriers. The medical team prioritizes treating children and pregnant women. Orders flowed from Zhao Main's mouth, steady and powerful. When she turned around, she found Qing leaning against a broken wall, the veins around his byakugan still bulging. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Lady Zhao Main. Qing forced a smile. He indeed hadn't sustained serious injuries, just some aftereffect from overusing his byakugan. He glanced at the woman's profile and noticed that her gaze had become even colder after tonight's turmoil. Lady Zhao Main. The fourth probably won't be able to continue as MIZUKAGE, so what about you? He cautiously probed. Zhao Main calmly replied, "First, take care of the aftermath. We'll talk about the MIZUKAGE matter in a few days." "All right, understood." Chapter 28, Going Through Fire and Water, Yong'en. However, these tumultuous events seemed to Yong'en like minor ripples on a calm lake, having no substantial impact on him. Despite the uproar in the village last night, he returned home and continued with his routine. He first took a comfortable bath to wash away his fatigue, and then, as usual, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. A good night's rest. The next morning, just as the sky began to lighten and the first rays of sunlight shyly hid behind the clouds, Yong'en woke up early. After a simple wash, he skillfully picked up the unremarkable long sword that had accompanied him for many years and walked toward the river outside the village. Ever since his swordsmanship reached level 6, unlocking the title of Swordmaster, he needed 1,000,000 swings to reach the next level. This was no small number. It required diligent effort and gradual accumulation. Defeating a tailed, beastified fourth MIZUKAGE was not something to be proud of. All I can say is that he has temporarily gained some self-protection power in this world. Practicing with the sword is as essential to him as eating and drinking. It is a part of his daily routine. He cannot stop and must continue to grow stronger. Time passes. Soon, the morning training time is over. When Yong'en returns with the sword and turns the last street corner, his footsteps pause slightly. From a distance, he sees an unexpected figure standing at his doorstep. The person is tall and robust, standing there like a small mountain, exuding a cold and stern aura. It is none other than Momochi Zabuza. Meanwhile, the neighbor's family, the Uetsu family, looks tense as they watch Zabuza from their doorstep. Clearly, they are afraid that Zabuza might pose a threat to Yong'en. But they are also intimidated by Zabuza's notorious reputation in the Hidden Mist Village, causing them to hesitate. With a crack, Yong'en steps on a nearby branch intentionally. Hearing the noise, Zabuza abruptly opens his eyes. The scar running across his nose looks particularly menacing in the sunlight. He stands up suddenly, his muscles taut like a drawn bow. The moment their eyes meet, this notorious killer seems a bit flustered, like a rookie. "Hello," he rasps, his voice as if forced from his throat, and awkwardly touches his nose. Yong'en smiles slightly and casually leans the large sword against the porch pillar. "So, you were waiting specifically for me?" Zabuza nods hurriedly and replies, "Yes." Yong'en then asks, "So, do you have something to discuss with me?" Zabuza hesitates, wanting to speak but holding back, until he finally gathers his courage to ask, "Was it you who intervened that night?" "That night?" Yong'en thinks for a moment and realizes he is referring to the night he saved the Uetsu family. At this point, there is no need to hide anymore. He nods and says, "Yes, it was me who intervened that night." "So it really was you?" Zabuza seems to have resolved a significant doubt in his heart, letting out a breath, as if a heavy stone has fallen from his chest. He then asks, "That night, you intervened to save your neighbors, right?" Yong'en nods again and replies, "Yes." Then, he smiles and counters, "So, are you planning to arrest me?" No. Zabuza quickly waves his hand. He then gives a wry smile and says, "You are so powerful. You could easily defeat the tail beast transformed MIZUKAGE. I'm ashamed of my own strength. Moreover, it was you who intervened in a critical moment last night to stop the MIZUKAGE. Otherwise, we would all have been killed by the tail beast transformed MIZUKAGE. Strictly speaking, you are still my lifesaver." Yong'en smiles, but says nothing. Suddenly, Zabuza kneels in front of Yong'en with a thud. "Oh, what are you doing? Yong'en is back." Zabuza does not get up, but sincerely says, "From now on, if there is any task, I will definitely go through fire and water, no matter what." Huh? This scene surprises the Uetsu family, who are watching from the side, their mouths agape, as if witnessing something incredible. This sudden event leaves Yong'en somewhat amused and speechless. All right, get up." Hearing this, Zabuza does not rise, but looks confused and asks, "So what do you mean?" Yong'en smiles faintly and says, "In the future, if there's anything, I will look for you." "Good, then I will take my leave." Zabuza, very pleased, gives Yong'en a fist bump and then leaps away. The morning breeze carries the scent of locust flowers through the alley as Yong'en leans against the doorframe, watching Zabuza's tall figure gradually disappear around the corner. Until that conspicuous beheading sword is completely out of sight, the tightly shut paper door of the Uetsu family finally opens a crack. "Broteru Yong'en." Uetsu Sha rushes over like a little butterfly, her twin ponytails tied with red ribbons bouncing cheerfully behind her. She tiptoes, tugging at Yong'en's sleeve, shaking it back and forth. "That scary big guy actually knelt down to you. Brother Yong'en is so amazing." The girl's round eyes are filled with admiration. "Did you secretly put some laxative in his rice ball?" "Huh?" Yong'en bursts into laughter. "Sha." Behind them, Uetsu Akira rushes out, his wooden sandals clattering on the stone pavement. He quickly covers his daughter's mouth and apologizes. "Sorry, Brother Yong'en, children speak without thinking." Ha. Yong'en cannot help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle the little girl's hair. "He just came to thank me. I didn't give him any laxative." A locust flower petal that brushed against his fingertip falls onto the girl's nose, causing her to let out a cute sneeze. "Yong'en-kun." Mrs. Uetsu approaches, her light purple sleeves gathered, unable to suppress her curiosity. "I heard there was a big event in the village last night. Did you hear anything?" She carefully examines the young man's neat robes, which have no wrinkles at all. "A big event?" Yong'en tilts his head, the sunlight casting fragmented shadows on his eyelashes. "I haven't heard. I went to bed early last night." "What happened?" "Oh, you didn't know?" Uetsu Akira breathes a sigh of relief and then lowers his voice mysteriously. I heard that the MIZUKAGE building was attacked by rogue ninjas. This morning, the Umbu told everyone not to spread it. Chapter 29. The fifth MIZUKAGE, Terumi Mei. Just as he speaks, his wife suddenly tugs at his sleeve. You're just hearing the official statements. Mrs. Uetsu glances around and leans closer, her faint jasmine scent mixed with the morning dew. My cousin is in the medical team. She said the MIZUKAGE was under a genjutsu and wanted to kill Terumi Mei, and there were also Master Yuan and others. As she speaks, she suddenly falls silent because two ninjas wearing hidden mist headbands walk by the alley. Really? Yong'en shows a surprised expression at the right moment, raising his eyebrows. Such a thing happened? It's not rogue ninjas. Uetsu Sha breaks free from her father's hand, her small face flushed with excitement. I heard from Aunt Mikoto that she saw a big blue monster with 3 tails. Later, a super powerful swordsman intervened. She spreads her arms excitedly, saying, "That swordsman was so amazing. He defeated that big monster with just a few slashes." Yong'en squats down, looking into the little girl's sparkling eyes. Really? What else? Tell me more. There's more. I heard the MIZUKAGE is preparing to change. Oh, suddenly, sparrows on the locust tree flutter into the air, and the sound of patrolling Umbu ninjas can be heard in the distance. Quick, don't say anything more. Mrs. Uetsu hurriedly pushes her husband and daughter back into the house, casting an apologetic glance at Yong'en before leaving. Yong'en waves his hand with a smile, and as he turns, he hears a low argument leaking from the door crack. I told you not to say these things in front of outsiders. But brother Yong'en is not an outsider. What do you know? These things can't be said casually. Really? The sound of the wooden door closing cuts off the conversation. Yong'en picks up a locust flower petal from the ground and gently spins it on his fingertip. The petal twirls into the sky, tracing a shining arc in the sunlight, just like the blade that cut through the tailed beast's exterior last night. A few days later, the originally peaceful Hidden Mist Village announces a major news item. The fourth MIZUKAGE, Koigetsu Shikura, who was once the absolute ruler of the Hidden Mist Village, announces his abdication. Before the villagers can react, Terumi Mei is elected as the new fifth MIZUKAGE by the joint recommendation of the village's higher-ups. This news was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves throughout the Hidden Mist Village. The village was immediately in an uproar, with the streets and alleys filled with the murmurs of villagers discussing the situation. Many villagers gathered together, whispering to each other. How did the MIZUKAGE change so suddenly? It was too abrupt, leaving no time for psychological preparation. Could it be because of the big fight a few nights ago? That commotion was huge. The entire village was thrown into chaos. Perhaps the MIZUKAGE resigned because of that incident. That makes sense. I think so too. After hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling that this speculation had some truth to it. Amidst the noise and speculation, Terumi Mei quietly ascended to the MIZUKAGE's throne. She did not hold a grand coronation ceremony. She simply stood in front of the MIZUKAGE building, accepting the loyalty of the Umbu ninjas, the guard team, and the various clan forces in the village. Subsequently, the Umbu ninjas spread the news of Terumi Mei becoming the fifth MIZUKAGE to the daimyo of the Land of Water and to the major ninja villages. This news also caused quite a stir throughout the ninja world. The Hidden Mist Village actually changed its MIZUKAGE. The fourth MIZUKAGE, Yagura, actually announced his resignation voluntarily. What was the reason? I don't know. The Hidden Mist Village had announced a lockdown and wasn't communicating with outsiders. So none of our people got in to know what happened inside. I heard that there was a major upheaval in the Hidden Mist Village not long ago, and the fourth MIZUKAGE, Yagura, was seriously injured. It's likely his resignation is related to this incident. Yagura is the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. His strength is not to be underestimated. Who could have injured him? I'm not sure. The news from the Hidden Mist Village can't get out, and we all don't know. Such a big deal, we need to find someone to sneak in and investigate. This Terumi Mei, I've heard her name before. But her strength isn't that impressive. I don't know if she can handle the position of MIZUKAGE well. Let us see what this woman will do next. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, it wasn't long before Terumi Mei began to implement a series of bold and sweeping policies. First, she turned her attention to the bloody policies left by the previous fourth MIZUKAGE. Among them, The self-destructive ninja exam had always been a nightmare in the hearts of the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. Countless talented young ninjas lost their lives in this brutal exam, causing the Hidden Mist Village to lose a lot of strong new blood. Given such a significant policy change, Terumi took it very seriously. She specifically summoned all the ninjas in the village to the square. Even Ao came. Ao looked at the beautiful woman in the center of the square, facing the many ninjas, and solemnly announced aloud, "From today onwards, the self-destructive ninja exam is abolished. The normal ninja exam system will be restored, and a comprehensive ninja training system will be established." As soon as she finished her announcement, the square erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Great! Finally, we can say goodbye to the previous exam system." Countless ninjas applauded in approval. Ao couldn't help but nod. This woman actually has some courage. Immediately after, Terumi announced the restoration of diplomatic relations with other ninja villages and ordered the cessation of persecution against bloodline limit ninjas, allowing them to be treated the same as ordinary ninjas. These measures gradually led the Hidden Mist Village out of its closed state, starting to communicate and trade with the outside world. On the streets of the village, merchants and travelers from other ninja villages gradually appeared, creating a lively atmosphere. These policies were like a spring breeze and rain, bringing about a qualitative change to the Hidden Mist Village. The atmosphere in the village became relaxed and harmonious. The ninjas no longer lived in fear and oppression, and the entire Hidden Mist Village presented a scene of prosperity. One day, several miles outside the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Obito, dressed in a black and red cloud outfit and wearing a spiral mask, looked at the peaceful Hidden Mist Village from a towering tree, his heart filled with conflicting murderous intent. Damn it, why can you people smile so happily? Just thinking about the scene of his beloved woman suffering and dying. While the happy image of the Hidden Mist Village before him felt like a whip, fiercely striking at his heart. Just wait, I will return this pain to you 100-fold. Chapter 30. You're too slow. Especially that guy. It must be him who ruined my plan. The image of Ao flashed through Obito's mind. At this moment, Obito's heart was turbulent with hatred towards Ao. His meticulously planned strategy against the Hidden Mist Village was completely ruined by Ao's sudden appearance. The Hidden Mist ninjas, who were supposed to be heading towards destruction according to the script, were saved because of Ao's interference. How could Obito not hate? His hands clenched tightly around the tree branch, his knuckles turning white from the force, as he constantly pondered how to deal with that detestable guy, Ao. He had to make him pay. He wanted him to know that anyone who dared to ruin his good deeds would not have a good end. Obito gritted his teeth and silently swore in his heart. No wait. Just as he was immersed in his hatred and plotting, a sudden alertness flashed through his mind. Obito's body instantly tensed up, his Sharingan rapidly spinning, scanning the surrounding environment cautiously. Suddenly turning his head, he saw a figure quietly standing on a nearby branch, watching him with a smile that was neither here nor there. The person was tall, with black hair gently swaying in the breeze, and a confident yet slightly mocking smile on his face. This person was none other than Ao. What? When did he? Obito's heart jolted in shock, as if a chill had shot up from his feet to his head. How strong is this guy? To have gotten so close without me noticing? Obito's Sharingan widened in disbelief. He considered his stealth abilities to be among the best in the ninja world, but he never expected to be so easily detected by Ao. Ao looked at the masked Obito. A slight smile crept onto his face. I didn't expect that I would encounter an old friend while just doing my daily training outside the village. This fate is indeed quite remarkable. Obito looked around and saw that there was no one else besides Ao, and his tense mood relaxed immediately. He let out a cold laugh, his voice hoarse and filled with mockery. Just as I was looking for you, you appeared. It seems heaven is helping me. Today is your day to die. Ha ha! Upon hearing Obito's words, Ao not only didn't get angry, but laughed even more joyfully. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at Obito with interest, and said, "Is that so? I was just thinking the same." Over these past few days, Ao's strength had improved somewhat. Now, he was worried about not finding a suitable opponent to practice with. He didn't expect Obito to come knocking on his door. This was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity for him. At this stage, his swordsmanship level was still 6, and his physical technique was still 4. But he had already unlocked the title of Copper Skin and Iron Bones, which doubled his physical strength and defense. Ordinary attacks could not harm him at all. The chakra in his body, after these days of training, was also close to breaking through to 4. However, he didn't see no many ninjutsu. He only learned a few water-style techniques from the Hidden Mist village. But practicing with Obito in front of him should not be a problem. Seeing Ao's confident demeanor, Obito felt a surge of unnamed anger. This guy really thinks he has me figured out. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." As he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and a blazing fire dragon surged out like a roaring tide. The fire dragon blazed fiercely, sweeping towards Yong'en. Wherever it passed, trees were instantly ignited, crackling loudly, and the flames illuminated half the sky. Yong'en, however, remained calm and collected, his expression steady as he quickly formed hand seals. Water-style water barrier. He then opened his mouth and unleashed a roaring water dragon that surged forth, colliding head-on with the searing flames. Boom! Amidst the loud crash, water and fire intertwined and countered each other, producing a sizzling sound. A thick cloud of steam enveloped the battlefield, creating a misty atmosphere. Obito's 3-tomo Sharingan flickered in the fog, capturing the flow of Yong'en's chakra. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Yong'en's figure vanished. Almost simultaneously, a sound of air being sliced through came from behind. Instinctively, Obito activated Kamui, his body becoming intangible, as Yong'en's whip-like leg swept through but only penetrated a void of air. Space ninjutsu? Interesting. Yong'en flipped in midair and landed, his eyes locked onto Obito's kaleidoscope Sharingan. His muscles tensed up like a beast ready to pounce. Obito snorted coldly. To force me to use Kamui, you deserve some praise. The pattern is right, I spun faster. But the game ends here. The space began to warp, and the whirlpool of Kamui formed around Yong'en. However, Yong'en was already prepared. In the original storyline, this move was unfailing for Uchiha Obito. But if one is prepared, it can be easily dodged. At this critical moment, Yong'en suddenly grinned, his leg muscles compressing like springs to their utmost limit. Full fold muscle explosion. With a loud shout, the ground beneath him collapsed. He shot backward like a cannonball, moving so fast that he left an afterimage in the air. The Kamui whirlpool only captured a corner of his torn clothing. Oof. Now you want to escape? Obito thought that since his first attack failed, Yong'en must be afraid of his Kamui. Just as he was about to pursue and launch another attack, he suddenly saw a flash. Whoosh! Yong'en's figure had vanished right before his eyes. What? So fast? Obito was startled. The next second, Yong'en's light laughter echoed in his ear. You're too slow. Oh no. In a hurry, Obito activated Kamui again. But this time, Yong'en's kick accelerated the moment it made contact with his body. Obito only had time to make his upper body intangible. Below the waist, he took the full blow. Bang! With a dull thud, Obito was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 7 massive trees before finally coming to a stop. Wood chips and dust flew everywhere, and the last tree he crashed in slowly fell, producing a deafening roar. Cough, cough. Obito stood up from the wreckage, brushing off the wood chips from his black cloak. The hem of his cloak was torn into strips by the rubble, and shock appeared in his crimson Sharingan for the first time. To think physical techniques could reach this level. Obito wiped the blood seeping from the edge of his mask, his knuckles turning white. Chapter 31. Intentional explosive punch, soul-settling blade, and Bai-Shinshin. Yong'en stood in an open area 20 zhang away, his muscles steaming like red-hot iron. The changes brought by the fourfold physical technique made his figure swell, and under the sunlight, every muscle fiber reflected a metallic luster, characteristic of unlocking the title of Copper Skin and Iron Bones. His skin's hardness rivaled that of alloys, and his bone density surpassed the hardest granite. Uchiha Brat. If you don't show your true abilities soon. Yong'en flicked the residual water droplets from his chest, producing a clanging sound like metal clashing. I'm going to get bored and yawn. As you wish. Obito suddenly surged forward, the 3-tomo in his eye spinning wildly. His sprinting trajectory suddenly split into 7 afterimages, each forming different hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of fireballs rained down from different angles, with hidden shurikens glinting with a blue poison light. Is that all you've got? Yong'en laughed loudly, not dodging, as the fireballs exploded into splendid fireworks against his skin, and the poisoned shurikens hit the ground after sparking. He casually waved his palm, blowing away 3 of the afterimages. But Obito's true body was nowhere to be seen. Kamui. Obito's true form suddenly appeared behind Yong'en, his single eye transforming into a distorted vortex. This time, he accurately calculated Yong'en's evasion route, and the gravitational field of Kamui enveloped a 5-meter radius. Space began to collapse, and debris defied the laws of physics, floating upwards. This time, I know where you can't escape. The hell, why would I run? Yong'en grinned, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, digging in 3 inches. Heavy drop. With this low shout, the muscles all over his body buzzed like a bowstring being pulled taut, resisting the distortion of space purely through mass. The Kamui vortex tore dozens of bloody gashes on his body, but deep within the wounds glimmered an eerie metallic sheen. Those weren't flesh and blood at all, but incredibly dense muscle fibers. Got you. Yong'en suddenly turned around, and his right arm's muscles, torn and bloodied by the spatial force, suddenly expanded to twice their size. Intentional explosive punch. Just kidding, it was not really an intentional explosive punch. He simply thought this move looked cool, so he casually named it that. You can still launch an attack. Under the mask, Obito's Sharingan was filled with astonishment. The next second, boom! The fist broke through the conical cloud created by the air, exploding in front of Obito. He hurriedly activated intangibility, but the shockwave accompanying the punch had already penetrated space. Obito felt as if his internal organs were struck by a giant hammer, and a crack appeared in his mask, blood gushing from all 7 orifices. He flew backward like a broken sack, crashing into a cliff with a thunderous sound, leaving a human-shaped dent in the thick rock wall. You bastard! How dare you! As the sound of the cracked rock wall echoed, Obito trembled as he pulled himself out of the stone wall. The right half of his mask was completely shattered, revealing the pale skin marred by gruesome scars. Blood vessels filled his Sharingan, and his vision was blurred and double due to a concussion. This was the first time he felt the breath of death since the battle at the Shinobi Bridge. Physical techniques, genjutsu, ninjutsu, Obito hoarsely murmured, contemplating what other means he had left. Suddenly, he ripped off the tattered mask from his face. Then let's see this. The pattern in his remaining Sharingan suddenly changed. Huh? Genjutsu? The forest in front of Yong'en spun wildly. When his vision returned, he found himself in an alternate space under a blood-red moon. 12 stone pillars engraved with Sharingan surrounded him, each eye weeping blood tears. Here is my world, Obito's voice echoed from all directions. In here, time, space, and mass are all under my control, including your life. The words abruptly halted. Hee hee. Yong'en was chuckling lightly, his calloused fingers brushing against the long knife at his waist. What are you laughing at? Obito's tone was obviously filled with anger and embarrassment. Nothing. Yong'en replied literally. This genjutsu is just right for me to test my newly acquired soul-settling sword intent. What? You? Obito was shocked. According to Yong'en's words, this guy actually had a way to counter his Sharingan genjutsu. What the hell? Are you even human? You know whether you've opened your heart? Obito panicked, manifesting hundreds of clones in the mental world while simultaneously throwing shurikens equipped with explosive tags. However, facing these attacks, Yong'en merely drew his sword and then casually slashed horizontally. The blade light passed through with no sound of wind, no fluctuation of chakra, only a brilliant thin line like a galaxy slowly unfolding. Wherever this thin line passed, the sky of the illusionary world cracked like a mirror. The Sharingan on the stone pillars exploded in succession, and the blood moon was neatly cut in half. No. Obito was horrified to discover that his connection to the illusionary world was being severed by some higher dimensional power. This is impossible. This is directly severing the mental connection. Obito's scream dissipated along with the collapsing illusionary space. In the real world, Yong'en's knife had only been unsheathed 3 inches. On the opposite side, Obito had already knelt on the ground, blood flowing from his single eye. He trembled and used his last strength to activate his divine might, his body gradually being swallowed by the vortex like spatial crack. He was truly out of options, relying solely on divine might to escape. It seems that the soul-restraining technique can indeed restrain the Sharingan's illusions. Yong'en slowly sheathed his knife, feeling quite satisfied. At this moment, on the edge of the forest, the lingering chakra waves had not yet dissipated, and uprooted ancient trees lay scattered on the ground as if a giant beast had plowed through. The air was filled with a mixture of scorched earth and rust, the scent formed by soil and blood after high-temperature roasting. In the direction of the Mist Village, 12 members of the Mist's Umbu moved like ghosts through the woods. The leader, Zabuza Momochi, suddenly stopped and raised his right fist. Everyone froze instantly. The pupil of his exposed eye contracted sharply. Hundreds of meters ahead, at the center of the battlefield, stood a figure as sturdy as an iron tower. The man's bare upper body was covered in fine blood marks, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. "Stop!" Zabuza quietly commanded his subordinates, and the bandages on his executioner's blade moved on their own without wind. He recognized the man who could freeze the air with just his residual power. It was that lord. That lord? Who is it? The Umbu exchanged glances, and one ninja, wearing a lynx mask, lowered his voice. "Lord Zabuza, the level of destruction here is at least that of a Kaga-level battle. Should we request reinforcements?" Chapter 32. Do not let your foolishness bury the entire team with you. Zabuza did not answer, only slowly unwinding the bandages from around his executioner's blade. His fingertips trembled slightly, not out of fear, but instinctively sensing the terrifying chakra residue that had yet to dissipate ahead. "You all stay alert here." Zabuza inserted the executioner's blade into the ground and walked forward alone. With each step, the soil beneath his feet creaked under the unbearable weight. The entire ground had become soft as cotton from the aftershocks of battle. When he was 10 steps away from Yong'en, he knelt on one knee, positioning the executioner's blade in front of him. This man, known for his coldness in the Mist Village, spoke with a rare respect in his voice. "My lord, do you need the mist to serve you?" Yong'en turned around, his muscles as solid as bronze, and the small wounds on his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. He casually moved his shoulder, and his bones cracked like popping beans. "You came quite quickly." Zabuza chose his words carefully. "What was the disturbance that alarmed the Water Shadow's office?" "I encountered an interesting guy and had a fight with him." Yong'en grinned, revealing his white teeth. "He's quite tough." Zabuza's fingers unconsciously tightened around the handle of the executioner's blade. "Is he still nearby?" Yong'en rubbed his nose with his thumb, a casual action that made Zabuza instinctively lean back half an inch. "He ran away." Yong'en pointed southeast. "He took a punch from me, and he'll probably be out for half a month." Hearing this, Zabuza quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Should I send someone to track him?" he asked while maintaining his kneeling posture. Yong'en waved his hand, suddenly turning to look at a large shadow in the distance. "Zabuza, your subordinates seem very nervous." 30 meters away, in the bushes, the Umbu ninja wearing the lynx mask was aiming a kunai at Yong'en's back. "Idiot," Zabuza immediately realized. In an instant, he exploded into action, using body flicker technique to create a series of afterimages, and the back of the executioner's blade slammed heavily against the back of the Umbu ninja. "Lord Zabuza, what is the meaning of this?" The Umbu flew out like a rag doll, crashing into 2 small trees before stopping, spitting out blood and shock. "Why? I wanted to warn you. Do not let your foolishness bury the entire squad with you." Zabuza's roar startled a flock of birds into flight. "Me? Bury with you?" The Umbu ninja looked confused. "Ha ha ha." On the other side, Yong'en laughed heartily, his voice shaking the leaves down. "Zabuza, you really know how to get things done." After saying this, he suddenly reined in his smile and looked towards the direction of the Mist Village. "In that case, you will be responsible for cleaning up the aftermath here." Before Zabuza could respond, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the ground where Yong'en had been standing suddenly collapsed, but his figure had already vanished. The treetops in the distance were split apart, as if by an invisible giant blade. creating a straight path leading towards the mist village. Such powerful strength this. The Umbu wearing the lynx mask struggled to get up, his voice trembling. Zabuza stared at the path that pierced through the forest, slowly sheathing his blade. Zabuza, who is this person? One of the nearby Umbu couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Zabuza glanced sideways and coldly reminded him. Be smart in the future. When you see this lord, be respectful, or you won't even know when you're dead. Who exactly is he? Zabuza shook his head, saying, I don't know much more, but remember, it was because of this lord that the fourth's reign ended and the fifth was supported to take the position of Water Shadow. Hiss. Many Umbu were shocked by this revelation. So it's him, the swordsman from that night. These people were about to say more, but Zabuza waved his hand to interrupt them. All right, no more unnecessary talk. Let's clean up the battlefield. Yes. What they didn't know was that on the distant treetops, a pure white figure quietly merged into the tree trunk. White Zetsu's split body muttered to itself. Even Obito was defeated. Lord Madara, what should we do now? There's been a significant change here in the Mist Village. As the night reached its zenith, in front of Yong'en's solitary house courtyard, silver moonlight had already settled. The cracks crisscrossing the blue stone slabs resembled tortoise shell patterns under the moonlight, remnants of the pounding footsteps left day after day. When the night wind swept over the courtyard wall, it automatically diverted, as if fearing the humanoid beast sitting cross-legged in the center. A white mist-like breath was expelled from Yong'en's nostrils, condensing into 2 arrows of air that shot out 3 zhong before slowly dissipating. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glowing with a dark golden light in the darkness, like lava flowing beneath an iron shell. 8,764. The deep counting voice startled the night owls resting under the eaves. Crackle. When Yong'en stood up, every bone in his body made a sound like popping beans. He removed the hemp shirt that had long been soaked with sweat, revealing a body as if cast in bronze. The bloodstains left from the battle during the day had now scabbed and fallen off, revealing pale, pink new skin. The starting posture of the 8 sections of the Vajra skill involved both hands raised to the sky, a motion that even a 3-year-old could complete, yet at this moment, it made Yong'en's tendons tighten like bowstrings. The speed at which he raised his arms was terrifyingly slow, as if lifting an invisible, formless mountain. When his arms reached shoulder height, the muscles in his forearms suddenly began to twitch strangely, producing creaking sounds beneath the skin like metal rubbing. This is just ridiculous. Why is it so difficult? Yong'en cursed wildly in his heart. His physical skills have reached level 4, and as he continues to practice the 8 parts of the diamond skill, he realizes that the higher his level, the greater the difficulty of the training. A simple movement feels as though he is lifting an entire mountain. However, there is no choice. Since he has chosen this path, he must grit his teeth and continue. The roar shakes the tiles on the roof. Yong'en grits his teeth, his face flushed, veins popping out on his forehead like earthworms. And his arms finally complete the standard trajectory. Sweat drips from his chin, making a hissing sound as it touches his chest, like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron plate. 8,765, 8,766. The counting voice becomes increasingly hoarse. When he looks back after completing the 5 labors and 7 injuries, his cervical vertebrae produce a painful grinding sound. Each degree his head turns feels like it is crushing some invisible barrier. Capillaries in the corners of his eyes burst one after another, dyeing his vision red, yet making his pitch-black pupils seem even more ferocious. Chapter 33. Leaning on your shoulder. He doesn't know how long has passed. Yong'en's knees sink 3 inches into the ground. The swaying movement of the 8 parts of the diamond skill has become torture at this moment. His spine feels as though it has been filled with lead, each vertebra protesting with groans. Sweat forms small puddles on the ground, reflecting the distorted moonlight and even more distorted shadows. 37 more times. Yong'en suddenly erupts, his blood surging, and behind him, a vague shadow of a Buddha forms. As he practices, it strikes each standard movement of the diamond skill. In the last 30 repetitions, his movements slow down, but each strike carries a terrifying weight. 9,000. When he completes the final punch with a fierce glare, the air in front of his fist compresses into a visible, transparent shockwave. The stone lock 3 feet away silently turns to dust, and Yong'en's fist is covered with a layer of bronze-colored keratin. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Yong'en collapses in the center of the training ground. His body appears an unnatural dark red, as if it is a branding iron about to cool down. His skin is covered with salt frost, which falls off with each breath, revealing a new skin underneath that glimmers with a metallic sheen. Water droplets from the icicles on the eaves slowly slide down after touching his chest. The liquid that previously evaporated instantly can now linger for a short while. Yong'en stares at this subtle change, a smile breaking through his cracked lips. He knows that when the droplets can remain intact, it will be the moment he breaks through to level 5. By that time, to what extent will his physical body transform? The bluestone slabs of the training ground still retain warmth. Yong'en lies on his back, the rise and fall of his chest gradually calming. Night dew condenses on his bronze-colored skin, as if dusted with tiny diamonds. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, sits up cross-legged, and the golden light swirling in his pupils pierces the night. The leaves 30 steps away are crushed underfoot. Soon, the tension in his body loosens a bit. From his breath, he already knows who has come outside. Come in. The door isn't locked. The wooden door creaks, startling a nightingale under the eaves. The gate to the small courtyard opens, and moonlight drapes over the outline of the visitor like silver gauze. Zhao Meiming steps lightly on the stone slabs. The bells tied around her ankles making no sound. Today, she is unusually not wearing the water shadow robe, wrapped instead in a dark blue bathrobe that hugs her curvy figure, with collarbones glimmering like pearls. I hope I'm not disturbing you. She twirls a finger around the strands of hair that hang by her temples, her red lips under the moonlight like cherries soaked in wine, irresistible to kiss. Yong'en looks at her, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes, and smiles as he asks, "What brings you here?" Zhao Meiming enjoys the look in Yong'en's eyes. She walks in casually, surveying her surroundings. She sits down next to Yong'en with familiarity, and the slight sound of collision comes from the stone slab. I came to see our mist-hidden village's great master. Is that not okay? Yong'en chuckles, resting his hands behind his head, teasingly saying, "You're now the water shadow lord of the village. Busy all day. How could you have time to come here?" Sigh. Zhao Meiming replies softly, a rare hint of fatigue appearing in her bright eyes. She slightly lowers her head and says softly, "It's precisely because I'm busy that I thought to come here for a break." Saying this, she suddenly turned her head, staring at Yong'en with a hint of a playful pout, saying, "What? Are you not welcoming me?" Yong'en laughs in surprise, looking at Zhao Meiming's somewhat playful demeanor. He replies, "With a water shadow lord gracing me with her presence, how could I not welcome you?" Hearing this, Zhao Meiming finally reveals a satisfied smile, pouting her lips and pretending to be angry, saying that is more like it. As her words fall, Zhao Meiming suddenly leans closer to Yong'en. Her body gently presses against him, her eyes fixed on him, the brightness in her gaze flickering with a mix of seriousness and playfulness. She softly asks Yong'en, "May I lean on your shoulder?" Yong'en turns to look at her, their faces mere inches apart, and they can clearly feel each other's breath. Zhao Meiming's breathing begins to quicken unconsciously, the warm air brushing against Yong'en's face. Yong'en gazes into her nervous yet expectant eyes. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he responds, "Of course you can." Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiming's face breaks into a radiant smile, beautiful like fireworks blooming in the night sky. She slowly leans against Yong'en's shoulder, her soft hair brushing against his face, carrying a faint fragrance. The night is cool as water, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves in the courtyard, producing a soft, rustling sound. Moonlight flows over the overlapping shadows of the two. Yong'en notices the frequency of Zhao Meiming's eyelash tremors gradually slow, eventually settling into tranquility. Her curled-up position resembles a night butterfly folding its wings, her left hand unconsciously clutching a corner of his clothing. This woman has actually fallen asleep, resting on his shoulder. Seeing Zhao Meiming asleep, Yong'en does not disturb her, but continues to sit cross-legged, beginning his meditation practice for chakra. The two maintained this position until the next morning. At dawn, Deo droppe les condenses en Yong'en SILH. He maintains his seated posture, his spine straight like a bronze pillar, his shoulders steady as if integrated with the earth. Zhao Mei Ming's breathing rhythmically rises and falls beside his neck, carrying a hint of floral tea fragrance. As the first rays of morning light pierce through the clouds, Yong'en's chakra surges along his meridians. If a ninja skilled in perception were present, they would be astonished to find that the energy flow around this man forms a visible vortex. This is not the ordinary light blue of chakra, but a dark surge mixed with golden threads. Zhao Mei Ming's eyelashes flutter like butterfly wings, and she nudges Yong'en's shoulder before opening her eyes. The morning light casts an amber hue over her pupils, reflecting the man's chiseled profile. She lazily stretches her body, unaware that the collar of her bathrobe has slipped, revealing faint sleep marks on her snow-white shoulder. Good morning. Yong'en's voice is hoarse from not moving all night. The moment he opens his eyes, the golden light in his gaze streaks like a shooting star, and the swirling chakra vortex around him suddenly constricts. The fallen leaves in the courtyard move without wind, forming a perfect circle around the two. Zhao Mei Ming's fingertips freeze in midair. As a shadow-level powerhouse, she knows better than anyone what that chakra she sensed just now means. It is not a level that a human should possess, but rather like a tailed beast lying dormant within flesh and blood. Chapter 34. The Mastermind Controlling the Fourth Generation of Yagura. You slightly parted your red lips and then closed them, ultimately transforming into a sly smile. You wouldn't have been secretly training all night, would you? Yong'en's shoulder muscles let out a slight pop as they slowly relaxed. A little wild cat was snoring in its sleep. I had to find something to do. Nonsense. Koji Mei's ears instantly turned crimson as she clenched her fist and pounded it on his chest, but felt like hitting metal, and she quickly withdrew her hand. The morning light spread completely, illuminating her flustered expression in every detail. Even the shadows cast by her eyelashes on her cheeks were clearly visible. Yong'en suddenly reached out and plucked a cherry blossom petal from her hair. This simple action brought the two of them closer together, and he caught the mixed scent of night, dew, and magnolia on her. Koji Mei's breathing noticeably faltered, and as her chest rose and fell, the snow-white skin peeking through the collar of her bathrobe glimmered with a pearlescent sheen. A hint of shyness flashed across Koji Mei's face, and her fair cheeks flushed a delicate pink, beautiful and captivating like the dawn glow on the horizon. However, she quickly regained her composure, her playful nature coming to the fore once again. She looked at Yong'en and cheerfully said, "Thank you. Last night was the best sleep I've had in days." Yong'en waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling as he replied, "No need to be polite. If you want it again, you're always welcome." Koji Mei giggled a couple of times, her laughter as crisp and pleasant as silver bells. She teased, "If I come every day from now on, wouldn't I become a girlfriend?" After saying this, she playfully winked, her eyes filled with flirtation and anticipation. Yong'en looked at her, and Koji Mei also stared at him without blinking. Their eyes locked. Yong'en smiled ambiguously and said half-jokingly, "I wouldn't mind having a water shadow as a girlfriend." Koji Mei huffed softly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Beautiful and captivating like the evening glow on the horizon. She pretended to be angry and said, "Dream on." After that, she stood up and adjusted her disheveled bathrobe. The hem of her robe fluttered gently with her movements, revealing a section of her fair and slender calf. Yong'en continued to sit cross-legged on the floor, looking at her leisurely, his gaze unabashedly appreciating Koji Mei's charming and full figure. The exquisite curves, partially concealed under the bathrobe, resembled a mysterious painting that captivated Yong'en's attention. Koji Mei felt her face flush under his gaze, as radiant as a ripe apple. She quickly shifted the topic, clearing her throat to say, "I need to discuss something serious with you." Yong'en casually nodded, propping his chin with one hand, intrigued, and said, "Yeah, go ahead." Koji Mei slightly furrowed her brows, her expression growing serious as she asked, "I heard that Zabuza hasn't reported back to me. Did you engage in a fight outside the village yesterday?" Yong'en abashili replied, "Yes." Koji Mei continued, "I heard it was quite loud, even more so than the commotion when you fought with Yagura that night. Yong'en matter-of-factly said, of course. That guy was the one controlling Yagura from behind. What? Upon hearing this, Kojime's expression turned shocked, disbelief written all over her face. It was him, the member of the Akatsuki you mentioned. Yong'en nodded, his expression calm as he said, yes. Kojime frowned, pressing on, what does he want outside our Kirigakure? How could she not be anxious? Such a presence was like a ticking time bomb, potentially bringing great disaster to Kirigakure at any moment. Yong'en chuckled, I don't know. Maybe he's planning some underhanded scheme against your Kirigakure. You. Kojime couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Her mind in turmoil as she paced back and forth in the courtyard. After a while, she stopped, standing in front of Yong'en with a serious expression, asking, who is this person, and why is he so fixated on our village? Yong'en looked at her, a sly smile on his face, and said, you Kirigakure indirectly caused the death of his most beloved woman. How could he not hate you? What? Kojime froze, as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. After a long moment, she regained her composure and pressed on. Who exactly is he? Can you tell me his name? All right, Yong'en sighed, looking at her determined eyes, and reluctantly said, it's fine to tell you. His name is Uchiha Bido. He was once a member of the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure, but now he is blinded by hatred, living in hiding, and has joined the Akatsuki, actually using them to fulfill his revenge plan. The Uchiha from Konoha? Kojime's eyes widened, but didn't he die at the Canopy Bridge? Yong'en sneered. Now he is more terrifying than a dead man. Kojime's face instantly turned pale. As the MIZUKAGE, she understood the weight of that name all too well. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the legendary Manjiki, could manipulate the power of tailed beasts. Her body slightly swayed, the collar of her bathrobe rising and falling with her rapid breathing. Yong'en timely reached out to support her shoulder, feeling the icy skin beneath his palm. Morning dew rolled off the cherry blossom petals, shattering on the bluestone slabs. Kojime's fingertips dug deep into his palm, her neatly trimmed nails leaving 4 crescent-shaped red marks on his skin. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. The air, mixed with the sense of earth and rust, filled her lungs, but it couldn't extinguish the raging anger in her chest. Konoha, her voice squeezed out between her teeth. They must be held accountable for this. Yong'en suddenly let out a scoff, casually dusting non-existent dirt off his sleeves, his gaze laced with mockery. MIZUKAGE, how naive you are. I'm serious. Kojime abruptly looked up, her bathrobe collar rising and falling rapidly with her breath. An Uchiha has been controlling Kirigakure for years. Shouldn't Konoha take responsibility for this? Where's the evidence? Yong'en suddenly interrupted her, his 3 words piercing her anger like ice picks. Kojime opened her mouth, only to find herself truly speechless. The morning wind stirred her scattered hair, a few strands sticking to her slightly sweaty neck. Yong'en leisurely walked around her, the wooden clogs making crisp sounds on the stone slabs. You say Abido isn't dead, that he controls the 4th Hokage, that he orchestrated the blood mist policy. He suddenly leaned in, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Why would Konoha believe you? Just based on a few words from an unknown outsider like me? Chapter 35. What will happen to our Kirigakure in the future? Kojime unconsciously took half a step back, her back pressing against the cherry blossom tree trunk. The rough bark pierced through her thin bathrobe, but it cleared her muddled thoughts a bit. Moreover, Yong'en suddenly reached out and plucked a petal from her hair. Who do you think is behind Abido? What do you mean? Kojime's pupils constricted. Could there be someone else besides the Akatsuki? The Akatsuki is just a pawn. Yong'en's voice suddenly turned deep, as if coming from a faraway place. The one truly manipulating all of this is a man you wouldn't even imagine. What? The temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop instantly. Yong'en's words paused here. Koimi's breathing quickened. Suddenly, she felt a bone-chilling cold creeping up her spine, and she saw Yong'en's lips move, enunciating that forbidden name word by word. His name is Uchiha Madara. This name exploded in Kojime's ears like thunder. Morning dew shattered into millions of crystals on the cherry blossom petals, and Koyame's fingertips suddenly lost their warmth. She stumbled back 2 steps, her wooden clogs hitting the cracks in the bluestone slab, the hem of her yukata dampened by the unfinished dew. That forbidden name echoed continuously in her mind. Uchiha Madara. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure who stood against the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. But wasn't he had said that Uchiha Madara was already dead? Her voice seemed to drift from a distant place, her lips paler than the morning mist, her face filled with disbelief. Yong'en raised his hand to catch a falling petal, his fingertips flashing with chakra, and the petal instantly transformed into a crystalline ice shard. Do you think such a powerful being? He lightly blew, and the ice crystal refracted a rainbow halo, turning into powder and scattering away. Would be bound by mere life and death. Upon hearing this, Koyami Mei's face turned even paler, nearly unsteady on her feet. The morning breeze suddenly became piercingly cold, her thin yukata rustling in the wind, the exposed skin of her calves trembling slightly. Then what about our mist village? Her voice choked in her throat. To them, wouldn't it just be a speck of dust on a chessboard? Yong'en suddenly stepped forward, his tall figure shielding her from the cold wind. His shadow completely enveloped her, carrying the scent of sun-dried pine. Koyami Mei tilted her face up, looking at Yong'en's handsome jawline, momentarily feeling lost and helpless. Her face was pale as she spoke with a hint of choking emotion. So, what will become of our mist village in the future? Huh? Yong'en suddenly laughed. It wasn't the playful laugh from before, but like the first ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds at dawn, warm yet sharp. Hey! He reached out and flicked her smooth forehead. Is Lady MIZUKAGE crying? This intimate gesture left Koyami Mei stunned in place. She watched as Yong'en casually moved his neck, the morning light casting a golden edge on his sharp jawline. As he casually rolled up his sleeves, the muscular lines of his forearms rose and fell like mountains. Isn't there still me? He spoke lightly, as if discussing today as breakfast. A drop of dew fell from Koyami Mei's eyelashes. The morning breeze swept the cherry blossoms between the two. Koyami Mei noticed that Yong'en's pupils displayed a rare amber color under the sunlight, with golden rays swirling deep within, like lava surging through the cracks of granite. That heavy and blazing sense of power felt like her father's embrace from her childhood. It was warm and gave a sense of security. Although he was younger than her, he gave her an unparalleled feeling of safety, like an immense mountain that stood firm against the wind and rain. That feeling. As long as he was there, she feared nothing. You. Her voice trembled slightly. Why do you? Because. Yong'en suddenly reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, the warmth of his fingertips fleeting. The image of some Lord MIZUKAGE drooling on my shoulder is quite cute. Koyami Mei's face instantly flushed, the earlier solemn atmosphere dissipated. Who drooled? She stomped her foot in embarrassment, but almost tripped over the hem of her yukata. Ha ha! Yong'en laughed heartily as he steadied her shoulders. When his palm touched her, Koyami Mei felt a steady sense of power radiating through the contact. Like touching a mountain rock that had stood firm through 1,000 years of wind and rain. In the distance, the morning bell rang, startling a flock of egrets. Koyami Mei watched Yong'en's profile outlined by the sunlight, and suddenly felt the coldness in her chest dissipate. She gently grasped Yong'en's sleeve, the hard muscles beneath the fabric giving her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. A young, handsome, powerful man who protects you. What woman wouldn't be moved? Morning light spilled into the courtyard. Koyami Mei stood before Yong'en, slightly tilting her face up, her emerald-like eyes reflecting the rising sun, as if filled with fragments of gold. The village can't rely on you alone forever. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of stubbornness. I also want to help. Yong'en looked at her serious expression, unable to help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. Koyami Mei was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing lightly. If she didn't shy away, just gently bit her lip. You've already done very well. Yong'en's voice was deep and gentle, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, carrying a reassuring strength. Really? Koyami Mei blinked, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes, like a child receiving praise, her tone becoming lighter. Of course. Yong'en nodded, his gaze sweeping over the distant mist village, where morning mist swirled, the outline of the village appearing faintly. Mist Village was severely weakened before, and now it's in ruins, lacking strong warriors, he said slowly. But there are many good seedlings in the village. They just need time to grow. Koyami Mate gently responded, her brows slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. Her serious expression was oddly cute, like a student listening attentively in class, making Yong'en unable to resist looking at her a couple more times. Uchiha Madara 1T resurrect so quickly, Yong'en continued, his tone firm. The Akatsuki organization's next targets will mostly be the tailed beasts of other villages. We still have time to prepare. Koyami Mai nodded, her eyes gradually brightening. I understand. Also, Yong'en paused, his gaze shifting to the distance. We need to strengthen communication with other major villages, like Konoha. Chapter 36, Taijutsu 5, Indestructible. Send ninjas to learn? Koyami Mai tilted her head to look at him, her eyes filled with inquiry. Mutual sparring and exchanging ninjutsu would greatly benefit the growth of young ninjas. Yong'en smiled, saying that just building within closed doors can never compare to practical experience. Koyami Mai listened attentively, her eyes sparkling, and suddenly broke into a smile, her brows curving, like cherry blossoms blooming in the morning, bright and charming. Okay, I'll listen to you. She spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of reliance and trust. Yong'en looked at her, the corners of his mouth lifting, and gently pinched her cheek. So obedient? Koyami Mai let out a soft humph, swatting his hand away, but couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. Who told you to be our village's guardian deity? Oh, such a grand title. I can't bear it. Yong'en shook his head and chuckled. Koyami Mai confidently placed her hands on her hips and declared, I say you are, so you are. Fine, you are the MIZUKAGE. You have the final say. The morning breeze brushed by, cherry blossoms fluttering down, and the figures of the two gradually elongated in the morning light. In the distance, Mist Village, with smoke curling up. Welcome to New Day. Shall we go have breakfast together? Yong'en suddenly said yes. Koyami Mai smiled, saying, Didn't you have to go practice your sword every day? Yong'en nonchalantly replied, Sometimes you have to balance work and rest. Koyami Mai covered her mouth and chuckled. Sure, let us go have ramen. I'll treat you. But I want to eat 3-color dango. No way, I want ramen. All right, you are the MIZUKAGE. I'll follow your lead. In the following days, Mist Village experienced rare tranquility. Early in the morning, fishermen pushed carts laden with night catch, creaking along the bluestone path. The salty sea breeze mingling with the steam from breakfast stalls flowing through the streets. By afternoon, the training ground in the village would be filled with the synchronized shouts of young ninjas, the sound of shurikens piercing wooden targets intermingling with the reprimands of supervising jonin. Zhao Main's life began to take on a regular pattern. During the day, she worked in the water shadow building. When the sun set, her secretary would always deliver dinner bento to her on time. However, this water shadow lord wouldn't eat. She would just pack it up to take away. Water shadow lord, is the bento not to your taste? If you don't like it, I can get you something else. The secretary couldn't help but say, looking apologetic. No, it's not that. Zhao Main chuckled softly. Don't misunderstand. I'm just packing it up for someone else. Huh? Where are you taking it to? The secretary asked, confused. Zhao Main blinked mischievously and said, I won't tell you yet. The bento is obviously for Yong'en. Over the past few nights, the woman had been coming to see Yong'en. Their relationship was rapidly heating up. On a night when the full moon hung high, Zhao Main pushed open the wooden gate to Yong'en's courtyard. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she felt an unusual tremor in the ground beneath her feet. You're here. Yong'en's voice came from the center of the courtyard. Zhao Main squinted. Under the moonlight, Yong'en was enveloped in a faint golden glow. What's going on? The woman asked, surprised. It's nothing. I'm about to break through. Yong'en slowly assumed the starting posture of the 8 parts of the diamond skill. I just need 30 more repetitions. Oh, really? Zhao Main didn't understand what he meant, but it sounded like a good thing. She consciously knelt down under the eaves and quietly watched the young man practice. She noticed that every movement Yong'en made seemed to carry a heavy burden, and the sweat dripping onto the ground made a sizzling sound. 9,997. Yong'en's counting voice was hoarse. Do you want to take a break? Zhao Main couldn't help but ask. Yong'en shook his head, sweat dripping from his chin. It's fine, it's just a small problem. I can handle it. When Yong'en reached 9,999, a sudden change occurred. Fine golden lines suddenly appeared on the surface of his skin, and he looked as if he had been coated in a metallic sheen. Yong'en. Zhao Mein was startled by the sight before her and jumped to her feet. Last one. With a loud shout, Yong'en completed the 10,000 repetitions of the 8 parts of the diamond skill. In the next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Body technique has broken through to level 5. New title unlocked. Indestructible diamond. Body strength increased by 500, recovery rate increased by 500, defense increased by 1,000. In an instant, a visible shockwave radiated outward from him, causing all the gravel in the courtyard to float in midair. Zhao Mein instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, and when she opened her eyes again, she was completely stunned by the sight before her. Yong'en's body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. His muscle lines became more defined. His skin glimmered with a metallic sheen, and even his breathing had a unique rhythm. What is happening? Zhao Mein's voice trembled slightly. Yong'en slowly opened his eyes, and golden light swirled within his pupils. It's nothing, I just broke through. The title unlocked at level 5 was actually Indestructible Diamond. His defense had increased tenfold. Okay, this is very much like Indestructible Diamond. Yong'en thought happily, gently moving his wrist, which immediately produced a faint cracking sound in the air. Zhao Mein unconsciously took half a step back, surprised by her own instinctive reaction. Did I scare you? Yong'en frowned slightly. No, it's just that your aura now reminds me of a tailed beast, Zhao Mein said, taking a deep breath. Yong'en chuckled lightly and casually picked up a piece of gravel from the ground. With a gentle squeeze of his fingers, the hard rock crumbled into powder like dirt. Want to give it a try? He extended his hand towards Zhao Mein. Try what? Try to see if you can hurt me. Yong'en's eyes held a hint of playfulness. Use your best ninjutsu. Are you sure? Of course. Yong'en laughed. You're not afraid your ninjutsu can hurt me, are you? Fine. Zhao Mein bit her lower lip and quickly formed hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A huge water dragon roared as it charged towards Yong'en. However, just as it was about to hit, Yong'en simply raised his arm. Bang! The water dragon crashed into his arm, scattering like it had hit a wall of bronze and iron. Yong'en didn't even budge an inch. Only a small part of his sleeve got wet. That's impossible. Zhao Mein murmured. Chapter 37. The Wave. Again, Yong'en beckoned with his finger. Zhao Mein's gaze sharpened as she quickly changed her hand seals. Boil release. Hidden mist technique. A highly corrosive mist instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. However, when the mist cleared, Yong'en still stood in place. With only slight traces of corrosion on his clothing, his body was unharmed. Your ninjutsu, Yong'en walked slowly towards her, is ineffective against me. Watching the young man approach step by step, Zhao Mein felt her heart race. This was not affection, but a natural sense of oppression from a powerful being. This feeling reminded her of the fear she felt when facing a complete tailed beast. But what shocked her even more was that Yong'en hadn't even used chakra. He had reached this level purely through his physical body. What kind of terrifying power is this? What exactly have you become? Yong'en stopped just a step away from her, his golden pupils gazing directly at her. I'm still me, just stronger. Under the moonlight, the two locked eyes. The moonlight spilled like mercury, casting a silvery glow across the courtyard. Suddenly, Yong'en moved a little closer, and Zhao Mein instinctively held her breath. The outline of the young man's figure appeared even more upright under the moonlight, his shoulder and back lines chiseled like they had been carved, and the muscles around his waist subtly rose and fell with his breathing, creating a shadow that made her heart race beneath her thin clothing. You! Zhao Mein unconsciously gripped her own clothing, her throat tightening suddenly. At this moment, she realized that Yong'en seemed to have grown a bit taller after his breakthrough. The shadow he cast nearly engulfed her completely. The mix of sweat and the metallic scent of iron wafted towards her, making her knees feel weak. As Yong'en moved a little closer, their bodies were almost touching. Zhao Mein suddenly retreated, her wooden sandals hitting the pillar with a crisp sound. I should go. Her voice was an octave higher than usual, and as she turned, the hem of her yukata tangled around her ankle, nearly tripping her. A hot hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Huh? Before Zhao Ming could even scream, she was pulled into a warm embrace by an irresistible force. Yong'en's chest pressed tightly against her back. She could even clearly feel the strong beating of his heart, each thump resonating like a drum against her spine. It's so late. Yong'en's whisper, warm breath brushing against her ear. Where does Water Shadow, Lord, want to go? Zhao Ming's earlobes instantly turned crimson. She wanted to break free, but found Yong'en's arm as unyielding as steel, motionless. The heat radiating from his masculine body seeped through her thin yukata, mixed with the unique scent of pine from his recent training, making her dizzy. Why you let me go? Her protests were weak, her fingertips pressed against Yong'en's forearm, but she felt the shocking hardness of his muscles. That sensation felt less like human flesh and more like some kind of living metal, subtly shifting with his breath. Yong'en suddenly lowered his head, the bridge of his high nose brushing against her flushed ear. In the past few days, weren't you sleeping soundly? The voice filled with laughter shook her spine, making her almost lose her balance. Why are you suddenly shy tonight? I, Zhao Ming, opened my mouth, but found that my voice seemed to be choked by an invisible force. She could feel Yong'en's fingertips slowly moving up along her spine, and every vertebra trembled under that touch. This realization made her feel a mix of shame and anger. As a dignified water shadow at this moment, she felt as helpless as an inexperienced girl. Used. Her attempt to explain was interrupted by a sudden feeling of weightlessness. Yong'en easily lifted her off the ground, as if picking up a feather. Zhao Ming instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, and as her fingers sank into his taut trapezius, she suddenly realized that this position pressed her entire body against him. Yong'en, she finally found her voice, but it was trembling in a way she didn't even notice. Put me down. Her protest suddenly turned into a scream. Yong'en took long strides toward the inner room, intentionally stumbling at the threshold. Zhao Ming instinctively tightened her arms, her cheek pressed against his sweaty collarbone, immediately tasting the salty flavor. The moonlight leaked in through the window, casting fragmented light spots on her panicking, trembling eyelashes. When Yong'en's knees pressed onto the tatami, Zhao Ming suddenly realized that this night would be completely different. She looked at Yong'en's silhouette against the light. The lines were sharper than ever, carrying a wild aura after breaking through. You don't. A sob unconsciously escaped from the woman's throat. This sound made Yong'en pause for a moment. Then he chuckled and kissed her burning eyelids. Tonight, his thumb stroked her violently beating carotid artery. Let's do something different with Lady Watershadow. Zhao Ming felt as if she were dreaming. She opened her eyes in a daze and found herself floating between an endless sky and sea. The bright moonlight dyed the clouds into silver gauze, and beneath her was an expansive ocean. What is this? Her question was blown away by a sudden sea breeze. The warm air wrapped around her bare ankles, slowly moving up like a lover's fingers. The silk bathrobe had vanished without her noticing, and every gust of wind became a tangible touch, causing tiny shivers on her skin. When the first waves surged in, Zhao Ming gasped and arched her back. The sensation was too real. The icy seawater, mixed with frothy waves, carried a pleasantly warm temperature. When the wave tip grazed her taut waistline, she shamefully realized that her body was betraying her reason, actively welcoming those illusory waves. The second wave was even more turbulent than the first. Zhao Ming's fingertips sank into nothingness but grasped a tangible sensation. The waves suddenly lifted her waist, sending her to the clouds. At the moment of almost falling, she finally couldn't help but let out a mewling sound like a kitten. Soon, the next wave came again. She felt as if she were thrown back into that dreamy sea, with each rise and fall bringing new shivers. Inside the room, reality and illusion shifted. The moonlight flowed between their overlapping figures, turning beads of sweat into liquid stars. Yong'en. Her scream was laced with tears, the arch of her foot on the tatami creating a beautiful curve. The experience at this moment was far more dizzying than a dream. The real body temperature, heated breaths, and the almost violent pleasure brought by a body that surpassed human limits. When the final wave pushed her to the peak, Zhao Meiming's pupils completely scattered. In the extreme dazzle, she vaguely heard the roar of the waves merging with her own scream. When she returned to reality, she was cradled in Yong'en's protective embrace. Zhao Meiming found that she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. She could only bury her burning cheeks in his neck, listening to the strong, powerful heartbeat. In a daze, she gradually synchronized with the waves from her dream. Chapter 38. No way this works too? Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the tatami. Yong'en gently placed the deeply sleeping Zhao Meiming like a pile of mud in bed and tucked her in. As he straightened up, he suddenly felt a subtle fluctuation in the energy flowing within him. Ding! A crisp system prompt sounded in his mind, and Yong'en raised an eyebrow. He was very familiar with this sound. He heard it every time he made a breakthrough in proficiency. Detected activation of a special skill. New skill obtained. Room technique, beginner. Current level 1. Current proficiency 1100. Note, skill level can be improved through repeated practice, with the highest advancement being the yin-yang dual cultivation secret technique. What the hell? Yong'en exclaimed in surprise. He quickly glanced at the sleeping Zhao Meiming beside him. Afraid of waking her up, he tiptoed to the courtyard, repeatedly confirming the system interface under the moonlight. Indeed, there was a brand new skill tree. Clicking on the detailed description, it read, Room Technique Beginner. Increases partner's pleasure by 10, slightly enhances both parties' physical condition. Chakra cultivation increases by 5. This works too. Yong'en stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He quietly stepped out of the house, standing alone in the center of the courtyard. He slowly spread his hands, feeling the chakra flowing within him. The qualitative change of chakra, he murmured to himself, gathering a strand of deep blue energy at his fingertips. Unlike before, this strand of chakra was mixed with fine golden light, flowing like liquid metal in the morning light. Even more astonishing was that the speed of energy condensation was nearly 30 faster than usual, and its stability far exceeded before. Yong'en suddenly leaped into the air, his figure drawing a perfect arc. I feel like my sensory perception is also being enhanced. He closed his eyes, but the world unfolded in another form in his mind. 30 steps away, a grasshopper jumped from a blade of grass, the subtle sound of its 6 legs rubbing against the air exploding like thunder in his ears. Yong'en suddenly opened his eyes, golden light swirling in his pupils. He bent down to touch the ground. The vibrations transmitted to his fingertips told him. 3 meters underground, a nest of moles was digging a new tunnel. This level of perception had already surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. The breakthrough in physical technique combined with the qualitative change of chakra. He clenched his fists, the air compressed into visible ripples in his palms. What delighted him most was that the two powers were not simply superimposed but produced a wonderful resonance. The chakra flowing between his muscle fibers was now as smooth as mercury, and with every heartbeat, the energy circulation became more perfect. As the night breeze brushed by, Yong'en suddenly caught a hint of something unusual. 80 meters away, on the treetops, a falling leaf showed an unnatural deviation in its trajectory. Yong'en's lips curled up slightly, continuing to test his enhanced abilities. He gently stomped his foot, and the slight tremor in the ground immediately constructed a topographic map of 100 meters in his mind, including the precise locations of 3 underground dark channels and 2 ant nests. Interesting. This all-encompassing enhancement of perception was comparable to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. What's even better is that as the energy of the room technique flowed, he sensed that his chakra was undergoing some essential evolution. It was no longer just ordinary chakra, but mixed with a more ancient and purer form of energy. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning light streamed through the paper window into the room, and Zhao Meiming slowly opened her eyes. She instinctively stretched her arms. Huh? She let out a small sound, suddenly discovering that the flow of chakra within her was smoother than ever. What is going on? She couldn't help but condense a water droplet at her fingertips, which turned out to be more solid than usual by more than 30%. Why is this happening? She looked at the shimmering droplets in her palm in surprise, and then turned to look at Yong'en, who was tidying up his clothes. My chakra, it seems, Yong'en tied his belt and turned around with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Does it feel different? Terumi May sat up, the quilt slipping off her shoulder, revealing her white collarbone. She carefully sensed the changes within her. The amount of chakra had increased by nearly 20%, and with a light swipe of her fingertips, a water blade instantly formed. The control precision had also improved. This is the beauty of yin-yang harmony. Yong'en walked to the window and opened it. The morning breeze, carrying the scent of the sea, rushed in, blowing his bangs. Terumi May blinked yin-yang harmony, an ancient cultivation secret technique. Yong'en said seriously. As he turned, the rising sun cast a golden edge around him. Through a special energy cycle, chakra cultivation can be accelerated. Wait a minute. Terumi May suddenly widened her eyes. Are you saying that what we did last night was also cultivation? Yong'en couldn't help but laugh. Lady MIZUKAGE just realized this now? Terumi May's cheeks instantly flushed, and she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. You should have said so earlier. The pillow suddenly hovered half a foot away from Yong'en, supported by an invisible chakra field. It's not too late to know now. Yong'en gently pushed the pillow, which landed steadily back on the bed. This secret technique is a type of bedroom technique, an ancient dual cultivation method passed down from ancient times. Terumi May gathered her disheveled hair, her emerald-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. Where did you learn such an ancient secret technique? I know a lot of things. Yong'en naturally couldn't say that he just learned it after last night. He squatted down in front of her, lightly tapping her forehead. Feel it. Is there a new energy circuit here? Terumi May closed her eyes and looked inward, and indeed found a faint golden energy vein at her forehead. She opened her eyes in surprise. Really? What is this? You could say it's a connection. Yong'en retracted his finger and pondered before casually explaining. With this connection, we can promote each other and enhance our cultivation in the future. Basically, as long as dual cultivation has occurred, such a mark will be left. It will be convenient for future physical connections to continue cultivation. The sound of morning birds chirping came from outside, and Terumi May looked at Yong'en's profile illuminated by the morning light, suddenly realizing something. So you did it on purpose last night? I am Yong'en Gove tactically, mainly to help you increase your strength. Terumi May squinted her eyes and reached out to pinch his cheek. Instructor Yong'en, you don't think of Lady MIZUKAGE as a cultivation tool, do you? How dare I? Yong'en took advantage of the situation to hold her wrist, gently pulling her into his embrace. But since the effect is so good, he lowered his voice by her ear. Do you want to cultivate again now? Dream on. Terumi May pushed him away with a red face. I have 3 meetings to attend today. All right, we can cultivate again tonight. Chapter 39. Visitors from Konoha. Terumi May is actually a typical case of saying one thing and meaning another. She refused with her mouth, but inside she longed for it. After spending such a wonderful night with Yong'en and enhancing her chakra cultivation, she had developed a taste for it. In the following days, she almost stayed over at Yong'en's house every day. Unknowingly, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Another clear morning. The morning light spilled through the paper window, and Yong'en looked at the sleeping Terumi May in his arms, unable to help but chuckle and shake his head. This normally decisive and meticulous Lady MIZUKAGE was now curled up in his arms like a little cat, her hair spread out on the pillow like flowing silk. It seems Terumi May also enjoys playing with contrasts. What time is it? Terumi May opened her eyes groggily, and, upon seeing Yong'en's smiling gaze, immediately buried her face in the quilt, blushing. Don't look at me like that, Lady MIZUKAGE. Yong'en deliberately straightened his face. This is already the 7th consecutive day of working overtime. You have to compensate me. A jade-like hand reached out from the quilt, accurately pinching his cheek. It's all because of your so-called secret cultivation technique. Yong'en laughed heartily as he lifted her, quilt and all. Who was it that said, let's cultivate again? Shut up. Terumi May, blushing, tried to cover his mouth, but suddenly froze when she saw the bright sky outside the window. Wait, is it already this early? What's wrong? Is there something important? She sat up abruptly, the quilt slipping off, revealing her snowy shoulders. There is something very important. The Konoha envoy team is visiting today. Yong'en raised an eyebrow and insisted. The Hokage is coming in person? No. Terumi May frantically searched for her scattered clothes. It's elder advisor Tsunade leading the team. She suddenly turned around, clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. Let me go, please, this concerns the diplomacy between the two villages. Yong'en looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help but laugh. The dignified Lady MIZUKAGE is now begging me? Yong'en. Terumi May stomped her foot in embarrassment. I'm serious. What if the Konoha people find out that their ally is just lazing around all day? Lazing around all day? Yong'en grinned as he leaned closer. Terumi May pushed his face away, but couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. In any case, tonight you must not. Not what? Yong'en deliberately pressed for more. You. Terumi May, her cheeks puffed up, tied her belt, and turned to leave, but Yong'en grabbed her wrist. He gently pressed a kiss on her palm. Go on, Lady MIZUKAGE. We'll continue our cultivation tonight. Terumi May blushed and withdrew her hand, but secretly curled her lips as she turned around. She hurried to the door and suddenly stopped. That elder Tsunade is very good at sensing chakra, but she sensed that. What do you want to say? Yong'en said with a teasing smile. Terumi May snapped back. The mark, the one you mentioned. Yong'en adi nawinuli, don't gwedi. She want to be able to find out about our secret cultivation. Then that's good. Terumi May let out a long sigh of relief. After Terumi May hurriedly left, Yong'en walked to the courtyard, feeling the surging chakra within him. Compared to a week ago, this energy had become several times purer, flowing through his meridians with a wonderful rhythm. It seems. He looked towards the MIZUKAGE building, his eyes flashing with a golden light. Tonight, he must properly thank this diligent cultivation partner. These days have been spent hanging out with Terumi May, and Yong'en's training in swordsmanship and body techniques has been neglected. But his chakra cultivation has made rapid progress. He is almost on the verge of breaking through to level 4. In the distance, under the MIZUKAGE building, Terumi May, who was tidying up her appearance in preparation to meet the envoys, suddenly sneezed. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. The Umbu beside her asked with concern, Lady MIZUKAGE, are you all right? No, it's nothing. Terumi May cleared her throat and composed herself as she walked towards the reception hall. Meanwhile, in her heart, she had already begun to plan what excuse she could find to leave work early tonight. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the MIZUKAGE building's conference hall, casting bright patches of light on the polished marble floor. Terumi May, dressed in a light purple MIZUKAGE robe, sat at the head of the conference table, her long, silky hair casually draped over her shoulders. At this moment, she was the MIZUKAGE of the Hidden Mist Village, completely shedding the demeanor of a little girl when she was with Yong'en. Beside her, the high-ranking officials of the Mist Village sat upright, their expressions serious. At this moment, the delegation from Konoha, led by a guide, entered the conference hall. Leading the way was Elder Tsunade Kokushin, her white hair neatly tied back, a gentle smile on her face. Behind this Konoha elder were two well-known figures. One was Danzo from the Konoha Umbu. He wore a black Umbu uniform, with a black mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes that obscured his true thoughts. The last person was Kakashi Hitaki. He still wore his signature mask, revealing only his dead fish eyes, holding a comic book titled Paradise in his hand, looking nonchalant. Welcome to the Mist Village. Esteemed guests from Konoha. After a few people took their seats, May Terumi stood up and said with a smile. Tsunade Kokushin slightly inclined her body and responded with a smile. It's an honor to meet you, Lord MIZUKAGE. After some simple pleasantries, the Konoha elder got straight to the point. We have come to Konoha with a sincere invitation. May Terumi raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, and said, Oh, I wonder what invitation is so significant that Konoha has gone to such lengths to send a delegation? Danzo took over the conversation, his deep, hoarse voice resonating. We in Konoha are about to hold the Chunin exams and would like to specially invite the talented students of the Mist Village to participate. Kakashi then slowly closed the comic book in his hands, looked up, and said, In addition to the Mist Village, we have also invited the genin from the Sand Village, the Grass Village, the Rain Village, and the Sound Village to participate. This is a rare opportunity for exchange and sparring. One of the high-ranking officials from the Mist Village furrowed his brow and said worriedly, The Chunin exams are always highly competitive. Wouldn't it be dangerous for our students to participate? Elder Tsunade Kokushin quickly waved her hand and said, Please rest assured. We in Konoha will ensure the safety of all participants. Moreover, this is also a great opportunity for our students to enhance their skills and broaden their horizons. In the exams, they can interact and learn from the excellent genin of other villages, which will greatly benefit their growth. Danzo added, "That's right. The Mist Village has produced many talents in recent years, and we in Konoha are also looking forward to competing with the genius of the Mist Village. This is also a good opportunity to strengthen the friendship between our two villages." This sounded somewhat reasonable. Suddenly, the high-ranking officials of the Mist Village fell silent. All eyes on Madarumi. She did not answer immediately. The assurances of safety from Konoha were basically just formalities. Everyone knew that. Ninjas live on the edge of life and death, and no one can guarantee their safety. Even Konoha's own ninjas could die, let alone those from the Mist Village. However, she thought that if she could get someone to step in, then there would definitely be a guarantee. Thus, she stood up and smiled. "I think this is a very good diplomatic opportunity. Our Mist Village is willing to accept Konoha's invitation and send our talented students to participate in this Chunin exam." The high-ranking officials of the Mist Village nodded in agreement upon hearing Maitarumi's words. A smile of relief appeared on Tsunade Kokushin's face as she extended her hand to Meitarumi. "Great! Lord MIZUKAGE is truly visionary. We in Konoha look forward to meeting the students of the Mist Village in the exam." Meitarumi smiled and also extended her hand. "We in the Mist Village also look forward to experiencing the prowess of Konoha." The two shook hands. Danzo and Kakashi remained silent, their expressions calm, revealing no signs of anything unusual. After the meeting ended, the Konoha delegation did not leave immediately, but stayed to spend the night in the Mist Village. As night fell, the flickering candlelight in the guest house of the Mist Village cast long shadows of the figures in front of it. Tsunade Kokushin was kneeling at a low table, her frail fingers gently stroking the edge of her teacup. The tea had long gone cold. Creak! The door was gently pushed open, and Kakashi slipped in, casually placing a soundproofing talisman on the doorframe. His forehead protector was askew, and the dead fish eyes revealed a hint of seriousness that wasn't there before. "Confirmed. There are no Ombu from the mist around," Kakashi said, his voice lower than usual. Danzo stepped out from the shadows, his single eye glinting coldly in the candlelight. "That MIZUKAGE is not simple." Tsunade Kokushin slammed the teacup down heavily. "Indeed, she does possess shadow-level strength. But to subdue the fully-tailed beast transformed forth MIZUKAGE." She shook her head, the hairpin amidst her white hair swaying slightly. "In my opinion, she has not reached that level." Kakashi leaned against the wall, unusually not taking out his comic book. "Her chakra is very special, carrying the unique flexibility of water attributes, but lacking the explosive power to win in one blow." He squinted his right eye slightly, considering his words carefully. "It's like what?" Danzo suddenly turned around, the wooden prosthetic making a dull sound on the floor. "Like there's another power within her that is harmonizing," Kakashi gradually said. "I noticed the chakra flow on her wrist has a subtle rhythm. She might be hiding an even stronger power within her." Oh! The room fell into a brief silence, with only the occasional crackling of the candlelight. "Shall we test her?" A sharp glint flashed in Danzo's single eye. "My roots can act without anyone noticing." "No," Tsunade Kokushin interrupted decisively. "It's too risky to act on mist territory." Her frail fingers tapped a rhythm on the table. "Moreover, the third Hokage has explicitly stated that we should try to win over the mist and not let things become too tense. The old man is too cautious." Danzo snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth twisting under the bandages. "If I were Hokage, what Mist Village?" "Danzo," Tsunade Kokushin sharply admonished, "mind your words." The candlelight flickered violently, and the shadows of the three twisted against the wall. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Danzo let out a cold snort and fell silent. Kakashi glanced thoughtfully at Danzo, his eyes revealing no signs of anything unusual. After a long silence, Tsunade Kokushin said solemnly, "Danzo, do not be reckless. Testing is fine, but it must wait until we leave the Mist Village. If we act here and the Mist Villagers notice, they will definitely suspect us from Konoha. At that time, the fragile friendship we have worked hard to establish with the Mist Village will be destroyed." After listening to Tsunade Kokushin's words, Danzo felt somewhat unwilling, but he slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fist and nodded slightly. You make a point. I have not thought this through. Then let us do as you say. Wait until we leave the Mist Village before finding an opportunity to test Meitarumi. Tsunade Kokushin pondered for a moment and then said to Kakashi, Kakashi, you need to get involved in this matter. I'm afraid Danzo might act too recklessly and ruin the important relationship between Konoha and the Mist. Such frank words caused a flicker of anger to pass through Danzo's eyes. However, he was deep-minded and quickly suppressed his discontent. Kakashi crossed his hands behind his head, leaning back his chair lazily, and said, All right, it's settled then. But I think we shouldn't focus all our energy on Meitarumi. Perhaps the one who defeats the fourth MIZUKAGE will be other experts within the Mist Village or external forces. Turning to Shinomiya, she nodded slightly and said, Kakashi has a point. We can't just focus on Terumi Mei. We need to broaden our investigation. Next, we need to find ways to gather more intelligence about the hidden Mist Village and see if we can find some useful clues. Danzo, hidden in the shadows, slowly spoke. All right, then let's split up. I'll arrange for the Umbu to conduct secret investigations around the hidden Mist Village to see if we can discover any suspicious individuals or signs. Okay, with Danzo's cooperation, Tsunade felt relieved and continued, I'll be responsible for contacting some high-ranking officials in the hidden Mist Village to gather some information indirectly. Kakashi, you'll keep an eye on Terumi Mei's movements. See who she interacts with regularly, and if there's any unusual behavior. All right. Kakashi sighed helplessly and said, Looks like I'll be a sidekick for a while again. Chapter 41 Terumi Mei's Embrace. Terumi Mei stood in front of the window of the MIZUKAGE's office. The sunset's afterglow turning her red hair golden, but it couldn't illuminate the emptiness in her heart at that moment. It had been 3 days. A full 3 days without seeing Yong'en. As the fifth MIZUKAGE of the hidden Mist Village, she should have been fully focused on her reception duties, but in her mind, that lazy smile of his kept surfacing uncontrollably. MIZUKAGE-sama, this is the last document for today. Ao stood at the door, respectfully handing over a scroll. Terumi Mei snapped back to reality, her fingertips trembling slightly as she took the scroll. You've worked hard. You can go back now. She tried to make her voice sound calm, but she didn't realize her eyes had already betrayed her. Ao hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, You seem a bit restless these days. Is there something bothering you? It's nothing. Maybe just too tired from work lately. Terumi Mei forced a smile, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of hair. Perhaps she didn't even realize that this was a small action she only did when she was nervous or missing someone. Ao wisely didn't ask further and gently closed the door as he exited the office. The moment the door closed, Terumi Mei slumped into her chair, her fingers lightly brushing her lips, where she could still feel the warmth from Yong'en's last farewell. It's only been 3 days, she murmured to herself, feeling a tightness in her chest. As the leader of the village, she should understand restraint better than anyone. But the more one represses feelings, the more they surge. During the day, while handling official duties, she would suddenly remember Yong'en's lazy demeanor. At night, lying in bed, all she could hear was his deep laughter. Even while reviewing documents, his face would emerge in the ink. No, if this continues, I'll go crazy. Terumi Mei suddenly stood up. The sky outside had completely darkened, a few stars dotting the night sky. She bit her lower lip and made a decision. The MIZUKAGE took off her formal blue robe and changed into ordinary dark clothes. While fixing her hair in front of the mirror, she saw the eager look in her eyes, a sparkle that only appeared when she thought of Yong'en. She quietly left the office, avoiding the patrolling ninjas, like a cat slipping through the streets of the hidden Mist Village. The night breeze brushed against her cheeks, warm with the summer's heat. Terumi Mei's heartbeat quickened with every step closer to Yong'en's residence. She told herself she was just going to see him and say a few words before leaving. But the heat surging within her honestly revealed more desire. Yong'en's home was located near the edge of the village, beside a quiet bamboo grove. The moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Terumi Mei stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and was about to knock when the door opened by itself. I knew it was you. Yong'en leaned against the doorframe, the moonlight outlining his tall figure, a lazy smile on his lips that made her heart race. After 3 days, The MIZUKAGE finally remembered this little person. Terumi May felt her cheeks heat up, all her composure collapsing in that moment. She stepped inside, wrapped her arms around Yuan's neck, and pressed her lips against his. Yuan seemed to have been prepared. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other closed the door, pinning her against the door as he deepened a kiss. "I missed you," Terumi May murmured between breaths, her voice carrying an unintentional hint of a pout. Yuan chuckled softly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Mizukage-sama, this is not good. What about maintaining your image?" "Shut up." Terumi May bit his lower lip in embarrassment and irritation, earning a more passionate response from Yuan. Their breaths intertwined, entangling from the doorway to the living room, their clothes in disarray without them noticing. Yuan gently laid Terumi May on the tatami mat, his fingers brushing over her flushed cheeks. "I was thinking, if you didn't come find me soon, I might just take the initiative to go to the MIZUKAGE building to find you." Terumi May couldn't help but laugh. The authority of the MIZUKAGE completely vanished. "I should have known not to come, letting you come find me instead. Is that so?" "Yes." Yuan's fingers wandered restlessly around her waist, causing Terumi May to shiver lightly. Just as their feelings were intensifying, Yuan suddenly halted all movements, his brow furrowing. "What's wrong?" Terumi May complained, tugging at his collar to pull him back. "Chill." Yuan raised a finger to her lips, his gaze sharpening. "Someone's outside. They've been there since you walked in." Terumi May immediately snapped back to attention, her instincts as the MIZUKAGE kicking in. "I didn't arrange for any bodyguards. No one in the hidden mist village would dare follow the MIZUKAGE." A glint of amusement flashed in Yuan's eyes. "Looks like we have an uninvited guest." He gently kissed Terumi May's forehead. "Wait for me. I'll go meet this friend. Be careful." Terumi May straightened her disheveled clothes, worry evident in her eyes. Yuan gave her a reassuring smile. In the next moment, his figure had silently vanished from the room. Meanwhile, 30 meters away from Yuan's residence, Kakashi was holding his breath, hidden among the dense leaves of a large tree. He wore the distinctive animal mask of the umbu, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the tree. As one of the most elite umbu in Konoha, he was absolutely confident he wouldn't be discovered. However, at that moment, this experienced ninja felt a hint of unease. He had a nagging feeling that he might have done something wrong. It was a sense of discomfort, as if he had wandered into someone else's territory and was being watched. Just as Kakashi was pondering, a gentle breeze passed by. The leaves rustled. His pupils suddenly contracted. The wind carried a scent that didn't belong to nature. Years of umbu experience made his body react before his brain could process it, every muscle tensing up instantly. "Let me see who this sneaky little mouse is." A voice filled with amusement suddenly echoed in his ear, causing Kakashi's hair to stand on end. This voice didn't come through the air, but seemed to resonate directly beside him, as if the speaker was right behind him. He quickly turned his head, but saw a tall figure standing on a nearby rooftop. The moonlight illuminated Yuan's silhouette clearly. He stood casually, yet exuded an undeniable air of perfection. The night breeze fluttered the edges of his clothing, and those bright eyes in the darkness were fixed on Kakashi's hiding spot with a teasing glint. How is this possible? Kakashi's heart raced, cold sweat forming on his forehead beneath the mask. He questioned himself about the impeccable concealment technique. His breathing, heartbeat, and even body temperature were controlled perfectly. How could he possibly be discovered? Not coming out? Yong'en's voice carried a hint of mockery. "Then I can only invite you personally." Chapter 42, One Palm. Kakashi retreats. The moonlight, like water, spilled over Yong'en's tall figure, giving him a silvery halo. He stood there, his posture relaxed, as if he were merely strolling in a courtyard, rather than facing an elite jonin from Konoha. The outstretched palm was fair and slender, looking more like an artist's hand than a warrior's, moving so slowly that one could almost see every inch of its trajectory. Yet Kakashi's pupils contracted to the size of needle tips. In that seemingly slow motion, he sensed the scent of death. This is impossible. The thought flashed through Kakashi's mind, and all his chakra surged wildly under the instinct for survival. As Konoha's elite, he had experienced countless life-and-death battles, but he had never seen such a bizarre taijutsu. That palm seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast. It appeared weightless and without force, yet gave him a suffocating feeling as if a mountain were pressing down on him. The most terrifying part was that this palm moved without stirring a whisper of wind. Earth style, earth return. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi almost shouted as he simultaneously formed two hand seals, his voice trembling without him realizing it. The ground beneath his feet violently shook, and a pair of boulders, as thick as two people hugging, erupted from the ground, forming an arc-shaped defense before him. At the same time, a heavy earthen wall rose from the ground, perfectly connecting with the defense of Earth Return, creating a double barrier. This was the first time since becoming a Jonin that he used two Earth-style defensive techniques simultaneously in actual combat. He gave Yong'en's palm enough respect, but it was still not enough. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Yong'en's eyes, but the momentum of his palm did not diminish. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The seemingly indestructible double defense shattered like fragile glass upon contact with that fair hand. Wooden stakes were crushed to powder, and the earth wall turned to dust, unable to hold for even half a second. Kakashi's face under the mask drained of color as he clearly saw a nearly imperceptible light golden glow around Yong'en's palm. That was the chakra aura produced only when taijutsu was cultivated to the extreme. What kind of terrifying power is this? Has he surpassed Guy? The legendary realm flashed through Kakashi's mind, and his heart nearly stopped. He had read in ancient texts that when taijutsu was cultivated to perfection, the practitioner would be enveloped by the power of Vajra, with the ability to shatter mountains and split valleys with every movement. But he had always thought that was just a legend. Yong'en's palm passed through the swirling wood chips and dust, finally landing on Kakashi's hastily raised arms. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing rang out. Kakashi felt a piercing pain in his arms, but he didn't even have time to cry out in agony before the immense force had already slammed heavily into his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted from Kakashi's mouth, tracing a tragic arc under the moonlight. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into 3 trees, each as thick as a bowl, before he finally came to a stop. Every bone screamed in agony, and every muscle twitched, but Kakashi's will to survive remained exceptionally clear. Just 2/10 of my strength. Kakashi calculated in his mind, cold sweat mixed with blood dripping from his chin. He felt clearly that after breaking through his double defense, the power of that palm had been reduced by 80%, otherwise he would already be a corpse. In the distance, Yong'en still stood in place, his figure under the moonlight ethereal as a fairy. Huh. He slightly tilted his head, letting out a soft sound of surprise. It seemed he was somewhat surprised that Kakashi could still maintain consciousness. Too strong. Simply a monster more terrifying than the Nine Tails. I am no match. Kakashi knew this was his only chance to escape, taking advantage of the momentum of being thrown back. He gritted his teeth against the pain and formed a complex hand seal with one hand. Lightning style, lightning body flicker. With a light bang, a puff of white smoke erupted. Kakashi's figure vanished from the spot. This was his ultimate escape technique, stimulating his body's cells with lightning-style chakra to achieve extraordinary speed in a short period. The cost would be several days of weakness afterward. In the woods 100 meters away, Kakashi's figure staggered into view. He dared not linger, not even having the courage to look back. He held his sunken chest with one hand while continuously forming seals with the other, using the shadows of the trees to repeatedly execute the body flicker technique. Escaping several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, blood continued to spill from the corner of his mouth. Yet Kakashi felt a sense of relief that he had survived. The terrifying power of that palm still rampaged within him, with every breath feeling like thousands of needles stabbing at his lungs. But he knew he had to live to bring this information back to Konoha. In the Mist Village, a taijutsu practitioner had reached a legendary realm, a terrifying monster with a physical body comparable to that of a tailed beast. Lightning style, Yong'en steht in Place. Watching the direction Kakashi had disappeared, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seems he is not from the Mist Village. His thoughts flashed, and he had a rough guess. Is it that guy from Konoha? He certainly has some guts. He did not pursue, but merely waved his hand lightly. as if that previous palm had only brushed off the dust from his sleeve. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yong'en's figure flickered and reappeared in the room like a wisp of light smoke. Upon seeing him appear, Terumi May almost instantly rushed over from the window. Her long, fair fingers tightly grasped his arm, her bright green eyes filled with worry. How'd it go? Are you injured? Her voice was an octave higher than usual, her fingertips unconsciously tightening, leaving shallow crescent-shaped impressions on Yong'en's arm. Yong'en looked down at the usually dignified and calm MIZUKAGE in such a flustered state and couldn't help but chuckle. He deliberately turned in a circle. Do you think so little of me? Don't you know my strength? But Terumi May was not fooled by his joke. She pressed her lips together, her fingers sliding from Yong'en's arm to his shoulder, then to his chest, checking inch by inch like the most meticulous medical ninja. Her fingertips could feel the outline of solid muscles beneath the fabric, as well as Yong'en's steady and powerful heartbeat. Indeed, there were no abnormalities. Only after confirming that Yong'en was indeed unscathed did Terumi May's tense shoulders finally relax, and she let out a long sigh. But then her gaze sharpened again. Who was tracking me? It was someone from Konoha. Yong'en casually poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, his tone light, as if discussing the weather. The teacup trembled slightly in Terumi May's hand, with a few drops of tea splashing on her fair hand. Her expression froze for a moment before rapidly shifting like the changing moonlight on the water. First surprise, then contemplation, and finally settling into a complex depth. Chapter 43. That was close. I almost died at the hands of the opponent. The room fell silent. The sound of bamboo, leaves rustling outside could be heard. Terumi May's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, the rhythm fast and slow, revealing her myriad thoughts. You think she finally spoke, her voice lower than usual. Why were the Konoha people tracking me? Yong'en did not answer immediately. He reached out and gently smoothed Terumi May's inadvertently furrowed brow. When he spoke, his tone carried a hint of lazy humor. This is not very normal. The relationship between the hidden villages seems harmonious, but is actually tense. Since they are here, they naturally want to see what abilities you, the MIZUKAGE, possess. Terumi May snorted lightly, but her body unconsciously leaned against Yon'en's shoulder. I underestimated them. They actually dared to track the MIZUKAGE within the Mist Village. Yon'en took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her shoulder, his fingers gently entwining a strand of her red hair. After all, it's Konoha, the top of the 5 great ninja villages. They must have some exceptional qualities. He paused, then added, but they probably haven't obtained any valuable information, except for what? Terumi May immediately looked up. Except for discovering that our noble and aloof MIZUKAGE is actually a lovely woman who would willingly throw herself into someone's arms. Yon'en finished with a mischievous smile and quickly dodged Terumi May's embarrassed elbow strike. Ian, Terumi May's cheeks flushed crimson, her dignity as MIZUKAGE vanished. But soon, she returned to her contemplative expression. Should we inform AO and the others about this? Yon'en shrugged. It's up to you. However, I personally suggest pretending not to know. That way, it will confuse the Konoha people. That's true. Terumi May nodded thoughtfully. The night was as dark as ink. The inn where the Konoha delegation was staying was shrouded in silence. Suddenly, from the bushes in the backyard came an unnatural rustling sound, followed by a dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. Who? The guards MBU instantly became alert, kunai already in hand. As they approached the source of the sound, they saw a familiar figure lying in the moonlight. That tattered ANBU uniform and the distinctive silver-white hair. Kakashi-senpai. The 2 ANBU exclaimed and hurriedly rushed forward to assist. When they touched Kakashi's body, they immediately felt a sticky warmth in their palms. It was blood, a lot of blood. Kakashi struggled to lift his head. Half of his mask was shattered, revealing lips as pale as paper underneath. With every breath he took, a terrible rattling sound came from his chest, like a broken bellows. Take me to see Lord S.H. Rin and the others. Kakashi's voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. After saying that, another mouthful of blood surged from the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Okay, quickly. The 2 EMBU did not dare to delay. One immediately carried Kakashi on his back, while the other went ahead to report. When they burst through the door of the conference room, Danzo and S.H. Rin were both discussing matters and stood up simultaneously. What happened? S.H. Rin's pipe fell to the table with a clatter. She stared wide-eyed at Kakashi, who was laid on the bench, his clothing soaked with blood. Danzo's expression instantly darkened like iron. He leaned on his cane and quickly approached, a dangerous glint flashing in his one eye. Who did this? Kakashi struggled to raise his hand and removed the half-broken mask, revealing a colorless face. I encountered a master, Kakashi gasped, speaking in a broken manner. Each word felt like enduring torture. That was close. I almost died at their hands. With a snap, Danzo crushed the teacup in his hand unconsciously. Scalding tea splashed onto the dark fabric of his kimono sleeve, but he was oblivious. S.H. Rin gasped, exchanging a shocked glance with Danzo. They knew Kakashi's strength all too well. As one of Konoha's top J-nin, even a third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wouldn't dare to say he could easily take him down. And now, this elite among elites almost died at the hands of an unknown master from the Mist Village. S.H. Rin immediately shouted outside. Medical team, get the medical team here right away. Her voice trembled unusually. Danzo leaned down, his one eye fixed intently on Kakashi. Tell me in detail what happened. Kakashi closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, then slowly recounted his experiences from that night. As he mentioned how he had tracked Terumi Mei and how he was discovered, Danzo's frown deepened. That person was standing on the roof. Kakashi's voice suddenly tightened, fear flashing in his eyes. It was as if he returned to that terrifying moment, facing that horrific presence. Their hand looked so slow but was unavoidable. At this point, Kakashi's fingers began to twitch involuntarily, as if trying to fend off some invisible attack. They broke through my double earth release defense with a single strike. Kakashi's breathing became rapid. If I hadn't used the momentum to retreat, I would have. The more he spoke, the more frightened he became. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. Danzo's expression grew even darker. He straightened up and began to pace the room, the sound of his cane striking the floor echoing harshly in the silent room. S.H. Rin stared intently at Kakashi's sunken chest. Even through his clothing, the unnatural indentation was evident. What kind of taijutsu master could injure Konoha's elite J-nin to such an extent with a single strike? The medical team soon arrived, and the leading medical ninja was visibly stunned when he saw Kakashi's injuries. When he probed his chakra into Kakashi's body for examination, this experienced medical ninja couldn't help but gasp. 3 ribs fractured in multiple places, a punctured lung, a broken ulna in the left arm. What kind of ninja tool struck him? Not a ninja tool. Kakashi smiled wryly and shook his head. It was just a single strike. The medical ninja's hands visibly trembled, looking incredulously at Danzo and S.H. Rin. The expressions of the latter two told him this was no joke. Don't ask, just start the treatment. Yes. As the medical ninja began treating Kakashi, the room was filled with only the faint hum of chakra flowing and Kakashi's occasional muffled groans. Danzo stood by the window, moonlight casting a chilling shadow on half of his face. Chapter 44. Bring him over. Perhaps I can ascend to the Hokage's seat. If I'm not mistaken, Danzo suddenly spoke, his voice rough like sandpaper. The one who made the move is the mysterious strongman from the Mist Village. The one who forced the 4th MIZUKAGE to step down and brought Terumi Mei to power. S.H. Rin jerked her head up, almost dropping her pipe again. Are you saying that rumored monster who can suppress the fully-tailed, beast-formed 4th MIZUKAGE? Danzo did not answer directly, but looked at Kakashi. What do you think? Kakashi, with the help of the medical ninja, managed to sit up. He pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. It's entirely possible. That kind of power doesn't seem like something an ordinary ninja could possess. S.H. Rin's expression turned extremely grim. She quickly walked to the window, standing shoulder to shoulder with Danzo, gazing into the night sky with concern. I didn't expect. This Mist Village has silently produced such a powerful master. Her voice was low, but it couldn't hide her worry. A master capable of defeating a fully-tailed, beast-formed 4th MIZUKAGE and injuring Kakashi with a single strike. We in Konoha need to be cautious. A glint of insight flashed in Danzo's eye as he turned to Kakashi. Has your identity been exposed? Kakashi paused for a moment, then closed his eyes to recall the scene at the time. Soon, he shook his head. It shouldn't have. after he struck. He didn't pursue or remove my mask. Upon hearing this, Danzo and Rin visibly sighed in relief. Danzo returned to his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Good, at least we can maintain a certain intelligence advantage. The medical ninja completed the initial treatment, and Kakashi's breathing finally stabilized a bit, but his face remained as pale as paper. TK Kasumi waved her hand to signal the medical team to withdraw, then personally poured a cup of hot water for Kakashi. You should rest well. Her tone unusually softened. This intelligence is very important. Kakashi weakly nodded, his hand trembling slightly as he took the cup. He looked down at the rippling reflection in the cup, and in a daze, he saw that shadowy figure under the moonlight again, the mysterious person who had nearly taken his life with just one palm strike. Danzo suddenly stood up, his cane striking heavily against the floor. Starting tomorrow, all Konoha ninjas are prohibited from acting alone, especially near the MIZUKAGE's office area. His single eye swept across everyone in the room. For now, do not inform the third Hokage about this matter. TK Kasumi frowned. That's against the rules. Rules? Danzo scoffed. The rule is that Konoha's safety comes first. If Mist really has such a strong expert, we must reassess our relationship with him. The room fell silent again. Only Kakashi's occasional cough broke the stillness. Hearing Danzo's words, he furrowed his brow, suppressing the pain in his chest as he stared at him. Lord Danzo, do you mean to say that we shouldn't report to the third Hokage, but instead want to privately contact that expert? The corner of Danzo's mouth lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. He did not directly answer Kakashi's question, but instead countered, Kakashi, since you have fought him, you should remember his appearance, right? Kakashi was silent for a moment. He recalled the tall figure under the moonlight, those eyes that seemed to smile yet not, and the terrifying pressure from that single palm strike. He slowly nodded. I recognize him. Very good. Danzo's smile deepened, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. Tell me his characteristics, and I will find a way to see if I can pull him into Konoha. What? TK Kasumi suddenly stood up, her pipe slamming down on the table, ashes scattering everywhere. Her expression darkened as she shouted, Danzo, are you crazy? Contacting a strong person from Mist without authorization could provoke them, and the relationship between Konoha and Mist would immediately deteriorate. Do you want to incite war between the two villages? She understood Danzo's character very well and knew how he operated. If things went wrong, it could lead to that strong expert harboring hatred toward Konoha, which would be a disaster for their village. However, regarding the elder's questioning, Danzo merely smiled dismissively, his gaze cold and sharp. Elder Kasumi, you are too conservative. In the world of ninjas, strength is paramount. If we can secure such an expert, Konoha's strength will far exceed that of other ninja villages. His words were quite reasonable, leaving TK Kasumi momentarily unable to retort. He paused, his eyes sweeping meaningfully between Kakashi and TK Kasumi, the corner of his mouth curving into a subtle arc. Moreover, if I really manage to pull him in, will you support me in becoming Hokage? Danzo, what are you saying? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Ignoring the pain in his body, he forced himself to sit up straight, his voice laced with suppressed anger. What exactly are you trying to do? Is this the time to discuss such things? The third Hokage is still waiting for our intelligence in the village, and you're scheming about this? Alarm bells rang in Kakashi's mind. Danzo's coveting of the Hokage position was no secret. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was aging, and Danzo had been secretly amassing power, trying to take his place. And now, he actually wanted to use the mysterious expert from Mist as leverage? This guy was truly desperate to become Hokage by any means necessary. Danzo paid no heed to Kakashi's anger and instead looked at TK Kasumi with keen interest. Elder Kasumi, what do you think? TK Kasumi's expression fluctuated. As a senior advisor of Konoha, she naturally understood Danzo's ambitions. But she also knew that Danzo's methods were always aggressive, and any misstep could trigger a full-blown conflict between the ninja villages. However, if that mysterious expert could indeed be won over, it would be an undeniable force for Konoha. She remained silent for a long time, finally taking a deep breath and speaking in a deep voice. Danzo, now is not the time to discuss these matters. Our mission this time is to observe the movements of the MIZUKAGE and ascertain the top combat strength of Mist Village. Do not act without authorization. Everything should wait until we return to the village and report to the third Hokage before making a decision. Danzo chuckled lightly, as if he had anticipated a response. He slowly stood up, leaning on his cane as he walked to the window, looking out at the scenery outside the village, his tone leisurely. It doesn't matter. I will definitely contact this person. He slightly turned his head, a cold light flashing in his single eye. Once I have his support, perhaps Sarutobi, that old man, will take the initiative to step aside for me. He had yet to begin contacting YN, but he was already dreaming of ascending to the Hokage's throne. Chapter 45. Stop it. You weren't this considerate last night. The next day, the morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Kirigaya may slightly open her eyes and found herself gently wrapped in YN's arms. His breath was even and warm, brushing against her hair, making her unable to resist snuggling closer to him. Awake? YN's voice, laced with morning laziness, softly rang in her ear. Kirigaya May looked up at him, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. When did you wake up? A little earlier than you. YN smiled and pinched her nose. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. Kirigaya May lightly huffed, reaching out to poke his chest. Stop it. You weren't this considerate last night. YN chuckled softly, catching her mischievous fingers and leaning in to kiss her fingertips. So how about I make it up to you? I'll make you breakfast. You can cook. Kirigaya May raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. Why not? I've lived on my own for so many years. How could I survive without cooking? YN said matter-of-factly. Then I have to taste it well. Kirigaya May smiled as she pushed him away, sitting up and casually tidying her messy hair. YN rolled out of bed, casually putting on an outer garment, and looked back at her. What do you want to eat? Anything, as long as it's not soldier pills. Kirigaya May tilted her head in thought. But if it's too unappetizing, I one tea spare you. Don't worry, I promise you'll be satisfied. YN winked and turned to head for the kitchen. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Kirigaya May draped on a loose bathrobe and padded barefoot to the dining table. She saw YN plating a golden omelet, accompanied by perfectly toasted bread and fresh fruit. Looks pretty good. Kirigaya May deliberately elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling with surprise. YN pushed the plate in front of her, raising an eyebrow proudly. Want to try? Kirigaya May cut a small piece of the omelet and put it in her mouth, the egg flavor mingling with a hint of milkiness melting on her tongue. Her eyes widening slightly. Delicious. Just delicious? YN rested his chin on his hand, looking at her with anticipation for more praise. Kirigaya May couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch his cheek. It's super delicious. Is that enough? Only then did YN smile satisfactorily, lowering his head to steal a kiss on her lips. A reward. Stop it. You clearly asked for it yourself. Kagami May pretended to be disdainful, yet still smiled as she accepted the kiss. After breakfast, it was still early. The two snuggled on the sofa, with Kagami May leaning on Yong'en's shoulder, her fingers unconsciously playing with his belt. Yong'en, she suddenly spoke. I have something to discuss with you. Yong'en looked down at her, curious about what was so serious. Next month's Chunin exams in Konoha. Kagami May lifted her head, looking at him earnestly. I want you to lead the team to Konoha. Yong'en was taken aback for a moment. Me? Yes. Kagami May nodded. This exam is very important. Kirigakure needs to showcase its strength, but more importantly, we must ensure the children's safety. I considered many people, but I don't feel at ease with anyone else. Only your strength is enough to maintain order. Yong'en fell silent for a moment before suddenly sighing. If I go to Konoha, won't that mean I won't see you for a long time? Kagami May made a face and cupped his face with her hands. What can we do? I can only wait for you to come back here. Yong'en rubbed against her palm and smiled. I'll miss you. Stop it. Kagami May narrowed her eyes. I warn you, don't go fooling around in Konoha just because I'm not around. Ha ha ha. Yong'en laughed heartily, pulling her into his embrace. All right. I'll listen to you and promise to be faithful. That is more like it. Kagami May lightly snorted, leaning back into his arms, the corners of her mouth secretly lifting. The sunlight poured over the two, warm and tranquil, as if time itself had slowed down. Before long, it was afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the MIZUKAGE building into the conference room, where Kagami Mei sat at the head of the table. Her long fingers lightly tapped on the surface, her expression calm and dignified. Elder Aoi and Elder Jin sat on either side of her, while the elite Jonin from Kirigakure, Momochi Zabuza, leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze stern. On the other side of the table were the members of the Konoha envoy, Tsurugi, Koharu, Danzo, and the still injured Kakashi. Kakashi's complexion was still somewhat pale, but he had changed into a new umbu uniform, and his mask was back on, hiding his expression. Koharu frowned slightly and spoke first. "Mizukage-sama, may I ask why we have been summoned today?" Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Danzo quietly observed Kagami Mei's expression, his fingers gently stroking his cane as if deep in thought. Kakashi remained silent, but his body was slightly tense, clearly on guard. They were all worried that Kakashi's tracking of Kagami Mei last night had been exposed. Kagami Mei's gaze swept across the faces of the Konoha members, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. I called you here today just to formally inform you of something." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Regarding our participation in the Chunin exams in Konoha, we in Kirigakure have already arranged for a team leader. I specifically brought him here today to meet you all." "Oh." The three members of the Konoha envoy relaxed their tense nerves slightly upon hearing this. Koharu smiled slightly. "I see. May I ask which elite Jonin is responsible for leading this team?" "Elder Koharu, you misunderstood. This person is not an elite Jonin. He is just an ordinary ninja," Kagami Mei said with a smile. "Huh?" The three from Konoha exchanged glances in surprise. "Just an ordinary ninja?" Perhaps Kagami Mei smiled mysteriously and did not answer directly, but raised her hand to signal. "Kumein." The door to the conference room slowly opened, and a tall figure stepped in. Sunlight poured in from outside, outlining the person's silhouette. He was tall, walked steadily, with long black hair casually tied back, and a pair of deep eyes that carried a hint of a smile. His appearance seemed to freeze the atmosphere in the entire conference room. "It's him." Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted, and his face under the mask turned pale in an instant. His fingers unconsciously clenched, knuckles turning white, and his breath momentarily halted. Yes, it recognized Yong'en, the mysterious master who had heavily injured him with a single blow last night. Koharu and Danzo quickly noticed Kakashi's abnormal reaction and exchanged a glance. Koharu lowered her voice and asked, "Kakashi, what's wrong?" Kakashi suppressed his shock, quickly adjusted his breathing, returned his face to normal, and shook his head. "It's nothing." However, just as his words fell, Yong'en's gaze swept over him, playful yet piercing. It lingered on him for a second before nonchalantly moving away. It was that one glance that almost made Kakashi's heart stop. Chapter 46. "Oh no, he recognized me. Oh no, he recognized me." This thought flashed through Kakashi's mind in an instant, cold sweat nearly soaking his back. He had been wearing a mask last night, so logically, Yong'en shouldn't have been able to recognize his true identity, but that glance just now seemed to see through everything. How is this possible? How could he recognize me? Does he already know who I am? Kakashi's mind was in turmoil, but he dared not show anything on the surface and could only force himself to remain calm and continue observing the situation. Momochi Zabuza, upon seeing Yong'en, displayed a rare smile on his stern face and respectfully said, "Lord Yong'en, I see you again." Yong'en nodded slightly in response. Elder Aoi also recognized Yong'en and showed a delighted expression. "So it's Lord Yong'en leading the team. Then we shouldn't have to worry about the safety issues for this Chunin exam." Elder Jin stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. "With Yong'en here, it's indeed secure." Yong'en naturally sat down behind Kagami Mei. She turned her head to glance at him, and their eyes met, sharing a silent smile. This scene, however, made the Konoha envoy ponder. Koharu frowned secretly. This Yong'en seems to have an unusual relationship with Kagami Mei. What is their relationship? Danzo narrowed his single eye, his gaze flickering between Yong'en and Kagami Mei, seemingly calculating something. As for Kakashi, he was still immersed in the shock from earlier. Who exactly is this person? His relationship with Kagami May is probably not just a simple superior-subordinate dynamic. If Danzo is really trying to win him over, the consequences could be unpredictable. Inside the conference room, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the long table. As the representatives from Konoha and Kirigakure engaged in serious discussions about the details of the Chunin exams, Koharu flipped through the scroll in her hand, calmly stating Konoha's arrangements. Regarding the venue setup for the third exam, we hope that each ninja village can send representatives to confirm it 3 days in advance. Yong'en supported his head with one hand, sitting beside Kagami May, while his other hand lightly tapped a rhythm on the table surface. The tedious discussions about the rules bored him, and his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the MIZUKAGE. Kagami May was focused on listening to the other's speech. The sunlight danced on her red hair, outlining the delicate profile of her face. A mischievous thought suddenly popped into Yong'en's mind. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he took advantage of everyone's attention being on Koharu to quietly slide his right hand under the table. Kagami May was recording key points when she suddenly felt a subtle touch at her waist. She stiffened, the pen tip leaving an abrupt ink mark on the scroll. She turned sharply, only to meet Yong'en's smiling eyes. This guy's fingers were gently tracing circles on her side. Komiya almost gasped, quickly biting her lip to swallow the sound. She widened her eyes, silently warning with her lips, "Don't mess around." Yong'en raised an eyebrow, not only showing no restraint, but becoming even more audacious. His palm slowly moved up along her waistline, finally resting on her back, his fingertips gently rubbing through the fabric. Komiya's ears instantly flushed a light red, and her fingers gripping the pen unconsciously tightened. "Does Lord MIZUKAGE have any objections to this arrangement?" Danzo suddenly spoke. His sharp single eye fixed on Komiya. "Cough, cough, cough." Komiya sat up straight, forcibly suppressing the tremor in her voice. "And no objections." She quietly pinched Yong'en's hand under the table, but he caught her hand, their fingers entwined. "So, about the accommodation for the candidates," Churu Koha continued, completely unaware of the unusual behavior of the two across from him. Komiya struggled to maintain her composure, but Yong'en's thumb was gently tracing circles in her palm, making her heart race. This secret contact in full view of everyone made her both nervous, causing her palms to sweat, and inexplicably excited. She stole a glance at Yong'en and found him seriously listening to the meeting content, as if that troublesome hand had nothing to do with him. Each hidden village needs to submit their lists in advance. Churu Koha finished speaking and looked towards a mist-hidden side. "Who will be responsible for this part?" "I'll handle it," Aoi replied, casting a puzzled glance at the suddenly stiff Komiya. "Lord MIZUKAGE, are you feeling unwell?" "And no, I'm fine," Komiya forced a calm smile, secretly trying to pull her hand back from Yong'en's grip, but he held it tighter. Just suddenly thought of something. "Oh, then let's continue." "Good." The meeting continued. Yong'en occasionally made serious comments, but whenever the discussion delved into details, his fingers would restlessly write on Komiya's back. Komiya struggled to concentrate, but had to distract herself by guessing what he was writing. When Yong'en wrote, "I miss you" for the third time, she could no longer tolerate it, and using the excuse of adjusting her sitting position, she stepped on his foot hard. Ouch! Afen Yong'en, with a body technique level of 5, couldn't help but suck in a breath, drawing the attention of everyone. "Do you have a problem, Yong'en-kun?" Churu Koha asked with concern. "It's nothing." Yong'en rubbed his nose, smiling meaningfully. "Just thought of something interesting." Komiya stepped on his foot again under the table, this time with much less force. More like a helpless warning. Yong'en finally settled down, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be hidden. This serious diplomatic meeting had turned into an unspoken game between the two because of his antics. When the meeting ended, Komiya almost immediately stood up, fearing Yong'en would do something outrageous again. She quickly organized the documents and forced herself to announce, "Today's discussion ends here. Specific details will be followed up by designated personnel." As the meeting concluded, everyone rose to leave. The 3 members of the Konoha delegation hurriedly packed their documents and bid farewell. Danzo's cane tapped urgently on the floor, with Churu Koha quickly following behind, while Kakashi walked the fastest, glancing hurriedly at Yong'en before leaving like the wind. "Yong'en-kun?" It seems we haven't seen each other for a long time. Atoy was the first to step forward, speaking happily. With you leading the Chunin exam this time. I'm at ease. Elder Yuan stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, with you here, those little rascals should not cause any trouble. Momochi Zabuza stood with his arms crossed, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. Yong'en Dano, would you like to grab a drink? Yong'en was just about to answer when Koamiya's voice suddenly came from behind. Yong'en, you need to come with me to the office. Chapter 47, Chakra 4, Child of Nature. Koamiya's tone was very calm. However, Yong'en noticed that her fingertips were pinching a crease at the edge of the document. Zabuza raised an eyebrow, glancing between the two, and shrugged knowingly. Looks like it can only wait until next time. Yong'en smiled apologetically. I'll treat you another day. After saying that, he followed Koamiya to the MIZUKAGE's office. In the hallway, Koamiya's pace was much faster than usual, her high heels clicking crisply on the marble floor. Yong'en followed leisurely behind, admiring her slightly flushed ears and tense silhouette. Lock the door. As soon as they entered the office, Koamiya ordered without looking back. Just as Yong'en turned around to lock the door, he was suddenly pushed hard against the door by a force. Koamiya grabbed his collar with both hands, breathing heavily, her emerald eyes flashing with dangerous fire. You little brat. She gritted her teeth, her voice low. You found it very enjoyable to tease me in the meeting just now, didn't you? Yong'en looked down at her pouting expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Is Lord MIZUKAGE abusing her power to take revenge on me? Shut up. Koamiya's face turned even redder. Do you know how nervous I was just now? If we got caught. Her words were cut off as Yong'en suddenly leaned down and kissed her. The kiss was gentle and lingering, like a stream flowing slowly in spring. The evening sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting golden stripes on the office floor. The glass of the filing cabinet reflected scattered light spots that danced on the wall, like a group of restless sprites. Yong'en's fingers wove through Koamiya's hair, the copper-colored strands wrapping around his knuckles, like the evening glow entwining distant mountains. Your heart is beating so fast. Yong'en's whisper fell on her neck, like a feather dropping into a hot spring. He could feel the vibrations coming from below her collarbone, the most primal rhythm of life. Koamiya's fingertips traced the outline of his back, sensing those familiar lines through the fabric. Outside the window, the evening bells of the mist village rang, their long reverberation trembling in the air, gradually syncing with their breathing rhythm. A few pages of documents fell off the desk, the white sheets scattering on the ground like a flock of startled white doves. Did you lock the door? Koamiya suddenly asked, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. You saw me lock it. Yong'en's nose brushed against her earlobe. Isn't it a bit late to ask now? As dusk deepened, the shadows on the wall shifted from golden to dark red. Their shadows overlapped on the filing cabinet, sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, like aquatic plants intertwining in water. Koamiya recalled a scene from her childhood at the coral reef. Two tropical fish played in the currents, their bodies intertwined, constantly rising and falling, their scales reflecting ever-changing light. In the distance, the noise of ninjas finishing their training could be heard, but those sounds seemed to be separated by a layer of frosted glass. Yong'en's palm was pressed against the back of her neck, the warmth there reminding him of pebbles warmed by the morning sun. He caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of gardenias in her hair, mingled with the scent of ink and tea. This was the unique smell of the MIZUKAGE's office. When the last rays of sunlight retreated from the window, Koamiya saw Yong'en's eyes flickering in the dark, like bioluminescent algae in the deep sea. The evening bell rang again, this time carrying the chill of the approaching night. Neither of them moved, allowing the shadows to slowly fill the room. In this intimate space, surrounded by piles of documents, time seemed to be under a slowing jutsu, each second stretching into amber-color honey. The twilight had completely enveloped the MIZUKAGE's office, with only the glass lamp on the corner of the desk casting a soft glow. Terumi May lazily curled up on the sofa. Her copper-red hair sprawled over the velvet cushion, resembling a handful of evening glow resting on a deep purple cloud. She gently stretched her arms and suddenly noticed that the chakra within her was flowing unusually smoothly, with her meridians filled with unprecedented energy. Huh? She sat up in surprise. her fingertips gathering a crystal-clear droplet of water. The droplet was more transparent than usual, casting a colorful ripple on the wall as it refracted light. My chakra has become stronger again. Terumi May found it somewhat amusing. She had just started dating a boyfriend, and in just a few days, it was almost catching up to the years of hard training she had done before. Where could she complain about this? Yong'en, my chakra. Just as she wanted to share this news with the person next to her, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation coming from beside her. Turning to look at Yong'en, who was adjusting his clothing, she saw a faint golden halo swirling around him, like the morning sun piercing through thin mist. It was clearly gentle, but contained an energy density that made her heart race. What is this? Terumi May's pupils slightly dilated. Has he broken through again? Yong'en turned around, a familiar lazy smile playing on his lips. But at that moment, his eyes appeared a strange amber color in the dim light, resembling melted sunlight. When he reached for the teacup on the coffee table, the tea within the cup stirred of its own accord, creating fine ripples. I suppose so. No need to make such a big fuss. Yong'en said casually, but the air in the entire room subtly trembled with his breath. He deliberately restrained his aura. Yet a strand of chakra uncontrollably overflowed, causing the documents on the desk to flutter without wind. Terumi May stared at him without blinking. As the MIZUKAGE, she had seen countless strong individuals, but at this moment, Yong'en gave her a completely different feeling. It was not merely an increase in quantity, but rather a qualitative leap. His chakra no longer flowed through his meridians like an ordinary ninja's. It seemed to resonate with the surrounding natural energy in some way. Ding! Congratulations, host. Chakra has broken through to level 4, obtaining the new title Son of Nature. A prompt sound resonated in Yong'en's mind from a system. The changes brought by level 4 were indeed astonishing, but the greater surprise was the benefits brought by the title Son of Nature. This title granted Yong'en the ability to resonate perfectly with natural energy, enabling him to recover chakra rapidly and continuously absorb natural energy to strengthen himself. He could manipulate the 5 elements of water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth without forming hand seals, and his power would be greatly amplified. The title also bestowed him with superhuman perception, allowing him to sense movements within a kilometer radius and perfectly conceal his presence. In battle, he could gain targeted enhancements based on the environment, such as forests, bodies of water, deserts, etc., improving speed, defense, or the power of ninjutsu. With this title, Yong'en's combat power, endurance, and tactical flexibility reached a new height, making him a true master of the environment. It was practically the sage mode among sage modes. Chapter 48. The Fantastical Danzo, what level are you at now? Terumi May walked barefoot to stand before him, curiously reaching out to touch his arm. The sensation that came from her fingertips startled her. His skin was slightly warmer than usual, yet it carried a comfortable feeling like a sun-warmed pebble. Yong'en held her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. Probably to the extent that I can catch a tail baseball with one hand, he said half-jokingly, resting his chin atop her head and inhaling the familiar scent of gardenia. Terumi May looked up at him from his chest, pretending to be angry as she glared at him. No boasting. But the pride in her eyes was impossible to hide. She knew Yong'en never exaggerated. If he said he could catch a tail baseball, then he could truly do it. After all, he was her man. Who would he like it if he became stronger? First, she felt joy, but then a hint of sourness arose. Not knowing what she was thinking, her fingers subconsciously tightened around Yong'en's clothing. What's wrong? Yong'en keenly sensed the change in her emotions. Terumi May buried her face in his chest. Her voice muffled. You're so strong now. When you go to Konoha, you'll definitely be surrounded by many female ninjas. She imagined the scene of those Konoha kunoichi in tight outfits, throwing flirtatious glances at Yong'en, and couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling quite sour. Perhaps there's even a lady from a noble family. Yong'en was initially taken aback before he chuckled softly. The vibration of his chest reached Terumi May's ears like the distant sound of drums. MIZUKAGE, are you getting jealous? I'm serious. Terumi May raised her head, her green eyes flashing with a dangerous light. If you dare to flirt in Konoha, I'll humph. She didn't finish her sentence, but the droplet of high-pressure water gathering at her fingertips had already expressed her stance. Yong'en laughed and caught her hand, gently dispersing the droplet. He leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead, smiling as he said, "In my eyes, there's no one but you." Yes for now. Really? Do you want to swear? Yong'en pretended to be serious as he raised 3 fingers. If I look at another woman in Konoha, let me. Terumi May hurriedly covered his mouth. Silly, who asked you to make such a vow? She blushed and leaned back into his embrace, her voice gradually lowering. As long as you remember to come back. The moonlight outside gradually brightened, casting silver stripes on the ground through the blinds. The night deepened. In the inn where the Konoha delegation was staying, the candlelight flickered, illuminating 3 faces with different expressions. Danzo sat at a low table, a cold light flickering in his single eye, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, producing a dull, thudding sound. Kakashi stood by the window, his expression serious beneath the mask. Meanwhile, Tintin sat nearby, her brows tightly knit, the pipe in her hand long extinguished but still unconsciously pinched between her fingers. Are you sure it's him? Danzo spoke again, his voice low and hoarse. Kakashi nodded, his voice calm but tense. There's no mistake, that night. I saw his face, that face. I want to mistake it. Soga. The corner of Danzo's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Good. Tintin keenly sensed his intent and immediately spoke in a low voice. Danzo, what do you want to do? Danzo raised his gaze, his single eye locking onto her. Since the target has been confirmed, we naturally need to make contact. Are you crazy? Tintin suddenly stood up, slamming the pipe onto the table. To contact a strong person from a mist, and such a terrifying strong person at that. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to provoke a conflict between the 2 villages? Kakashi stepped forward, his voice low. Lord Danzo, what you want to do is not trivial. We should return to Konoha first and report to the 3rd Hokage before making a decision. Danzo sneered, his fingers gently stroking his cane. Report? By the time Sarutobi, that old man, slowly discusses the outcome, the opportunity would have slipped away. This isn't an opportunity. It's a danger, Tintin said sharply. That Yong'en's strength is unfathomable. With one palm, he could seriously injure Kakashi. What makes you think he would listen to you? No matter how strong he is. He's just a ninja. Danzo's voice carried an undeniable confidence. As long as enough leverage is given, no one will refuse. Leverage? Kakashi frowned. What do you intend to use to win him over? Money? Status? Danzo did not answer directly, but spoke meaningfully. Everyone has their own desires. As long as you find the right weakness, even the strongest beast can be tamed. Tsunade's face darkened completely. Danzo, you are too arrogant. This is not the route. Your methods, when applied to strong individuals at this level, will only backfire. Elder Tsunade is right. Kakashi echoed in a deep voice. Moreover, that Yong'en has a close relationship with MIZUKAGE Terumi May. Rash contact will only alert the snake. Danzo, however, remained unmoved and scoffed. You are too conservative. It is precisely because of people like you in Konoha that we are being pressured by other ninja villages. This is not conservativeness. It is caution. Tsunade's voice was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Have you forgotten how many missions failed due to your reckless actions back then? Danzo's single eye suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Failure? That was because others were too incompetent. You. Tsunade's fingers trembled with anger, but she suppressed her rage. Fine, since you insist on this, I will set off back to Konoha tomorrow, and I will report this matter to the 3rd Hokage truthfully. Danzo stood up indifferently, leaning on his cane as he walked toward the door. Do as you wish. Kakashi stepped forward, wanting to persuade him again. Lord Danzo, please reconsider. Enough. Danzo suddenly turned around, a fierce killing intent flashing in his single eye. Kakashi, don't forget your identity. You are merely an ordinary security advisor, not an elder of Konoha, let alone the Hokage. You have no right to speak to me like this. You. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, but ultimately took a step back and stopped speaking. Danzo snorted coldly, pushed the door open, and quickly disappeared into the night. Only Tsunade and Kakashi remained in the room, the air heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. He is simply unreasonable. Tsunade sat heavily back in her chair, almost crushing her pipe in her hand. Kakashi sighed. Lord Danzo has always been like this. Once he has made up his mind, no one can stop him. We must return to the village as soon as possible and inform the third Hokage about this, Tsunade said in a low voice. Otherwise, with Danzo's temperament, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause? Kakashi nodded, his gaze drifting out the window, a hint of unease rising in his heart. Will that man named Yong'en really agree to Danzo's wishes? Chapter 49. So, it was Izanagi. Morning. The mist village was shrouded in a thin veil of fog. The distant mountains were faintly visible, resembling the light shadows in an ink-wash painting. The river's surface rippled with tiny waves, as a few early rising egrets skimmed over the water, creating circles of ripples. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of grass and dew, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds, enhancing the tranquil atmosphere. Outside the village by the river, Yong'en stood on a flat boulder by the riverbank, his long knife glinting with a cold silver sheen in the morning light. After a night of entanglement with Terumi Mei in the MIZUKAGE tower, the woman had unexpectedly not come to find Yong'en that night. That's fine. Yong'en rarely had a moment of leisure and could practice his sword skills. Having reached level 6 in swordsmanship, he needed a staggering 1,000,000 swings to advance to level 7. Moreover, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty of each swing. This would require Yong'en to invest considerable time and effort in training. Huff! Yong'en slowly exhaled toward the river. The blade slowly traced an arc, and although the motion seemed slow, it generated a fierce wind pressure that split the surrounding fog in two. Whoosh! The sound of the blade slicing through the air was crisp and pleasant, as if even the air had been cut. However, just as he was about to swing the second strike, he suddenly halted. Friend, since you're here, why hide? Yong'en's lips curled slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the river ahead. After a brief silence, a figure slowly emerged from under an ancient tree not far away. Danzo, leaning on his cane, squinted slightly, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face. No wonder he could injure Kakashi with a single blow. His perception is indeed sharp. Yong'en then turned around, casually resting his long knife on his shoulder, lazily sizing him up. So it's Konoha-S Danzo, out for a morning stroll by the river instead of resting at the inn? Danzo approached slowly, leaving small dents in the moist soil with his cane. I came specifically to find you. Oh, Yong'en raised an eyebrow. What do you want with me? Treat me to breakfast? Danzo ignored his teasing, a glint of sharpness flashing in his single eye. Yong'en-kun, someone of your caliber staying in the Mist Village is a bit of a waste of talent. Hearing this, Yong'en smiled. Then where should I go according to Lord Danzo? Konoha. Only Konoha. Danzo's voice was deep and filled with temptation. As long as you're willing to join my side, I can give you everything you desire, wealth, status, power, and even, he paused, speaking meaningfully, the position of Hokage in the future. Upon hearing this, Yong'en was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! The laughter echoed across the river, startling a few water birds. The position of Hokage? He wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. Lord Danzo, you really dream big. Danzo's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I never joke. With your strength and my support, replacing Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be difficult. Yong'en stopped laughing, but his gaze gradually turned cold. Danzo, have you misunderstood something? What? Since I have such strength, Yong'en suddenly turned the long knife in his hand, pointing the tip directly at Danzo, his tone contemptuous. Do you think I need to pledge loyalty to you? Are you out of your mind? Danzo's single eye suddenly narrowed, and the air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. But he quickly suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, Young man, do not be too arrogant. The resources and connections of Konoha are far beyond what the mist can compare. Resources? Connections? Yong'en scoffed. Do you think I care about these? Everyone has their own price. Danzo coldly replied, As long as you state your conditions, I can meet them. Yong'en shook his head, retracting the long knife and placing it back on his shoulder. Sorry, I have no interest in being someone else's dog. Danzo's expression darkened completely. Yong'en, you must think this through. Refusing Konoha's goodwill will not benefit you. Konoha's goodwill? Yong'en raised an eyebrow, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Shimura Danzo, if I'm not mistaken. You are merely the leader of Konoha's route. How dare you represent Konoha? Upon hearing such sarcasm, Danzo's face instantly turned ugly. You, enough, Lord Danzo. Yong'en waved his hand, turning his back on him. While I'm still in a good mood, you should leave quickly. If you keep talking, I wouldn't mind letting you experience what Kakashi went through last night. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's single eye, his anger surging in his chest. He had traversed the ninja world for decades. When had he ever been so contemptuously rejected? Moreover, the other party was just a young junior. Since words are useless, then I will let you understand the price of rejecting me through strength. He suddenly formed hand seals, chakra surging within him, and opened his mouth to unleash. Wind release, vacuum wave. The sharp wind blade tore through the air, letting out a piercing scream as it shot toward Yong'en, where the wind blade passed. The ground was plowed into deep ravines, and the reeds by the river were neatly cut, drifting in midair. However, just as the wind blade was about to touch Yong'en, whoosh, Yong'en's figure suddenly disappeared. There were no afterimages, no signs of instantaneous movement, as if he had evaporated into thin air. What? Towanzo's pupils suddenly constricted, alarm bells ringing in his heart. His perception ability was among the top levels in Konoha, yet at this moment, he completely failed to capture Yong'en's movement trajectory. Behind him, years of battle instincts made him turn around abruptly, but before he could see clearly, a disdainful chuckle reached his ears. Too slow. Yong'en's voice was so close. It seemed to resonate right by his ear. Towanzo's hair stood on end, and in a panic, he tried to form seals for defense, but it was already too late. Puffed. A flash of silver light passed, and Yong'en's long knife sliced through Towanzo's waist as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Blood splattered, and Towanzo's body was split in two, the upper half slowly sliding down and crashing to the ground. Cough. Towanzo coughed up blood, disbelief filling his single eye. He never imagined that he would be defeated in a single move. However, just as Yong'en retracted his knife, a bizarre scene occurred. Towanzo's body suddenly twisted like a phantom, and then reappeared at the original spot, as if the previous kill had never happened. Oh? Yong'en frowned slightly, then suddenly understood. It turned out to be Izanagi. What? You? Towanzo's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, a hint of horror flashing in his single eye. How do you know about Izanagi? Chapter 50. Come on. Let me witness the power of Kodo MIZUKAGE. Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, not to mention the Konoha higher-ups, even among the Uchiha clan members. Very few know about this forbidden technique. Yong'en, carrying his long knife, looked at him with a half-smile. I know more than just that. His gaze slowly swept over Towanzo's right arm wrapped in bandages, his tone playful. You have implanted cells from Hashirama, but they are not perfect copies. There are also quite a few Sharingan hidden in your right arm, right? Oh, by the way, does Kodo MIZUKAGE from Shursui also belong to you? Each word struck Towanzo's heart like a heavy hammer. How is this possible? How could he know? Towanzo's heart was stirred up by turbulent waves. These secrets were his carefully hidden trump cards for decades. Hashirama cells, Sharingan transplants, Kodo MIZUKAGE. Any one of these leaking out would be enough to ruin him and leave him without a place to die. Why? Why does he know these things? Has he investigated me long ago? No, impossible. Even the core members of the root don't know this information, unless his intelligence network exceeds my imagination. A hint of panic flashed in Towanzo's single eye, but it was quickly replaced by a sinister determination. Since his trump card was seen through, he must eliminate Yong'en here. Otherwise, it would lead to endless troubles. It seems I cannot let you live. He violently tore off the bandages on his right arm, revealing a row of fierce Sharingan, each eye emitting a strange red light. Yong'en, however, remained calm, even shaking his head in disappointment. Towanzo, your biggest mistake is thinking that you can do whatever you want with these stolen powers. Before his words could finish, his figure disappeared again. Towanzo's Sharingan spun widely, yet he still couldn't capture Yong'en's trace. Damn it, his speed is so fast that even the Sharingan can't keep up. Fear spread in Towanzo's heart for the first time. The Sharingan on Toanzo's right arm spun wildly, the scarlet pupils reflecting Yong'en's almost ghostly figure. He gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Dozens of sharp wind blades shot out in a fan shape, covering a radius of several dozen meters in front of him. The ground was sliced into a crisscross pattern, and the rocks on the riverbank were ground to powder by the wind blades. However, Yong'en's figure seemed to weave through the gaps between the wind blades like a phantom. Not a single corner of his clothing touched. You still don't understand? A cold voice came from behind, and Toanzo turned around abruptly, only to see Yong'en's long knife already stabbing toward his throat. Such a move is useless against me. The blade pierced through his throat, blood gushing out. Toanzo's pupils suddenly constricted, his consciousness plunging into darkness. But the next second, Izanagi activated, reality was rewritten. Toanzo's figure reappeared several meters away, one of the Sharingan on his right arm slowly closing, losing its luster. The second one, Yong'en flicked the blood off his knife, his tone indifferent. How many times can you resurrect? Cold sweat seeped from Toanzo's forehead, but the fierce determination in his eyes intensified. He bit his finger hard, slammed his hands on the ground, and shouted loudly. Summoning technique, Dream Eater. A massive cloud of smoke exploded. Boom! A gigantic elephant-headed monster appeared in the arena. The monster swung its long trunk, and a terrifying suction force erupted, pulling in nearby trees and rocks. Yong'en's figure paused slightly, as if restrained by the suction. Seizing the opportunity, Toanzo formed hand seals again. Wind release. Vacuum ball. A high-pressure wind ball whistled out, heading straight for Yong'en. Unfortunately, in Toanzo's incredulous gaze, Yong'en merely raised his left hand, fingers spread wide. Bang! The vacuum ball shattered like a bubble the moment it touched his palm, dissipating into nothingness. What? Toanzo's face changed dramatically. What kind of body is this? Is he even human? Whoosh! Yong'en's figure disappeared again. The next second, the flash of the blade appeared. Uft! The Dream Eater's trunk was cut off at the root. The giant beast let out a mournful howl, turning into white smoke and vanishing. Meanwhile, a deep knife wound, visible to the bone, appeared on Toanzo's chest. The third one, Izanagi activated again. Toanzo resurrected, but another Sharingan on his right arm closed again. Damn it! I can't even touch him. Toanzo's heart began to waver. He had never encountered such an overwhelming opponent. Even Hanzo from back then had never given him this feeling of despair. Would release. Wood root burial. He went all out, his right arm instantly turning into wood. Countless sharp wooden spikes erupting from the ground, transforming the area within 100 meters into a death forest. Yong'en gently leaped, his figure drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and his long knife swept across. Unmatched blade, energy, surged like a great river. Whoosh! All the wooden spikes were sliced in half, the cut surfaces smooth as a mirror. Before Toanzo could react, Yong'en had already appeared in front of him, the blade piercing straight for his heart. The fourth one, Izanagi activated again, but Toanzo's face had already turned as pale as paper. On his right arm, only a few Sharingan remained open. Too weak. Toanzo, your strength is too weak. Yong'en spoke with a tone full of boredom. You don't understand what true power is at all. Your tricks, the powers you have, and all the trump cards you desperately gathered are meaningless before me. At this point, Yong'en raised his hand, looking at his own hands, speaking in an almost intoxicated manner. You cannot comprehend the magnificent power that I possess, standing in front of you. Who is this guy? What is this power? What the hell is going on? Toanzo gasped for breath, and unprecedented despair and fear finally surfaced in his single eye. At this moment, he finally came to realize the power he took pride in was nothing more than a child's trick in front of Yong'en. The guy before him was like a divine existence. He simply couldn't defeat him. By the riverside, where the morning mist had yet to clear, Yong'en slowly held his long knife horizontally in front of him, the blade reflecting a cold, harsh light. He stared at the few remaining Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Danzo Shimura, you still have one last card to play. Yong'en's voice was laced with mockery. Koto Amitsukami of Uchiha sure sway. The strongest genjutsu, said to rewrite others' will without a sound. Come on, let me see the power of MIZUKAGE. Danzo's lone eye narrowed sharply. He indeed had this final trump card, but MIZUKAGE had a cool-down time of over 10 years. This was the ultimate weapon he intended to use to seize the position of Hokage. Chapter 51. The Soul-Subduing Blade Intent and MIZUKAGE. Danzo's expression changed, struggling. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to use it? Yong'en stepped forward, the tip of his knife gently touching the ground. Then I guess I'll have to kill you again. Before his words had finished, his figure suddenly blurred. Danzo frantically activated a Sharingan, but only caught a glimpse of an afterimage. Puff! The fifth Sharingan closed forever. Danzo knelt on the ground, clutching his pierced throat, his face turning pale as paper when Izanagi was activated again. Danzo, hurry up and use your last resort. Yong'en flicked the droplets of blood off his knife. Otherwise, you'll die here today. Damn it. A trace of madness flashed in Danzo's single eye. You forced me to do this. He roared, suddenly tearing off the bandage from his right eye. The Manjiki Sharingan from Uchiha Shursui spun wildly. MIZUKAGE. An invisible mental wave instantly enveloped Yong'en. The world seemed to be pressed on pause. Even the morning mist froze in the air. A victorious smile crept onto Danzo's lips. You foolish guy. Now you finally get to see my power. In this world, no one can resist this ultimate genjutsu that rewrites perception. The power of MIZUKAGE descended, and the world before Yong'en began to twist and deform. The surrounding scenery looked like an ink painting immersed in water. Colors starting to blend and swirl together. He felt his consciousness being gently wrapped by some invisible force, slowly sinking down, continuously descending, as if it were going to drag him into the deepest dream. A genjutsu that rewrites will, huh? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yong'en's mouth. He slowly closed his eyes, and the long knife in his hand suddenly emitted a clear ringing sound. The blade lit up with dazzling light, like stars in the night sky being ignited one by one. Soul-Subduing Blade Intent. The Soul-Subduing Blade Intent granted by the system can counter all genjutsu in the world today. Even MIZUKAGE cannot escape its restraint. With a whisper, Yong'en's blade traced a perfect arc. This strike seemed extremely slow, yet it was unbelievably fast. With a blade light passed, space rippled like water. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed through the mental world. Danzo, terrified, saw the MIZUKAGE illusion he cast cracking like a mirror. Brilliant golden light shone through the cracks. It was Yong'en's blade intent, dismantling this illusory world from the inside. Impossible. A storm surged in Danzo's heart. He had never seen anyone shatter the MIZUKAGE illusion with pure power. The pain from his right eye's Manjiki Sharingan surged, a sign of ocular backlash. Just before the illusion completely shattered, a fierce glint flashed in Danzo's lone eye. He made a swift decision, quickly forming hand seals. Body flicker technique. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke exploded at the spot. When Yong'en fully broke the genjutsu and opened his eyes, Danzo had already vanished from the riverside. Only a few leaves, caught by the fierce wind, slowly drifted down. Yong'en sheathed his knife, looking at the pool of still wet blood on the ground, gently shaking his head. He ran away decisively. A breeze blew, dispersing the last wisp of mist. The river's surface shimmered with light, as if the earlier clash had never occurred. Only a few severed reeds by the shore silently recorded the traces of this duel. Hey, Danzo, now that you've lost so many Sharingan and MIZUKAGE, let's see how long you can keep bouncing around. Danzo's figure raced through the dense forest. The bandage on his right arm was already soaked with blood. Even with Hashirama cells, the massive consumption and backlash from the Sharingan left his entire arm trembling. His breath was heavy, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his lone eye was filled with malice and rage. That man, how powerful is he? He could even break MIZUKAGE. He had never imagined that after years of careful planning, even going so far as to transplant the eyes of the Uchiha clan, he would end up fleeing in embarrassment before an unknown mist ninja. He couldn't stay in the hidden mist village any longer. He had to leave quickly, or else. Danzo dared not return to the hidden mist village's lodging, fearing Yong'en would chase after him. and even more afraid of what Kurama and Kakashi would think of his disheveled appearance. He gritted his teeth, quickly formed seals, and summoned a pitch-black crow. The crow flapped its wings and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Before long, several shadows emerged from the forest, kneeling on one knee before Danzo. Lord Danzo, the leading root ninja, bowed respectfully. You are injured? Danzo did not answer, merely casting a cold glance at his subordinates, his voice low and hoarse. Prepare for immediate evacuation. We will return to Konoha first. The root ninja was momentarily taken aback. What about the Kurama consultant and Kakashi-senpai? Don't worry about them, Danzo interrupted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Send someone to the lodging in the Hidden Mist village to inform them that I have urgent business and have left first. Let them return to the village to report. Although the root ninja was puzzled, as elite members of Root, they were used to obeying orders without question. Understood. I will handle it right away. Danzo nodded slightly, then turned and sped towards Konoha. His back appeared somewhat hasty, even carrying a rare hint of embarrassment. The root ninjas exchanged glances and quickly followed. In the reception room of the Hidden Mist Village's lodging, the air seemed to freeze. After hearing the report from the root ninja, Kurama Kabushi slammed her pipe down on the coffee table with a loud bang, the sparks splattering and scorching several black marks on the wooden surface. That old fool. She abruptly stood up, several strands of her gray hair falling loose. I knew he wouldn't stay put. Kakashi stood by the window, his exposed eye narrowed into a slit. The bright sunlight outside contrasted sharply with his gloomy expression. It seems Lord Danzo indeed went to find Yong'en. Not just want to find. Kurama's voice suddenly rose, startling the mist made passing by outside. He must have angered the other party, and now he's fleeing back to Konoha like a stray dog, not even daring to show his face. She paced back and forth, the sleeves of her kimono rustling with her agitated movements. I should have thought of this. The moment he said he wanted to win over Yong'en, I should have tied him up and sent him back to Konoha. Kakashi gently pressed down on his chest, where the lingering power of Yong'en's palm still remained. Now the question is, what exactly did Lord Danzo do? What else could he do? Kurama scoffed coldly, the wrinkles on her face deepening with anger. It's nothing more than threats and temptations. He might have even resorted to violence. Chapter 52. Unfathomable. Konoha comes to apologize. As they spoke, Taijutsu Kaharu suddenly turned to Kakashi, her eyes flashing with sharp light. How was your encounter with that Yong'en that night? What was his strength like? Kakashi was silent for a moment, and the eye that was revealed showed a hint of seriousness. Unfathomable. I even suspect. He paused. He might be stronger than the third and fourth Hokages. Hiss. Taijutsu Koharu gasped, her thin fingers tightly gripping the hem of her kimono. That fool dance. He has brought such a monster to Konoha. The shadows of trees outside the window cast mottled shadows between the two. Kakashi's voice was low and serious. What's more troublesome is that Yong'en has a deep relationship with Terumi Mei. If due to Danza's offense, the Mist Village develops hostility towards Konoha, then everything we have done will be in vain. What was that old fool thinking? Taijutsu Koharu suddenly flew into a rage, slamming her palm on the coffee table, causing the tea set to clatter. For his little ridiculous ambition, he wants to drag the entire Konoha down with him. She gasped for breath, suddenly pulling out a communication scroll from her sleeve. I must report to the third Hokage immediately. Danzo must pay the price for his unilateral actions. Kakashi pressed her trembling hand down. Lady Koharu, calm down. Right now, the most important thing is how to handle the aftermath. Handle the aftermath? Taijutsu Koharu sneered, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes trembling. Do you think that Yong'en will let it go? If he comes after Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. She didn't continue, but Kakashi understood the implication of her words. A heavy silence filled the reception room. Taijutsu Koharu's thin fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of her pipe, while Kakashi leaned against the window, his revealed eyes staring at the swaying shadows of the bamboo in the courtyard. We must do something. Taijutsu Koharu suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. Yong'en's strength has exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. We cannot just wait idly. We must do something to prevent disaster from happening. Kakashi nodded in agreement, gently pressing down on his still aching chest. He is comparable to a fully tailed beast Jinchuriki. If he wants revenge, who among us can stop him? Just like the Knight of the Nine Tails. Taijutsu Koharu added, a hint of fear flashing in her murky eyes. No, it might be worse. The Nine Tails at least lacked reason, but this Yong'en. The two fell into silence simultaneously. Outside the window, the laughter of children from the Mist Village echoed. But this ordinary joy felt particularly jarring at this moment. Go find Terumi Mei. Kakashi suddenly straightened up. She is the only one who can restrain Yong'en. Taijutsu Koharu frowned. Are you sure? Given their relationship, would such a powerful figure listen to her? There is no other choice. We have to try. Kakashi's voice was steady. I hope Yong'en will heed her advice. Moreover, he paused as the MIZUKAGE. She should not wish to see the two villages go to war. Sigh. Taijutsu Koharu sighed deeply, the ashes from her pipe falling away. But what reason do we have to request an audience? We can't just say, Dan's offended your powerful figure. Tell the truth. Kakashi said lightly. To say that Dan's acted unilaterally, and Konoha is willing to apologize for it. Taijutsu Koharu's fingers trembled slightly. When has Konoha ever bowed its head to another village? To prevent a second Nine Tails incident. It's worth it. Kakashi's voice was heavy as iron. The third Hokage will understand. Outside, a leaf spun as it fell onto the windowsill. Taijutsu Koharu stared at the dead leaf for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh. You are right. She struggled to stand up, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. I will go request an audience with the MIZUKAGE. Kakashi nodded, readjusting his mask. I will accompany you. No. Taijutsu Koharu waved her hand. You are still injured, and her eyes became sharp. We need someone to relay the situation back to Konoha as soon as possible. If we fail to persuade the MIZUKAGE. Kakashi's pupils constricted. You mean to prepare for the worst. Taijutsu Koharu straightened her clothes, her voice low. If I have not returned by tonight, immediately activate the emergency plan and have the third Hokage strengthen border defenses. Kakashi was silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. Understood. Taijutsu Koharu checked her appearance one last time, tucking her pipe at her waist, as she pushed open the door to the reception room. The afternoon sunlight spilled on her hunched back, giving it a somewhat tragic meaning. Lady Koharu, Kakashi suddenly called out to her. The old woman turned back to see the silver-haired shinobi bow deeply. Please make sure to return safely. Taijutsu Koharu managed a reassuring smile. For Konoha, I will. Her footsteps gradually faded away, and Kakashi stood by the window, staring blankly at the leaves scattered by the wind in the courtyard. In the distance, the Mist Village was bathed in the setting sun, beautiful and tranquil. In the MIZUKAGE's office in the Mist Village, the afterglow of the sunset streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the entire room amber. Terumi Mei sat calmly behind a large desk, her expression as calm as water, but deep within her emerald eyes, currents surged. Taijutsu Koharu stood before the desk, her aged face filled with weariness and sincerity in every wrinkle. She maintained a perfectly respectful bow, neither appearing humble nor failing to express her apology. This is how it is. Taijutsu Koharu's voice was hoarse and heavy. Dan's acted unilaterally and offended your village's Yong'en. On behalf of Konoha, I extend our most sincere apologies. After speaking, the Konoha advisor bent deeply, her graying hair glimmering silver in the sunlight. Terumi Mei did not respond immediately. She turned to look out the window, watching the figures of mist ninjas in the distant training ground. After a long while, she sighed deeply. Why did things have to come to this? Her voice was light, yet it made Taijutsu Koharu's back straighten even more. It is our fault. Taijutsu Koharu maintained her bowing posture. Dan's actions do not represent the will of Konoha. We greatly cherish the hard-won peace with the mist. Terumi Mei withdrew her gaze, her fingertips gently rubbing a document on the desk. It was a cooperation agreement regarding the Nin exams, the ink still wet. Finding Yong'en is easy. She finally spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. But since we've already offended him, this matter is likely difficult to settle. Chapter 53. If money can solve it, then it's not a problem. Upon hearing this, Taijutsu Koharu slowly straightened up, a hint of determination flashing in her murky eyes. I understand, but in any case, Konoha is willing to take responsibility. We only ask that the MIZUKAGE can mediate a little. The office fell into a brief silence. The emblem of the mist village hanging on the wall glinted with metallic sheen in the sunset, the wave patterns seeming to flow slowly. Tirumi mai shouldn't chuckled lightly. You are quite clever, knowing to come find me as a negotiator. Taijutsu Koharu did not deny it, simply saying sincerely, because we all understand that what matters most to Yong'en is your attitude, MIZUKAGE. This statement made Tirumi Mei's ears slightly flush. She cleared her throat to cover her own lapse. I can take you to see him. However, her eyes suddenly became serious and sharp. I want to remind you that Yong'en's temper is not as easy to talk to as mine. I understand. T. Karai Sh. Haru nodded solemnly. Regardless of the outcome, Konoha is grateful for Lord MIZUKAGE's assistance. Tirumi Mei stood up, her deep blue MIZUKAGE robes flowing elegantly behind her. She walked to the window, gazing at the already set sun. Since that's the case, we shouldn't delay. Let's set off now. Thank you, Lord MIZUKAGE. T. Karai Sh. Haru bowed deeply again, her movements noticeably more relaxed this time. No need to thank me. Tirumi Mei did not turn around, her calm voice revealing no hint of her emotions. I'm also for the peace of Kirigakure. Night. The moonlight is like water, spilling into the courtyard of Yong'en's residence. The shadows of bamboo sway, and stone lanterns emit a soft glow. As Tirumi Mei led T. Karai Sh. Haru through the corridor, the sound of their wooden clogs on the wooden floor was particularly clear. Yong'en was practicing in the courtyard when he heard footsteps and turned around, clearly surprised to see the two. He sheathed his long sword, his face under the moonlight showing a hint of astonishment. It's so late. What brings you two here? Tirumi Mei pressed her lips together and stepped aside. T. Karai Sh. Haru took a deep breath and stepped forward to bow deeply. Lord of the Yong'en, I have come to apologize for Danzo's offense. Oh. Yong'en raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping between the two. Come in and speak. In the tea room, the candlelight flickered. Yong'en poured tea for the two, his movements fluid and graceful. T. Karai Sh. Haru took the teacup with both hands, her aged fingers trembling slightly. Today, Danzo came uninvited and offended you, and Konoha is willing to take responsibility for everything. Elder Sh. Haru, Yong'en suddenly interrupted her, a playful smile forming at the corner of his mouth. If I truly wanted to kill Danzo, do you think he could escape from me? T. Karai Sh. Haru nearly dropped her teacup, tea splashing onto her sleeve. She raised her head in shock, seeing the playful look in Yong'en's eyes, momentarily speechless. Tirumi Mei also froze, her red lips slightly parted. What do you mean? Yong'en stood up, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked to the corridor. The night wind rustled his robes, and the moonlight cast a silver lining around him. In my eyes, whether it's Danzo today or Kakashi that night, they are nothing but ants. His voice was light, yet it struck T. Karai Sh. Haru like a thunderbolt. The calm tone contained an absolute confidence that looked down upon all beings. If I wanted to kill them, it would be effortless. Yong'en turned back, his eyes glimmering like gold, just like this. He casually plucked a bamboo leaf and flicked it gently. The bamboo leaf sliced through the air, neatly splitting a rock 10 feet away in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without even sound. T. Karai Sh. Haru's pupils constricted sharply, and the teacup in her hand fell onto the tatami mat with a thud. She finally understood that the strength this man displayed was likely not even a fraction of her most pessimistic estimation. Tirumi Mei watched her lover under the moonlight, her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating. The dominance Yong'en exhibited at that moment made her feel flushed all over, wishing to throw herself into his arms immediately. But she held herself back, her fingertips unconsciously tightening around her clothing. I won't kill them. Yong'en returned to the tea room, his tone indifferent. It's because these people are simply not worth my effort. T. Karai Sh. Haru struggled to regain her voice. But Danzo, someone like Danzo will never be on the stage, Yong'en said dismissively. A pitiful, sad, and laughable character who, throughout his life, will never understand what true power over life and death is. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on his face. At that moment, T. Kurai Sh. Haru seemed to see the shadow of the first Hokage from years ago. That kind of transcendent demeanor. That kind of calmness that viewed all beings as ants. Whether it's Danzo or Kakashi, even if given more time, they would never grow to threaten me. Yong'en took a sip from his teacup. Just like ants will never understand the power of humans. The tea room fell into silence. The distant hoot of an owl added to the tranquility. His words were filled with an overbearing aura that left T. Kurai Sh. Haru speechless. Ultimately, the reason Yong'en does not kill Kakashi is that he still has some fondness for this person, unwilling to strike him down. As for someone like Danzo, he is essentially a pawn of Uchiha Sasuke, the child of destiny. He does not want to kill Danzo so soon, as it would disrupt the original plot arrangement. If the plot leads to some chaos that escapes his control, attracting the attention of the will of this world, or even causing a being of the level of the Sage of Six Paths to emerge prematurely, that would be quite problematic. T. Kurai Sh. Haru's tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly, a look of relief appearing on her wrinkled face. She leaned slightly, her voice carrying restrained joy. Lord Yong'en is magnanimous. Konoha will certainly remember this. However, Yong'en's sudden change in tone caused T. Kurai Sh. Haru to catch her breath. She looked up abruptly, seeing the pair of seemingly smiling, pitch-black eyes under the moonlight, her heart tightening again. I was thinking, Yong'en said slowly, turning the teacup in his hand. If I were to be so offended and yet let it go easily, wouldn't that make me seem weak and easy to bully? He raised his gaze to T. Kurai Sh. Haru, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If that happens, then anyone will dare to provoke me, which would be troublesome. The air in the tea room seemed to freeze instantly. T. Kurai Sh. Haru's bony fingers unconsciously gripped the fabric on her knee, her knuckles turning white. She struggled to swallow. Does that mean Lord Yong'en means? Terumi May also curiously tilted her head, her red lips slightly parted, hesitant to speak. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows on her delicate profile. Yong'en suddenly broke into a smile, his earlier sharpness entirely concealed. Kirigakure is in dire need of reconstruction and requires some economic compensation. He elegantly gestured. If Konoha can express sincerity, this matter can be settled with a stroke of a pen. T. Kurai Sh. Haru's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, almost unable to control her expression. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, she knew too well that money is the least important cost for a shinobi village. Things that can be solved with money are not worth worrying about. Chapter 54 Kakashi, you need to pull yourself together. T. Kurai Sh. Haru could hardly wait to ask, what amount does Lord Yong'en think is appropriate? Yong'en waved his hand, turning to look at Terumi May. The specific amount can be discussed between you and Lord MIZUKAGE. The two exchanged glances, everything understood without words. After all, this compensation is ultimately to be used for the construction of Kirigakure. Terumi May understood, a smile flashing in her eyes. She elegantly adjusted the cuffs of her MIZUKAGE robes. Since Lord Yong'en has said so, Elder Sh. Haru, please come to the MIZUKAGE's office tomorrow for detailed discussions. T-Kai Seichiro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but as an experienced politician, she immediately realized that this would be a difficult negotiation. However, compared to offending a powerful being on par with a tailed beast, the loss of money was negligible. I understand, she respectfully bowed. I will definitely come tomorrow with Konoha's sincerity. Yong'en nodded in satisfaction and stood up to see them off. As he opened the sliding door of the tea room, the night wind, carrying the fragrance of bamboo leaves, rushed towards him. In the distance, the lights of Kirigakure flickered in the night, like stars falling to the ground. By the way, Yong'en suddenly paused in the corridor, turning back to look at T. Kurai Sh. Haru. Please also inform Danzo. His voice suddenly turned cold. If there's a next time, it won't be something that can be resolved with money. Next time, even if the Sage of Six Paths really does emerge early, I'll have to eliminate you, old man. Tysh Ka's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She bowed deeply, her voice dry. Please rest assured, I will definitely convey this. As her figure disappeared outside the courtyard, Terumi May couldn't help but chuckle softly. You really know how to extort. Wyan wrapped his arms around her slender waist and whispered in her ear. This isn't extortion, it's called reasonable compensation. The warm breath made Terumi May's ears flush. Besides, isn't this money meant for your village? Terumi May leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. How much should I ask for tomorrow? Make it high. Yong'en toyed with a strand of her red hair. The wealth accumulated by Konoha over the years should be released a bit. Good. The night breeze brushed by, and the bamboo shadows danced. The moonlight spilled into the courtyard, scattering into the room, landing on the two intertwined bodies inside. The night was deep. However, the guest house in the hidden mist village was still lit. Kakashi leaned by the window, his silver hair shimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight. He held a copy of Intimate Paradise, a picture book he used to love, but at this moment, he hadn't turned a page in a long time. The one eye he exposed occasionally glanced towards the entrance of the courtyard. He didn't know how long it had passed. When Tyshka's figure finally appeared at the end of the corridor, Kakashi's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. He closed the book and quickly walked over. Ladiska, you're back. His voice was still calm, but his speech was a bit quicker than usual. Tyshka wore a rare look of ease. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had smoothed out a lot. Come in and talk. Inside the tea room, the candlelight flickered. Tyshka took the hot tea Kakashi handed her and recounted the meeting of the night. When she mentioned Yong'en's remark about being just an ant, Kakashi's hand that was pouring tea suddenly paused, and tea spilled over the edge of the cup, creating a dark stain on the table. Kakashi? Tyshka keenly noticed his abnormality. Saw thee. Kakashi set down the teapot and casually wiped the table. But Tyshka clearly saw that the pupil of his exposed eye had slightly contracted, as if stung by something. The room fell silent for a moment. The sound of insects chirping outside the window became particularly clear. Don't take it to heart. That Yong'en's realm has already surpassed common sense. Kakashi forced a smile. I understand. He looked down at his chest. With a lingering pain from Yong'en's palm still remained. I just didn't expect that. In his eyes, I'm not even considered a rival. Tyshka put down her teacup, her aged voice unusually gentle. You are an elite of Konoha. Even the third Hokage has high hopes for you. But that Yong'en, he is not an ordinary person and cannot be measured by common sense. Kakashi took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his emotions. You are right. He raised his head again, his eyes regaining their usual steadiness. So, how will this matter be resolved in the end? A smile reappeared on Tyshka's face. As long as we compensate for some economic losses, I will discuss the specific amount with Terumi May tomorrow. Kakashi let out a long sigh, finally leaning completely against the back of the chair. This was already the best outcome. Yes, Tyshka rubbed her temples. However, this matter must be reported to the third Hokage immediately. Danzo acted on his own and almost brought great disaster to Konoha. I'll write the report. Kakashi volunteered, as I have a more intuitive understanding of Yong'en's strength. Tyshka nodded in approval. That's fine. Remember to report truthfully, especially, she paused, lowering her voice. The details of how Danzo acted unilaterally, stubbornly, and almost implicated Konoha must be written clearly. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Are you asking me to? I'm not asking you to do anything. Tyshka interrupted him, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. I just want the third Hokage to know the whole truth. Good. I understand. Outside the window, a dark cloud passed by, temporarily covering the moonlight. Kakashi stood up and lit another oil lamp, the warm yellow glow dispelling the shadows in the corners of the room. I'll start drafting it now. He took out a scroll and ink. It can be sent back to Konoha by summoning beasts early tomorrow morning. Tyshka nodded in satisfaction and stood up to prepare to leave. At the door, she suddenly turned back. Kakashi. Don't take too seriously what Yong'en said. The old man's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Though an ant is small, it can move things many times its own weight. The forms of power are never just one. Kakashi was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. Thank you, Lady Shk. After the door closed, Kakashi stared blankly at the moonlight outside. The lights of Hidden Mist Village flickered like stars, completely different from the night scenery of Konoha. He touched the wound on his chest, where the residual force of Yong'en's palm still lingered. An ant, huh? He murmured to himself, but no longer felt the earlier disappointment, instead revealing a hint of a relieved smile. Perhaps, But even ants have things they want to protect. The sound of ink on the scroll rustled, and Kakashi's handwriting was as neat and powerful as ever. This report would change Konoha's entire strategic assessment of Hidden Mist, and that mysterious powerhouse named Wyan would officially enter Konoha's highest alert list. Chapter 55. As long as Lord Wyan is here, we have a chance. The next day, Konoha Village. The morning light poured through the window of the Hokage's office, casting mottled shadows on the ancient wooden floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the large desk, the smoke from his pipe rising in wisps. The scroll laid open before him detailed Kakashi's neat handwriting, recording the events of the Hidden Mist journey. When he read the part where Wyan described Danzo and Kakashi as ants, the third Hokage's brows furrowed deeply. The fire in the pipe dimmed for a moment, a strength comparable to that of a tailed beast severely injured Kakashi. And he has a close relationship with the MIZUKAGE Terumi Mei, possibly a romantic one? He murmured these keywords to himself, a complex expression flashing in his murky eyes. As an elder who had experienced several ninja world wars, he understood all too well what such strength meant. The birds chirping outside the window suddenly sounded distant, and his thoughts were completely occupied by this intelligence. When did Hidden Mist produce such a figure? He put down the pipe, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Kakashi's report was concise, mainly describing Wyan's displayed strength and the outcome of TYSHK's negotiations with him. As for the details of Danzo's confrontation with Wyan, it was clear that Kakashi was unaware. After pondering for a moment, the third Hokage dipped his brush in ink. The brush hovered for a moment over the specially made letter paper before dropping down with concise and powerful characters. I have been informed of this matter. The affairs of Hidden Mist will be handled by you all, and try to meet Hidden Mist's requests. The signature at the bottom, Sarutobi Hiruzen, displayed the decisiveness of the old Hokage. Someone, he called softly. An Umbu appeared instantly in the office, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama. The third Hokage placed the letter into a specially made scroll, sealing it with wax embossed with Konoha's emblem. Immediately deliver this letter back to Hidden Mist and hand it personally to TYSHK. Understood. After the darkness left, the third Hokage relit his pipe and walked to the window to overlook the entire Konoha. The village in the morning mist was peaceful and serene, but his gaze became particularly profound. It seemed that the ninja world was about to stir again. That afternoon, in the MIZUKAGE's office in Kirigakure, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the long table. Terumi Mei sat at the head, her red hair shimmering like satin in the sunlight. Elder Ao and Gunma sat on either side, with a scroll laid out before them, filled with numerous compensation terms. According to our preliminary estimates, Terumi Mei tapped her fingers lightly on the table, a proper smile gracing her lips. The losses Kirigakure suffered from this incident mainly include the following. Kurenai SHK watched the three people across from her with identical shrewd expressions, her fingers hidden in her sleeves tightening slightly. Kakashi sat quietly beside her, his exposed eye occasionally glancing at the ever-lengthening list. First is the compensation for reputational damage. Ao adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold light. Konoha's higher-ups intruded into our village and provoked our strong ninjas. If this gets out, 50 million Ryo? Elder Gunma stated the number directly, his aged voice leaving no room for doubt. Kurenai SHK raised her eyebrows slightly, but, recalling the third Hokage's directive to accommodate as much as possible, she slowly nodded. It is negotiable. The negotiation lasted a full 2 hours. Whenever the Konoha side attempted to bargain, Terumi Mei would casually mention that Lord Wyan was paying close attention to the matter. Whenever Kurenai SHK showed difficulty, Ao would timely offer a cup of tea, saying it was just a preliminary estimate. Finally, for mental suffering compensation, Terumi Mei closed the scroll, her red lips parting slightly. Considering the psychological shadow this incident cast on our ninjas, 100 million Ryo? Kakashi suddenly spoke up, interrupting her offer. The conference room fell silent instantly. Terumi Mei's eyelashes fluttered gently. Ao's pen paused on the paper, and even Elder Gunma widened his eyes slightly. Kurenai SHK turned her head sharply to look at Kakashi, only to see the calm, silver-haired ninja adding, This is the maximum limit authorized by the Hokage. Terumi Mei's fingertips quietly pinched her palm under the table. She suddenly realized she might have underestimated Konoha's wealth. As the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, just how wealthy were these people? Since Konoha was so sincere. She quickly adjusted her expression, then we would naturally be willing to accept, as both sides stamped their seals on the agreement. The sunset was already slanting to the west. Kurenai SHK's complexion had paled a few shades compared to when she arrived, while the 3 from Kirigakure couldn't hide their joy in their eyes. After sending off the Konoha envoy, Terumi Mei looked at the numbers on the agreement and suddenly sighed. Do you think we might be getting less? Ao adjusted his glasses. Lord MIZUKAGE, this amount is already the total of Kirigakure's 3 years of fiscal revenue. I know. Terumi Mei propped her chin on her hand, her red hair slipping from her shoulder, but seeing how readily they agreed. Ahem, Elder Gamal lightly coughed. It's all right. As long as Lord Yong'en is here, perhaps we will have another opportunity next time. That's true. The 3 exchanged smiles. An evening glow outside dyed the office a festive red. 2 days later, at the misty dock, morning dew condensed into glistening droplets on the wooden pier. Kurenai SHK and Kakashi stood before the ship about to set sail. Behind them were the Kirigakure reception ninjas who had come to see them off. Terumi Mei personally came to the dock to bid farewell, her deep blue MIZUKAGE robe fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. Behind her stood Ao and several Kirigakure Jonin, all maintaining an appropriately respectful distance. We apologize for the trouble this time. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord MIZUKAGE. Her aged voice carrying more respect than before. Terumi Mei smiled appropriately. Elder SHK is too polite. The friendship between Kirigakure and Konoha is what matters most. Kakashi stood by, his gaze sweeping over the indistinct outlines of buildings in Kirigakure's morning mist. His eyes lingered for a moment on the MIZUKAGE building not far away, where a familiar figure stood at the window. Would that man also be watching them leave at this moment? Lord MIZUKAGE. Kurenai SHK at that moment took out a gold-embossed invitation from her sleeve. The CH-NIN exams will be held next month. We welcome everyone in Konoha. Terumi Mei took the invitation, her fingertips lightly stroking the Konoha symbol. It will trouble your village then. Ao stepped forward at the right moment. We have already confirmed the list of participants. Lord Yong'en will personally lead the team there. Hearing that name, Kurenai SHK's eyelids twitched, but she quickly regained her composure. All right, we in Konoha will be fully prepared. The sea breeze began to rise, dispersing the last of the morning mist at the dock. The crew started to retract the gangway, making creaking noises. Then, farewell. Kurenai SHK bowed one last time. Safe travels. Terumi Mei nodded slightly. As the ship slowly sailed away from the port, Kakashi stood on the deck, gazing at the receding Kirigakure. Kurenai SHK walked up beside him and whispered, Next time we meet will be for the CH-NIN exams. Yeah, that's right. Chapter 56, Farewell. Time passed. The date of the CH-NIN exams drew closer. Terumi Mei knew Yong'en was leaving, and her overnight stays at Yong'en's home became more frequent, even sneaking over during the day to see him. With such occurrences increasing, the romance between Yong'en and Terumi Mei naturally spread. I heard Lord MIZUKAGE didn't return to the official residence last night. In the morning market, an old man selling fish said while scraping scales. A nearby aunt selling fruit deftly peeled a melon. This morning, I saw Lord MIZUKAGE come out of Lord Yong'en's house. Her hair hadn't even been combed yet. The villagers of Kirigakure exchanged knowing glances, showing no signs of criticism. Even the usually stern Elder Genma, upon seeing the occasional red marks on Terumi Mei's neck, merely stroked his beard knowingly and kindly adjusted the meeting time. Sometimes, the two walked side by side on the streets of Kirigakure. Yong'en's tall and upright figure complemented Terumi Mei's graceful curves as he slightly lowered his head to listen to her speak, gently making passers-by unable to help but smile. They are truly a match made in heaven. You two are the perfect couple, absolutely suited for each other. Who says otherwise? The villagers couldn't help but exclaim. Even the usually serious Ambu were discussing it privately. Since being with Lord Yong'en, Lord MIZUKAGE's killing intent when handling documents has decreased significantly. The people of Kirigakure felt nothing was amiss. Instead, they were uniformly supportive. They believed that Lord Yong'en and Lord MIZUKAGE were the perfect match, most suited for each other. On this day, morning light filtered through the sheer curtain, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. Yong'en stood in front of the stove, the frying eggs sizzling in the pan, their aroma wafting throughout the kitchen. His movements were gentle, afraid to wake the person still sleeping in the bedroom. Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around his waist from behind. Terumi pressed her face against his broad back, her warm breath coming through the thin fabric. Awake? Yong'en didn't turn around, his voice laced with laughter. Breakfast will be ready soon. Terumi didn't reply, only tightened her arms, her fingers gently tracing the contours of his abs. In the morning light, her red hair was slightly messy, still carrying traces of their passionate night. Yong'en turned off the fire and faced her. Seeing her slightly reddened eyes, his heart softened. What is wrong? Terumi buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. I just want to hug you. Yong'en chuckled lightly, his fingers running through her soft hair. Are you reluctant to see me go? The person in his arms remained silent for a long time before softly responding with a faint a sound as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Yet it made Yong'en's heart tremble. Silly girl, he said, cupping her face and brushing his thumb across the slightly reddened corner of her eyes. I'm only leading the team for a few days. It's not like I'm not coming back. Shimizu turned her face away, the sunlight dancing on her exquisite profile. Outside the window, mist-hidden village was gradually waking up, and the distant calls of early morning vendors could be faintly heard. These familiar sounds made the parting feel even more real at this moment. Yong'en pulled her to the dining table and served the carefully prepared breakfast, golden fried eggs, perfectly toasted bread, and her favorite 3-color dumplings. Try it, he offered her chopsticks. I specially learned how to make this for you. Shimizu picked up a piece of dumpling, the sweet and sticky flavor melting on her tongue, but she inexplicably tasted a hint of bitterness. Suddenly remembering something, she looked up. You must remember to eat on time during your journey. Okay, don't be stubborn if you encounter danger. I know. Think of me every day. Yong'en's hand paused for a moment, and then he smiled as he pinched the tip of her nose. You don't need to tell me that. The morning light gradually grew brighter, casting a golden outline around the two of them. Shimizu suddenly put down her chopsticks and gazed directly into Yong'en's eyes. Those green eyes were like a deep pool, reflecting his gentle face. The next second, she leaned in and kissed him. The kiss was sudden and passionate, carrying the sweetness of red bean paste and the freshness of morning dew. Yong'en was momentarily stunned, then quickly held the back of her head, deepening the kiss. In the mingling of lips and teeth, all the feelings of parting transformed into the most primal desire. The sound of the utensils being knocked over was crisp and pleasant, but no one paid any mind. Yong'en lifted her up, their figures intertwining in the morning light like two entwined vines. Shimizu's red hair spilled across the tatami, resembling blooming flowers, while Yong'en's kisses fell like raindrops, each leaving an imprint of reluctance. Outside the window, a robin landed on a branch, curiously tilting its head to watch the moving shadows inside the house. The morning breeze brushed against the curtains, creating gentle ripples, as if dancing for this lingering moment before parting. When the sunlight finally filled the entire room, Shimizu leaned against Yong'en's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Her fingertips lingered on his collarbone. You must come back safely, she whispered. Yong'en kissed the top of her head. I promise you. In the distance, the bell of mist-hidden village rang, reminding them that it was time to depart. But at that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second thick and sweet like honey. Neither of them moved, simply holding each other quietly, letting the sunlight merge their shadows into one. Sending you off 1,000 miles must end in parting. At the port outside mist-hidden village, the waves gently lapped against the wooden pier. The morning sun had already risen above the horizon, tinting the mist a light gold. Shimizu stood at the very front of the dock, the deep blue water reflecting in the morning breeze. Yong'en led the competition team in a neat line. Behind him were 5 spirited students from a ninja school. Kirigakure Suigetsu was among them. He stood at the front of the student group, excitedly chatting with his companions, occasionally stealing glances at Zabuza standing next to Yong'en. The leaders, besides Yong'en, included Momochi Zabuza and the Umbu of Mist Hidden. Is everyone here? Shimizu May asked softly. Report to MIZUKAGE-sama. The representative team for the ninja exam from Mist Hidden Village is all present. Momochi Zabuza answered loudly. Be careful on the road. Shimizu May stepped forward and personally adjusted Yong'en's collar, this affectionate gesture eliciting kind laughter from the onlookers. Ayo, along with several Umbu members, stepped forward to hand Yong'en the sealing scroll. This contains spare supplies and medicine, Elder Jin said, leaning on his cane as he advised the participating students. Remember, you represent the entire Mist Hidden Village. Yes. The 5 children immediately straightened their backs and responded in unison. When the horn for departure sounded, Shimishu Mei suddenly grabbed Yong'en Schricht. Amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, she stood on tiptoe and whispered something in his ear. Yong'en was taken aback for a moment, then smiled with his eyes crescent-shaped, gently nodding. Let's go. With Yong'en's command, the team boarded the ship in an orderly fashion. Kirigakure Sujetsu was the first to eagerly jump onto the deck, waving vigorously at his companions on the shore. Zabuza stood silently at the stern of the boat, holding his executioner's blade. The sea breeze stirred Shimizu Mei's red hair as she stood at the very front of the dock, her eyes fixed on Yong'en, watching him leave until the ship became a small black dot on the horizon. Finally, Ao walked up beside her and softly said, "MIZUKAGE-sama, it's time to go back." Shimizu Mei nodded, giving one last glance at the distant sea surface before gently saying, "Let's go." Chapter 57, Akatsuki Organization Strike. Just as Yong'en and the other ship had not yet docked, in the rain-hidden village, within a tall tower, the dim yellow candlelight cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. Uchiha Obito, wearing a vortex mask, broke the silence in a voice as exaggerated and comical as Akatsuki's. "Big news, everyone." He spun around animatedly. "That Yong'en from Mist Hidden has finally left his lair." "Really?" Deidara, who had been molding clay, suddenly stopped, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "We finally waited for this day." The scorpion's puppet slowly turned its head, a hoarse voice emanating from Hiriko. "Yong'en? Is that the little brat you keep whining about?" Ever since Deidara lost to Yong'en in Mist Hidden Village, he had been constantly mentioning his name, making Scorpion's ears sore. "Not whining." Deidara jumped up excitedly. "That was just an accident. This time, I will definitely let him see what true art is." Would you all like to join in on this grand ambush?" Akatsuki said with exaggerated gestures. He, Kakuzu, counting cash without looking up, flashed a hint of disdain in his green eyes. To mobilize for a little brat? What waste of time. Haiden yawned boredly, carrying his blood-stained scythe. "Exactly. I still need to prepare for next week's ritual." Upon seeing this, Akatsuki suddenly exaggeratedly clasped his head. "Ah, how can you all be like this? That Yong'en has a bounty of 500 million ryo." Kakuzu's fingers counting money suddenly stopped. "How much?" 500 million ryo. Akatsuki extended the syllables, gesturing with his fingers. "And I heard he carries the treasure of Mist Hidden Village, worth a fortune. This guy, is he really that rich?" A hint of greed flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, but quickly returned to calm. "Is the information reliable?" "Absolutely." Akatsuki leaned closer to Kakuzu, and he just won a huge sum at the casino, supposedly carrying it all with him. Scorpion sneered. "Money is useless to me unless he can become excellent puppet material." "He definitely can." Akatsuki suddenly jumped in front of Scorpion. "I heard his body has been specially modified, making even the Sharingan's genjutsu ineffective against him." And he lowered his voice. He once publicly stated that the puppetry of Sasori of the Red Sand is all outdated toys. In order to persuade these guys to take action, Obito had slandered Yong'en with all kinds of dirt. After all, they wouldn't verify it anyway. Hiriko's tail suddenly stood upright, and Scorpion's voice turned cold. "Did he really say that?" "Absolutely." Afei nodded solemnly. "He even said that the art of the Akatsuki is just children playing house." Feiden's previously bored expression suddenly turned sinister. How dare he blaspheme the great name of the evil god? Deidara took the opportunity to fan the flames. "That's right. The guy is really arrogant. He said the Akatsuki are all mice hiding in the shadows. Kakuzu squinted his eyes. Wait, is this information reliable? I feel it's absolutely reliable. A fae interrupted him, pulling out a forged bounty notice from his pocket like a magic trick. Look, this is a bounty from the black market. 530 million ryo. To make this act convincing, he was well prepared. Such a simple thing. How could it be difficult for him? Uchiha Bido? Scorpion's puppet fingers made a clicking sound. Interesting, I want to see what kind of body can withstand my poison needles. Leave him to me. Faden was already excitedly waving his scythe. I want to record his screams and play them at the next ritual. Kakuzu was still hesitating, but mobilizing so many people for one person. Senpai, a fae suddenly leaned in mysteriously. I heard he recently robbed a wealthy merchant's vault, which was full of rare gems, and he lowered his voice. The ring he wears is said to be a relic from the Sage of Six Paths era. Kakuzu's pupils slightly expanded. Is this true? Deidara seized the opportunity to add more. That guy's ninja tool pouch is full of valuable items. I noticed that during our last encounter. Scorpion suddenly spoke. Location. A fae excitedly jumped up. It's at the cliff canyon on the border of the land of fire. They will rest there in 3 days. Faden licked his lips. I want to record his screams and play them at the next ritual. Kakuzu finally put away the money. I'm in, but I want to pick the spoils first. No problem. A fae happily spun around. That plan is set. Deidara-senpai will be responsible for air support. Scorpion-senpai will set up the poison array. Kakuzu-senpai will hold the front. And Faden-senpai will be responsible for, the sacrificial work. Scorpion coldly added, I want his nervous system intact. You could dispose of the rest as you like. Deidara had already started crazily kneading clay. This time, I must show him the ultimate art. Garuda is ready. Faden grinned as he stroked his scythe. The evil god will love this sacrifice. Kakuzu finally confirmed. A fae. You are responsible for intelligence and support. If there is any mistake, you know the consequences. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What a promising guy. Worthy of having survived an encounter with Hashirama, even daring to threaten Uchiha Bido, laughs. Don't worry, senpai. A fae humorously saluted. Absolutely foolproof. All right, then it's settled. I'll go back and prepare. Me too. See you in 3 days. All right. As the meeting ended, the members of the Akatsuki organization disappeared one after another into the rain. A fae stood by the window, and a flash of red light flickered in the Sharingan beneath his mask. Yong'en. His voice suddenly became low and dangerous. Let me see if you're worth this scheme. At this moment, Yong'en, who was still sailing on the sea, had no idea that Uchiha Bido had set a trap for him. The azure sea sparkled, and the merchant ship heading towards Konoha sailed smoothly. On the deck, Yong'en leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance as the sea breeze billowed his black robe. Yong'en-sama, a low voice came from behind him. Yong'en turned around and saw Momochi Zabuza holding his executioner's blade, rarely showing a hesitant expression. This usually cold ninja seemed somewhat awkward at this moment. What's wrong? Yong'en raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zabuza took a deep breath and suddenly bowed deeply. Please guide me in my swordsmanship. Oh, Chapter 58. You want to learn? I'll teach you. This action from Momochi Zabuza immediately caught the attention of others on the ship. Kirigakure's Sujetsu poked his head out from the cabin, and 5 ninja students put down their weapons and curiously gathered around. Even the ever-vigilant Umbu ninjas couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Yong'en looked at the man in front of him, who was older but bowing respectfully, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Why do you want to learn all of a sudden? Zabuza raised his head, his single eye flashing with determination. That day when I fought with you, and saw you fight with Lord Yagura, I realized the difference between us. I want to know what true swordsmanship is. A bold student beside him couldn't help but interject. Yeah. Yong'en-sama, please teach us. He exaggeratedly gestured. That day when you defeated the 4th Hokage with that one strike, it was just too cool. Yeah. The other students chimed in excitedly. The Umbu, although silent, stood even straighter, clearly anticipating. All right, then I'll speak to you. Yong'en chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Zabuza and the others immediately perked up, quickly straining to hear attentively. Yong'en sat cross-legged in the center of the deck. The way of the sword lies in the resonance between the heart and the blade. Everyone immediately sat in a circle. Even the sailors on the ship couldn't help but gather around to listen. A sword is not just iron, and intent is not just form. Yong'en closed his eyes and softly spoke, his fingertips tracing a mysterious path on the blade sheath. Have you ever heard, when all is silent, the cicada's call penetrates stone? Zabuza's single eye slightly narrowed, unconsciously tightening his grip on the executioner's blade. The true cutting strike. Yong'en suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering like a flowing galaxy. Not at the blade's edge, but in the gaps of the world's breathing. He picked up a fallen feather from the deck and placed it 3 inches above the blade's edge. The feather suddenly snapped silently, the cut as smooth as a mirror. This, Suigetsu's eyes widened. He didn't even touch it. Fool! Zabuza's voice was hoarse. This is sword intent. Yong'en nodded in approval. The 3 realms of sword intent. Seeing the mountain is just a mountain. Seeing the mountain is not a mountain. Seeing the mountain is still a mountain. Before his words fell, the sea suddenly boiled up, and the ship began to shake violently. Sea monster. There's a sea monster in the depths. A sailor on the lookout cried out in terror. Everyone hurriedly got up, only to see a huge shadow suddenly rising from the sea beside the ship. The next moment, a tentacle as thick as the ship broke through the water, bringing with it the stench of the sea as it slammed onto the deck. Get down! Zabuza shouted as he drew his executioner's blade. But Yong'en's movements were even faster. He didn't even stand up. He simply drew the long blade from his waist. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The blade light cut through like a crescent moon. There were no fancy moves, no exaggerated shouts, just the simplest horizontal slash. Yet this seemingly casual strike made the entire sea tremble. Whoosh! An invisible wave of energy spread out from Yong'en's center. The calm sea was forcibly split open, creating a crack hundreds of meters long, with the water on both sides standing like cliffs, revealing the deep seabed below. That massive tentacle froze in midair, then neatly snapped in two. The shadow beneath the sea let out a muffled wail, and blood instantly stained a large area of the sea. The ship was silent. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at this unbelievable scene. The split sea water hesitated to close, as if fearing something. Sunlight filtered through the water wall, casting shifting shadows on the deck. Yong'en slowly sheathed his blade and turned to look at the dazed Zabuza. This is sword intent. Seeing the mountain is just a mountain. The throat of Zabuza Momochi rolled slightly, and the beheading sword clanged as it fell onto the deck. This once feared warring state's ninja now trembled like a child learning swordsmanship, unable to utter a word. Kirigakure's Sujetsu sat on the ground, murmuring, I should focus on studying the art of water transformation. One of the 5 students directly knelt down, while another pinched their own face, as if doubting whether this was a dream. Although the masks of the Umbu concealed their expressions, their stiff postures revealed their inner shock. It wasn't until the parted sea finally crashed back together, raising a mist of water, that everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Is this the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Zabuza finally found his voice. No. Wyan shook his head and sheathed his long sword. This is just the beginning. The sea breeze brushed past, carrying a faint scent of blood. The sailors on the ship finally reacted, beginning to shout and check for damage to the hull. Meanwhile, the ninjas remained immersed in the lingering resonance of that strike, unable to calm down for a long time. Is this the end of swordsmanship, Lord Yong'en? Zabuza couldn't help but ask. How is that possible? Ian chuckled softly. I still have a long way to go. He had just unlocked the title of swordsmanship master. Who knows what lies at the end of this path? Even he didn't know. The subsequent voyage was smooth and calm. On the 3rd day, they finally reached the shores of the land of fire. Ahead, the dock gradually revealed its outline, and the cries of seagulls pierced through the thin mist. Yong'en was the first to step onto the rocky shore, the sound of his wooden clogs clashing against the wet stone ringing clear. This is the land of fire. Suigetsu stretched his neck to look around, his luggage bag swaying. It smelled like burnt wood. Zabuza quietly tightened the grip on his beheading sword, his one eye scanning the busy fishermen at the dock. It was more peaceful than he had imagined. The 5 students had already excitedly crowded to the edge of the pier, pointing at the distant village with curling smoke and chattering away. The youngest suddenly pointed at a wild cherry tree by the roadside and shouted, "Look, there are cherry blossoms in this season." Yong'en plaktapetal, gently twirling it between his fingers. The unique geography of the Land of Fire allowed some cherry trees to bloom out of season. He turned to the group and said, "Remember, we represent Kirigakure here." A team of ninjas wearing Konoha headbands approached from the direction of the market, led by a special J-nin, MIZUKAGE, who cleared his throat. "Welcome to the Land of Fire. I am MIZUKAGE, responsible for escorting you." During the nin exam, Konoha placed great importance on it and specifically arranged for someone to wait here. "Oh," Yong'en signaled with his eyes, and the Umbu captain beside him understood immediately. Stepping forward to exchange documents. "Teacher," a girl with a ponytail suddenly tugged at his sleeve. "There is a market selling ninja tools over there. Can we go check it out?" MIZUKAGE smiled and explained, during the nin exam, ninjas from all nations can move freely in designated areas. The market was bustling with voices, people from different villages bargaining, alongside representatives from various villages participating in the nin exam. Chapter 59, Kabuto Yakushi. The market in the Land of Fire was filled with noise. Stalls selling all kinds of ninja tools and local specialties lined the cobblestone road. Suigetsu was squatting in front of a stall selling specialties from the Land of Water, curiously poking at a dried pufferfish. "Hey, Kirigakure." A silver-haired boy wearing a sound ninja headband suddenly appeared beside him, his eyes behind round glasses curving into crescent shapes. "I heard you sent someone amazing to lead your team this year." Suigetsu glanced at him and continued fiddling with the pufferfish. "What is it to you?" This boy was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, who had already become one of Orochimaru's subordinates and was sent to participate in the Konoha nin exam. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his smile unwavering. "Don't be so cold. I'm a genin from Odogakure and here for the nin exam. Just curious." His voice lowered a bit. "What kind of person could make a strong guy like you obey?" He wanted to gather information because Orochimaru had received news from someone in the Akatsuki organization that Kirigakure had sent a formidable strongman this year. Quite impressive. To ensure safety, Orochimaru had instructed Kabuto to investigate. Suigetsu suddenly grinned, his sharp white teeth glinting. "You mean Teacher Yong'en? Look," he casually pointed. "Right behind you." "Oh, Kabuto." Hearing this, turned around nonchalantly to look. He slowly turned and saw a man in black clothes 3 meters away, looking at him with a half-smile. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the man, but it couldn't penetrate his unfathomable eyes. Is this the strong man mentioned in the Akatsuki's intel? The thought just crossed his mind when suddenly Kabuto found it hard to breathe, as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed against his chest. His medical ninjutsu instinctively went into overdrive, every cell screaming in danger. The chakra from this man felt like the tremor faced when confronting a tailed beast. No, it was even more terrifying. A little kid from Odogakure? Yong'en's voice was soft, yet made the hairs on the back of Kabuto's neck stand on end. "What are you trying to find out about us from Kirigakure?" The bustling sounds of the market suddenly felt distant. Kabuto realized he couldn't move. His legs felt as heavy as lead. He struggled to push his glasses up, forcing a smile from behind the lenses. "It's nothing, just wanted to learn about the opponent in advance." The sound of his clogs on the cobblestones ringing out. Each step felt like stepping on Kabuto's heartbeat, reminding him of those small white mice entangled by giant pythons in Orochimaru's lab. "I see." Yong'en reached out and patted his shoulder, the motion gentle as if soothing a frightened child. What a cautious guy. Oh no. Just that light pat made Kabuto's heart race with alarm. He felt several threads of coldness, like hair, drilling into his body from his shoulder. That wasn't ordinary chakra, but an unknown force refined to the extreme, traveling along his meridians and precisely severing several key chakra points. That was nothing other than Yong'en's blade intent. Intense pain surged like a tide, as if his organs were being stirred by countless tiny blades. Ugh! Kabuto groaned, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He bit down hard on his teeth, forcing the blood back down. The eyes behind his glasses were already bloodshot, and the back of his clothes was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Huh? Yong'en pretended to be surprised, raising an eyebrow. What is wrong with you? Your face looks terrible. In nothing, Kabuto's mouth twitched as he forced out a smile. Maybe it's the local climate. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Oh, inelongate histon mininofeli. Otoge is so close to the land of fire. And you're feeling unwell? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Kabuto's temple. He was now 100% certain that this man not only saw through his disguise, but possibly even sensed the cursed seal from Orochimaru within him. The feeling of being completely seen through was more terrifying than the first time he faced Orochimaru. Maybe I ate something unclean. Kabuto's voice grew weaker. His proud medical ninjutsu was working frantically within him, trying to repair the damaged meridians, but it was of little effect. Yong'en suddenly leaned in close and whispered in his ear. Tell your family member. The warm breath brushed past the ear, but made Do feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Stop trying to obscure things. This sentence was light enough for only the two of them to hear. Do's pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Why? How does this man know? Who exactly is he? Shueisha has left. Yong'en straightened up and called to the boy who was still fiddling with the pufferfish. Shueisha bounced over, curiously glancing at Do, who was frozen in place. What's wrong with that guy? His face looks like a dead person. Maybe it's the change in environment. Yong'en's voice carried a hint of mockery. After all, the people of the Mist Village have a special constitution. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. It wasn't until they were completely out of sight that Do finally regained control of his body. He stumbled to support himself against the wall, and a mouthful of fresh blood could no longer be held back. This bastard is too terrifying. Do trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In that brief moment, he truly felt the breath of death. Even when facing the furious Orochimaru, he had never felt so desperate. The blade intent that invaded his body was still rampaging, and it would take at least a week to completely clear it. He struggled to pull out the communication scroll, his fingers trembling slightly from the pain. Lord Orochimaru's plan has changed. In the distance, atop the treetops, a small white bird made of clay observed everything and then quietly turned to ashes. In the cave above the cliff canyon, several figures flickered in the dim light. Senior, that guy's coming. Afishute de Ludli. Shut up, I know. Water droplets condensed on the damp rock wall, falling onto the crimson shell of the scorpion. Making a light sound, he mechanically turned his neck, the metal joints emitting a grating sound. Even bugs wouldn't want to stay in a place like this. Scorpion's voice came through the puppet, clearly irritated. I really regret agreeing to deal with such a guy with you all. Deidara sat cross-legged on a protruding rock at the cave's edge, his blonde hair dancing wildly in the canyon's fierce wind. He was focused on molding a ball of yellow clay, his fingers skillfully shaping a lifelike spider. That guy is very strong. You'll know once we start fighting. Chapter 60. This guy is really a monster. TCH. Kakuzu scoffed while counting the money in his hands. Hey, can you all take this seriously? Haiden, carrying his exaggerated scythe, impatiently struck the ground with its handle. I had to drop 3 sacrifices to come here. The evil god will be angry. Childish. Scorpion's puppet tail suddenly stabbed into the rock wall, and debris fell. Afe felt that this was not a good start and hurriedly spoke up, hoping these guys would take it more seriously. I say, seniors, that Yong'en is said to be capable of defeating the tailed beast transformation of the 4th Hokage in a one-on-one battle, not an ordinary warrior. Kakuzu didn't think much of it. She had finally finished counting the last stack of money and stuffed it into the leather bag at her waist. The Mist Village has long fallen. My wind release and fire release combo is sufficient in 3 minutes. Haiden suddenly laughed out loud. So let's see who gets a first hit. Shut up, idiots. Scorpion's chakra threads silently unfurled, and the 3rd Kazekage puppet slowly rose from the scroll. Proceed according to the original plan. Deidara starts the bombardment. Kakuzu blocks the escape route. I will take the lead, Haiden. He paused, just don't get in the way. You son of a... Just as Haiden was about to explode, Kakuzu suddenly raised his hand to signal for silence. The others understood, and their gazes simultaneously turned to the entrance of the canyon. A group of figures was slowly approaching. They're here. Kakuzu's wrist began to twitch with the black lines of the earth grudge fear. Remember, leave no corpses. The blazing midday sun baked the cliff canyon, the rock walls reflecting a blinding white light. Yong'en and his group followed the moonlight's swift wind, traversing the narrow mountain path that could barely fit 3 people side by side, with towering cliffs on both sides casting suffocating shadows. Once we get through this canyon, we can see the Leaf Village. The moonlight's swift wind wiped the sweat from his forehead. This place is a natural barrier, so before he could finish, Yong'en suddenly raised his hand to signal the team to stop. His gaze fell on an unnatural shadow on the rock wall, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. It seems someone doesn't welcome us. Huh? Kagyuki Sujetsu looked around in confusion. Where is anyone? The next second, ha ha! A burst of frenzied laughter echoed from above the canyon. Art is an explosion. Drink. Dozens of clay spiders fell from the rock wall's crevices like raindrops, their abdomens flashing with scorching chakra light. Boom! A deafening explosion swept through the canyon, smoke and dust soaring into the sky. Deidara stood on a giant clay bird, looking down at the smoke column with pride. Damn Yong'en, we meet again, huh? However, before the dust settled, a figure casually walked out. Yong'en's cloak was not even stained with a speck of dust. He simply raised his hand, and the sheath of his sword waved gently. Bang! The shockwave of the explosion was unexpectedly rebounded by an invisible force, and debris flew back, with one piece accurately hitting Deidara's clay giant bird, nearly causing him to fall. What the hell? Deidara's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Yong'en ignored the guy in the sky and instead opened his mouth to remind. Be careful, there are people underground. Before everyone could react, the ground suddenly bulged, and Kakuzu's earth grudge, fear, tentacles burst out of the soil. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the sand and iron long needles of the 3rd Kazekage puppet poured down like a torrential rain. Yong'en didn't even draw his sword. He just tilted his body slightly and took a light step, causing all the sand and iron needles to pass by him, deeply embedding themselves into the ground. His movements were so fluid it seemed almost casual, as if he was just avoiding a few fallen leaves while taking a stroll. TSK. Scorpion's mechanical voice revealed a hint of irritation. Then, the puppet's fingers suddenly curled, and the sand and iron coalesced into a massive spear, stabbing directly at Yong'en's back. Yong'en didn't even turn his head. He raised his hand in response. Clang! The sword sheath accurately blocked the tip of the sand and iron spear, and with a gentle flick, the entire spear instantly disintegrated. How is that possible? Scorpion's pupils contracted. Kakuzu snorted coldly, forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release, head first skill. Wind release, pressure damage. A violent wave of fire intertwined with a hurricane, forming a devastating fiery storm that swept toward Yong'en. Yong'en finally moved, but he merely lifted his foot slightly and stepped down gently. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed, and an invisible shockwave spread, forcefully dispersing the fiery storm. Just as Kakuzu's earth grudge fear tentacles reached out from the ground, they were crushed by this force. He grunted and was forced to take several steps back. This guy, Kakuzu's green eyes finally grew serious. How strong? What kind of power is this? Ha 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 ha, I said it long ago. It has to be me. Haiden could no longer contain himself, laughing maniacally as he swung his scythe toward Yong'en. D. Offer your blood to the evil god. Yong'en finally glanced at him, his eyes indifferent. A flash of the blade. The sword was unbelievably fast. Haiden didn't even see the movement. His scythe had already been severed in two, a gash appearing on his chest. He staggered back, looking down at his wound, the manic smile freezing on his face. What? Yong'en's sword had still not been drawn. He simply tapped Haiden with the sheath, sending him flying several meters, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Deidara watched from a distance, dumbfounded. This guy isn't even taking it seriously? Huh. As the smoke and dust cleared, Yong'en remained standing in place, his expression calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely a casual dismissal of a few annoying insects. The scorpion's puppet slowly stepped back, the sand iron of the 3rd Kazekage puppet recoalescing. But this time, his movements were no longer casual, but defensive as if facing a formidable enemy. Kakuzu tore open his damaged robe, from monstrous masks rising from his back, The black lines of the earth grudge, fear, writhing madly. Deidara bit his finger, beginning to create more dangerous clay bombs. Haydn crawled up from the ground, laughing maniacally as he drew the symbols of the Jashin cult in blood. Ha ha ha. Now, this is interesting. In the deepest shadows of the canyon, Obito's Sharingan narrowed slightly, the vortex slowly spinning. This guy feels even stronger than the last time I encountered him. His mind was in turmoil, unable to fathom that such a thing was happening right before him. Meanwhile, those around Yong'en were even more unbearable. Zabuza's decapitating sword clanged heavily against the ground, the pupils beneath the bandages dilating sharply. Are you kidding me? That's Lord Yong'en, a member of Akatsuki. The mouth of the ghost lamp Sujetsu could fit an entire egg, his liquefied arm dripping onto the ground. Hey, is this guy really human? So, when I fought him last time, he wasn't even using his full strength. The Umbu ninja and several exam participants were also left dumbfounded. Moonlight Gale leaned against the rock wall, coughing violently, his pale face filled with shock. He stared intently at Yong'en's back, hoarsely saying, "This level of power doesn't even require our escort." The word monster, whispered by someone, was particularly clear in the deathly silence of the canyon. Everyone's gaze focused on the figure that had yet to draw his sword, as if watching a walking disaster. Chapter 61. Do you think you're safe up there? The air in the canyon seemed to freeze. The shell of Scorpion's Hiriko slowly cracked open, revealing the pale youth beneath. He no longer hid, his 10 fingers spread wide. Chakra threads unfurling like a spider's web. In an instant, the remnants of the third Kazekage puppet were discarded. In their place were nearly 100 uniquely shaped puppets. The secret technique, 100 puppets manipulation. His voice was cold. You're quite strong. It's worth my serious effort this time. On the other side, Kakuzu's robe exploded, fully revealing the 4 mask monsters. Wind, fire, lightning, and earth. 4 hearts activated simultaneously, and the black lines of earth grudge fear writhed like living things, wrapping around him. His green eyes fixed intently on Yong'en, hissing, "You're the third to force me to use all my hearts." Deidara bit his finger, blood dripping into his palm, and the clay rapidly expanded and transformed into a gigantic clay dragon. He jumped onto the dragon's back, laughing wildly. "Garuda, let me show you true art." Ichem, Haydn, splattering blood, frantically drew the symbols of the Jashin cult on the ground, laughing madly. "Ha ha ha. D. I will make you taste the most painful curse." Faced with the full force of the 4, Yong'en still stood in place, his right hand casually resting on the hilt of his sword, his gaze terrifyingly calm. "Is that all?" he said. The next second, hundreds of puppets lunged at him simultaneously. Poison blades, mechanisms, explosive tags, all lethal weapons poured forth. Yong'en didn't even move his feet, merely slightly turned his body and lifted the sword sheath. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding exploded like a torrential downpour. His movements appeared slow but were executed with utmost precision, each strike landing exactly on the joints or cores of the puppets. One puppet after another disintegrated in the air, parts scattering, poison blades grazing the edge of his clothing without even tearing it. How is this possible? Scorpion's pupils widened, disbelief etched across his face. His fingers danced frantically, but chakra threads snapped one after another. Yong'en finally took a step, just one step. His figure ghosted through the swarm of puppets, the sword sheath lightly tapping Scorpion's chest. Bang! Scorpion felt as if his body had been struck head-on by a massive tree. He was sent flying like he had been struck by lightning, crashing heavily against the rock wall, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His 100 puppets manipulation was actually undone in just a few seconds. At this moment, Kakuzu's attack had just barely arrived before Yong'en. Combined ninjutsu, raging wind fire waves, fire release and wind release intertwined. A tidal wave of flames surged forth. The lightning mask monsters released violent lightning simultaneously, while the earth release raised earth spikes to block the retreat. Yong'en finally drew his sword, but he only pulled it out an inch. Clang! A flash of silver light passed. The tidal wave of flames was split in two. The lightning was forcibly cleaved apart, and the earth spikes shattered before the blade like tofu. Kakuzu didn't even see the movement. The lightning mask had already cracked with a snap, its heart exploding. What? Kakuzu's roar had yet to escape his lips when Yong'en's figure had already appeared before him, the sword sheath lightly tapping. The terrifying physical power exploded like a cannonball in an instant. Tremendous force surged forth. Thud! Kakuzu's chest caved in, his body smashing into the ground like a cannonball. The black lines of Earth Grudge Fear frantically repaired his injuries, but unfortunately, Yong'en's seemingly casual strike had already caused him to lose one heart. Huh! The clay dragon disintegrated in the air, countless miniature bombs spreading like dust. Inhaling them would cause them to explode from within. Yong'en looked up, a slight smile on his lips. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath, puffing up. Then, he forcefully exhaled upward. Whoosh! A whirlwind formed by chakra instantly blew away the countless miniature bombs, even swirling back towards Deidara under the influence of the tornado, as dawn approached. What? HM. Deidara had never seen such a scene. He hurriedly manipulated the giant bird to ascend. Did you think you were safe up there? Yong'en's light laughter echoed in his ears. Deidara looked back in horror. Yong'en's figure had appeared behind him like a ghost, lightly striking out with his palm. How terrifying that palm was, Deidara naturally understood. No. As that palm approached, he screamed and performed the body replacement technique. Bang! The clay substitute took Deidara's place to absorb the strike, exploding into a puddle of mud, while the clay giant bird in the air exploded into a fireball. Amidst the flames, Yong'en's figure slowly descended. Ha ha ha! Haiden's ritual was finally complete. He laughed maniacally, raising the bloodstained spear to stab into his own heart. Yong'en didn't even look at him, drawing his sword from its sheath, then simply waved it casually. Swish! A crescent-like blade intent flashed before everyone's eyes. Haiden's body was cut in half at the waist, his upper body still maintaining the thrusting motion, while his lower half collapsed in a pool of blood. Huh? Haiden stared blankly at his severed body. What happened? Yong'en sheathed his sword and said, boring. The canyon fell into dead silence. Scorpion's true form slid down the rock wall. All puppets destroyed, he stared intently at Yong'en, finally gritting his teeth and forming hand signs. Earth release, rock hidden technique. The ground collapsed, and his figure vanished instantly. He was smart enough to know he couldn't win and chose to flee at the first opportunity. Damn it, that bastard Akatsuki, I will kill him. Kakuzu cursed angrily. He struggled to get up, the black lines of Earth Grudge Fear frantically repairing his injuries. But with the lightning heart destroyed, he turned and fled without hesitation, not daring to look back. In a corner of the canyon, Deidara's true form appeared. He looked at Yong'en in terror, grabbing Haiden's severed body, and the new clay giant bird barely took off, desperately fleeing. Haiden's upper body was still cursing. Bastard. Put me down. I want to kill him. I want Deidara to slap him on the head. Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Oomph. In an instant, the previously aggressive 4 members of the Akatsuki fled without a trace. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, who had been hiding in the shadows, knowing that the situation was not favorable, could only let out a cold huff and use the space-time ninjutsu to leave. This guy is too strong, Obito thought helplessly. Does this mean that Uchiha Madara really needs to be resurrected to deal with him? After seeing these guys escape, Yong'en did not pursue them, but instead smiled and sheathed his sword. Hey, the trouble is solved. Let's go. He turned to the side, looking at the stunned and silent crowd. Huh? Oh, finally. The people from Mist and Konoha finally came to their senses. Brother, the Moonlight Gale couldn't help but ask Zabuza beside him. What is this lord's name? I will definitely serve him well in the future. Chapter 62. Arrival at Konoha. The next journey went quite smoothly. Under the leadership of Moonlight Gale, Yong'en and his group quickly arrived at Konoha village. The sunlight filtered through Konoha's towering ninjutsu barrier, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yong'en and his group stood in front of the massive wooden gate engraved with whirlpool patterns, gazing up at this prosperous village known as the #1 ninja village. So, this is Konoha? Hozuki Sujetsu squinted, his liquid-like fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of his decapitating sword. It looks much brighter than Mist Village. After all, he was still a child, curious about new things. The streets of Konoha were well-planned and orderly. Cherry blossom trees lined both sides of the main road, with pink and white petals falling in the wind. In the distance, the Hokage rock shone brilliantly in the morning sun, and the statues of past Hokages looked majestically over the entire village. The shop signs were colorful, and the aroma of breakfast wafted from a dumpling shop around the corner, mixing with the scent of flowers. Not just suigetsu, even the Umbu ninjas were amazed. Mind your posture, Zabuza quietly reminded, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the iconic Hokage building. The cylindrical building had the Konoha flag fluttering at the top, appearing particularly eye-catching in the morning light. As the guarding ninja respectfully saluted, Yong'en and his group officially stepped onto Konoha's main road. Almost instantly, curious heads popped out from the shop windows under the eaves, and even behind the roadside trees. These people pointed and whispered about Yong'en, who was walking at the front of the group. Look, that's the envoy from Mist. I heard he single-handedly repelled 4 members of the Akatsuki. Is that true? Those are S-rank rogue ninjas. I heard his swordsmanship is incredible. I wonder if it's a famous blade. Before he arrived, his reputation had already spread. A flower-selling girl stood on her tiptoes, her flower basket tilting slightly. He looked so young and so handsome. I think so too. Before long, the group arrived in front of the Hokage building. Tsunade, dressed in formal advisor robes, stood on the steps in front of the Hokage building. Her gaze lingered on the long sword at Yong'en's waist for a moment before revealing an appropriate smile. Lord Yong'en, welcome to Konoha. Her voice was steady and strong, acknowledging their arduous journey. Kakashi stood beside her, his silver hair shining softly in the sunlight. He lazily waved his hand. Lord Yong'en, it's good to see you again. Judging by his condition, it seemed he had recovered from the previous setback he faced with Yong'en. Yes, it truly is good to see you again. Yong'en nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the flag fluttering in front of the Hokage building. The Hokage is already waiting for you in the reception room. Tsunade gestured for them to follow her. Please come with me. In the tea house on the second floor, diagonally across from the Hokage building, Shimura Danzo stood behind a gauze curtain. His right hand unconsciously brushed over the bandage on his right eye, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. How dare he swagger in here? He whispered through gritted teeth, the memory of his previous humiliating defeat flashing through his mind. That casually delivered strike still haunted him in nightmares. He longed for revenge, but felt powerless. Moreover, after losing so many Sharingan in the previous battle, he didn't know where to replenish them. Yong'en, if given the chance, I will definitely tear you to pieces. On the other side of the street, Sarutobi Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting at Yong'en in the distance. Is that him? The one Kakashi mentioned? That's right. Might Guy's eyes lit up, his fists cracking with excitement. What an exhilarating powerhouse. I want to go. Asuma's eye twitched, quickly pressing down on his shoulder. Calm down, Guy. This is not the time. But Asuma, Guy excitedly pointed at Yong'en. Look at his stance. That definitely has the feel of a taijutsu master. Yes, I know. But not now. Farther away from the Hokage building, Naruto squeezed through the crowd, his blonde hair shining brightly in the sunlight. Sasuke, this way has a better view. Uchiha Sasuke, hands in pockets, leisurely followed behind, snorting, Slowpoke, don't shout so loud. Haruno Sakura jogged to catch up with the two, panting, wait for me. You too. Nara Shikamaru had his hand behind his head, walking slowly at the back. What a hassle. Why do we have to come watch this? Yamanaka Ino pulled on his collar. Stop complaining. Choji is already squeezed to the front. Akimichi Choji had his mouth full of chips, mumbling indistinctly. Hichem, I heard the Mist ninjas coming this time are very strong. Hinata Hyuga hid behind a telephone pole, nervously poking her fingers. Is that person? Inazuka Kiba squatted next to Akamaru, rubbing the white dog's head. Hey, Akamaru, can you smell anything? Akamaru whimpered a couple of times, instinctively tucking his tail between his legs. It seems he is quite fearful. Inside the Hokage building, Hozuki Suigetsu watched the street outside through the glass. He leaned closer to Zabuza, lowering his voice. Boss, look at their shops. They have at least 3 times more than we do in Mist. Zabuza snorted coldly. Konoha is located in the center of the continent, so naturally it is more prosperous. but his gaze was still drawn to a ninja tool shop, where various exquisite weapons were displayed in the window. A member of the mist, Umbu, whispered in awe. Even the streets are this wide. Our mist alleys are so narrow you can only pass sideways. Moonlight Gale coughed lightly, timely introducing. The main road of Konoha was built to accommodate 4 carts side by side. This side is the commercial area. Over there is the ninja school. And further north is the training ground. Oh, the group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the reception hall of the Hokage building. The floor-to-ceiling windows here offered a view of the entire village. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, slowly exhaling white mist from his pipe. Lord Yong'en, I have long admired your name. He turned around, the wrinkles on his face relaxing. You have worked hard on this journey. Yong'en's gaze swept across the room and finally landed on the old man's aged face. Lord Hokage, you are the one who has worked harder. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, signaling the attendant to serve tea. Compared to your achievement of repelling the Akatsuki on the way, my work is truly insignificant. Yong'en picked up the teacup, the steaming heat obscuring his face. It is part of my duty. Outside the reception hall, Kakashi leaned against the window in the corridor, gazing at the crowd gathering below. A hint of amusement flickered in his lone eye. It seemed the village was going to be lively for a while. Chapter 63. Kakashi and Zabuza's contest that evening. The most famous izakaya in Konoha was brightly lit. Paper lanterns swayed gently under the eaves, casting a warm yellow glow on the wooden corridor. A wooden sign indicating a private party hung at the entrance, while 2 Umbu ninjas stood silently on either side on guard. Come, this way please. The izakaya owner greeted warmly, her ample figure nimbly weaving through the crowd. The special seats were ready. In the center of the hall were 3 long tables pushed together, laden with various dishes. Golden, crispy tempura, steaming sukiyaki, translucent sashimi, and mountains of 3-color dumplings. Sake jars were passed around among the guests, the crisp aroma of the sake mingling with the scent of food. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, his pipe temporarily set aside. He raised his cup, the wrinkles on his face relaxing. Tonight, we won't discuss official matters, just to welcome our esteemed guest from afar. Yong'en sat at the guest seat's forefront, his cup always filled to 7/10. He nodded slightly. You're too kind, Hokage-sama. Cheers. Another drink. Kai-sensei, your face is all red. As the drinks flowed, the initially reserved atmosphere gradually became lively. My guy had somehow removed the outer layer of his green jumpsuit, now only wearing a black mesh tank top. He stood up unsteadily, raising a cup that was at least half a liter. Yong'en dono. His voice boomed, shaking the beams of the room. For youth. Cheers. Yong'en looked up at the massive cup, a slight smile on his lips. All right. The scene of the 2 toasting immediately drew everyone's attention. Guy downed the drink, liquid flowing down his chin to his chest. Yong'en, on the other hand, took his time, his Adam's apple moving rhythmically. Bang. Guy slammed his cup down on the table. Another. Second cup, third cup. By the time Guy reached his 5th cup, his eyes had begun to glaze over. I can still. Before he could finish, the martial arts master collapsed onto the table with a thud, still gripping the cup tightly. Kai-sensei. Lee rushed over in a panic. Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the scene with a mix of amusement and frustration. Really, he snuffed out his cigarette and rolled up his sleeves. Looks like it's my turn. Asuma was known for his drinking capacity among the ninjas of Konoha, but tonight he faced a worthy opponent. Hokage-sama. Yong'en raised his cup in gratitude for the hospitality. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, watching his beloved student reach his 7th cup, his face starting to flush. Hey, Asuma. Kakashi quietly reminded. Don't push it. I'm fine. Asuma slurred. I can still. The 8th cup went down, and the elite J-Nin finally couldn't hold on, his head thumping down on the table, producing a loud snore. Ugh, really, he clearly can't handle it, but insists on pushing himself. Yuhi Kurinai sighed helplessly, signaling a server to bring a blanket for him. Having knocked down 2 big men, Yong'en remained unfazed, but the gazes of those around him began to change. After all, this was a guy who had reached the 5th level of taijutsu and unlocked the indestructible title. A little alcohol was certainly not going to faze him. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto suddenly shouted, It's your turn. Huh? No, no, no. The silver-haired Nin quickly waved his hands. I can't drink much. I'll pass. Disappointed boos erupted from the crowd. At that moment, a half-drunk guy suddenly sprang up from the table, his eyes bloodshot but shining brightly. Come on. I'll compete with Yong'en in strength. Let's arm wrestle. This suggestion instantly ignited the atmosphere. All right. Go for it, Kai-sensei. Yong'en, don't hold back. The young ninjas from the Mist Village also perked up, with Kirigakure's Suigetsu even jumping on a chair. Come on, let them see the power of the mist. Zabuza Momochi, more composed, looked at Yong'en with anticipation. With everyone's gaze upon him, Yong'en had no choice but to agree. He glanced at the expectant eyes around him and gently set down his cup. All right, let's have some fun. Good. Amid the commotion, 2 low tables were pushed together, and the two sat facing each other. Guy's right arm was muscular and bulging with veins. Yeoman's arm, however, had smooth lines and did not appear particularly strong. 3, 2, 1, go. Guy unleashed an astonishing amount of power instantly, and the table creaked under the strain. But Yong'en's arm remained unmoved, like an unshakable mountain. Come on. Guy's face turned red, the sleeves of his green jumpsuit ripping with a loud sound. Yong'en, however, remained calm, merely shifting his wrist. Bang! Guy's arm was pinned down on the table, causing the cups and plates to jump. Wow, amazing. Kai-sensei actually lost. Naruto laughed heartily. Haha, Kai-sensei is so weak. Sakura punched him on the head. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke crossed his arms, frowning. That mist guy didn't even use his full strength. Really? Naruto looked at Yong'en in shock. Is this guy that strong? An arm wrestling match had pushed the party atmosphere to its peak. Everyone was excited. Hey, Kakashi. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza suddenly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from drinking. Last time in the mist, we didn't have a chance to fight. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to the two renowned Nin. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed slightly. Oh, how about now? Shall we have a match to see who is better? The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Suigetsu licked his lips excitedly, while the Konoha ninjas exchanged glances. Kakashi did not answer immediately, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen at the head table. The old Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. I have no objections. Everyone's gaze then turned to Yong'en. The Mist Village leader had just finished a cup of sake and chuckled lightly at the suggestion. All right, he set down his cup and added, but let us keep it light. Yay, are we going to fight? Naruto squeezed in the front row, his eyes sparkling, excitedly shouting. Sasuke snorted, idiot, it's just a spar. Sakura nervously clutched her clothes. Kakashi-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat a couple of times and stepped forward to announce the rules. No lethal jutsu, no attacks to vital points. The match ends if one side concedes or goes out of bounds. Good. Chapter 64. Will the future also be changed? The open space outside the izakaya was illuminated brightly by the moonlight. The crowd of onlookers spontaneously formed a circle about 20 meters in diameter. Several lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha even climbed nearby rooftops for a better view. The night breeze swept through, carrying the chill of early autumn, but could not disperse the lively atmosphere. Make way, make way. Naruto squeezed to the front, his blonde hair particularly striking in the moonlight, waving to the people beside him. Sasuke, over here. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed and expressionless, looking as if he was the most handsome and coolest one there. Sakura Haruno stood beside him, gazing at him with infatuation. The moonlight and the night wind carved a shallow groove in the center of the venue as a boundary line, clearing his throat to announce. After the match begins, no one is allowed to cross this line, and lethal ninjutsu cannot be used. The match ends if one side concedes or goes out of bounds. Kakashi stands silently on the west side of the arena. Under the moonlight, his handsome features appear particularly youthful. He stretches his neck, producing a faint cracking sound. He didn't expect to face you in this situation. Kakashi's voice carries a hint of lazy amusement. Zabuza Momochi stands with his executioner's blade in front of him, his rough fingers brushing over the blade's edge. Last time in the mist, he didn't have the chance to experience the strength of the Leaf's technicians. So tonight is a perfect opportunity to make up for it. Suigetsu Hozuki excitedly waves his arms. Zabuza, please show them the power of the mist. Wyan leans against a cherry blossom tree, holding a pot of sake that he's somehow acquired. Start. With a command from the swift wind under the moonlight. Both of them simultaneously form hand seals, their speed so fast that they almost leave after images. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza strikes first. A water dragon rises from the ground, shimmering in the moonlight, clawing its way toward Kakashi. Water splashes onto the faces of the onlookers, bringing a refreshing coolness. Kakashi remains calm, quickly shifting his hands. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A dirt wall, sculpted with a dog's head, rises from the ground, steadily blocking the impact of the water dragon. Amidst the splashing water, Kakashi's figure suddenly appears to Zabuza's left side. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. A sharp bird's cry rings out as blue-white lightning gathers in Kakashi's hand. Zulfast! Sakura exclaims in surprise. Zabuza, however, seems to have anticipated this, his form flickering and transforming into a puddle of water. Water clone? Kakashi's eyes narrow as he quickly retreats. The real Zabuza emerges from the shadow behind Kakashi, his executioner's blade sweeping toward him with a whoosh. Kakashi bends down to dodge at the last moment, the blade brushing past his silver hair and severing a few strands. In the blink of an eye, the two have already exchanged several blows. So exciting. Ino excitedly grabs Shikamaru's arm. Shikamaru, unusually quiet, stares intently at the arena. It seems like both of them are still holding back. After testing the waters, Zabuza suddenly withdraws all his hand seals, firmly gripping the handle of the executioner's blade. Next, let me show you my newly understood sword technique. His voice is deep and confident. Zabuza proposed the match because, on the way here, he consulted Yong'en about the training of swordsmanship and felt he had made significant progress, so he wanted to verify it. Kakashi also puts away his Sharingan and pulls out a short blade from his ninja tool pouch. Just what I wanted. Zabuza strikes first. His sword technique has transformed from the heavy and domineering style of the past to one that is light and swift. The executioner's blade in his hand seems weightless, carving out bright arcs of light. Wherever the blade passes, the air is sliced, producing a faint buzzing sound. Zulfast! Asuma exclaims, his eyes wide in surprise. When did this mist ninja's blade become so fast? Yon's lips curve slightly as he takes another sip of sake. His gaze follows Zabuza's blade intently, nodding at times, shaking his head at others. Kakashi is initially caught off guard. The moment the short blade collides with the executioner's blade, he distinctly feels the new essence contained within Zabuza's sword technique. A flash of blade light grazes his shoulder, tearing through his vest. Kakashi-sensei! Naruto shouts nervously. Sasuke and Sakura are equally tense. Another bright blade light comes crashing down. Be careful, Naruto warns loudly. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd, Kakashi is struck by a blade, and his figure transforms into a large piece of wood. It turns out to be a substitution technique. Kakashi-sensei is amazing. Naruto claps in astonishment. Kakashi, being experienced, quickly regains his composure. He utilizes the body flicker technique to weave through the blade light. The short blade and executioner's blade clashing continuously. Sparks fly, and the crisp sound of metal striking metal rings out. Incredible. Lee is moved to tears. Is this the level of a Jonin's duel? The battle gradually intensifies. Zabuza's sword technique becomes faster and faster, the executioner's blade creating a silver curtain of light. Each of his strikes carries a fierce killing intent, but also contains a peculiar rhythm. Mist ninja, splashing slash. Zabuza suddenly changes tactics. The executioner's blade sweeps upward at an odd angle, droplets of water clinging to the blade glimmering in the moonlight, like countless small blades rushing toward Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils constrict as he quickly forms hand seals. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. His figure suddenly sinks into the ground, avoiding this deadly strike. The next second, a hand shoots up from the ground beneath Zabuza's feet. Got him! Naruto cheers. However, Zabuza reacts even faster. He stomps down hard, the ground shaking as he leaps into the air, the executioner's blade following through with a chop. Kakashi is forced to leap out of the ground, blocking with his short blade. Clang! A loud sound echoes as Kakashi is pushed back several steps by the tremendous force, his shoes leaving 2 clear marks on the ground. Both of them begin to breathe heavily, sweat rolling down their cheeks. But the fighting spirit in their eyes only grows fiercer. Leaf Village, Willow. Kakashi suddenly launches a counterattack. His figure flits about like willow fluff in the wind, the short blade striking from various tricky angles. Zabuza responds steadily, the executioner's blade spinning with an impenetrable defense. After another round of fierce exchanges, both of their movements slow down. Sweat soaks their clothes, and their breathing becomes labored. But neither is willing to stop first. At that moment, YN sets down the sake pot and walks slowly into the center of the arena. That's enough. His voice is not loud, but clearly reaches everyone's ears. The executioner's blade and short blade come to a halt simultaneously, mere inches from YN's throat and chest. Yet he doesn't even blink. The sword technique has improved quite a bit. YN nods at Zabuza, then looks at Kakashi. The swordsmanship of the Leaf is indeed well-deserved of its reputation. The crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly breathes a sigh of relief, exhaling a large puff of smoke. Naruto jumps up high, awesome. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's eyes shine with a different light. This is the power of a jonin, Sakura exclaims joyfully. Great. No one was injured. It's a draw. YN announces, both have displayed superb skills. Kakashi puts away his short blade and extends his hand first. I concede. Zabuza wraps his executioner's blade back up, revealing a rare smile. Let's fight again next time. Under the moonlight, the hands of the 2 top ninjas clasp together. YN watches their joined hands, feeling a bit dazed. He never expected that the 2 who were supposed to meet in life-and-death situations in the original story now seem to have become friends through fighting. It seems that the original plot is already changing. Is the future also changing along with it? Chapter 65, Orochimaru Night. The hour grows late. No matter how lively the feast, it must come to an end. The Mist Ninjas are arranged to temporarily stay at the Leaf's guest house. Exhausted from the day, the group collapses into sleep. Even YN, typically diligent, surprisingly doesn't practice taijutsu tonight and goes to bed. Darkness envelopes the entire land. 30 meters underground. In the abandoned root organization base, the damp, moldy smell mingles with the scent of decaying herbs. A few flickering green candles cast elongated shadows on the moss-covered walls. Water drips from cracks in the ceiling, echoing hollowly on the stone floor. Click, click. The footsteps of the medicine master D are particularly clear in the corridor. He pushed up his sliding glasses, the green light reflected from the lenses obscuring his pale face. His right hand unconsciously pressed against his left shoulder. Beneath the bandages there, an invisible wound continued to burn, with pain continuously surging. In front of the door to the deepest stone chamber, 2 small white-scaled snakes slithered out from the crack of the door, raising their heads to flick their tongues. Komein, Dikun. The hoarse voice sounded like it was scraped out with sandpaper. As the words fell, the stone door slid open silently, revealing an even colder interior than the corridor. Orochimaru had his back to the entrance, preparing a potion that emitted purple smoke. Scattered across the experimental table were several unstitched corpses, the youngest of which looked no older than 12. Orochimaru-sama. D knelt on one knee, his voice an octave lower than usual. I heard you encountered an interesting prey today. Orochimaru put down the dropper and turned around. His golden slit pupils glimmered coldly in the darkness, and his long tongue unconsciously licked his lips. Yes. Who is it? D's Adam's apple moved. It's YN from the Mist Village. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of this person's name. Tell me, what happened? The candlelight on the experimental table suddenly shook violently. D's breathing grew rapid, cold sweat sliding down his temples. He unfastened the medical ninja's coat, revealing his left shoulder. On the seemingly intact skin, 5 purple-black fingerprints were slowly spreading. My subordinate was just on a routine reconnaissance, but D's voice began to tremble. He slapped it casually. Like this. Orochimaru suddenly moved closer, his cold fingers gripping D's chin. His long tongue traced the scar, tasting a metallic bitterness. Interesting. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed into slits. This was not damage caused by chakra. The candlelight on the experimental table was extinguished by a gust of wind, leaving only the emergency light in the corner casting a pale light. Orochimaru pressed D onto the dissection table, the scalpel cutting open the surface of the scar. There was no blood, only wisps of silver-gray mist seeping from the incision. Snake bite analysis. Dozens of small snakes with curse markings emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves, biting the edges of the wound. The next second, all the small snakes exploded simultaneously, turning into a pool of foul-smelling black water. Orochimaru rarely frowned. Even my disintegration technique cannot digest it. He changed his method, forming the signs of a snake, horse, and monkey. Forbidden technique. Soul return. A purple chakra formed a light shield over the wound, but the silver mist seemed to have a life of its own, avoiding the light and instead spreading toward the heart. D let out a suppressed scream, his nails scraping against the metallic surface with a piercing sound. Stop, Lord! Orochimaru abruptly withdrew the technique, a look of unusual excitement flashing in his eyes. This is neither ninjutsu nor sage art. His long tongue trembled excitedly. This is some higher level of energy form I've never seen before. How'd he do it? Tell me in detail. Orochimaru suddenly turned around, taking a jar of Sharingan soaked in formalin from the specimen cabinet. D struggled to prop himself up, his glasses crooked on his face, recounting what had happened today. After he finished speaking, Orochimaru did not respond. Also, D gritted his teeth and continued. That YN guy fought with members of the Akatsuki today at the Cliff Canyon. Oh, Orochimaru's tone finally changed, and he asked with interest. Tell me more. D did not dare to be negligent and detailed the battle that took place outside Konoha village today. For useless fools. Upon hearing that the Akatsuki members were injured and fleeing, Orochimaru couldn't help but sneer, his fingers stroking the specimen jar. Scorpion's puppet show. Daidara's clay toys are all child's play. Also, D's voice suddenly lowered. That YN only drew his sword when he finally injured Haiden. The laboratory suddenly fell into dead silence. The sound of bubbles rising in the cultivation tank became exceptionally clear. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth slowly curled up, revealing his white teeth. He didn't even draw his sword against Kakuzu or Scorpion. Did he only use the sheath to deal with them? D's report was suddenly cut off. Puff. Orochimaru's right hand pierced through his chest. D looked down in disbelief at his chest. Agony surged, and he breathed rapidly, collapsing to the ground. Don't worry. V de Sadaskun. Orochimaru leaned down and whispered in his fading assistant's ear. This is just a small experiment. As he withdrew his arm, it brought out a mass of writhing flesh, quickly shaping it into a small clone. The moment the blood clone was formed, it let out an inhuman shriek. A silver-gray mark identical to D's suddenly appeared on its chest. As expected, Orochimaru stared obsessively at the struggling clone. This kind of energy will actively attack living beings. The instant the clone exploded, all the glassware in the laboratory shattered simultaneously. A large portion of flesh was sliced off Orochimaru's right arm, but it regenerated at a visibly rapid pace. El Lord! D collapsed on the ground, his wound strangely beginning to heal, feeling incompetent. No, you did very well. Orochimaru licked the bloodstains on his arm, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. This YN is more valuable than Sasuke. I must turn him into my experimental subject. An eerie tremor suddenly came from below, and dozens of giant pythons slithered out from a hidden door, forming a twisted altar shape. Orochimaru stood in the center of the snake mass, biting his finger and drawing complex symbols in his palm. Since brute force won't work, he said with a sinister smile, then let's find his weakness and deal with him. Lord, do you want? A small snake with blue glowing scales slithered out from his sleeve, spitting out a rolled-up miniature scroll. D trembled as he took it, seeing a rough sketch of the distribution map of the underground pipes of Konoha, as well as the detailed structure of the inn where YN was staying. Chapter 66, Suna, Gaara. The next day, Konoha village. Before dawn, the Suna encampment was shrouded in eerie silence. A completely black lizard crawled out of a drainage pipe, its scales coated in a viscous liquid. It flicked its forked tongue and quickly moved along the shadows of the wall, finally stopping in front of a window adorned with the Susanoo emblem. Hiss! The lizard's back suddenly split open, revealing a miniature scroll. The scroll automatically unfolded, and the text glowed with a ghostly green light under the moonlight. Plan change. Priority target. YN from the mist. Cooperation conditions doubled. The oil lamp inside the window suddenly lit up, illuminating the tense side profile of Temari. Orochimaru, what exactly are you planning? Soon, the Susanoo trio gathered in the innermost guest room. Kankuro set up a soundproof barrier in the corners of the room with chakra threads. And the eyes of the crow puppet glowed red in the darkness. Gaara leaned against the wall, the sand in his gourd flowing silently. The sound ninja suddenly changed their plans. Temari slammed the scroll onto the low table. What do you think? Kankuro fiddled with the newly repaired black ant puppet. That YN is quite a formidable character. This morning I went to the market to buy supplies and overheard Konoha ninjas discussing him, saying he was strong, even driving back the Akatsuki's ambush by himself. Oomph. So what? Temari's fan opened and closed with a swoosh. No matter how strong he is just one person. Her expression showed a hint of anger. Because of this guy, the welcoming standards for mist from Konoha are 2 levels higher than ours. Even Hokage personally came out. The room fell silent. The flame of the oil lamp cast flickering shadows on the faces of the 3. Gaara? Shizen turned towards the corner. What do you think about this matter? Her words suddenly stopped. Gaara's sand had unknowingly crawled all over the ceiling, forming countless sharp cones. I heard that he had defeated the completely tailed beast transformed 4th MIZUKAGE. Gaara's voice was drier than the friction of sand grains. Shikako let out an uneasy low growl deep within his consciousness. Kankuro's puppet joints made a soft clicking sound. Indeed, such a thing did happen, but at that time, I heard that Yagura had already been controlled by the illusion of the Uchiha clan, so his strength must have been greatly diminished. A Jinchuriki fully transformed into a tailed beast is a master of this level. Gaara raised his eyes, his dark circles appearing even deeper under the light. This MIZUKAGE YN is probably a monster even more powerful than me, right? Children tend to be more extreme and psychologically twisted. They feel that being a Jinchuriki is something that others point fingers at behind their backs, which is hard to accept. However, if this matter fell on YN, then he alone could isolate the entire village. Oh wait, Shizune's fan fell to the ground. When she bent down to pick it up, she found her palms covered in cold sweat. She also knew that Gaara cared about these things. So Kankuro's Adam's apple rolled slightly. Suddenly, all the sand cones in the room pointed towards the northwest direction, which was precisely where the MIZUKAGE delegation was staying. Let's give this wine a try. A stiff arc formed at the corner of Gaara's mouth. It just so happens to verify who the real monster is. In the following days, ninjas from various major ninja villages arrived in Konoha one after another, and Konoha began to become increasingly lively. However, there were still several days until the CHNIN exam, and YN, being of restless nature, couldn't settle down. He became anxious as soon as he had nothing to do. Another morning, the rising sounds of commotion awakened the village. YN stood under the eaves of the inn, watching more and more foreign ninjas on the street. The burly men from Kumogakure were clamoring as they squeezed into a barbecue shop, while the Awagakure ninjas were haggling in front of a weapon shop. And even the most remote grass ninjas appeared in pairs on the street. It's too noisy. YN dug at his ears. The days in Konoha started off well, but became boring later on. As a result, he went outside the village and found an open area to practice his swordsmanship, physical techniques, and chakra refinement. He acted on his thoughts. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure disappeared from under the eaves of the inn. Not good, he's gone. The Konoha Umbu, who had been secretly monitoring YN, was suddenly startled. Where'd he go? His speed was too fast. They couldn't see clearly. Let's go back and report to the adults. This person is too strong, and it was too easy for him to shake off our surveillance. All right. After a discussion, several Umbu immediately decided to report upwards. Not long after, 3 kilometers outside Konoha village, in a large forest. The morning dew had not yet dissipated. YN was here, choosing a 20-meter diameter circular clearing. Great, it's spacious, wide, and quiet, without anyone disturbing, which is very suitable for training. YN surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. He hung his dark blue haori on a branch, revealing the close-fitting black training outfit underneath. He solemnly placed the long sword at his waist on a flat piece of blue stone, the sound of the scabbard scraping against the stone ringing clearly. As he sat cross-legged, the sounds of insects and birds around him suddenly receded. Wyan's breathing gradually became elongated, and a faint blue chakra glow appeared on the surface of his skin. This was an ancient meditation technique he found in Kirigakure, named tidal breathing. It was said to be a meditation technique obtained by Kirigakure from the land of whirlpools. Ordinary people are not qualified to practice this meditation technique, but as the lover of Terumi Mei and the currently recognized #1 master of Kirigakure, he naturally had this opportunity. As the meditation deepened, Wyan's perception continuously extended outward. The wriggling of earthworms 3 meters underground, the sound of squirrels storing pine cones 30 meters away, and even the flapping frequency of a hawk's wings 100 meters high could all be clearly heard. Natural child talent activated. Chakra recovery, speed 30. System prompts flashed in his mind. Wyan could feel the surrounding natural energy slowly rotating around him, as if it were an invisible vortex. In his perception, this vortex was vast and boundless. He didn't know how much chakra it would take to fill it. This is only level 4, and it requires so much. How much would it take at a higher level? He didn't know how long had passed. He opened his eyes and found that the midday sun had already filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. 3 hours of meditation had only increased his total chakra by a negligible amount, and there was still a long way to go before breaking through to the next level. No worries. After all, it all requires patience. Let's move on to the next stage of training. Wyan quickly organized his thoughts and began the next stage of training. Swordsmanship. Chapter 67. You guys aren't worthy of me drawing my sword. Clang. The sound of the long sword being drawn startled the birds in the forest. Wyan held the sword with both hands, assuming a middle stance, with the sword tip slightly drooping at a 3-degree angle. This was his usual and most basic starting position. First strike. The muscle fibers in his arms tightened like bowstrings, as the blade cut through at a 45-degree angle. Insadendi feltan ninjutsu el heaviness. This was not physical weight, but a sort of mental oppression. It felt as if the blade was bearing the weight of an entire ocean. Swordsmanship level 6. Current progress 1378921000000. Current completion 137. Sweat dripped from his jawline onto the dry leaves. Wyan stared at his reflection on the blade. This progress is too slow. He gritted his teeth and continued to train. Second strike. The sharp howl of the blade, tearing through the air, awakened a dozing snake. This time, the resistance was even greater, as if countless transparent threads were entangled around the blade. Wyan's knuckles turned white from the effort, and bulging veins appeared on his forearm. Damn! Do they have to make it this difficult? Wyan shouted in his mind. The training of these 3 secret techniques became increasingly difficult as he progressed. Especially swordsmanship. Now that he had reached level 6, every practice swing felt like he was lifting not a sword, but a mountain. By the time he reached the 271st strike, Wyan's training outfit was already soaked. His vision began to blur, and all he could hear was the thunderous beating of his heart and the roar of blood rushing through his veins. Each strike felt like pushing an iceberg, with his muscle fibers crying out under the unbearable load. Huh! A long breath escaped onto the tree roots, and Wyan even smelled the metallic tang of blood in his throat. Damn it, I didn't get hurt fighting others, but after half a day of training, I'm starting to get injured. Wyan supported his body with the scabbard, his trembling fingers almost unable to grip the handle. The training of swordsmanship at level 6 was more brutal than he had imagined. Each swing of the sword consumed mental energy, like carving a soul with a dull blade. Warning, muscle tear level 17. Immediate cessation of training recommended. System prompts flashed with dangerous red light. Yet Wyan grinned, his pearly white teeth glaring in the sunlight. It's still early. He tore off the sleeve of his clothing to wrap around the sword handle and once again lifted the seemingly 1,000-pound long sword. This time, his starting position was half a beat slower than before, but the trajectory of the blade was even more perfect, like a silver lightning bolt cleaving through invisible shackles. And so, it wasn't until dusk that Wyan completed his 500th sword swing of the day. His arms had lost all sensation. and he could only lean against the trunk of a tree to avoid collapsing. But strangely, his mind was exceptionally clear. It felt as if another self was suspended in the air, calmly observing this body that was on the verge of its limits. Detected breakthrough opportunity. Swordsmanship experience acquisition. Speed temporarily increased by 300. The sudden system notification made Yong'en's pupil shrink. He strained the last bit of his strength to point the tip of his sword at a rock 10 meters away. This time, the swing was slow, as if moving underwater, and the air rippled like waves where the blade passed. Boom! The rock silently split in half, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Secret Sword Technique 6, 1383921000000. Damn it, it's an endless wait. Sighing, Yong'en glanced at the sky. The sunset dyed the entire forest amber, and the shadows of the trees dragged long, dark traces on the ground. He had been out for quite a while. It was time to go back. Yong'en slowly sheathed his sword, the hilt clashing with the sheath, producing a crisp click. Sweat dripped down his jawline, leaving dark spots on the dry soil. He suddenly stopped his movements, his ears twitching slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Which friend is there? Why not come out for a meeting? The voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the silent woods. A crow flew up from a beech tree in the distance, a few dry leaves swirling down. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, but it couldn't cover up the few deliberately suppressed breaths. The depths of the forest remained silent. Yong'en sighed lightly, casually resting his right hand on the hilt of his sword while taking a water pouch from his waist and leisurely sipping from it. You hidden masters really lack practice. He wiped his mouth. To the left, behind a third pine tree, your puppet thread is reflecting light. To the right, in the bushes, miss, your fan is snagged on your clothes. As for the one behind, his gaze pierced through layers of tree shadows. The sand in your gourd is too noisy. He lightly tapped the sword guard, producing a rhythmic sound. If you still refuse to show yourselves, I might have to take action. 3 seconds later, a cold snort came from behind a pine tree on the left. Hanamaru stepped out first, her 3-star fan snapping open to cover half her face, the metal rings on the fan bones gleaming dangerously in the sunset. She wore a standard backless outfit of Sunagakure, her ninja tool pouch bulging, clearly filled with hidden weapons. Just passing by, her amber eyes flashed with hostility, unwilling to back down. Who is spying on you? But Yong'en's gaze turned to the bushes on the right. How long are you going to hide? The bushes shook violently, and Kankuro stepped out from behind the tree with a grim face. The crow puppet behind him had already extended its mechanical arms, a poisoned shuriken glinting with a ghostly blue light in the sunlight. His face was painted with purple patterns, looking more ferocious due to his anger. In the back, Gaara leaned against the trunk, slowly lifting his head, the sand in his gourd making a faint rustling sound. His dark circles looked deeper in the shadows, and his empty gaze was chilling. Most striking was the bright red love symbol on his forehead, seemingly dripping blood in the sunset. Oh my, everyone for Sunagakure. Yong'en smiled with his eyes crescent-shaped, hanging the water pouch back at his waist. So many of you. Is this a welcome party for me? Hanamaru's fan snapped shut with a crisp sound. I said, we were just passing by. She suddenly choked on her words. Yong'en looked at her with a seemingly amused expression, as if he could see through all her lies. Oh, Yong'en raised an eyebrow, casually resting his right hand on the sword hilt again, pointing at the ground. Your footprints in the muddy ground at the southeast corner, judging by their depth, have been there for at least 40 minutes. You. Hanamaru was exposed, instantly furious. She was about to say more, but was hurriedly interrupted by Kankuro, who maneuvered the crow puppet to block in front of Hanamaru. We heard about the fame of the mist hidden sword master and came to seek guidance on swordsmanship. His voice was dry, but his gaze kept drifting towards Gaara, seemingly seeking support. Seek guidance? Yong'en shook his head, finally moving his right hand away from the sword hilt to adjust his left wrist guard. This action seemed casual, but made the three from Sunagakure tense up simultaneously. You lot. He extended his index finger and gently shook it, his expression so nonchalant. You are not even worthy of me drawing my sword. Chapter 68. All right, now that's more like it. This statement was like a spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder. Hanamaru's 3-star fan fully unfolded in an instant. its surface glinting coldly in the sunset. Arrogant, her fingers had already grasped the mechanism on the fan bone, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Even Gaara, who had remained silent, showed a reaction. The cord from his gourd popped open, fine sand swirling up like a living thing, forming a protective wall around him. Even more terrifying were his eyes, which began to show a beastly light. This was a signal of consent to attack. "All right," Hanamaru shouted angrily, stepping forward. "Then we shall experience your skills." The battle erupted in an instant. Hanamaru's three-star fan whipped up a whirlwind, dozens of vacuum blades slicing towards Yong'en in a fan shape, each capable of severing a tree trunk the width of a bowl. At the same moment, Kankuro's crow puppet launched a surprise attack from below, its mechanical arms firing 3 poisoned shurikens aimed at Yong'en's throat, heart, and abdomen. Meanwhile, Gaara's sand had formed an encirclement, pressing towards Yong'en from all directions. Each grain of sand contained Shikaku's chakra, heavy as lead. This was the proud trinity tactic of Sunagakure, which had caused countless elite ninjas to perish on the battlefield. The trio's coordination was seamless, their attacks covering all possible escape routes for Yong'en. However, these attacks were no different from child's play. Yong'en immediately chuckled lightly, his right foot gently touching the ground. Boom! Chakra exploded in a circular wave from his center, causing the ground to ripple like waves. The vacuum blades were deflected from their trajectory, brushing past his clothing and severing a few strands of hair. The crow puppet's mechanisms jammed, the shurikens falling uselessly 30 centimeters from their target. Even the sand encirclement showed a momentary halt, as if hitting an invisible wall. First, Yong'en's voice suddenly appeared behind Hanamaru, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Let's start with you." Hanamaru turned in shock, her 3-star fan sweeping across, but only sliced through a remnant shadow. Yong'en's index finger had already tapped on the fengshi acupoint at the back of her neck. A wave of numbness instantly spread throughout her body, causing her to stagger and kneel on the ground, the 3-star fan clattering to the ground. "Hanamaru!" Kankuro shouted angrily, the black ant puppet lunging from the side, its abdomen opening to reveal a dense array of shuriken. Yong'en did not look back, his left hand forming the seal of the snake. Water release, mist body flicker technique. His figure transformed into a mist and dispersed. The next second, he appeared above Kankuro's puppet line. The sunlight filtered through his figure, casting a faint shadow on the ground. A precise hand chop severed 5 chakra threads, causing both the crow and black ant puppets to collapse on the ground like snakes stripped of their bones. Second, Yong'en lightly landed, his toes touching a horizontal branch. Puppet masters should not lay their threads on the same plane. His tone was like a teacher commenting on a student's work, especially the 3rd and 7th threads, which were almost completely overlapping. Sand binding coffin. At this moment, Gaara could no longer hold back and unleashed his full strength. The sand on the ground suddenly surged up, forming countless spikes that stabbed towards Yong'en from all angles. Each of these sand spikes was as thick as an adult man's thigh, their tips glimmering with a metallic sheen. That was the highly compressed chakra of Shikaku. At the same time, more sand coalesced into a giant claw that came crashing down, casting a shadow over a 10-meter radius. Yong'en remained unmoving, quickly forming hand seals. Earth-style, rock armor technique. Instantly, his body was covered with a layer of dark brown rock armor, with the joints flexibly pieced together from small rocks, allowing for full protection without hindering movement. The sand spikes struck against it, making a sound like raindrops, all of them breaking and scattering in a fine sand. As the giant claw came down, a spiral of chakra condensed around Yong'en's right fist, and blue chakra swirled around his arm like flames. Rock-breaking fist. He punched out, compressing the air into visible ripples. The sand claw shattered, turning into a rain of sand that fell down. Gaara let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the beastly nature in his eyes becoming more apparent. Boring. Yong'en shook off the sand grains on his hands, pieces of rock armor flaking off. Shikaku's sand isn't strong enough. He tilted his head, or rather, you just don't know how to use it yet? The air in the forest suddenly became thick, as if invisible hands were choking everyone's throats. Yong'en flicked his wrist, and gravel fell from his fingers, glittering with fine golden light in the setting sun. His eye pierced through the increasingly violent chakra turbulence. So weak, Sunagakure, truly a generation worse than the last. This statement struck deep into the pride of the three from Sunagakure like a sharp kunai. Damn it! Temari's nails had already pierced her palm, blood dripping down the bones of her fan, leaving dark red spots on the sand. She bit her lip hard until she tasted blood. Kankuro's chakra threads were taut, his fingers whitening from the strain, and his crow puppet creaked under the pressure. Meanwhile, Gaara, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly began to twitch unnaturally, every muscle convulsing. Strange purple-red veins emerged beneath his originally pale skin, as if something alive was moving inside. HHH. A breath knot of a human escaped from deep within his throat, accompanied by wet sounds like bursting bubbles. Gaara. No. Temari rushed forward in fear to stop him, but was repelled by an invisible force. Get away! The gourd on Gaara's back suddenly exploded, yellow sand gushing out as if it were alive. This sand was completely different from ordinary gravel. Each grain was wrapped in dark red chakra. The sand danced like a dragon, weaving into a cocoon in the air. His skin began to crack extensively, revealing the purple-red muscle tissue beneath. The right side of his face was completely distorted, the corner of his mouth tearing back to his ear, exposing sharp white fangs. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Gaara's voice had transformed into a dual tone mixed with Shikaku's roar. Shikaku's chakra erupted like a volcanic explosion, the golden sand forming a massive vortex with a diameter of over 100 meters. Giant trees were uprooted, their thick trunks turning to dust in the violent chakra. The ground collapsed under the terrifying pressure, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards from Gaara. Temari and Kankuro were blown away by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Kankuro's puppet had already disintegrated midair, parts scattered everywhere. Temari's fan flew out of her hand, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. Its blades fully spread out, rustling in the fierce wind. Young people just can't resist stimulation. Has he started to tail beast transformation already? Looking at the rampaging Gaara before him, Yong'en was not afraid. Instead, a long-lost excited smile appeared on his face. He slowly raised his hands, clapping 3 times in front of his chest, the sound of applause cutting through the chakra storm. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Now that's more like it. Roar. In response, there was a furious roar. Chapter 69, Big Brother, Don't Mess Around. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away in the Hokage office, the crystal ball monitoring device suddenly erupted with blinding red light, the alarm shattering the tranquility of dusk. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground with a clatter, the burning tobacco leaving a charred hole in the carpet. This chakra is from a tailed beast, but it's not the 9 tails. What is it? Is it the 1 tail? The wrinkles on the 3rd Hokage's face deepened in the red light. What is happening? Why has Shikaku completely unleashed? 3 Umbu ninjas appeared simultaneously, their voices tense beneath their masks. Report. Tailed beast-level energy reaction detected in the northeast. Chakra readings have exceeded critical levels. As soon as the words left their mouths, the office windows shook violently, and the distant skyline faintly revealed a golden sandstorm. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed his hat decisively, his voice more severe than ever. Immediately initiate level 1 alert. Notify Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy to form an emergency team, while other J-nin are responsible for evacuating the villagers. Barrier team, prepare the 4 purple flames formation. Yes. At the same time, in the underground base at the edge of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils shone in the darkness. The observation water mirror in front of him trembled violently, displaying the battlefield's real-time status. The figure of Yong'en, standing in the sandstorm, made him unconsciously lick his lips, a trace of blood appearing as his long tongue brushed against his sharp teeth. So perfect! His voice trembled with excitement. Such physical strength, such chakra control. It's simply unheard of. This is a work of art. His fingers nervously tapped on the experimental table, the glassware on the rack producing crisp clinking sounds. The water mirror suddenly showed Shikaku beginning to condense a tailed beast ball, and Orochimaru abruptly stood up, his black robe fluttering as if in the wind. No, he can't die yet. He swiftly formed hand seals, biting his finger to draw a complex summoning array on the ground. Impure world reincarnation. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Gaara, fully transformed into a tailed beast, had swollen to 30 meters tall. His body, made of yellow sand, was covered in purple cursed seal patterns, each line pulsating with dangerous chakra. A massive raccoon tail swept across, toppling ancient trees like they were straw, the ground plowed into 3-meter deep trenches. Sand funeral, with Shikaku's roar. Countless sand hands surged up from the ground within a 1,000-meter radius. Each hand was the size of a small hill, with fingertips sharp as blades and palms covered in pointed sand spikes. At the same time, a rain of sand with incredible density fell from the sky, each grain weighing as much as 1,000 pounds, comparable to bullets under gravitational acceleration. Yong'en took a deep breath, the sound of chakra surging through his meridians like a roaring river. His hands formed seals in almost imperceptible speed. Tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger, snake. Water style, great water vortex technique. A towering wave appeared out of nowhere. Not an ordinary water technique, but a special liquid infused with chakra nature transformation. These water currents spun rapidly, forming a massive water tornado with a 20-meter diameter, enveloping Yong'en within. The sand hands dissolved upon hitting the water wall, and the heavy sand rain fell into the vortex, hissing as it disappeared without a trace. It's not over yet. Shikaku's voice rumbled like thunder rolling through the clouds. The giant beast opened its massive mouth, highly compressed chakra, forming a dark purple sphere within. That it, tailed beast ball. The surrounding air distorted from the heat, and the ground began to melt under the energy radiation. As this 5-meter diameter destructive energy sphere was launched, tiny cracks appeared in the space along its trajectory. Boom! Yong'en suddenly retracted his water style, clasping his hands in front of his chest as his chakra vibrated at a special frequency. Earth style, diamond rock wall. A black obsidian wall, engraved with sealing runes, rose from the ground, its surface shimmering with blue light from the densely packed formulas. At the moment the tailed beast ball struck, a blinding white light illuminated the area for 10 miles as if it were noon. The shock wave spread in a circular pattern, vaporizing rocks and carbonizing trees in its path. When the light faded, the rock wall had been reduced to dust. However, Yong'en stood unharmed in the center of the ruins, the ground beneath his feet being the only intact area. It's my turn. He stepped down, causing the ground to explode with a spiderweb-like crack of 10 meters in diameter. His figure shot toward Shikaku like a cannonball, his right fist wrapped in spiraling chakra, compressing the air into visible ripples before his punch. Deliberate smashing punch. This punch struck Shikaku's abdomen directly, sending a massive shockwave through its entire body. Ugh! The enormous body of the tailed beast was actually lifted 3 meters off the ground, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its sandy form, with purple-red chakra gushing from the fissures. 3 kilometers away, in the treetops, Orochimaru's pupils shrank to pinpoints. This guy, he actually confronted a tailed beast with taijutsu. His voice was hoarse from shock. His fingers trembled nervously, and the speed of his hand seals increased. Impure world reincarnation modified. Completed. A coffin rose from the ground, its lid marked with the Sand Village emblem. As the lid slid off, it revealed the 3rd Kazekage in his youth. But this puppet had no consciousness in its eyes, merely a pure combat machine, its skin covered in black cursed seal patterns. Go! Orochimaru smirked, his long tongue sweeping across his lips. Create an opportunity for me. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team from Konoha had arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Watching the figure grappling with the tailed beast in the distance, Asuma's cigarette slipped from his fingers, falling to the ground, still burning. That guy Asuma's voice was dry and sounded unlike himself. Is he a monster? Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, the 3 tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. It's not something scarier than a monster. Mike Guy's thick eyebrows were tightly furrowed, his expression showing a hint of excitement. This level of battle is so exhilarating. I feel youth calling out to me. Asuma and Kakashi exchanged looks of disbelief at him. Big brother, don't do anything reckless. In the center of the battlefield, Shikaku, enraged after being punched away, let out a roar. It howled to the sky, the sound waves shattering all glass within 100 meters. The entire forest responded to its call, and sand within a 10-mile radius soared into the air, forming tens of thousands of sand spears, each glinting with a metallic sheen. Sand rain. A torrential downpour of attacks poured down, covering every inch of space. Yong'en weaved through the barrage, his form becoming afterimages. Suddenly, he stumbled. Unbeknownst to him, the sand had already wrapped around his ankles. This special sand was as heavy as lead, carrying the fluctuations of sealing techniques. Got you. Shikaku cackled as it raised its massive claw, the claw tip condensing highly compressed chakra. Chapter 70. At all costs, I will obtain that man. In a critical moment, a shadow descended from the sky. Magnet style. Sand iron domain. Countless black sand iron particles formed a cubic barrier, trapping Yong'en inside. The young third Kazekage puppet floated in the air, expressionless as it manipulated the deadly sand iron. This sand iron was not ordinary iron sand, but a special substance mixed with chakra metal, each grain weighing like 1,000 pounds. Orochimaru smirked coldly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Finally willing to show up? The ground suddenly cracked open, and Orochimaru's true body emerged, the Kusanagi sword stabbing directly at Yong'en's back. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes shot out from his sleeves, their eyes embedded with tiny talismans. With a sand iron barrier in front, the snake's sword attacking from behind, and Shikaku's deadly strike from above. No matter how you looked at it, this was a fatal situation. Emere Yong'en. Kakashi's expression changed drastically, his shout drowned out by the howling winds. At that moment, Yong'en in the center of the battlefield suddenly laughed, a smile that made Orochimaru's heart tremble. Orochimaru, I've been waiting for you a long time. His body erupted with dazzling blue light, the muscle fibers beneath his skin tightening like steel wires. His indestructible body was pushed to its limits. A faint golden chakra mist seeping from his pores. Facing the three-way ambush, he made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He formed hand seals with both hands simultaneously, and the seals were completely different on each hand, unlocking the title of Child of Nature. Even with completely different elemental jutsu, he could handle them with ease. Water style, mirror heaven and earth change, sealing technique, 5-element suppression. The water style released from his left hand was not ordinary water flow, but highly compressed chakra liquid. This liquid formed a hemispherical shield, its surface smooth as a mirror, rebounding the sand, iron, and venomous snakes back to where they came from. The sealing technique in his right hand transformed into 5 colored chains, corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes, directly piercing into Shikaku's body. The massive-tailed beast let out a pained howl as its chakra was forcibly suppressed back into Gaara. And at the moment, the Kusanagi sword pierced Yong'en's vest. Clang! The sharp sound of metal breaking echoed across the battlefield. The legendary indestructible artifact actually snapped in two against Yong'en's skin. The sword tip spun away, embedding itself deep into a distant tree trunk. Impossible. Orochimaru's pupils shrank to pinpoints, the calm on his face cracking for the first time. Yong'en turned around, his movements seemingly slow but as fast as lightning. A knife hand sliced through the air, leaving a faint blue chakra trail behind. The cold light flashed, and Orochimaru's head soared high, his face frozen in disbelief. As expected, it was just a clone. Yong'en looked at the corpse that had turned to dust and shook his head. He bent down to pick up a broken blade, glancing at it against the sunset. A replica of the Kusanagi sword. No wonder it was so brittle. The battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The restored human form of Gaara lay unconscious, the beast-like features on his face slowly fading. The third Kazekage puppet turned into a pile of sand iron, gradually dissipating in the wind. Orochimaru's clone had already dissolved into a foul-smelling liquid, seeping into the ground. Just moments ago, Yong'en had been facing a fatal situation, yet in the blink of an eye, he had reversed the entire battlefield. What kind of power is this? It's simply a divine presence. The Konoha shinobi stood frozen in place. Asuma's cigarette case dropping to the ground, cigarettes scattering everywhere. Kurenai's lips lost their color, her fingers gripping the kunai until her joints turned white. Hey! Kakashi Asuma's voice seemed to come from far away. What on earth is that guy? Kakashi's Sharingan had automatically closed, the pain from overuse paling in comparison to the shock before him. I don't know, but he is definitely not an ordinary ninja. In the distance, Yong'en dusted off non-existent dirt from his sleeves, turning to the Konoha shinobi with a harmless smile. Hey, you came just in time. Can you help return the little friend from the sand village? His tone was as casual as if he had just finished a picnic. A gust of wind blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. In this circular ruin with a radius of 500 meters, only the spot where Yong'en stood remained intact, like an isolated island. His silhouette stretched long under the sunset, resembling an insurmountable mountain, casting a shadow that loomed over everyone's hearts. In a dark underground laboratory, the green liquid in the cultivation tank suddenly surged violently. A pale body abruptly opened its eyes, golden slit pupils narrowing to pinpoints in the darkness. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru's clone sat up from the culture solution, viscous liquid dripping from his long hair. His fingers gripped the edge of the cultivation tank tightly, knuckles whitening from the effort, and he gasped like a broken bellows. Kabuto appeared beside the cultivation tank in an instant, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a ghostly green light. Sir, what's wrong? Are you okay? His voice was unusually frantic, and the medical chakra in his hand had already lit up. Orochimaru raised a trembling hand to stop him. The clone's skin still bore the phantom pain of decapitation, the muscles in his neck twitching reflexively. He slowly lifted his face, but the corners of his mouth twisted into a frenzied smile. So perfect. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, his long tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Such physical strength, such chakra control. Memories surged like a tide. The calm expression of Yong'en when he forcibly took the tail beast ball. The exquisite chakra control when he rebounded the sand iron realm technique, and the inhuman physical strength when he broke the Kusanagi sword with his bare hands. Fear and excitement intertwined like two venomous snakes, slithering through Orochimaru's veins. This is the creator's masterpiece. Sir, are you referring to that mist ninja Yong'en? Kabuto carefully handed over a black bathrobe, asking cautiously. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply at the mention of Yong'en. Yes. He slowly stood up, the damp long hair sticking to his pale skin. Kabuto, have you seen the battle records of the first Hokage? You mean Lord Hashirama Senju? That Yong'en. Orochimaru's fingers trembled nervously. I saw the shadow of Lord Hashirama in him. This evaluation made Kabuto's glasses slide down to the tip of his nose. Orochimaru suddenly turned around. Change of plans. At all costs, I must obtain that man. His voice twisted with desire, even if it's just a single cell. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses becoming deep. The Soundful were already in position, but no buts. Orochimaru snapped. This Chunin exam is the best hunting ground. Yes. Understood. Chapter 71. Just a friendly spar. Don't be nervous on the other side. In the ruins of the battlefield, Temari finally came back to her senses. She looked around in confusion. Her 3-star fan lay not far away, the fan's surface already damaged, but she had no mind to pick it up. The sound of Kankaro's violent coughing reached her ears, and only then did she crawl towards her brother's direction. Gaara. Her voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Kankaro limped along behind her, dragging his injured leg. His puppet had fallen apart, the crow's head rolling on the sand, staring blankly at the sky with a single eye. Gaara lay in the center of a circular pit, his sand armor having peeled away, revealing his pale skin. Surprisingly, the darkness that had lingered around his eyes for years seemed to have faded somewhat, his brows no longer tightly knit, as if he had shed some kind of burden. Is he still alive? Kankaro knelt down in disbelief, trembling fingers reaching for Gaara's breath. Temari suddenly shuddered all over and turned sharply. Yong'en was standing not far away, talking to the leaf ninjas. The sunset cast a golden outline around him, his relaxed posture contrasting sharply with the surrounding ruins. That man. Temari's teeth chattered involuntarily. He's even scarier than Shikaku. Kankaro followed her gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing uncomfortably. No wonder the leaf welcomed him like that. A gust of wind blew by, and Temari realized her back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Kakashi's Sharingan slowly rotated, carefully scanning every trace on the battlefield. The massive sand pit, the melted rocks, the trees severed at the roots. All right, this level of destruction is simply terrifying. Mr. Yong'en, he pulled up his eye patch, revealing a weary smile. Can you explain what happened here? Yong'en brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his smile harmless. Just sparring with some friends from the sand. But it seems the young one's got a bit too heated. He gestured with his chin towards Gaara, momentarily losing control of his hand. Sparring? Asuma looked speechless. His gaze shifted between the sand pit with a diameter of over 100 meters and Yong'en. This looks like it would demolish the surrounding forest of the leaf. You lost control, and the commotion was too loud. Yong'en smiled at Temari over there. You can ask her. At this moment, Temari had already jogged over, clutching her 3-star fan tightly to her chest. Once the big sister of the sand, she now looked like a frightened little girl. It was indeed just a spar. Gaara's chakra control has been a bit unstable lately. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. He noticed that Temari's fingers were tightly gripping the fan's ribs, her knuckles turning white. Clearly very nervous. Meanwhile, Kankuro stood at a distance, not even daring to look this way. Is that so? Kakashi elongated his tone. Then what about this? He kicked the remnants of Orochimaru's clone, which had turned into mud on the ground. Yong'en shrugged. That's a question I also want to know. His expression suddenly became serious. I just finished fighting Shikaku, and this guy ambushed me from underground. If I hadn't reacted quickly, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Hearing this, Kakashi's brows furrowed even tighter. Why did Orochimaru attack you? As far as I know, you two should have never met. Yong'en stroked his chin, pretending to think for a moment. Maybe because of my identity? He deliberately lowered his voice. Think about it. If a representative from the mist was attacked in the leaf, what would be the consequences? Kurenai gasped sharply. Mr. Yong'en means that Orochimaru is trying to provoke conflict between the mist and the leaf? Not only that. Asuma picked up a broken cigarette, realizing it was already snapped. If something happens during the Chunin exam, representatives from various countries will question the leaf security capabilities. Kakashi's pupils slightly constricted. He exchanged a glance with Asuma, both thinking of the worst possibility at the same time. Orochimaru was using the Chunin exam as an opportunity to instigate war between the leaf and the major ninja villages. Thank you for the reminder. Kakashi solemnly bowed to Yong'en. We will report this matter to Lord Hokage immediately. He turned to the sand trio. Do you need us to take you back to your accommodations? Temari quickly shook her head, helping the just awakened Gaara. No, it's fine. We can manage on our own. Her voice was sharp with tension, completely unlike her usual confident demeanor. Yong'en smiled and waved goodbye. Next time you spar, remember to let me know in advance, so I can find a more spacious place. Temari and Kankuro's bodies visibly stiffened for a moment, an elusive expression flashing across their lowered faces. The sky gradually darkened. The lights slowly disappeared from this land. It's getting late. Time to go home for dinner. Yong'en called out, shouldering the sword in his hand and heading towards the Leaf Village. Only then did Asuma come back to his senses. Hey Kakashi, what's wrong? Asuma pointed at the increasingly distant Yong'en, speaking softly. I remember the intel you brought back said that guy from the mist is strongest in swordsmanship, right? Yes, that's correct. But I remember, when the fight just started, that guy didn't seem to use his sword at all. Kakashi suddenly realized. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. In other words, even with the commotion just now, that guy wasn't even using his full strength. A faint smell of tobacco lingered in the Hokage's office. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, the glow of his pipe flickering in and out with his breathing, casting varying shades of shadow on his wrinkled face. Kakashi and Asuma stood in front of the mahogany desk, their uniforms still carrying the unique scent of decomposed soil from the forest of death. Kakashi's left eye narrowed slightly, the scar appearing particularly grim in the sunset. Asuma kept fiddling with the lighter in his hand, the metal shell reflecting a blinding light. A spar between Yong'en and Tsunade here? The third Hokage's voice seemed to come from far away as he slowly turned around, tapping his pipe lightly on the edge of the desk, ash falling in a flurry. A spar that could level 3 square kilometers of forest? Kakashi's single eye flashed with a hint of helplessness. Sunagekyu's Tamari insisted it was just a friendly exchange. He paused, pulling a charred rock fragment from his ninja tool pouch. But according to the Umbu's investigation, the temperature at the center of the battlefield had reached 1,200 degrees. A typical characteristic of tailed beast bombs. Asuma added. Even more suspicious was Orochimaru's involvement. His clone not only disguised itself as the third Kazekage, but also seized a moment when Yong'en suppressed Shikaku with precision. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the scratches on his kunai. I think this was premeditated. Chapter 72. Sasuke, pass the baton and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed into a shape. He paced over to the ninja world map on the wall, his bony fingers tracing the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. Years of governance experience had made him keenly aware of the anomalies within. Orochimaru would not act without reason, nor would he risk appearing near Konoha. Immediately activate the green bamboo contingency plan. The third Hokage suddenly turned around, his pipe striking the table heavily, causing the ink cup to jump. All incoming ninja must re-register their chakra signatures. The Forest of Death must set up a barrier unit. And each village representative must arrange 2 teams of Umbu on 24-hour shifts. Kakashi and Asuma stood at attention, their boots clashing with a crisp sound. Yes. Furthermore, the third Hokage's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle as he removed his Hokage hat and rubbed his temples. He subtly reminded the mist swordsman that Konoha's greening budget couldn't withstand a second such friendly exchange. Kakashi and Asuma exchanged glances, both seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes, asking that monster who can suppress tailed beasts with one hand to hold back. This task was as difficult as taking on the Darkin Nine Tails. Did you hear that? Sarutobi Hiruzen said irritably. Yes. Kakashi and Asuma replied reflexively. There was no way around it. When the top brass spoke, the subordinates had to hold their noses and comply. The next morning, a 100-meter-long queue had formed at the checkpoint in front of Konoha's main gate. 2 Umbu members wearing fox masks were checking identities one by one. Standing behind them were 4 fully armed barrier unit members. Name? Which ninja village do you belong to? Please show your chakra attributes. Such conversations repeated at every checkpoint. An Odo ninja slammed the table in anger. I am Mabu from the Reikage Secretary Office. This is the 7th inspection. Are you blind? His lightning chakra crackled in his palm, burning a hole in the registration form. The Umbu ninja remained unmoved, their fingers already resting on the alarm button. Special circumstances. Please cooperate. According to Article 37 of the Konoha Emergency State Law. In contrast, the passage of the Kirigakure delegation was smooth as could be. When Kirigakure's Suigetsu hummed a tune while walking towards the special passage, the guard Chunin even took the initiative to bow. Mr. Suigetsu, are you heading to the training ground today as well? Suigetsu played with the ninja sword at his waist, the blue bandage wrapped around the hilt fluttering in the wind. Oh, it's stricter today than yesterday. He curiously peered around and saw several Kusen ninjas undergoing a full-body search. The guard smiled wryly and handed over the special pass. The Hokage has given special instructions. Mr. Yong'en's entourage enjoys diplomatic immunity. With a top-tier expert like Yong'en present, and with such a renowned reputation, Konoha's Umbu had long understood that they would not casually disturb the people of Kirigakure. The benefit of this was that the Kirigakure ninja could freely enter and exit Konoha. Suigetsu laughed heartily, revealing his sharp tiger teeth. He swaggered through the security gates, the sensing barrier emitting a soft blue light that resonated with his chakra. This privileged treatment caused a stir among the queue, with several Amigakure ninjas muttering their discontent. However, under the guard's stern gaze, they quickly fell silent. In Konoha's 3rd training ground, Naruto was practicing the shadow clone technique against 10 wooden posts simultaneously. 5 clones struck different starting poses, but due to uneven chakra distribution, they poofed away one after another, leaving only 2 wobbly clones at the end. Damn it! The blond boy frustratedly grabbed his head, his forehead protector askew. Why is balance that Kakashi-sensei talks about so difficult? Because your chakra is rampaging like a wild boar. A teasing voice came from above. Naruto looked up sharply to see Kirigakure's Sujetsu hanging upside down from a branch, his blue hair dangling down and brushing against his nose. Even more surprising was that this mist youth's body appeared semi-transparent and liquid-like, sunlight filtering through him and casting shimmering waves on the ground. Wow! Naruto was so startled that he did a backflip. When did you? Sujetsu slid down from the tree like a droplet of water, recondensing into human form upon landing. I've been watching since your 7th failure. He tilted his head, examining Naruto, his gaze lingering on the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen for a moment. You're just too weak. No wonder everyone calls you the bottom of the barrel. Recently, Sujetsu had been coming to the training ground more often, naturally becoming familiar with Naruto and the others. By chance, they had become friends through their sparring. Once they got comfortable, Sujetsu spoke to them more casually. What did you say? Naruto exploded in anger, his azure eyes wide open. If you have the guts, come and compete. Ha ha ha. Sujetsu's eyes lit up, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Just what I wanted. When Sakura rushed over upon hearing the commotion, the two had already created a 20-meter distance in the center of the training ground. She was about to intervene but was pulled back by Ino, who arrived shortly after. Don't mind them. These two feel uncomfortable unless they fight. Hearing this, Sakura had no choice but to back down. At this moment, the two on the field had already started fighting. Multiple shadow clones technique. With Naruto's roar, over 30 shadow clones charged toward Sujetsu simultaneously. However, the latter calmly formed a simple hand seal. Water release, water barrier. A 3-meter-high wall of water rose from the ground, and the leading shadow clone crashed into it, vanishing into white smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Sujetsu advanced, his ninja sword not even drawn, using only the hilt wrapped in bandages. He accurately tapped below Naruto's collarbone. Oh! Naruto knelt on the ground, his chakra flow temporarily sealed. Looking up in shock, he found all his shadow clones had disappeared. Sakura gasped and covered her mouth. Amazing! He completely saw through the position of the original. Hey, is this over? Sujetsu poked Naruto's forehead with the sword sheath. I haven't even finished my warm-up yet. Damn it! Naruto's face turned red, and he suddenly turned to shout. Sasuke, come and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. As if responding to his call, Uchiha Sasuke walked out of the woods with his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes coldly scanning the situation in the field, looking both cool and aloof. How embarrassing. Get up already. I really don't know what to do with you. Mizuki exclaimed excitedly as he observed the cool, black-haired boy. Hey, Sasuke, come on, it's your turn. Sasuke snorted and walked directly to the center of the training ground, not even adjusting his forehead protector. If we're going to fight, then let's just fight. Stop talking so much. Chapter 73. 1 against 7. Is it you? Ha ha. All right. I like your straightforwardness. Mizuki drew his ninja blade, the blade glinting with a blue sheen under the sunlight. Mist-hidden style, hazy moonlit night. His figure suddenly became blurry, swaying like a reflection in water. Sasuke frowned and stepped back, his kunai clashing against the suddenly incoming blade, sending sparks flying. The metallic clang startled the birds in the trees. Not bad speed, Sasuke said, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He quickly formed 6 complex hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 2 meters roared out, the heat distorting the air. However, Mizuki suddenly liquefied, his body flowing along the ground like mercury, passing under the fireball and recoalescing behind Sasuke. Water release, water cannon. The high-pressure water bullet grazed Sasuke's cheek, leaving a blood mark on his earlobe. Watch out! Sakura, who was watching from the sidelines, exclaimed, while Ino beside her widened her eyes. Sasuke, don't lose! Naruto shouted, waving his fists. If you lose, our Team 7 will be humiliated. More spectators gradually gathered around the training ground. Hyuga Niji's Byakugan bulged with veins, his 360-degree vision firmly locking onto the chakra flow of the two. Shikamaru leaned against the farthest tree trunk, appearing lazy but actually focused. Even Hinata peeked out from behind a tree, looking nervously and shyly at Naruto. Niji, who do you think will win? Tintin asked quietly. Niji's Byakugan slightly narrowed. That mist-hidden swordsmanship is quite special. His voice carried a rare seriousness. Every time he attacks, he deliberately exposes 3 fake openings, with the real killing move hidden in the 4th action. I've never seen such swordsmanship before. Sasuke is in a bit of danger. The situation in the field was just as Niji described. Mizuki's attacks became increasingly rapid, the blade light forming an impenetrable net. A fine sweat began to bead on Sasuke's forehead, and he narrowly avoided being struck in the vital areas by the back of the blade several times. His breathing became erratic, and the back of his black shirt was already soaked with sweat. What's wrong? Is that all you've got, Sasuke? Mizuki suddenly changed his attack, the blade drawing an eerie arc mist-hidden style, reverse tidal wave. Clang! Amidst the metallic clash, Sasuke barely managed to block the blade with his kunai, but the impact forced him to retreat 3 steps. Ha ha! Take another hit from me. Before he could steady himself, Mizuki's loud laughter rang out, and the blade in his hand gleamed as he swung it again. At that moment, a flash of crimson appeared in Sasuke's eyes. The Sharingan activated and then deactivated in an instant, so fast that even Niji's Byakugan almost missed it. But in that fleeting moment, he saw through the hidden pattern in Mizuki's swordsmanship. Too slow. Sasuke suddenly changed his move, his kunai accurately intercepting the trajectory of Mizuki's neck slash, while his left hand quickly formed seals. Lightning release, thunder step, blue-white electricity coursed along the damp ground, catching Mizuki off guard and causing his body to convulse. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sasuke swept his leg, knocking him down, the kunai's tip pressing against his throat. Do you concede? Mizuki lay on the ground, gasping for breath, then suddenly burst into laughter. Impressive, impressive. I concede. His body still twitched slightly from the electricity, but he smiled brightly. You're even stronger than the rumors say. Naruto rushed over and pulled Mizuki up. You were really strong. Last time Sasuke beat you in just 3 moves, but now you've gone several rounds with him. Mizuki brushed off the dirt from his pants. Wait until I learn a few more moves from Lord Iron. Next time I will definitely win against you. Iron? Upon hearing this name, the surrounding kids perked up their ears, all curiously asking, isn't that the one who recently defeated the Akatsuki organization outside the village? That's right. Mizuki proudly puffed out his chest. Our Lord Iron can even easily suppress the 4th Hokage in his full-tailed beast form. Wow. The surrounding Konoha genin gasped in amazement. Sakura asked curiously, is he really that strong? Of course. Mizuki gestured excitedly. Our Lord Iron is extraordinarily powerful. Not only has he defeated the 4th MIZUKAGE in his full-tailed beast form, but even the Uchiha clan expert who previously controlled the 4th MIZUKAGE with genjutsu was defeated by Lord Iron. Suddenly, Sasuke heard these words, and his body froze abruptly, the kunai in his hand clattering to the ground. His face instantly turned pale, and his voice became hoarse. What did you say? Say it again. Mizuki was startled by his reaction. I said Lord Iron defeated the 4th MIZUKAGE. Not that, the part after that. Oh, it's that Lord Iron defeated an expert from the Uchiha clan? Yes, that's it. Sasuke was extremely agitated, almost shouting. Tell me, what was the name of that Uchiha? Mizuki was taken aback by his reaction. I don't know. I just heard from Zabuza-senpai mention this, but I don't know the name of that Uchiha. Sasuke grabbed Mizuki by the collar. Think carefully. The characteristics of that Uchiha. His age. What jutsu he used. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Niji and Shikamaru exchanged glances. As some of the few who knew about Sasuke's background, they understood what this information meant for the Uchiha orphan. Mizuki struggled to pry Sasuke's hand away. I really don't know. But he hesitated for a moment. Zabuza-senpai said that person seemed to have a special pair of eyes, not just ordinary Sharingan. Anyway, he was very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control our 4th MIZUKAGE. Sasuke felt as if struck by lightning, staggering back 2 steps. His lips trembled as he silently mouthed the name. Itachi? 1 against 7, is it you? In the young heart of Uchiha Sasuke, the only Uchiha still alive besides him was his brother, Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Sasuke still did not know the truth of later events, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for this brother who had killed their entire clan. The training ground suddenly fell silent. Even the dullest Naruto sensed that something was off, scratching his head in confusion. "Sasuke, what's wrong?" Sasuke did not answer, his back rigid as if it were stone. Mizuki adjusted his disheveled collar, muttering softly, "What the heck?" suddenly acting weird. Suddenly, Sasuke looked up, his eyes blood-red, staring intently at Mizuki. "Hey, what are you going to do?" Mizuki was startled by Sasuke's gaze. "Take me to see your Lord Iron." Chapter 74. Sasuke seeks an audience with Lord Iron. "Mizuki, take me to see Iron." Sasuke's voice was low and firm, his black eyes flickering with unmistakable urgency. Mizuki turned around, his silver-white hair glinting softly in the sunlight, raising an eyebrow with a troubled expression. "Why do you want to see Lord Iron?" Mizuki crossed his arms, tilting his head to ask. He is now an important figure in the mist-hidden village. Not just anyone can meet him. Sasuke's fist tightened slightly, his knuckles turning white. "I wanted to ask him about that Uchiha clan member. I had to know who that person was." Naruto jumped out from behind, his blue eyes wide open. Hey, Mizuki, just take Sasuke to meet him. We all really want to know who that mysterious Uchiha is." Sakura also stepped forward, her pink hair gently swaying in the breeze. "Yeah, Mizuki, Sasuke really cares about this matter. We promise we won't cause any trouble for Lord Yong'en. After all, we're all part of Team 7. We need to work together when it counts." Mizuki sighed, glancing at Hinata, Neji, and Shikamaru, who were standing nearby. "Why are you all here?" Neji's Byakugan slightly opened, his voice calm. "We're very interested in Lord Yong'en's swordsmanship." "What swordsmanship?" "Lord Yong'en's is sword technique." "It's fine, they're the same." "No, they're not," Mizuki exclaimed, jumping up. Shikamaru rested his hands behind his head, lazily saying, "It's purely out of curiosity. Recently, Konoha has been spreading tales about this great swordsman from a mist." Hey, are you guys even listening to what I'm saying? I've said Lord Yong'en uses sword technique, and you still call him a swordsman?" Mizuki shouted in disbelief. Shikamaru said seriously, "Those who use blades can also be called swordsmen, didn't you know?" "Huh, really?" Mizuki asked, looking puzzled. "Yes, that's right," Shikamaru insisted. "If you don't believe it, take us to ask Lord Yong'en. He will definitely know." "Oh, is that so?" Mizuki scratched his head. "Yes, that's right. Come on, take us to see Lord Yong'en." Mizuki looked at the young ninjas from Konoha in front of him, then at Sasuke's determined gaze, and finally shook his head helplessly. "All right, I'll take you to see Lord Yong'en. But you must remember," his expression suddenly became serious. "When you meet Lord Yong'en, you must speak properly and absolutely must not offend him." Sasuke nodded. "I understand." "Then follow me." Mizuki turned and walked towards the Konoha guest house. Everyone followed closely behind. The Konoha guest house was located on the outskirts of the village in a secluded courtyard surrounded by lush bamboo groves, rustling softly in the breeze. When Mizuki brought everyone to the courtyard gate, they could vaguely hear steady breathing and the sound of fabric fluttering from within. "Lord Yong'en is probably training," Mizuki said, lowering his voice as he gently pushed open the courtyard door. The scene that unfolded before their eyes made everyone hold their breath. Yong'en stood in the center of the courtyard, wearing a simple white training outfit that was already soaked with sweat. His movements were slow and heavy, each posture seemingly struggling against an invisible gravity. His arms slowly raised, as if he were lifting an enormous weight, the muscle lines clearly visible in the sunlight. Sweat trickling down his cheeks, pooling at his chin, and dripping onto the ground with a soft patter. "What kind of body technique is this?" Sakura whispered, her eyes filled with surprise. "Shoo!" Mizuki made a gesture for silence. "Don't make a sound. Lord Yong'en is training. He must not be disturbed. What kind of body technique is this? Is it from your mist village?" Neji couldn't help but ask curiously. "This?" Mizuki looked and shook his head. "I don't know what kind of body technique this is. I've never seen it before." "Huh?" The group of young boys and girls exchanged glances. "All right, quiet down, don't talk. Don't disturb Lord Yong'en's training." "Okay." The group obediently stood quietly to the side, their eyes fixed on Yong'en in the courtyard. In the courtyard, Yong'en's movements became slower. his legs bending slightly as if riding on horseback, his hands drawing circles in front of his chest. As he moved, the air around him seemed to become thick, and faint currents of energy could be seen swirling around his body. Each breath he took was deep and prolonged, the white mist he exhaled lingering in the air. How strange, Naruto couldn't help but mumble softly. This body technique looks so light, it's not impressive at all. Idiot! Sasuke quietly reprimanded him, staring intently at Yong'en, his expression serious. Can't you see? Each of his movements contains immense power. Niji's Byakugan revealed bulging veins around his eyes, his voice carrying rare shock. His chakra flows within him in a special way. Every muscle is coordinating its operation. What exactly is this body technique? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This feeling of oppression is like facing a mountain that could collapse at any moment. Just as they were quietly discussing, Yong'en's movements suddenly changed. His right fist slowly pushed forward, seeming slow, yet giving an unstoppable feeling. The air in front of his fist emitted a slight, explosive sound, and tiny gravel on the ground was pushed aside by an invisible force, forming a clear fan shape. What kind of power is this? Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. This seemingly formless yet tangible power is the fist momentum. It's just that these kids have never seen this kind of power, so they naturally can't recognize it. At that moment, Yong'en's fist momentum grew stronger, his movements flowing like clouds in water, yet carrying immense weight. When he completed a full set of movements, he suddenly shouted, stepping down with his right foot, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. The sweat on his body was instantly evaporated, forming a white mist that enveloped him. So impressive. Hinata couldn't help but murmur, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing this, Mizuki knew that Yong'en's training had come to an end, so he stepped forward respectfully, saying, Lord Yong'en, several young ninjas from Konoha wish to see you. As the white mist gradually dissipated, Yong'en turned around. His face was resolute, his gaze sharp as a knife. Beads of sweat still hanging on his forehead, and his breathing had returned to calm. Even though he was not much older than Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, he carried a weighty presence that commanded respect. Oh! Yong'en's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing slightly when he saw Sasuke. What is it? Sasuke stepped forward, his black eyes locking onto Yong'en. Lord Yong'en, I want to ask you about that Uchiha clan member. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Chapter 75. Who told you that only you two remain of the Uchiha clan? Yong'en was silent for a moment, walked over to a stone bench, and sat down, picking up a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. That Uchiha. Yong'en's voice was deep and powerful. Why are you so interested in him? Sasuke's fists unconsciously clenched. Because the Uchiha clan should only be left with me and Itachi. I want to know if that person is Itachi. Oh. Yong'en's expression turned a bit strange upon hearing this. Is this mistaking Obito for Itachi? Why? He glanced at the slightly awkward Mizuki, and after a moment, he seemed to understand. It must be that Mizuki mentioned that Yakura was under genjutsu, leading Sasuke to misunderstand. Before Yong'en could speak, Naruto couldn't help but interject. Uncle Yong'en, who is that person? We all really want to know. Yong'en looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke, and suddenly chuckled lightly. You young people really have a strong curiosity. Who is that Uchiha? Sasuke's voice pierced the still air of the courtyard. A falling cherry blossom shattered into powder on Yong'en's shoulder, and the rising heat waves distorted the scenery behind him. Yong'en draped a towel around his neck, the sweat-soaked white robe clinging to his muscular frame. He pondered for a moment, shaking his head and sending a few droplets of sweat flying from the tips of his hair. Now is not the time for you to know that person's name. Mainly, he didn't want to spoil the plot. What? Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly contracted, revealing 3 tomo spinning wildly. Niji's Byakugan flickered slightly as he exchanged a surprised glance with Shikamaru. Shikamaru's right hand unconsciously reached for the kunai pouch at his waist, a habitual action when he was deep in thought. Knowing this so quickly won't do you any good. Yong'en's voice was calm like a deep pool. It seemed to lower the temperature in the courtyard by a few degrees. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, cracking as his nails dug into his palms and drew blood. He suddenly stepped forward, chakra erupting beneath his feet and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tell me, is that person Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke. Sakura's exclamation was interrupted by a dull thud. Huh? Yong'en merely lifted his eyelids slightly. In that instant, Sasuke felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was as if a heavy weight had crashed down directly onto his head. His pupils shrank violently, and his knees buckled uncontrollably, leaving 2 3-inch deep cracks in the stone pavement. His pale face seemed to drain of all blood, and cold sweat rolled down his temples. Bastard! What have you done to Sasuke? Naruto's golden hair flared up, and blue chakra surged like flames. He was about to rush forward when Suigetsu's decapitating blade was already positioned in front of him, the sheath barely an inch from Naruto's nose. Idiot! Don't seek death. Suigetsu's shark-like teeth clicked ominously. Lord Yong'en has already shown restraint. Shikamaru's shadow moved forward to entangle Naruto's ankles. Calm down, Naruto, don't be impulsive. Niji's Byakugan revealed bulging veins, adopting a gentle fist stance, but not actually launching an attack. Naruto, Sasuke is merely feeling the pressure of the situation. Sasuke knelt on one knee, panting heavily, emitting a low growl like a beast. When he looked up again, the madness in his Sharingan had faded, replaced by a cold clarity. He pushed himself up slowly, his black pupils reflecting Yong'en's calm face. I am sorry, Lord Yong'en. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. It's my fault. I shouldn't have offended you. It's rare to see such a proud person like Sasuke bow his head. Yong'en's brow twitched slightly. He reached out to catch a falling cherry blossom, watching it turn to powder in his palm. That soft sound made the air in the courtyard begin to flow again. Suigetsu let out a long breath and sheathed his sword, while Naruto's chakra gradually calmed. Though his blue eyes remained fixed on Yong'en, looking quite unconvinced. They were all a bunch of troubled youths. Lord Yong'en, please tell me, who is controlling the 4th MIZUKAGE? Sasuke forced himself to ask in a calm tone. Is it Uchiha Itachi? Yong'en shook off the flower powder from his hand, gazing into the distance at Hokage Rock, pondering for a while before saying no. This is impossible. Sasuke's voice suddenly rose, then immediately lowered upon meeting Yong'en's gaze. If the Uchiha clan only has me and Itachi left, who else could it be? It's certainly not Itachi besides. Yong'en suddenly interrupted him, a meaningful smile on his face. Who told you there are only the 2 of you left? What? Sasuke froze in place as if struck by lightning. His lips trembled, but no sound came out. Clearly, he was momentarily unable to recover from this shock. Naruto scratched the back of his head and leaned closer. Hey, what does that mean? Didn't Sasuke always say, "Shut up, you loser"? Sasuke suddenly turned his head, the blood in his eyes thickening. What do you understand? Sakura instinctively pressed her hand against her kunai pouch, her gaze flickering between Yong'en and Sasuke. She noticed Niji's Byakugan was blinking at a specific frequency, clearly analyzing the flow of chakra within Yong'en. Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. Lord Yong'en, do you mean to say? He carefully chose his words. Are there still other Uchiha clan members in the world today? Of course there are, Yong'en said with a smile. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets, his shadow elongated in the sunset. He squinted, his voice unusually serious. Senior, at least tell us that person's name? Yong'en was wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, and upon hearing this, his fingers paused slightly. A drop of sweat fell from the edge of the towel, creating a small dark spot on the stone pavement. He raised his eyelids, his pupils glowing amber in the twilight. I said, knowing now 1T do you any good? Shikamaru's brows furrowed even tighter. He habitually reached back to touch a tuft of his spiky black hair. This doesn't make sense. If that person, as you say, is not Itachi, then why? Why can't you say? Sasuke suddenly interrupted, his voice squeezing out between his teeth. Is it because that person is Uchiha Itachi? You refuse to say because you're protecting him. Huh? Yong'en suddenly laughed. This smile caused fine lines to appear at the corners of his eyes. Yet it somehow felt dangerous. He casually draped the towel over his shoulder, the sweat-soaked, white training uniform fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. Interesting. I do have some appreciation for Uchiha Itachi. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but explode with rage. Chapter 76, Your brotherly feud has nothing to do with me. Sasuke's chakra suddenly erupted, his black hair standing on end without wind. The gravel beneath his feet was shaken up, leaving small indentations on the surrounding pillars. That butcher, that demon, how dare you? Naruto instinctively took a step forward. Hey, Sasuke, calm down. Sakura's fists were already clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Lord of the Yong'en, you may not understand what Itachi has done. I certainly do. Yong'en casually uttered the words as if discussing the weather. He reached out to catch a falling cherry blossom, watching it turn to powder in his palm. But so what? Sasuke's breathing grew heavy, the tomo in his eyes almost merging into one. Then why? That is a feud between you brothers. Yong'en suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing toward Sasuke. The oppressive aura he emanated seemed to lower the temperature around them by a few degrees. It has nothing to do with me. This statement seemed very reasonable. The few young boys and girls were momentarily stunned in place, in a dead silence. However, Yong'en's expression suddenly became lively. The corners of his mouth curled into an almost excited arc. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the day you two brothers face off. You. Sasuke's Chidori suddenly gathered in his palm, the piercing bird cry echoing through the courtyard. The blue lightning illuminated his distorted face, stretching his shadow into a grotesque shape. Sasuke. Kakashi's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the courtyard. Put away your chakra. This guy must have heard the news and rushed over from somewhere else. Seeing the scene before him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that a major disaster had been averted. Suigetsu's large blade was already drawn 3 inches, its shark-like teeth glinting coldly. Kid, don't seek death. However, Yong'en merely raised his hand gently, signaling Suigetsu to stand down. He observed the lightning in Sasuke's palm with great interest. Chidori? An interesting ninjutsu. His gaze shifted to Kakashi. Did you teach him that? Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly. Lord Yong'en, my student is a bit impulsive. No problem. Yong'en waved his hand and turned to walk towards the corridor. His wooden clogs made a crisp sound as they struck the bluestone slabs. It's good for young people to have blood in them. Just as his figure was about to disappear through the door, Sasuke suddenly shouted, I will definitely kill Itachi. Yong'en paused his steps. Is that so? He didn't turn around, just slightly turned his face. The sunset cast a blood-red halo around his silhouette. What a pity. The gap in strength between you and Itachi now is like heaven and earth. Sasuke's body trembled violently, and his pupils constricted to the size of needles. Has that Itachi become so strong? His voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. Yong'en stopped at the door, his clogs making a crisp, clicking sound on the ground. When he turned around, the sunset shone from behind him, enveloping his outline in a blood-red halo. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Itachi is very strong. The courtyard suddenly fell silent, eerily so. A cherry blossom drifted down onto Sasuke's shoulder, but he didn't reach out to brush it away. How big is the gap between me and him? Sasuke almost bit out the words. Yong'en's gaze lingered on Sasuke for a few seconds, as if assessing a weapon. He raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and gently pointed in the air. If Itachi wanted to, he could kill you with just one finger. What? Naruto suddenly sprang out from the crowd, his blonde hair fluffed up like an angry lion. Hey, don't talk nonsense, you old man. Yong'en felt a bit helpless. I'm not much older than you guys, just a few years. It's just that practicing physical techniques makes me look a bit mature. Do I really look like an old man? Sakura hurriedly pulled Naruto's sleeve, but her voice was trembling too. Why yeah, if we all train together in Team 7. Kakashi, Shikamaru, Neji, and the others remained silent, exchanging thoughtful glances. Sasuke stood in place, as if struck by lightning. His lips lost color, his face one of disbelief. Yong'en's words felt like a heavy hammer, shattering the confidence he had held for so long. He remembered that rainy night, Itachi looking down at him, and all the years of hard training he had put in. What a joke. Sasuke's voice was barely audible. Is the gap between me and that guy really this big? Yong'en raised an eyebrow. Yes, it is quite large. Even when you brothers face off. Itachi held back a lot just to let Sasuke defeat him. However, Sasuke was also a character who wouldn't back down easily. He quickly adjusted his mindset and rallied himself. Yong'en noticed that the flame in the boy's eyes had not only not extinguished, but had burned even brighter. "I will show you," Sasuke said, each word forced out as if through clenched teeth. "I will definitely defeat that guy." Naruto suddenly threw his arms around Sasuke's shoulders. "That's right. And I'm here too. We're going to. Let go, I don't need you." Sasuke impatiently shrugged off Naruto's hand. Yong'en chuckled softly. He turned around and pushed open the paper door, his voice fading along with his figure behind the door. "All right. I'll look forward to your performance." The moment the paper door closed, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, lifting the fallen cherry blossoms. Sasuke's fists clenched, making cracking sounds, his expression shifting. "Let's go, Sasuke." Kakashi patted his student's shoulder, his voice unusually serious. Sasuke took one last look at the tightly closed paper door, his expression contemplative. Kakashi led a group of troubled youths out of Yong'en's courtyard. As they walked along the road, the sunset's afterglow stretched everyone's shadows long. Sasuke suddenly stopped, the black soles of his boots crushing a fallen cherry blossom. He looked up at Kakashi's somewhat weary figure. "Teacher," Sasuke's voice rang out clearly in the dusk. "Between you and Lord Yong'en, who is stronger?" This sudden question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The group of youths, including Kakashi, exchanged glances, puzzled by Sasuke's inquiry. Naruto immediately jumped up, waving his hands and shouting, "Hey, why are you asking such a question? Sasuke!" "Shut up, don't interrupt." Sasuke didn't turn around, his gaze firmly locked on Kakashi. "I'm asking the teacher." Saying that, he repeated his question. "Kakashi-sensei, who is stronger between you and Lord Yong'en?" Chapter 77. Orochimaru and the Akatsuki Organization. This question is indeed interesting. Those who are a bit unfamiliar wouldn't be able to ask such a low emotional intelligence question. Sakura awkwardly smiled with her mouth slightly pulled. Niji's Byakugan flickered slightly, while Shikamaru thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Hinata hid her face behind her collar. However, these boys and girls uniformly perked up their ears, eager to hear the answer to this question. They were curious about it. Kakashi felt somewhat helpless. He scratched his silver hair, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Naturally, Lord Yong'en is stronger. He had a broad mind and could answer such questions generously. However, upon hearing this, Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. He stepped forward, anxiously pressing for more information. "Is that so? How strong is he?" This question made everyone perk up their ears. Naruto stopped being noisy, Sakura held her breath, and even the usually lazy Shikamaru stood up straight. The cherry blossoms floating in the air seemed to freeze. Kakashi sighed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his forehead protector over his left eye. "Actually, when I was on a mission to Mist Village with TK Haru, I had a confrontation with Yong'en." "What?" Naruto was the first to jump up, his blue eyes wide with shock. "Teacher, you actually fought that old man?" Sakura's fists clenched unconsciously. "What was the outcome?" Kakashi's gaze drifted into the distance, as if recalling something. "Strictly speaking, it wasn't a confrontation. What was it like?" Niji suddenly asked, his voice unusually urgent. Kakashi's single eye narrowed. He slowly rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a gruesome scar on his wrist. Even in the dim light, it was evident that it was the mark left by some kind of burn. "One strike." Kakashi's voice was soft, but it thundered in everyone's ears. "I only took one of his strikes before being heavily injured and retreating." Sasuke's breathing quickened, staring at the scar on Kakashi's hand, stunned. Naruto's mouth fell open, unable to find his words. Sakura covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. "That night, I was on a tracking mission," Kakashi continued, his fingers lightly brushing over the scar, his tone becoming distant. "I accidentally stumbled into Yong'en's training ground. He thought I was an intruder, so he attacked me." Shikamaru suddenly interrupted, "Wait, Kakashi-sensei, are you saying he only used one strike and—" "Yes." Kakashi lowered his sleeve. "If I hadn't sensed the danger and used a substitution technique to escape, I might have already died and missed." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. A gust of wind blew through, lifting the fallen cherry blossoms, but couldn't disperse the heavy atmosphere in the air. "You're kidding, right?" Naruto murmured, his voice trembling. "That uncle is so powerful?" Kakashi nodded, his expression unusually serious beneath his mask, much more powerful than you can imagine. Sasuke suddenly turned and walked away, the black hem of his clothes fluttering in the wind. His silhouette appeared especially solitary in the sunset. Sasuke. Sakura wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Kakashi. Let him have some time alone, Kakashi said, his voice carrying an unusual weariness. The impact of today was too great for him. Naruto looked at Sasuke's departing figure, his fists unconsciously clenching. Who exactly is that Uncle Yong'en? No one answered. As the sun set, the last rays of light disappeared below the horizon, stretching everyone's shadows long. Very long. Late at night, in the dim underground base, candlelight flickered, casting an unstable shadow on Orochimaru's pale face. He sat on a stone seat. His golden snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, producing a dull sound. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, respectfully standing in front of him, and whispered a report. Lord Orochimaru, recently Konoha's defenses have been tight, and our spies find it difficult to act further. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. No matter. Once the Nin exams begin, Konoha's elites will concentrate in the Forest of Death, and the village's defenses will inevitably be thin. His voice was hoarse and deep, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. At that time, it will be our real opportunity. Then he turned to ask, what about Sunagakure? Kabuto nodded and continued. Sunagakure has responded. They agree to cooperate with our plan, but he paused, his tone slightly hesitant. They made it clear that they won't take action against Yong'en. Oh, Orochimaru's snake-like pupils slightly constricted. Are they afraid? Kabuto gave a bitter smile. The people from Sunagakure said that Yong'en's strength far exceeds their expectations, and recklessly confronting him would only lead to death. Oof. Orochimaru snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The plan has already begun. They have no choice but to comply. He slowly stood up, his robe trailing on the ground. Once Konoha falls into chaos, they will understand that some choices are not ones they can refuse. Yes, understood. Just as the two were conversing, the air in the base suddenly became stagnant. In the flickering shadows of the candlelight, the space distorted strangely, as if a crack had been torn open by some invisible force. Kabuto instantly became alert, conjuring a chakra scalpel in his hand, and shouted sharply, "Who?" Orochimaru appeared much calmer, his golden, snake-like eyes fixed on the distorted space, a slight smile playing on his lips. Interesting. The next moment, a figure slowly emerged. He wore a black robe with red clouds, a mask covering his face, revealing only one crimson eye, appearing particularly eerie in the dim candlelight. Members of the Akatsuki? Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of amusement. What a rare guest. I wonder what brings you here at this late hour? The masked man did not answer, but instead looked around, a hoarse voice emanating from beneath the mask. Orochimaru, after all these years, you still like to hide in such dark places, playing with boring tricks. Orochimaru's smile gradually cooled. Members of the Akatsuki are becoming increasingly rude. Kabuto's eyes narrowed, his figure suddenly flashing, the chakra scalpel slicing through the air directly at the masked man's throat. Swish! The blade pierced through the masked man's body, but felt as if it had entered thin air, having no real effect. Kabuto's pupils constricted before he could react. The masked man's figure had already appeared behind him, a hand gently resting on his shoulder. Too slow. What? Kabuto was horrified. Chapter 78, Conspiracy and the Start of the Nin exams. Boom! A tremendous force suddenly erupted. Kabuto was violently slammed to the ground, the floor cracking instantly, debris flying. He groaned and quickly rolled over, forming hand seals with his hands. Chakra scalpel, blades of chaos. Dozens of chakra blades sliced toward the masked man from all directions. However, the masked man's figure was like a phantom, allowing the blades to pass through him unharmed. Boring tricks. The masked man snorted coldly, his right Sharingan suddenly opening wide. Kabuto's body froze suddenly, his gaze vacant, as if he had fallen into an endless darkness. His legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground, cold sweat soaking his back. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils slightly constricted, his heart secretly alarmed. This level of genjutsu is from the Sharingan. Is this guy from the Uchiha clan? Could it be that this guy in front of me is Itachi? He slowly stood up, his voice low. I didn't expect that within the Akatsuki, besides Uchiha Itachi, there would be others who possess Sharingan genjutsu. His words were deliberate. As long as the masked man responded, Orochimaru could deduce his identity. The masked man was not foolish. He did not answer, but instead withdrew his gaze and said, "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" Orochimaru stared at the masked man, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Go ahead, what is your purpose?" The masked man chuckled softly. "Cooperation." "Cooperation?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "What will we possibly cooperate on?" Of course, the masked man's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Because we have a common enemy." Orochimaru's pupils slightly constricted. "Oh?" The masked man slowly raised a hand, pointing at Orochimaru. "Kirigakure, Yong'en." Orochimaru's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. "I see." The candlelight flickered, and the shadows of the two intertwined on the wall, resembling two venomous snakes. Time flew by. Soon, the day of the Nin exam arrived. On this day, the morning in Konoha was bathed in golden light from the rising sun, and the venue for the Nin exams was already bustling with noise. Within the enormous circular examination area, ninjas from various villages gathered, the sounds of chatter rising and falling. On the high platform, the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, draped in ceremonial robes, walked slowly toward the main seat. His appearance instantly silenced the entire venue. "Ninjas who have traveled from afar, welcome to the Nin exams hosted by Konoha." The voice of the third Hokage was steady and resonant, echoing throughout the venue. "I hope everyone can showcase their strength in this examination while also adhering to the rules." His gaze swept across the entire area, finally landing on the VIP seats. Representatives from each village took their seats in order. Soon as Maki, Iwazanoki, Kumo's Samui. However, when the last representative walked in, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly changed. "Is that Yong'en from Kirigakure? I heard he caused quite a stir in Konoha recently." It is said that even Kakashi suffered a loss at his hands. Whispers spread through the crowd, and everyone's eyes focused on that tall figure. Yong'en was still dressed in a plain white swordsmanship outfit, a sheathed long sword hanging from his waist, and his expression was calm, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding discussions. The third Hokage smiled slightly and took the initiative to greet him. "Lord Yong'en, welcome. Yong'en Naditslaitli. You are too kind, Hokage-sama. Please take a seat." Tsurutobi Hiruzen gestured for him to sit beside him, an action that surprised many ninjas. To receive such courtesy from the Hokage, he must not be an ordinary person. Such warmth made the representatives from the various villages furrow their brows. This swordsman from Kirigakure really has such great abilities. Even the third Hokage is so polite to him. Yong'en did not decline, sitting down directly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crowd below. His gaze swept over the young ninjas of Konoha, briefly lingering on Sasuke before moving away. Soon, Kakashi lazily walked onto the stage, his single eye half open beneath his silver hair. "Ahem, attention all candidates," he cleared his throat, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I am the chief examiner and host of this Nin exam, Hatake Kakashi. Now, I will announce the rules of this Nin exam." It's Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted excitedly, drawing the attention of those around him. "Sakura, punch him on the head. Idiot." "Be quiet." Kakashi glanced at them and continued to read the rules. First, no cheating. After a lengthy reading of the rules, the boys below were nearly dozing off. The first exam is a written test. A written test. Many of the lower ninjas groaned instantly, especially Naruto, whose face fell. "I'm the worst at this." Kakashi ignored the commotion below and, after stepping down from the stage, handed over to the written test examiner, Marino Ibiki. The rules for the written test were simple. No cheating, no whispering to each other, and no using any ninjutsu to interfere with others. After Ibiki repeated the rules, he began distributing the test papers. Of course, if you can do it without getting caught, then that's your skill. This statement brightened the eyes of many candidates. The exam time is 1 hour, starting now. As the test papers were distributed, the exam hall fell silent. Only the sound of pens scratching on paper remained. In the written test section, only Haruno Sakura and Hinata were relatively good at it. As for the others, they could only rely on their own means. The calm of the written test lasted for less than 5 minutes. Whoosh! A barely noticeable chakra thread extended quietly from a corner, connecting to the test paper of the neighboring desk. Yamanaka Shino quietly released his little bugs to peek at Sakura's paper. Byakugan. Niji's eyes bulged as he activated his Byakugan, seeing through his body to Hinata's paper. Boring. Sasuke's Sharingan slightly turned, easily copying the answers of a top student in the distance. These kids were truly showcasing their talents in various ways. Gaara used a sand-formed eyeball to directly look at others' papers, while Kankuro released his puppets. Damn it, I can't understand anything. Only Naruto was scratching his head, cold sweat beading on his forehead, completely clueless. What to do? Forget it, just write anything. Meanwhile, Yong'en sat on the high platform, calmly observing everything in the exam hall, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The written test segment was indeed very boring. However, the next segment in the Forest of Death should be more interesting. Chapter 79, this is quite an unexpected development. Soon, the second round of the exam, the Forest of Death segment, began. The main examiner for this round was Mitarashi Anko. According to the original plot of Naruto, in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru had already ambushed and attacked Sasuke, forcing Naruto to unleash the chakra of the Nine Tails before retreating. However, with the addition of the missed ninja candidates and Yong'en's appearance, would things still unfold as they originally did? Outside the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko stood on the high platform, her mouth curling into a wild smile. She had one hand on her hip and tossed a kunai in her other hand, her sharp gaze sweeping over the gathered lower ninjas below. Listen up, brats. Her voice was filled with unmasked excitement. The second exam is a survival test, and the location is the Forest of Death, right in front of you. She suddenly threw the kunai, which embedded itself into the wooden board behind her with a clang, and a scroll unfolded, revealing the words heaven and earth. The rules are simple. Form groups of 3 or 5, carry a pair of heaven or earth scrolls, and reach the high tower in the center of the forest within 5 days. Anko added meaningfully, of course. You must remember that fighting to the death is prohibited within the forest. The rules are always dead. If you want to obtain a pair of heaven and earth scrolls, you must compete and snatch them. If a fight breaks out and casualties occur, that's a given. This is the world of ninjas. The lower ninjas below displayed various expressions. Some were nervous, some excited, while Naruto looked eager. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Sasuke scoffed, just don't hold us back. Sakura glanced worriedly at the depths of the forest, where the shadows of trees loomed, filled with the unknown and danger, causing her much concern. Meanwhile, in the Mist Village's team, Zuki Sujetsu yawned lazily while carrying the decapitating sword. What a hassle, he thought, knowing he would participate in the CHNIN exam. So Momochi Zabuza temporarily lent him the sword. With this big sword, Suijetsu felt confident. Standing beside him was a companion, a medical ninja named Yukimi, who was skilled in water release and medical ninjutsu. Yukimi frowned. Suijetsu, be serious. Another companion, named Jur, was skilled in assassination and poison techniques. It's fine. The 3 of us together. Are we afraid of those lower ninjas from other villages? He spoke with confidence. At this moment, the rules and requirements were announced. Anko waved her hand. Exam. Start. Roar. Go, go, go. At the moment, all the candidates rushed into the forest. Yong'en's figure flickered slightly and quietly vanished from his original spot. The third Hokage seemed to sense something and glanced at Yong'en's original position. A hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes, but he ultimately said nothing more. With him around, there was no need to fear anything happening. Inside the Forest of Death, Yong'en's figure moved like a ghost among the shadows of the trees. His footsteps were light and soundless, as if he had merged with the surrounding nature. The title of the Child of Nature indeed suited him well in such a place. Yong'en closed his eyes, his chakra sensing rippling out, gathering all the movements within a few kilometers into his heart. A smile crept onto his lips. What a delightful feeling. Yong'en strolled leisurely through various parts of the Forest of Death. He didn't rush to find the Mist team, but took an interest in observing the battles occurring throughout the forest. Just a short while after entering the forest, these guys had already started fighting. On the east side, soon as King Kur manipulated his puppet crow, cornering a rain ninja. On the west side, Sound Ninja T used sound wave ninjutsu to stun an entire Kusa team. And on the south side, Hai Ga Niji activated his Byakugan, easily seeing through every ambush of his opponent. Interesting, but not much. Yong'en chuckled lightly, his figure once again blending into the shadows. When Yong'en finally found the Mist team, the scene before him made him raise an eyebrow. Zuki Suigetsu was swinging the decapitating sword, engaging in a fierce battle with Uzumaki Naruto. Water release, water bullet technique. Suigetsu gathered water droplets at his fingertips, shooting them at Naruto like bullets. Don't underestimate me. Naruto quickly formed seals, shadow, clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. 3 clones leaped up simultaneously, attacking Suigetsu from different angles. On another side, Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto Jur, and he threw a kunai like lightning. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Jur smirked, his figure dissipating like smoke, and the kunai pierced only a shadow. The next second, he appeared ghost-like behind Sasuke, a poisoned short blade aimed straight at his back. Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed, rushing forward, but Yukimi's water whip had already whistled through the air, forcing her to retreat. The medical ninja, just stay put, Yukimi said coldly, her water whip dancing like a spirit snake in her hand. Sakura gritted her teeth and pulled out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Don't underestimate me. Mizuki's executioner blade swung down heavily, and Naruto narrowly avoided it by sidestepping, the blade cutting a deep gash into the ground. Bring it on. Mizuki laughed excitedly, turning the blade to slash at Naruto's waist. Naruto performed a backflip and quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Several Narutos charged forward with a roar, forcing Mizuki to retreat. But the next second, his body suddenly liquefied, turning into a puddle of water that merged into the ground, then sprang up from the water puddle beneath Naruto's feet. What? Naruto was caught off guard and was sent flying by Mizuki's punch, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Naruto! Sakura shouted anxiously, but her wrist was entangled by Yukimi's water whip, rendering her unable to move. Seeing this, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, and lightning crackled in his hand. Chidori! The piercing sound of a bird echoed through the forest as the blue lightning shot straight for Nagao. Nagao's pupils constricted as he hurriedly retreated, but the speed of Chidori was too fast, leaving a charred scar on his shoulder. Nagao covered his wound, his expression dark. Mizuki shook his wrist and grinned. The little brats from Konoha are quite interesting. Naruto got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted defiantly, "Come again." Just as tensions were high between the two sides, Sasuke suddenly raised his hand to stop Naruto. Wait, what's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto asked in confusion. Sasuke coldly looked at Mizuki. If we keep fighting, we'll only end up hurting each other. It's better to temporarily cooperate. Mizuki raised an eyebrow. Oh. Yukimi put away her water whip and cautiously asked, "How do you want to cooperate?" Sakura sighed in relief and quickly explained, "We can join forces to seize other team scrolls, which increases our chances of passing the exam." Nagao smiled ominously. "Interesting, but why should we trust you?" Sasuke's Sharingan bore into him. "That depends on you. Anyway, continuing to fight will only bring disadvantages, not advantages." Nagao frowned, remaining silent as he and Yukimi looked at Mizuki. The leader of this group is Mizuki. Such a decision must be made by him. Mizuki laughed heartily, shouldering his executioner blade. "All right, then let us temporarily join forces." Upon hearing this, Naruto jumped up excitedly. "Great! Let us go all out together." Meanwhile, on a nearby treetop, Yong'en silently watched everything, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This is quite an unexpected development. Chapter 80. The Sand Village team and the Sound Ninja trio. After the two teams formed an alliance, they quickly traversed the Death Forest. The shadows of the trees intertwined, and the humid air was filled with the scent of earth and vegetation. There is movement ahead. Nagao suddenly stopped, his ears twitching as he whispered a warning. Sasuke's Sharingan moved slightly, and through the layers of leaves, he vaguely saw a sand village team cautiously advancing. They were not Gaara's team, but consisted of 3 ordinary genin, one of whom was carrying a scroll and looked wary. Prepare to move. Mizuki grinned and silently drew his executioner blade from behind. Naruto rubbed his hands together excitedly. Finally, we can go all out. Sakura lowered her voice. Don't be careless. Make it quick. Yukimi formed hand seals with both hands and softly chanted, Mist Concealment Technique. In an instant, a thick mist silently spread out, obscuring the visibility of the Sand Ninjas. What's going on? The leader of the Sand Ninjas suddenly became alert, but it was already too late. Water release. Water bullet. Mizuki concentrated water bubbles at his fingertips and instantly knocked one of them away. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke's flames roared out, forcing the second Sand Ninja to retreat in panic. Naruto had already circled to the side, unleashing his shadow clones. Take this. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Narutos surged forward, their fists raining down on the last Sand Ninja. The battle ended extremely quickly. The Sand Ninjas didn't even have time to organize an effective counterattack before being completely suppressed. Scroll secured. Sakura searched the unconscious Sand Ninja and triumphantly waved the Earth Scroll. Nagao squatted on the side, grinning as he checked the spoils. Those little brats from a sand village are still too green. Before long, they encountered a team from the grass village. With the experience from their first cooperation, the second engagement went even more smoothly. In just 3 minutes, the battle was over. The 2 teams regrouped and counted their spoils. They had already gathered 2 scrolls. Heaven and Earth. Great! WED completed half the mission. Naruto raised his fist and shouted excitedly, Next, we just need to get to the tower. Sasuke snorted softly. Don't celebrate too early. There are stronger opponents in the Death Forest. Mizuki, carrying his large blade, lazily laughed. With us from a mist village here, what is there to fear? It's better not to speak too confidently. TCH, what is there to fear? I want to see who among them can challenge us. All right. Sakura sighed helplessly. For now, let us keep moving. After a brief rest, the 2 teams continued deeper into the forest. Not far away, on a treetop, Yong'en quietly blended into the shadows of the branches and leaves, looking up at the distance. It seems you'll soon encounter formidable opponents. Soon, they came across Gaara's team. Beneath the dense shadows of the trees, the 2 teams unexpectedly met on the narrow path of the Death Forest. Sasuke's eyes instantly narrowed, and he whispered a warning. Be careful, it's the Sand Village people. Ahead, Gaara, carrying a massive gourd, slowly raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Temari's 3-star fan was half open, and Kankuro's fingers twitched slightly, the mechanisms of his puppet crow making faint clicking sounds. TCH, what bad luck. Mizuki, shouldering his executioner blade, wore an excited smile. Aren't those the troublesome guys from the Sand Village? Naruto clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. Hey, clear the way for us, or we'll beat you all. Sakura nervously grabbed Naruto. Idiot. Don't provoke them. Yukimi had already formed the water release seals, ready to defend at any moment. Nagao silently blended into the shadows, a poisoned blade in hand. On the Sand Village side, Temari sneered. The leftovers from Konoha and the Mist Village have gathered together. What an interesting combination. Kankuro's puppet leaned slightly forward. Should we take them out now? Gaara did not respond, but his sand began to flow slowly, the murderous intent in the air gradually condensing, just as tensions were high between both sides. Whoosh! 3 kunai suddenly shot out from the side of the trees, embedding themselves into the trunks between the 2 groups. Ha ha ha! It seems we arrived just in time. 3 figures leaped down from the treetops. These 3 were the traps set by Orochimaru in advance, the Sound Ninja Trio. T-Sokka's sound wave device buzzed. Sokka's arm was charged and ready. And Kin's steel wire glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Sound ninjas? Sasuke frowned. Are these guys here to join the fun too? T-Sokka grinned wickedly at everyone. Hand over the scrolls, and we can spare your lives. Saku impatiently raised his arm. Why waste words with them? Wind release. Air cutter. The sharp air blade instantly tore through the air, aimed straight at Yukimi. Water release, water barrier. Shuejian quickly formed seals, and the water wall barely blocked the attack. This strike was like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. Attack! Susanoo shouted, and the sound wave device erupted with a piercing roar. Sound escape! Exploding wave. The harsh sound wave swept in, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Sakura covered her ears in pain, and Naruto's shadow clone was directly dispersed. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball howled out, forcing the sound ninjas to scatter. Over at Sunagakure, Gaara's sand suddenly surged. Sand binding coffin. The waves of sand pounced towards the nearest Naruto. Naruto! Sakura cried out. Water style, water transformation jutsu. The water moon instantly liquefied, blocking in front of Naruto. The wave of sand crashed against the water curtain, stirring up a mist of water. Tamari's triple fan fully unfolded. Wind style, dust storm. The violent wind blades tore through trees, indiscriminately attacking everyone. Puppet technique, black secret skill machine gun. Kankuro's puppet suddenly split, and countless hidden weapons shot out like a rainstorm. Shadow clone, shuriken storm. Naruto instantly created 10 clones to counterattack. CHG appeared like a ghost behind Susanoo. Assassination technique, instant shadow strike. Sakura rushed to defend. Wind style, air slash. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. The brilliance of ninjutsu rose and fell, and explosions echoed incessantly. Trees were cut in half, and the ground was blasted into deep craters. Sasuke's Chidori collided with Susanoo's sound waves, erupting in dazzling light. The water moon's decapitation blade clashed fiercely with Tamari's giant fan. Shuejian's water dragon bullet entangled with Kankuro's puppet. Gaara's sand roamed the battlefield, ready to devour any isolated enemies. Ha ha ha. Now, this is more like it. The water moon laughed, as the decapitation blade split the oncoming wave of sand in two. Just as the melee was in full swing, a chilling chakra suddenly spread through the forest. Leaves rustled as if the entire forest was trembling in fear. This is Chapter 81. I come for Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This chakra made Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly contract, his body instinctively tensing up. Before anyone could react, a shadow flashed by like a ghost. Shadow snake hands. Several giant pythons sprang from the shadows, instantly wrapping around Sasuke's limbs. Before Sasuke could form seals, he was violently thrown away, crashing into 3 large trees before coming to a stop, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Sasuke! Naruto's eyes widened in rage as he shouted, "You bastard!" He charged towards the shadow, his fists enveloped in crimson chakra. However, the shadow merely raised a hand lightly. Bang! Naruto was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string, plowing a trench in the ground for several meters. Naruto! Sakura screamed as she rushed over. The shadow slowly emerged from the darkness, its pale face looking especially eerie under the mottled sunlight. Long, golden snake-like eyes swept over everyone, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of its mouth. Orochimaru! Tamari's voice trembled, her triple fan clattering to the ground. All the genin felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Even Gaara's sand paused for a moment. Orochimaru stepped forward slowly, each step making the air grow heavier. The 3 sound ninjas immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully retreating behind him. What a lively scene. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and sticky, like a snake flicking its tongue. But the game is over. His gaze locked onto Naruto, his long tongue licking his lips. The Nine-Tails brat, you are mine. Not a chance. The water moon swung the decapitation blade towards him, the edge cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Orochimaru didn't even turn his head as he raised a hand. Clang! His pale fingers clamped down on the blade. The water moon's pupil shrank. When he tried to withdraw the blade, he found it wouldn't budge at all. The little brat of the Hozuki clan, Orochimaru chuckled. Your water transformation jutsu won't work on me. CHG's poisonous blade silently lunged towards Orochimaru's back, but but a sudden snake shot out and bit his wrist just inches away. Ugh! CHG let out a muffled groan as his entire arm turned black in an instant. Fui! Shuejian quickly wrapped her water whip around her companion's waist, pulling him back while tossing out an antidote. Orochimaru watched the mist ninja's teamwork with interest. Good reaction, but he flicked his fingers, sending the water moon and his blade flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against a rock wall. The forest fell into silence. Only the heavy breathing of the injured could be heard. The Sunagakure ninjas retreated to the farthest point, and Gaara-san unconsciously formed a defensive posture. Sakura trembled as she tried to stop Sasuke's bleeding, the glow of medical chakra flickering. Shuejian stood in front of her companions, her water whip swirling around her. But the cold sweat on her forehead revealed her fear. Why are the legendary Sannin here during the Chunin exam? Sasuke struggled to prop himself up, his Sharingan filled with unwillingness. Orochimaru slowly approached, the Kusanagi sword already in hand. I'm not interested in the mist ninjas, he said, his sword tip pointing at Sasuke and Naruto. I came for you too, Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You won't get away with it. Naruto suddenly leaped up, multiple shadow clones instantly surrounding Orochimaru. Boring. Countless poisonous snakes surged from Orochimaru's sleeves, and the shadow clones exploded into white smoke one after another. The main body was ensnared by a giant python, lifted into the air by its neck. Let him go. The water moon suddenly launched a side attack, his entire body liquefying into a high-pressure water blade. Orochimaru finally turned around, the Kusanagi sword slicing through a perfect arc. The water moon's liquid body was actually cut apart, and as he reformed in midair, his face turned pale. How is it possible? This sword, it can cut through chakra, the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru gleefully enjoyed the shock on everyone's faces. Oh, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, if your power were fully unleashed, how strong would you become? The water moon was pushed back by the Kusanagi sword, and CHG's poison blade was bitten by Orochimaru's snakes, turning his entire arm black. Shuejian gritted her teeth as she injected him with the antidote, but the toxin spread too quickly, and CHG's face had already turned ashen. Damn it! The water moon struggled to rise, the decapitation blade stuck in the ground supporting his body. This guy is ridiculously strong. Just then, two figures suddenly leaped up from his side. Fire style, fireball jutsu, multiple shadow, clone jutsu, multiple shurikens. Sasuke and Naruto attacked simultaneously, with the fire borrowing the wind's strength. The massive wave of fire and rain-like shurikens sweeping towards Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru simply formed seals, summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. Boom! 3 massive demon-faced gates rose from the ground, the wave of fire and shurikens crashing against them, erupting in a deafening roar, yet failing to budge an inch. Foolish brats. Orochimaru's voice came from the smoke, laced with mockery. Your struggles are quite delightful. In the next moment, his figure appeared behind Sasuke like a ghost, his pale fingers gently pressing against the back of his neck. Ugh! Sasuke's body suddenly stiffened, a sharp pain spreading from his neck throughout his body, the black markings of the curse seal instantly crawling over his skin. He painfully knelt on the ground, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, but unable to resist this invasive force. Sasuke! Naruto's eyes widened in rage, the Nine-Tails chakra erupting uncontrollably, the crimson chakra enveloping his body, his nails turning sharp, and his canine teeth elongating. I'm going to kill you. He charged towards Orochimaru, his speed more than doubled. However, Orochimaru merely sidestepped slightly, the Kusanagi sword gently flicking, huffed. The blade cut across Naruto's chest, blood splattering. Naruto staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, his chakra cloak gradually dissipating. Naruto! Sakura screamed as she rushed forward, but was blocked by the Sound Ninja's hammer. Don't interfere, the Sound Ninja sneered, his hair like steel wires instantly wrapping around Sakura's limbs and violently throwing her away. Seeing this, Yukimi immediately formed hand seals. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. The Water Dragon roared towards the Sound Ninja, but was directly dispersed by Sack's cutting wave. Susanoo took the opportunity to to launch a surprise attack. And the sound wave device roared. Sound release, exploding wave. Bang! Yukimi was knocked away by the sonic wave, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. A trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Hey, Sans siblings. Sakura struggled to get up and shouted at Gaara and his team. Are you just going to watch? Temari, holding her fan, had a complicated expression. We don't need to interfere. Kankuro's puppet trembled slightly, but he showed no intention of intervening. This is your Konoha and Kirigakir's matter. Gaara's sand flowed slowly, remaining silent, his golden eyes cold and merciless. Sakura looked at them in despair. You guys. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Wise choice. Just then, Orochimaru suddenly looked up and shouted, Hey, are you guys not coming out? Upon hearing this, the hidden Enyu frowned. How could Orochimaru know when his disguise was so perfect? But in the next second, he realized that Orochimaru was not talking to him. Chapter 82. Not just the nine tails, I want the one tail too. Deep in the death forest, the decayed leaves crunched underfoot. Sasuke knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed tightly against his left shoulder wound, blood seeping through his fingers, staining the black sleeve with dark red marks. Naruto lay on his back 3 meters away, his orange jacket slashed with several cuts, golden eyelashes casting fine shadows on his pale face. Naruto, wake up! Sasuke's voice was hoarse. He tried to move his body, but found it exceptionally difficult to even lift his arm. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of branches breaking above him. Sasuke looked up sharply. In the sky, a huge shadow of a flying bird passed overhead. Then, 2 shadows leaped down from the bird, rapidly descending. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures landed lightly, not even disturbing a fallen leaf. The leading figure wore an orange whirlpool mask, the red clouds on his black robe flickering in the mottled light. He tilted his head and examined the 2 on the ground, a playful laugh escaping from beneath the mask. Ah! As expected of Orochimaru, he quickly took care of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha brat. Sasuke's pupils constricted suddenly. Behind a masked man stood a red-haired boy, standing still like a statue. When his gaze swept over the distant Sand Village team, the fingers under his crimson hair trembled imperceptibly before quickly returning to calm. According to the agreement, you take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and leave the Uchiha brat to me. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed, his golden slit pupils flickering in the shadows. All right, the masked man elongated his tone in response, briskly walking towards Naruto. The crisp sound of black boots crushing dry branches was particularly jarring in the quiet forest. Sasuke struggled to stand up, positioning himself in front of Naruto. Stop. Oh dear. So fierce. The masked man exaggeratedly took a step back, but suddenly appeared beside Naruto, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. But can you stop me? Naruto dangled limply in midair, his forehead protector clanging to the ground. Let him go. Sasuke's roar startled the birds in the forest. He quickly formed hand seals, but due to his heavy injuries, only a few sparks flickered at his fingertips. Sasuke, now! Suddenly, Suigetsu charged from the side, his decapitating sword cutting a brilliant arc through the air. Sasuke deftly caught the hilt of the flying sword, creating a pincer attack with Suigetsu. Chidori, water release, great water arm technique. The blue lightning and a heavy punch wrapped in water surged towards the masked man simultaneously, just as the attacks were about to hit. The masked man's figure suddenly became elusive. Their attacks passed straight through his body. What? Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, but he couldn't capture any signs of hand seals. Behind you. Suigetsu quickly turned the blade, but it was too late. The masked man's figure appeared like a ghost between the 2, and he kicked out with 2 fierce side kicks. Bang! Bang! Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his ribs as he was sent flying, crashing through 3 tree trunks before heavily hitting the ground. Suigetsu was smashed into the bushes like a rag doll, the decapitating sword deeply embedded in the ground 10 meters away. Sasuke! Suigetsu! Sakura's healing chakra had yet to coalesce, and Yukimi had already thrown out 3 kunai. The masked man raised his hand without looking back, and the kunai passed directly through his palm, pinning itself to the tree behind him. Oomph! The masked man sneered, throwing Naruto over his shoulder. Since you're weak, just lie down obediently. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood, his trembling fingers digging into the dirt. He saw Suigetsu struggling to crawl towards the decapitating sword, saw Sakura tearfully maintaining her medical ninjutsu, and saw Naruto's limp arm swaying weakly with the masked man's steps. Damn it! Sasuke, his heart screaming in anger. He had never hated his own weakness so much. He hated himself for not being able to save his comrades. He could only watch as Obito lifted Naruto and walked away step by step. Suddenly, it seemed he heard something deep in his heart crack. At that moment, the Sand Village members nearby changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the newcomers. Temari could no longer hold back, suddenly standing up and shouting, "Orochimaru, you're actually colluding with the Akatsuki organization." Orochimaru slowly turned his head, his golden slit pupils flickering in the shadows. He extended his tongue to lick his lips and coldly laughed. "The Sand Village people are too useless. I can only cooperate with others." "What did you say?" Kankuro roared angrily, tearing open the puppet's bandages, the crow joints making cracking sounds. Temari's 3-star fan had already opened a third, wind chakra circulating between the fan ribs. Just then, Obito, carrying Naruto, suddenly stopped. He tilted his head towards Gaara's direction, and his voice under the mask suddenly became cheerful. I almost forgot. There's also a tailed beast Jinchuriki here." The sand around Gaara suddenly surged violently, forming an impenetrable defensive wall. His gaze sharpened. "Is your target the tailed beast?" Obito shouted towards the dense forest behind the Sand Village members. "Elder, are you not going to make a move?" "What? Is there an ambush?" Temari's pupils suddenly constricted. Instinctively, she turned around, her 3-star fan drawing a crescent arc. "Hey-ha!" Amid the maniacal laughter, a huge 3-month scythe came tearing through the air. The sharp edge brushed past Temari's cheek, drawing a line of blood. Haiden leaped down from the treetops, his white porcupine-like hair covered in leaves, the Jashin necklace glinting blood-red in the sunlight. Almost simultaneously, the ground suddenly heaved. Kakuzu burst forth from the soil. The black lines of the earth grudge fear surged towards Kankuro like living creatures. The crow puppet just raised its arm when dozens of black lines pierced through its joints, producing a painful metallic distortion sound. Kankuro. Temari wanted to help, but was kicked in the abdomen by Haiden's spinning kick. She groaned, crashing through 2 small trees before stopping, her 3-star fan flying 5 meters away. Gaara-san formed a giant hand to strike at Kakuzu, but it was suddenly dispersed by the incoming fire technique. The scorching flames melted the sand grains into glass-like crystals, crackling as they did so. "Art is an explosion." "Huh!" Deidara's excited shout echoed in the sky. Clay spiders rained down, exploding in a series of fire around the Sand siblings. The shock wave from the explosions uprooted nearby trees, and the sand and dust kicked up formed a small mushroom cloud. Ugh! Kankuro was thrown away by the blast wave, his back crashing heavily against a rock. Pieces of the crow puppet scattered all over, and he struggled to retrieve the black ant puppet, but coughed up blood. Temari barely propped herself up, her golden ponytail already disheveled. She watched Haiden slowly walk out of the smoke, the scythe dragging on the ground with a piercing sound. "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 83. "So this is your true goal." "Sorry, little girl," Haiden grinned, revealing sharp teeth. "But this is the will of Lord Jashin." Gaara's absolute defense began to crack under the continuous explosions. As he tried to summon more sand, Kakuzu's water technique was already rushing toward him. The high-pressure water column broke through the sand wall in an instant, and Deidara's clay bird dove down, accurately dropping a clay bomb. Boom! After the blinding white light, Gaara knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the circling clay bird, the sand struggling to gather in his palm. However, Kakuzu's lightning technique had already struck, blue-white lightning completely engulfing him. "Gaara!" Temari's heart-wrenching cry was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. As the dust settled, the Sand siblings had fallen unconscious. Haiden was poking Gaara's cheek with the tip of his scythe, muttering in dissatisfaction. Hey, is he out already? I haven't even started the ritual." Kakuzu silently counted the bounty list on the scroll, his green eyes flashing with dollar signs. "A tailed beast is worth at least 50 million Ryo. Hurry up and clean up." Let's take the one tail too. The air in the forest seemed to freeze. Obito sat on a branch, casually swinging his right leg. Naruto was like a rag doll in his hand, his blonde hair limply hanging, tracing a dull arc in the sunlight as he swung. The young Jinchuriki had dried blood at the corner of his mouth, his breathing so weak it was nearly imperceptible. As long as we released the two-tailed beasts, Obito's voice suddenly turned deep, the whirlpool pattern on his mask twisting in the dappled light. Perhaps this time we can deal with Yagura too. He paused, a glint of red flashing in his single eye. We might even be able to level the entire Hidden Leaf village. This sentence pierced everyone's hearts like an ice pick. Sakura covered her injured left arm, her nails digging deep into her skin without her realizing it. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, but his vision blurred from chakra exhaustion. The Umbu of the hidden mist unconsciously took half a step back, their breaths quickening beneath their masks. So this is their true goal. Suigetsu spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The decapitation sword scattered beside him, reflecting tiny points of light. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, his long tongue slowly licking his lips, making a hissing sound in the dry air. He turned to Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, a pale hand extending from beneath his black robe. Uchiha Sasuke, now come with me. However, at the moment he took his first step, a light laugh rang in everyone's ears. Huh, so this is what you were planning. The light laughter exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Obito's shaking leg suddenly stiffened. Orochimaru's outstretched hand froze in midair. Even the joints of Scorpion's Hiriko shell made faint clicking sounds. The sounds of insects and birds in the forest vanished in that instant, leaving only the sudden acceleration of everyone's heartbeat. That voice! Deidara's clay bird flapped its wings restlessly, a few white feathers drifting down. Impossible. Kakuzu's threads of black lines writhed uncontrollably, like a startled snake swarm. The next second, a silver-white blade of light cut through the sky, blooming like a crescent moon. Where the blade passed, the air was torn into fine ripples. Obito's pupils contracted sharply beneath his mask. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated in an instant. Not good. Kamui. In a moment of spatial distortion, the blade of light pierced through his phantasmal body, but Obito's right arm was still grazed by the residual wave. The sleeve of his black robe splitting open in a neat cut, revealing the pale skin inside. The terrifying blade, energy, showed no signs of abating. Cutting down towering ancient trees within 100 meters, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The sound of the giant tree crashing down created a rumble. The ground plowed into a 3-meter-deep trench, the exposed soil exuding a fresh scent. This, Haiden's scythe clattered to the ground, the red beads of the Jashin cult necklace rolling into the grass. What the hell? Scorpion's Hiriko shell showed tiny cracks. Suigetsu suddenly burst into wild laughter, shark teeth glinting in the sunlight. Ha ha ha! It's Yagura! Lord Yagura has arrived. His laughter pulled at his wounds, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, but his eyes shone with fervent light. Everyone's gaze was drawn like a magnet, all turning toward the depths of the forest. In the shadows, a tall figure strode forward. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, reflecting off the bright, long sword, casting a cold gleam. Yagura's handsome face bore a faint smile, but his eyes were as cold as polar ice, sending shivers down spines wherever they swept. Yagura. Orochimaru unconsciously took half a step back. The white snake in his sleeve, writhing uneasily, its scales rubbing together with a faint sound. Yagura's gaze swept over everyone present, pausing slightly on the unconscious Naruto and Gaara. When he looked at the Akatsuki organization, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, revealing a chilling grin. Today, none of you will leave. Obito's breathing grew rapid beneath his mask. The single eye spun wildly, the patterns of the kaleidoscope, Sharingan, glowing ominously red in the shadows. His fingers tightened unconsciously around Naruto's collar, knuckles turning white, his voice laced with unprecedented panic. Senior, stop him! Deidara reacted the fastest. The blonde youth's hands already buried in the clay pouch at his waist, his fingers quickly kneading. Huh! He suddenly spread his arms. Dozens of clay spiders shot out from his palms, tracing white arcs in the air. Art is an explosion. Damn it, I have to deal with this monster again. Kakuzu's green eyes glittered, the black threads of his technique rising from behind. Four masked monsters materialized simultaneously. Fire, wind, lightning, and water chakra violently resonated in the air. Combined ninjutsu, blazing windstorm. The scorching flames intertwined with the cutting wind blades, distorting the air as they passed. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? Haiden laughed wildly, swinging his three-bladed scythe, the sharp edge glinting with blood under the sunlight. Die Heretic. His chains rattled, the scythe slicing through the air straight for Yagura's throat. Scorpion's Hiriko shell fully unfolded, the sound of mechanisms clicking incessantly. Secret technique, 100 machine performance. Hundreds of puppets surged from the scroll, each joint firing poison blades, swarming towards Yagura like a hive. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, gritting his teeth, and joined the assault on Yagura. He bit his thumb and drew a line in his palm. Summoning technique, the Great Snake Escape. Chapter 84. Impure World Reincarnation. With a loud bang, thousands of venomous snakes burst forth from the smoke, each one as thick as a bowl, the slime dripping from their fangs corroding the ground into sizzling pits. The rustling sound of their scales scraping against each other sent chills down people's spines. "Watch out, Lord Yong'en!" Shueiyue's voice almost cracked. He wanted to rush forward, but was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the explosive technique. He got up, but his body went limp and he collapsed again. Susanoo spoonily. But his vision blurred from chakra exhaustion. All he could see was a torrent of attacks, threatening to completely engulf Yong'en, a deadly net woven from various chakra attributes. Lord of the Yong'en. Sakura and Yukimi covered their mouths tightly, tears blurring their vision. Just at this critical moment, Yong'en's mouth curled into a slight smile. His right hand gently rested on the hilt of his sword, his movements elegant as if he were plucking a cherry blossom. Whoosh! As the blade struck down, the air emitted a crisp hum. Yong'en's feet were firmly rooted to the ground, his back straight as an arrow, his whole being like a sword drawn from its sheath. One strike, breaking a myriad of laws. A few simple words seemed to pull the power of certain rules, carrying the might of heaven and earth. Boom! A silver blade of energy shot into the sky, like the Milky Way cascading down. The blade transformed into a lifelike silver dragon, its scales shimmering with a cold luster under the sunlight. The roar of the dragon echoed through the clouds, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Wherever the silver dragon passed, the clay birds vanished silently, the torrent of chakra split apart, the crescent moon's scythe shattered into pieces, and hundreds of puppets froze in place. The serpents of the Great Serpent Formation all severed. Holy crap! Someone exclaimed in shock. But it wasn't over yet. The blade's momentum did not diminish. It plowed a trench 3 meters wide and bottomless into the ground. Towering ancient trees fell like straw, and rocks turned to dust upon contact with the blade's energy. The death forest was forcibly cleaved open, creating a path hundreds of meters long, with smooth, mirror-like edges, faintly showing crystals melted by high temperatures. When the dust settled, the entire battlefield was silent. Daidara's golden hair was soaked with sweat, and the clay bag in his hand slipped silently to the ground. Kakuzu's 4 masks all showed cracks, and the black lines of the earth grudge fear twitched uncontrollably. Haiden stared blankly as the curse of the Jashin slowly dissipated from his chest. His lips trembled, but he couldn't speak. Scorpion's crimson shell was covered with fine cracks, and for the first time, the red-haired boy's true form revealed a look of terror. "What the hell? This is insane!" Daidara shouted from the sky. "Such a perfect, terrifying power. It turns out he has such a formidable swordsmanship besides his physical body. It's too perfect, really too perfect." Orochimaru's tongue remained extended, nervously shouting in his heart. This freak doesn't know the meaning of fear. Besides, he had more clones than ants on the ground. If one died, he could just replace it. What the hell? The group of young people stared at the scene before them, all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Their expressions were as if they were seeing a ghost. Sasuke's pupils constricted violently, his young heart experiencing an unprecedented shock. At such a young age, he had never known that there were people in this world who possessed such power. It was simply unbelievable. Yong'en's figure, standing with his sword, was deeply imprinted in his mind, as if a deity had descended. Is this true power? Sasuke's voice was barely audible, looking at Yong'en's figure, his expression changing, unsure of what thoughts were swirling in his mind. The air in the forest seemed to solidify. Yong'en casually twirled the sword, the long blade tracing a silver arc in the sunlight. His expression was relaxed, as if he were enjoying a spring outing. Even his breathing was calm. His black hair was gently blown by the breeze, the tips adorned with a few fallen cherry blossom petals. In stark contrast was the state of the Akatsuki members. These guys were unable to accept such a fact, and had become somewhat dazed and confused. Only Orochimaru was still contemplating a countermeasure. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, the golden vertical pupils spinning wildly. His tongue trembled slightly, silently calculating various possibilities. This guy was impossible to deal with. It seemed the only option was to capture Uchiha Sasuke first. This thought screamed in his mind. The white snake in his sleeve twisted uneasily, its scales rustling softly. Yong'en began to take steps. The soles of his boots crunched on the fallen leaves, producing a crisp sound. This noise was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the forest. Each sound felt like stepping on everyone's heart. As he approached step by step, the oppressive feeling in the air grew heavier. Sweat beaded on Scorpion's forehead. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear twitched uncontrollably, and Haiden even began to tremble involuntarily. There's only one chance. Orochimaru's gaze subtly swept towards the sound ninja trio behind him. The weak sound ninja trio, being Orochimaru's subordinates, quickly understood his meaning. They nodded almost imperceptibly at the same time. Attack! Orochimaru suddenly shouted, his hands forming seals at a speed undetectable by the naked eye. Impure world reincarnation. Boom! Two coffins burst from the ground, their lids crashing to the earth. In the astonished eyes of countless people, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, slowly walked out. Their bodies, covered in cracks from the impure world reincarnation, glimmered with a strange light under the sun. The faces of these two had been carved into the Hokage rock of Konohagakure for countless years. The villagers saw them every day. How did they not recognize them? How is this possible? The villagers of Konoha shouted. Yong'en glanced over and saw that it was the controlled Hashirama and Tobirama. This is not the full power of their resurrection. It's useless. In the original work, Orochimaru used this technique to summon Hashirama and Tobirama to wear down the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, at this moment, Hashirama and Tobirama were completely different from when they appeared during the later Ninja War. The reason is that it is said that the first and second Hokage summoned to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen had their consciousness controlled, thus unable to unleash their full power. This explanation is the most widely accepted. Yong'en thought so too. Therefore, he felt no fear towards Hashirama and Tobirama at this moment. Well then, let us test the power of the god of shinobi ahead of time. Chapter 85. The 5 Elements Escape Technique. I am omnipotent. This is troublesome, my lords. Facing the imposing first and second Hokage, Orochimaru was also quite polite. Yong'en scratched his ear, almost thinking the other side was about to shout, "Ancestors, show your divine power." Back to the point. Wood release. Advent of the world of trees. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and the entire death forest suddenly shook violently. Countless giant trees burst forth from the ground, thick roots coiling toward Yong'en like giant pythons. This advent of the world of trees looked quite grand. But compared to the later Ninja War, it seemed a bit small time. Water release. Water severing wave. Tobirama opened his mouth, unleashing a high-pressure water blade that sliced through rocks neatly. At the same time, under Orochimaru's cover, the sound ninja trio moved in perfect harmony, like arrows released from a bow, charging toward Sasuke. Their goal was very clear. Orochimaru would hold Yong'en back, and the sound ninja trio would take Sasuke away. However, with Yong'en controlling the entire scene now, how could they have their way? Not a chance. Stop! Sakura and Hozuki Sujetsu shouted angrily, intending to stop him. However, at that moment, Yong'en let out a light laugh. Seeking death. With his left hand, he formed seals rapidly, leaving afterimages. Would release, tree binding, eternal burial. Boom! 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 The ground suddenly exploded, and countless vines shot out like poisonous snakes, accurately wrapping around the three sound ninjas. The vines tightened more and more, instantly constricting the three of them until their bones creaked and they spat blood. This guy can use would release too? Damn! In the sky, Deidara exclaimed in shock at this scene. On the ground, Yong'en laughed heartily. With the 5 elements ninjutsu, I am invincible. Then he still chose to use his sword. The long sword in his right hand was swung lightly. What seemed like a casual slash carried an earth-shattering sword aura. Boom! The silver-white sword light poured down like moonlight, splitting the tree realm of Hashirama in half, with giant trees collapsing like straw. Tobarama's water release. Water break wave was directly evaporated, turning into mist. Orochimaru's hastily spat Kusanagi sword was knocked away, vibrating violently as it lodged into a tree trunk 100 meters away. The sword aura did not diminish and directly engulfed Orochimaru's body. No. His pale face still bore a shocked expression, but his body shattered inch by inch in the sword light, eventually turning into a cloud of blood mist. Lord Orochimaru! The sound ninja trio cried out in despair. The entire battle lasted no more than a minute. When the dust settled, the Edo Tensei bodies of the first and second Hokage began to disintegrate. Hashirama's eyes regained a hint of clarity as he looked at Yong'en, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Have the ninjas of this era become this strong? Tobirama stirrt der Jungen ist fortprägte. You're not a Konoha ninja. But why can you use would release? Yong'en did not answer, merely waving his hand lightly. In the next moment, the Edo Tensei bodies of the 2 Hokage completely dissipated, turning into ashes that scattered in the wind. The members of the Akatsuki organization were frozen in place. Sasuke's Sharingan captured everything. The young Uchiha trembled all over, unsure if it was out of fear or excitement. This power is too strong. If I also had this power, perhaps I could deal with Itachi. At this moment, the blood mist that Orochimaru transformed into had just dispersed. The sound ninja trio slumped in the bindings of the vines as if their spines had been pulled out. Kin's lips trembled uncontrollably, her carefully styled brown hair covered in dirt. Tisu's forehead protector was askew, revealing a pale forehead underneath. Sakan's palm opened and closed mechanically. The wind released device, making a clicking sound. It's over. Kin's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, her meticulously applied lip gloss cracked by her teeth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, in the form of Tobi, finally reacted, shouting to the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Seniors, help me stop this guy. If I release 2 Jinchuriki, I can deal with him. The clay birds in the sky suddenly shook violently. Deidara's golden ponytail exploded, veins bulging at his temples. Obito! His roar shook the birds in the forest, scattering them. If you can't do it, I'll kill you. Oof. I can do it, I promise, believe me. Obito danced around, shouting. There was no time to release the seal, but his Sharingan genjutsu could be used to stimulate Naruto and Gaara, causing the tailed beasts within them to go out of control. There's no other choice. Scorpion's Hiriko shell creaked as he slowly raised his puppet arm. I can only trust this guy and try again. As his words fell, the third scroll behind him automatically unfolded, revealing a rarely used secret puppet. Kakuzu's green eyes flickered with malice, and the 4-masked monsters let out deep growls simultaneously. He tore open his tattered black robe, revealing a body full of stitched lines. Kid, this time I've lost money for your sake. The black threads of Jiangu writhed like poisonous snakes. You have to pay me tenfold. Ha ha! May the evil god bless me. Haiden laughed wildly, swinging his scythe. Even though only half a chain remained, his offensive was still frenzied. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, adding to his madness. Come on, heretic! Let me taste your blood. Knowing he was no match, he still dared to attack me? Yong'en smiled, his words filled with appreciation for them. As the Akatsuki members began to attack, Obito dared not linger. Kamui! The space vortex twisted around him, and the unconscious Naruto and Gaara were slowly sucked in. Seniors, by me, 3 minutes. At this moment, even he did not notice that his voice was no longer frivolous, but carried an unprecedented seriousness. Yong'en coldly watched everything, the long sword glinting with a cold light under the sun. When Haydn rushed within 5 meters of him, he casually raised his left hand. Would release. Thorn killing technique. Swish, swish, swish. Countless thorny vines suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing through Haydn's limbs in an instant. The immortal zealot was pinned in midair, yet continued to laugh madly. So refreshing. Not ruthless enough. Bring it on. Art is an explosion. Huh. Deidara threw down dozens of clay spiders from the sky, raining down on Yong'en like raindrops. At the same time, Scorpion's third-generation wind shadow puppet spewed forth a sky full of iron sand, forming a black cloud that obscured the sun. Kakuzu's 4 elemental ninjutsu fused in his palm. Composite ninjutsu, raging waves of heaven. Fire borrowed the wind's momentum. Lightning aided the water's power, and the 4 types of chakra perfectly merged into a 10-meter diameter energy sphere. At this moment, Naruto and Gaara's figures had already disappeared for the most part. Success seemed imminent. Obito took one last look at the battlefield, his Sharingan spinning wildly beneath his mask. Hold on, seniors. We can defeat this guy soon. However, the next second, a light laugh echoed in his ear. Want to leave? Chapter 86. Interrupted Kimui, hiding captured. A light laugh suddenly rang in Obito's ear. The laugh was soft, yet it pierced his spine like an ice pick. His pupils contracted suddenly, and every hair on his body stood on end. The vortex of Kimui was slowly rotating, and half of Naruto and Gaara's bodies had already been sucked in. But at this moment, he felt an unprecedented threat of death. How is this possible? Obito's throat tightened. His voice caught in his windpipe. How could this guy's speed be so fast? His Sharingan spun wildly, but he couldn't capture any movement trajectory in his sight. Cold sweat slid down the inside of his mask, gathering into drops at his chin. Mechanically turning his head, Yong'en's figure suddenly appeared just 3 steps behind him. His black hair moved without wind, and a faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. Before he could react, Yong'en smiled and said, "I told you today. Not even one of you will leave." As soon as his words fell, Yong'en's right palm slowly raised, striking toward the Obito. To others, this palm seemed light as a feather. It looked like a feather drifting down in a gentle breeze, so slow that it seemed somewhat comical. However, in Obito's eyes, it was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on him with overwhelming force. He was horrified to find that he seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to move even an inch, let alone dodge this palm. Furthermore, since Kimui was being activated, he had no time to phase his body to evade this palm. Time seemed to stretch into a viscous substance, and he could see the dust stirred up by the palm wind slowly dancing in the light. Helplessly, he could only watch helplessly as that palm approached him closer and closer. Yong'en espalme film les trucs d'Eto. When the light palm landed gently on his chest, Dato heard the brittle sound of his ribs breaking. It wasn't the kind of shattering explosion, but rather the sound of exquisite porcelain being lightly knocked apart by bamboo chopsticks. The intense pain took half a second to reach his brain, but his body had already flown back like a kite with a broken string. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed out from beneath the mask, drawing a tragic arc in the air. His back crashed into 13 ancient cedar trees with a diameter of over 2 meters, shattering their bark and sending fragments flying in the air. Finally, Dato slammed into a bare rock layer, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward from his point of impact. The Kamui space violently shook and collapsed, causing Naruto and Gaara to fall from midair. Yong'en's long knife in his left hand lightly flicked, and 2 strands of chakra accurately wrapped around the waist of the two, gently placing them on the ground. In the death forest, there was a dead silence. From Yong'en flying behind Dato, striking him severely, to saving Naruto and Gaara. It sounds lengthy, but what actually happened before everyone's eyes was merely a matter of a few seconds. Thus, the other members of the Akatsuki organization, who were planning to desperately stop Yong'en, found their minds momentarily crashing upon witnessing the scene before them. The Akatsuki members froze in a charging posture. Deidara's clay bird hovered in midair, A piece of detonating clay fell with a plop onto the bird's back. Kakuzu's black threads of earth grudge, fear hung down like a frozen snake swarm. Scorpion's third-generation wind shadow puppet froze in a hand-sealing pose, iron sand falling in a drizzle. Cough, cough, cough. 300 meters away, in the ruins, Dato struggled to prop up his upper body. Blood continuously dripped from the shattered edge of his mask, creating small pits in the dirt. His broken ribs were visibly healing at a noticeable speed, with the traces of senju cells writhing beneath his skin. Senior, something's wrong. The plan has failed, Run. After saying this, he used Kimui and ran away without looking back. This guy has senju cells, and his recovery ability is astonishing. This injury is indeed nothing. After seeing Dato pat his backside and leave, the other members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly reacted. Kakuzu, being the most clever, rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "This situation is bad. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood." After saying this, he turned around and left without hesitation, disappearing into the dense forest in a few leaps. Scorpion and Deidara were not slow either. Deidara stood on his clay bird, watching Dato slip away, his expression turning very grim as he shouted loudly, "Hey, Scorpion, we should run too. This guy is too powerful. We can't handle him." After saying this, the clay bird flapped its wings and flew high, desperately fleeing. Scorpion controlled the mechanical puppet, coldly retorting, "He is just lucky." Though he spoke bravely, immediately after, the mechanical puppet also took off running, and in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished. Only Haydn remained, shouting in place, "Hey, hey, hey, why are you all running? Don't be afraid of him. Let us go together and kill him." Whoosh! A flash of silver light from a blade. Ugh! Haydn's arrogant expression froze on his face as he suddenly felt a cold sensation in his waist. He sluggishly looked down, seeing his upper body slowly sliding down. The cut so clean that he could see the cross-section of every blood vessel. Ah! The delayed intense pain made Haydn emit a scream that was not human-like. His upper body fell heavily into a pile of fallen leaves, the blood spraying from the cut dyeing the surrounding dry leaves a dark red. His two legs still stood straight in place, with his toes twitching nervously. In the distant sky, Deidara's golden ponytail suddenly trembled. He instinctively turned back, just in time to see Haydn being bisected. "Damn it, idiot. I told you to run, didn't I?" He yanked the reins hard, and the clay bird almost shot up at a 90-degree angle. Scorpion's puppet body stumbled noticeably, one of the scrolls falling with a thud. But he didn't look back, accelerating to escape, the shell of the Hiriko creaking under the stress. Damn! Haydn's upper body struggled in the pool of blood, propping himself up with his elbows to turn towards Yong'en. His facial muscles twisted into a grimace. "Heretic, I want to die. You want to kill me? No way." Yong'en's boots stepped on the blood-stained leaves, making a sticky sound. He looked down at Haydn from above, a drop of blood dripping from the blade's edge. "I never intended to kill you." Haydn's arrogant expression froze, a hint of confusion flashing in his single eye. "Then what is this?" Yong'en smiled and said, "You members of the Akatsuki attacked the venue of the CHNIN exam, causing many students to be injured because of you, so the exam must be suspended. Now, leaving you here will serve as a witness." After saying this, he turned to look at the group of little guys nearby, who were in shock. "Hey!" Yong'en's voice finally got a reaction from these little ones. "I said, Konoha's little ones, stop dawdling. If you have any way, hurry and notify your Konoha people to come." Chapter 87. Konoha, come out and clean up the mess. Konoha's people arrived quickly. When Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy reached the scene and saw the devastated death forest, they were first taken aback. The three stood at the edge of a flattened clearing, the soil beneath their feet still radiating heat. Within a circular area over 100 meters in diameter, all the trees had fallen radiantly, the cuts so clean that they could reflect a person's silhouette. In the center, a 3-meter-wide ravine extended into the distance, the exposed rock at the bottom gleaming like molten glass. This, Asuma's Adam's apple bobbed. Was it caused by a tailed beast bomb? Kakashi crouched down, his fingertip brushing over a cut surface of a leaf. No, it's blade aura. Then they saw injured Sasuke, Sakura, Suigetsu, and the already unconscious Naruto and Gaara. Sakura was kneeling beside Naruto, trembling hands maintaining a green glow of medical ninjutsu. Sasuke leaned against a tree stump, looking dazed, his eyes unfocused as he gazed into the void. Suigetsu lay on the ground like a fish out of water, twitching from time to time. Further away, Gaara was unconscious, while Temari and Kankuro were at a loss for what to do. Finally, they exchanged glances and turned their attention to Yong'en, who was lazily leaning against a tree trunk, his long knife casually resting on his knees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on him. Yong'en, brother. Kakashi's voice was a bit dry. What happened? Yong'en stretched lazily, yoints cracking crisply. He leaped down from the branch, landing without disturbing a single fallen leaf. To explain in detail, he tilted his head and thought for a moment. It starts from Orochimaru, disguising himself as the wind shadow. It's too troublesome. Asuma couldn't help but interject. What about the brief version? All right. Kakashi and the others nodded. So, Yong'en began counting on his fingers. To put it simply, it should be that Orochimaru collaborated with the Akatsuki organization to attack these nin exam kids. What? Upon hearing this, Kakashi and the others exclaimed in unison. Orochimaru. Yes, Yong'en nodded with a smile. That Esir Konoha's rogue ninja. Seems he is quite famous. And the Akatsuki organization? Yes. Yong'en smiled and nodded, saying, this organization is quite famous. They sent at least 5 people, each of whom is not weaker than Orochimaru. At this point, he pointed to the severed body nearby, and the weak and bloodied Haiden said, Nin, that one is from the Akatsuki organization. The others ran away. And I left this one specifically to serve as a witness for you. Haiden's upper body was secured by special shackles, with his waist already stopped from bleeding, but his face was as pale as a corpse. Noticing the gaze, he immediately shouted, What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll sacrifice all of you to the great evil god? Kakashi, with a serious expression, asked Brother Yong'en, what is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization attacking the Chunin exam? Attacking Konoha village is one thing, but attacking the Chunin exam and bullying a bunch of kids, what is that about? Yong'en smiled and said the Akatsuki organization is here for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and as for Orochimaru, he glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still in a daze, and smiled. He's here for the Uchiha Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had been in a dazed and confused state, finally began to regain some clarity. So, Orochimaru has been targeting me for my Sharingan? Kakashi's single eye, along with Asuma and Gai's gazes, met in the air. The pupils of the three shrank simultaneously, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. The wind in the forest suddenly stilled, and even Haiden's curses seemed to fade away, leaving only their heavy breathing. Yong'en's long knife emitted a faint hum from its sheath, leaning against a half-charred tree trunk. He gently tapped the hilt with his index finger. Just a reminder, his voice was not loud, but it captured everyone's attention. The Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru are not the kind of characters who give up easily. A dry leaf spun and landed on Kakashi's shoulder. He couldn't help but ask, so, what you mean is that if they fail this time? Yong'en's fingertips traced over the ceiling formula on Naruto's abdomen. Next time, they may deploy more personnel. His gaze swept over the unconscious Gaara, or perhaps a more extreme plan. Asuma's cigarette snapped in two. Guy's thick eyebrows knitted into a knot, and the muscles under his tight outfit bulged out exaggeratedly. What should we do? Kakashi's voice was hoarse, unlike himself. The elite Jonin of Konoha at this moment felt like a rookie in front of Yong'en. Yong'en smiled and said, so I suggest you suspend the Chunin exam first. Otherwise, if I happen not to be around during the next attack, that could be troublesome. Smash! Guy suddenly smashed a nearby stump. Indeed, we can't let the young ones take risks. Yes. Asuma's fingers flashed with a cold light as he precisely cut a new cigarette in half. I'll report to the third Hokage right away. Shredded tobacco fell, forming a messy pattern on the ground. At this moment, a medical ninja rushed over with a clipboard. Severely injured patients need to be sent back to Konoha Hospital immediately, especially the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The chakra fluctuations are abnormal. Let Lady Tsunade handle it personally. Kakashi quickly regained his composure and spoke steadily, prioritized the treatment of the Kazekage's candidate from Sunagakure and the young one from Kirigakure. This is a diplomatic issue, and we must not make mistakes. Understood. Teacher, Sasuke is also seriously injured. Sakura shouted loudly from the side. Take it back too. Kakashi glanced at the dazed Sasuke and calmly said, arrange for a special Umbu escort to come. Be sure to be careful. Yes. At this moment, Yong'en lightly leaped to the treetops, his clothes fluttering, preparing to leave. Oh, all right. He turned back, revealing a meaningful smile. Remember to seal that Haiden from the Akatsuki organization with cement. As he said this, he pointed to his own mouth. It would be best to disable his ability to speak, otherwise he will annoy you. All right. Kakashi was very obedient and immediately waved his hand. First, give this guy a sedative to prevent him from causing trouble. Yes. The medical team brought over a large needle, which pierced Haiden's arm with a soft sound. Wow. Haiden suddenly struggled, the sedative needle flying off. Bastards. How dare you, before he could finish. He was hit by 3 new sedatives and finally hung his head in defeat. Chapter 88. Fortunately, this swordsman from Kirigakure is a friend of Konoha. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. At this time, it was nearing dusk. The window frames of the Hokage's office cast long shadows in the twilight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell onto the desk with a clatter, sparks landing on the mission scroll and burning several chart holes. Yusei Yong'en single-handedly repelled 5 members of the Akatsuki organization. The old man's voice trembled unnaturally, his wrinkled fingers unconsciously rubbing the crystal ball. The surface of the ball still displayed the surveillance footage from the Death Forest. This was a telescope technique he had developed himself. It used to be for watching Naruto, but now it was suitable for observing the Death Forest. The knife mark that cut through hundreds of meters glowed with a lava-like red in the sunset. Such a terrifying strength. This swordsman from Kirigakure is indeed fearsome. However, fortunately, for now, this Yong'en is a friend of Konoha. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt immensely grateful for his earlier decision. When Danzo offended Yong'en in Kirigakure and the village demanded compensation, he had agreed without much thought. Although the amount given was substantial, it now seemed worth it. Asuma held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, tobacco falling in a flurry. Moreover, I heard that this Yong'en from Kirigakure defeated the original Hokage and the second Hokage who were reincarnated by Orochimaru. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Asuma kicked a concrete block at his feet, which contained the immortal Haiden. This guy said he saw the original Hokage being slashed to death with one blow. The crystal ball suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply, recalling the always smiling Senju Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi. It was simply unimaginable. He understood that the strength of the original Hokage reincarnated would certainly be greatly diminished, but still, he was the god of shinobi. No matter how much weaker he was then in his prime, he was not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up. The old red and white Hokage cloak knocked over a teacup, and the brown tea stain spread over the Akatsuki intelligence documents. Immediately terminate the Chunin exam. His pipe struck heavily on the ninja world map on the desk, causing the mark of Sunagakure to shift slightly. Also, send urgent communications to each ninja village explaining today's events. Remember, use a T-class encrypted scroll. Yes, in the office, Umbu ninjas received their orders and departed. Kakashi's single eye sparkled under the shadow of his forehead protector. Do we need to recall the elite jonin who are on missions? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, the swirling mist obscuring his fluctuating expression. Have Jiraiya return to the village as soon as possible. The old man turned to the Hokage rock outside the window, the statue of the first Hokage appearing particularly ancient in the twilight. Also, he paused for a moment. Have Jiraiya bring Tsunade back as well. This is a time of turmoil, and Konoha needs them. Understood. And Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. By the way, invite representatives from each ninja village to discuss joint defense matters. He glanced at the concrete block with intention. After all, the Akatsuki organization dares to target even the Jinchuriki. Kakashi quietly pressed down on the Sharingan hidden beneath his forehead protector. When the Hokage mentioned joint defense, he clearly saw the old man glance in the direction of the inn where Yong'en was temporarily staying. This old guy is probably plotting something, wanting to keep Yong'en in Konoha for a long time. The twilight outside deepened, and the faces of the Hokage carved into the Hokage rock silently watched over the village day after day. Time passed. The moon rose high in the sky. In the special ward area of Konoha Hospital, the sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air. Moonlight filtered through the blinds, casting long streaks of light on the white sheets. Naruto lay in bed. The bandages on his abdomen had stopped oozing blood. The Nine-Tails healing ability allowed his wounds to heal at a visibly fast rate, and he was restlessly kicking the covers in his sleep. Another bowl of ramen. This guy, even at a time like this, is still thinking about food. His mumbling drew an eye roll from the boy in the next bed, Mizuki, who was munching on an apple, his left arm in a cast from being injured by shuriken fragments, swaying in front of his chest. Be gentle. Mizuki bared his teeth at the nurse, changing his bandages, his shark-like teeth glinting in the moonlight. I'm a seriously injured patient. That's not a serious injury. It's just a superficial wound. What? Didn't you see me fighting to the death with those guys? All right, just stop talking. On the innermost bed, Gaara's sand flowed unconsciously, forming a protective circle around the bed. Temari and Kankuro stood 3 meters away, afraid to get closer. The medical team said that Shikaku's chakra was repairing his internal organs. Temari whispered, the 3-star mark on her fan stained with still-drying blood. Well, at least it's not a fatal injury, Kankuro said, relieved. We need to send word back to Granny Chio about today's events. I know. I've already arranged for someone to do it. Good. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the end of the corridor as equipment fell to the ground. Sasuke's scream pierced through the soundproof door. Inside, the special monitoring room. His heart monitor emitted a sharp alarm. The black curse mark writhed under his skin like a living thing, spreading from the nape of his neck to half of his cheek, forming a hideous pattern. Blood pressure, 200/130. The medical ninjas hurriedly pressed down on the wildly jumping 4-line. The sedative is ineffective. What the hell is this? Sakura jumped in panic. Ugh. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, the 3 tomo almost blending into one. He bit down hard on the rubber pad, blood sliding from the corner of his mouth. The metal railing of the bed was dented by his grip. At that moment, someone from the medical team shouted from outside. The sealing team has arrived. Let them try to see if they can do anything. All right. 3 masked sealing ninjas began forming hand seals, but Black Chakra tore apart their technique. No. This isn't a conventional seal. The leader's mask cracked open. In the corridor, Sakura slumped onto a bench, her nails digging into her palms. Kakashi's Sharingan peered through the glass window of the door, watching his disciple's contorted face. Kakashi-sensei, what do we do now? Sakura asked, her voice choked with emotion. Kakashi looked at the fluctuating heart rate on the monitor, remaining silent. This is a curse mark. At that moment, a gentle voice spoke up from beside them. Chapter 89, Village Crisis, return quickly. The air in the ward suddenly rippled slightly. This is a curse mark. A clear male voice came from behind everyone. The voice was not loud, but it silenced the atmosphere in the ward. Tsunade turned around abruptly, her robe failing to hide her voluptuous figure, creating a gust of wind. Everyone looked back. A tall figure slowly appeared. The emergency lights in the corridor cast a long shadow behind the person, and their features appeared increasingly handsome in the flickering light. The newcomer was Yong'en. Yong'en, bro, what do you think this is? Kakashi's eyes brightened when he saw Yong'en. The curse mark. Yong'en repeated. How to explain it? It's like a low-tier version of Sage Mode with side effects. Huh. The others, except for Kakashi, were baffled. At that moment, Sasuke's scream suddenly escalated, the black markings of the curse spreading below his right eye. Seeing Sasuke in pain made Sakura anxious again. Kakashi temporarily suppressed his doubts and asked, Yong'en, since you recognize this curse mark, how can we lift it? Why lift it? Yong'en's voice carried a hint of playfulness as he walked towards the bed, his boots leaving no footprints on the blood-stained floor. What did you say? At that moment, Someone might ask, are we just going to watch him suffer to death? The medical team pointed to the heart rate monitor, which had already surpassed 200. The red line on the screen jumping wildly. He can't hold on much longer. Yong'en's long knife suddenly unsheathed 3 inches. The cold light reflecting off Sasuke's twisted face. This is the first stage of the heavenly curse mark. The tip of the blade lightly touched the writhing black markings. Gliding slowly, it can unleash over 3 times the potential of the host. Given Sasuke's personality, you can ask him if he wants to lift this curse mark. As he moved, the curse mark momentarily paused, but soon it began to spread again. Outside the monitoring room, Sakura's fist slammed against the bulletproof glass, leaving a bloody imprint. But Sasuke-kun, he's in pain, and it hurts my heart. Women are like that. The side effects come with excruciating pain. Yong'en sheathed his knife. The sound of metal grinding clear. Just like sharpening a kunai, pain can make the blade sharper. Kakashi's single eye narrowed slightly, recalling the time when he developed Raikiri. But medical ninjutsu can't alleviate this kind of pain. This kid is so young. I'm afraid he can't take it. Yong'en, do you have any solutions? Kakashi asked, also concerned that Sasuke couldn't endure it. Yong'en turned to Kakashi, his black eyes glimmering in the shadows. I remember you can use the sealing evil technique, right? Why don't you give it a try? In his memory, it was Kakashi who had used the sealing evil technique to temporarily suppress Sasuke's pain. Sealing evil technique? Kakashi's eyes suddenly contracted. How do you know I can do that? He remembered never using that technique in front of Yong'en. How do you know? Kakashi's mind raced with countless thoughts. Yong'en smiled. I know more than you can imagine. Sakura urged from the side, Kakashi-sensei, don't worry about that. Just try to see if you can help Sasuke suppress his pain. All right. Kakashi had no choice but to push down all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He quickly formed hand seals, moving faster than usual. Blue chakra formed a complex pattern in the air, with ancient runes resembling the character for seal faintly visible. As the last seal was completed, the entire ward fell silent. The runes, like living beings, wrapped around Sasuke's neck, creating a tug-of-war with the black curse mark. Meanwhile, the heart rate curve on the monitor began to stabilize, and Sasuke's tense body slumped down like a marionette with cut strings. Effective, the medical team exclaimed in surprise. Sakura slid down to the ground in exhaustion, tears shimmering in the moonlight. Kakashi looked deeply at Yong'en, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise. Yong'en, you seem to know many secrets. Yong'en had already walked to the window, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over him. Of course, I just said that I know more than you can imagine. He turned around and gave Tsunade a meaningful smile. Including yours, Kakashi. Huh? This sentence made Tsunade's heart skip a beat. My secret? What secret do you know about me? I know that the other eye of yours comes from your good friend Obito. You said you had secrets that I don't know about. Just as he was about to ask further, Yong'en had already turned and walked out without looking back. You and Konoha's medical field are a bit behind. Hurry up and get your little red back. The so-called little red of the legendary Sannin of Konoha refers to Tsunade. Of course, Yong'en didn't care whether Konoha's medical field was falling behind. He just wanted to see Tsunade. It would be too regrettable not to meet such a beautiful and mature woman. Yes, she was a bit older. But what did they say? Women are like fine wine. They get better with age. Outside the window, the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds. Sasuke's breathing finally stabilized, while the black curse mark still faintly appeared under his skin, like a coiled poisonous snake. 2 days later, Rain Village. The sky here is always shrouded in lead gray clouds. Cold raindrops weave into a net, tapping against the rusty drainage pipes, producing a monotonous ding-dong sound. The famous toad sage Jiraiya squatted in the shadow of an abandoned water tower, the purple paint blurred by the rainwater, dripping down his cheek onto the information scroll in his hand. TSK, this damn weather. He wiped the rainwater from his face. His white eyebrows furrowed beneath his toad-shaped forehead protector. 3 days ago, the toad spy he had planted in Rain Village suddenly went missing, forcing him to personally infiltrate and investigate. The statue of the Rinnegan on the distant tower appeared faintly in the rain, its hollow eye sockets seemingly watching the entire village. Ever since Orochimaru defected to join the Akatsuki organization, he had been tracking this old partner, hoping to bring him back. Unfortunately, it was all just a waste of time and effort. Suddenly, the reverse summoning technique in his sleeve began to heat up slightly. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals. With a soft bang, a palm-sized communication toad appeared in his palm. The little frog had the character for heaven written in vermilion on its back, which is the highest level of encrypted mark from Konoha. The old man is in such a hurry, he bit his thumb and smeared it on the scroll. The sealing characters wriggling and reassembling like living creatures. Village in danger, return quickly. Chapter 90. In Rain Village, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Is it that serious? Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted. The rainwater on the scroll suddenly evaporated into white mist, caused by the chakra he unconsciously released. The Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru attacked the Chunin exam. And fortunately, the Mist Village's great swordsman was present, preventing major losses, but it still resulted in injuries to the One Tail and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And the Sand Village expressed great anger over this matter. At the same time, an Uchiha clan member was cursed by Orochimaru's seal, which is quite troublesome. Bring Tsunade back as well. After reading this, Jiraiya suddenly stood up, causing the iron sheet of the water tower to dent under his weight. The rain suddenly intensified, and the large raindrops hit the scroll, causing the words "Bring Tsunade back" to blur. This is troublesome. He looked towards the northwest, which is the direction of Shortbook Street. The last time he saw Tsunade was half a year ago, when that woman had run up a massive gambling debt and was hiding from her creditors. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Jiraiya's mouth as he recalled her resolute expression when she smashed a wine glass and declared she would leave Konoha forever. Top, top, top. The sound of patrolling ninjas' footsteps came from a distance. The sound of rain boots splashing in the puddles was particularly clear. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, and the communication toad vanished in a puff of white smoke. He took one last look at the high tower in Rain Village, silently thinking, "There's no other way. I'll have to come back next time." 3 days later, Land of Fire. The dusk of Shortbook Street was dyed blood red by the setting sun. The neon lights of a casino somewhere shone brightly in the dimming sky. Tsunade kicked open the back door of the casino, the wooden door crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Her golden ponytail was disheveled, the hem of her robe stained with alcohol, and she clutched a crumpled IOU in her hand. Her voluptuous figure attracted the attention of many unsavory characters. However, once they saw her face, they tacitly dared not approach. Once one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, her reputation echoed throughout the ninja world. Even if she hadn't had any impressive achievements recently, ordinary people wouldn't dare to mess with her. Lost it all again. Tsunade tilted her head back and downed the last sip of sake, casually tossing the empty bottle into a trash pile in the alley. Sigh. Susanoo, holding the little pig, seemed hesitant to speak. The little pig's ears drooping as it caught a strong smell of smoke and alcohol from its owner. Top, top, top. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed from the depths of the alley. Tsunade squinted her drunken eyes and saw Jiraiya's white hair standing out in the twilight. His red outer robe was covered in dust, and the wrinkles beneath his forehead protector were deeper than the last time they met. "I heard there's a big fat sheep in the casino here, and I knew it was you." Jiraiya leaned against the weathered brick wall. "I heard you bet your last piece of jewelry at the exchange." Bang! Tsunade's fist instantly smashed into the brick wall beside her. "Do you want to die? You bastard." Chunks of debris fell, startling a few crows scavenging for food. "Oh ho, I'm not here to fight you." Jiraiya raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Tsunade swayed slightly, barely steadying herself, looking like a drunkard. Jiraiya smiled, revealing half of an urgent order from his sleeve. "Konoha is in trouble." His voice suddenly turned serious. The Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru joined forces to attack the Chunin exam venue. Shizun's little pig suddenly squeaked. Tsunade's hazy eyes suddenly cleared, and she frowned. Orochimaru is finally going to make a move against Konoha, who was injured. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is seriously injured, but not in life-threatening danger. Jiraiya allowed her to grip him, his eyes beneath his white eyebrows staring directly at her. However, it just so happened to be the Chunin exam. And the One Tail Jinchuriki from the Sand Village was also present and got injured, but didn't die. The Sand Village is very angry and is planning to make trouble for us. The sounds of gamblers outside the alley created a bizarre contrast with the heavy atmosphere at that moment. Tsunade let go of her grip, her collar slightly open, revealing an astonishing figure and a deep cleavage that made countless people bow down. Did the old man send you as a negotiator? Is this how you wanted to go back? Tsunade said reluctantly. I lost everything and haven't won it back yet. Hee hee. Jiraiya chuckled dismissively. The old man sent a letter saying that a little Uchiha kid got hit by Orochimaru's curse mark. Your medical team that you personally brought out can't even control the nerve pain caused by the curse mark. If it weren't for Kakashi helping to suppress it, that little guy probably wouldn't have lived for 3 days. This was, of course, an exaggeration. Sasuke wasn't that weak. This was specifically meant to coax Tsunade back to the village. With Tsunade's personality, she wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. Sure enough, Tsunade fell for it. After pondering for a moment, she said, All right, I haven't been back to see it for a long time, so let's go back to Konoha. Jiraiya revealed a relieved smile. Yes, I need to go back and take a look. I heard from the old man that the Mist Village also came to participate in the Chunin exam this time. And the leader is a very powerful guy who split half of the Forest of Death with one blow. Thanks to him, they were able to drive away Orochimaru and the Akatsuki members. Tsunade stopped in her tracks, her expression changing. So powerful? Yes, very powerful. Jiraiya nodded seriously. The old man's words generally aren't lies. Tsunade nodded in agreement. All right, let's go back and take a look at what the Mist Ninja who can split the Death Forest in half looks like. As dusk fell, the shadows of the 3 men stretched long on the stone path. The neon sign of the casino lit up with a snap, dyeing their silhouettes a crimson red. 2 days later, Konoha Village. In the 3rd training ground where the morning dew had yet to dry, thin mist flowed through the pine forest. Hyuga Niji's white attire was soaked with sweat. As his palm struck, the dew on the grass burst into fine mist. He had just completed the 3rd set of basic palm techniques and was about to continue when suddenly his whole body stiffened. In his Byakugan's 360-degree vision, a figure appeared that should not be there. Lord of the Yong'en? Niji quickly turned around, his voice slightly changing pitch due to surprise. The Mist's great swordmaster, who had repelled the Akatsuki organization days ago, was now leaning against an old pine tree at the edge of the training ground. A black long knife casually leaned against his shoulder, and the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his handsome face. Sorry to disturb. Yong'en's très up. The long knife clanging as it was thrust into the earth beside him. I have long heard of the unparalleled soft fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, and came here to seek your guidance on your Bagua palm technique. Huh. Niji's veins bulged around his Byakugan. He could clearly see the ocean-like chakra flowing within the other person. Such a figure would actually come to seek guidance from him? Hyuga Niji's Adam's apple unconsciously rolled. You must be joking. With your strength, how could you possibly need my techniques? The martial way knows no bounds. Yong'en casually plucked a pine needle, flicking it with his fingertip, causing it to draw a perfect arc in the air. I observed your earlier palm technique, which had unique merits, and I felt a sudden longing in my heart. So I took the liberty to come and ask for your guidance. Chapter 91. What you are doing will harm Niji. All along, Yong'en had a strong physical body, but he lacked corresponding offensive techniques. Even the so-called deliberate punching he had always done was just him shouting. It didn't have the effect of a single punch that could defeat a fully healed opponent like Brother Hao. So he needed an offensive means. The Hyuga clan's Bagua palm, combined with his current terrifying physical body, was simply a perfect match. As for Might Guy's 8 gates, that was his next goal. The pine needle fell onto the ground between the two of them. Niji noticed that this powerful figure stood in a relaxed posture, completely dropping his defensive stance. The bird calls at the edge of the training ground suddenly became dense, as if urging something. But the Bagua palm is our Hyuga clan's technique. It cannot be passed on. No worries, you just need to demonstrate your technique in front of me. I need your guidance. Well, all right then. Niji had no choice but to agree. He took a deep breath and assumed the soft fist starting position. His white attire moved without wind, and the dust beneath his feet spread out radially. Bagua 64 palms, emphasizing breaking points with surfaces. In the boy's whispered voice, his figure suddenly blurred, transforming into 16 afterimages. Each palm accurately struck at the vital points of an imagined enemy, and the palm wind carved deep and shallow grooves into the ground. When the last palm struck out, the wooden stake 5 meters away cracked into 64 pieces, each cut surface smooth as a mirror. Niji finished his technique and gasped for breath, only to see Yong'en nodding thoughtfully. Interesting. Yong'en suddenly stepped into the training ground. What about the bagua empty palm? Niji's pupils contracted. This was a secret technique passed down from the main family and, according to tradition, should not be demonstrated to outsiders. But looking at Yong'en's clear eyes, he inexplicably set his stance again. Please watch closely. He crossed his palms in front of his chest, chakra rapidly flowing through his meridians. With a light shout, a clear palm print suddenly appeared on a massive stone 10 meters away, and spiderweb-like cracks spread from the center. So that's it. A glint flashed in Yong'en's eyes, achieving long-distance strikes through chakra transformation. He suddenly turned to Niji. Can this bagua 64 palm be even stronger? Stronger? Niji shook his head in confusion. The clan's records mentioned the bagua 128 palms, but the boy's voice trailed off. As a branch family member, the secret techniques he could access were limited. In fact, in the original plot, by the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Niji had successfully developed the bagua 128 palms. In the end, this genius of the Hyuga clan could not compare to the two protagonists who were children of fate. Ultimately, it even led to a tragic ending. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, Yong'en actually preferred this tragic boy from the Hyuga clan. The reason for seeking Niji was not only to learn the bagua palm, but also to help this boy abandoned by fate. Yong'en suddenly closed his eyes and focused. Niji was taken aback, as his Byakugan saw the chakra within the other person beginning to flow in a unique rhythm. It was clearly the unique meridian operation method of the Hyuga clan, but even more exquisite. Watch closely. As Yong'en's voice fell, his figure suddenly blurred. 64 afterimages had yet to dissipate when another 64 were produced. 128 palm winds intertwined in the air, each palm precisely hitting the falling pine needles. When the last palm was withdrawn, all the pine needles simultaneously shattered into powder, yet strangely floated in the air, forming a complete bagua pattern. This is impossible. Niji stumbled back, his Byakugan trembling slightly from shock. This was clearly the bagua 128 palms mentioned by the clan elders, and its completeness even exceeded the records. Yong'en stood firmly, his black robe untainted. Do you want to learn? Huh. Hyuga Niji was somewhat at a loss. The bagua palm is from our clan. And you suddenly want to teach me my own family's technique? Don't you feel any awkwardness? Yes, do you want to learn? Yong'en smiled and asked again. Niji's expression changed, his fists unconsciously tightening. The curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead began to throb painfully, but at this moment, he could not care about that. Why do you want to teach me? Because I like you. Yong'en laughed heartily, and the long knife was back in his hand before he knew it. I have never had a reason for what I do, just following my heart. I think you're a good kid, so I want to teach you. Hyuga Niji looked at Yong'en's face, his expression somewhat dazed. I want to learn. Great. Yong'en laughed loudly. The morning mist completely dissipated, and sunlight filled the training ground. Yong'en began to break down the key points of the technique, deliberately slowing down every movement. Niji's Byakugan worked at full capacity, afraid of missing any detail. Time passed unknowingly. When the noon bell rang from the Hokage building, Niji could barely manage to perform 32 consecutive palms. Let's stop here for today. Yong'en turned and walked away, speaking as he went. Considering you taught me the bagua palm today, you can come to find me if you need anything in the future. The boy watched Yong'en's departing figure, then looked down at his trembling hands, which were seeping blood from excessive practice. For a moment, he felt somewhat dazed. It seemed like no one had ever been this good to him before. When he looked up again, the training ground was already empty. Only the bagua pattern made of pine needle powder on the ground still shimmered under the sunlight. In the distance, by the window of the Hokage building, the third Hokage put down his telescope, the sparks in his pipe flickering uncertainly. That kid from the Hyuga clan has quite the fortune. In the maple forest surrounding the training ground, fallen leaves crunched softly under Yong'en's feet. He hadn't walked far when he suddenly stopped. The tip of his long knife, sheathed gently pressed against the ground where 3 inches of leaves had accumulated. There was a fresh footprint there. It's rude to spy on others' teachings, Yong'en said without looking back, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Behind the maple tree, a silver-haired figure emerged. Kakashi wore his forehead protector askew, covering his left eye with the Sharingan, while holding the ever-present paradise of affection. The Hyuga clan's monitoring ninja had just left 3 minutes ago. Kakashi closed the book, his exposed right eye narrowing slightly. They all knew what had just happened on the training ground. Oh, so what? Yong'en turned to look at him, the smile on his face unwavering. Kakashi remained silent. Yes, given this guy's personality, he probably wouldn't care at all. But Kakashi gritted his teeth and said, "What you're doing will get Niji killed." Chapter 92. Wanna bet? Yong'en chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing against the black satin ribbon coiled around the hilt of his sword. The autumn wind swept a few maple leaves between the two, one of which was cut in half by an invisible force. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own measures. Kakashi was somewhat exasperated. After a while, he calmed down and said, I'm just curious. You clearly saw the caged bird seal on Niji's forehead. Why are you still doing this? Precisely because of the caged bird, Yong'en said. Standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky of Konoha, we need wings that can break through the cage. In the distance, the sound of bells from the Hyuga clan echoed, startling a flock of birds. Kakashi's single eye followed the trajectory of the birds and suddenly said, but the Hyuga clan will not allow such things to happen. A maple leaf happened to fall on Yong'en's shoulder. He gently blew it away, and the leaf spun towards Kakashi, disintegrating into powder before touching his mask. You specifically waited here just to remind me of this? Yong'en turned to face Kakashi. Kakashi finally put away the book he hadn't been reading and sighed. Niji is a good kid. I just don't want to see a tragedy happen. Yong'en's gaze swept over the bamboo scrolls, but the corners of his mouth curved up. Thanks for the reminder. After saying that, he shouldered his long sword and walked away leisurely. Not long after, at the Hokage building, when the sandalwood door of the Hokage's office was gently pushed open, the smoke from tobacco was slowly spilling out from the gap in the window. Kakashi's footsteps disappeared on the thick carpet, but he noticed that the fire in the third Hokage's pipe suddenly brightened for a moment. Oh, Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from behind the swirling smoke. As Kakashi walked around the desk piled high with documents, he saw 2 unexpected people. One was Jiraiya, sitting with his legs crossed on the windowsill, his red cloak covered in dust from travels. The other was Tsunade, leaning against the Hokage advisor's seat, her golden ponytail glowing faintly in the sunlight. These 2 legendary ninjas had returned to Konoha. You guys are back. Kakashi was overjoyed, his single eye unconsciously curving into a crescent. Yeah, just got back. Long time no see, Kakashi. You're getting more handsome. Jiraiya jumped down from the windowsill, the heels of his boots making a crisp sound against the floor. Not at all. Jiraiya-sensei, you are the dashing one. Your charm hasn't faded since back in the day. Haha, is that so? Many people say that. By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, I saw your latest book. It's fantastic. Really? Haha, I have an unpublished illustrated edition here. I'll give you a copy later. Wow, thank you so much, sensei. Tsunade's forehead was covered with black lines, as she couldn't help but shout, You 2 enough. Get to the point. Cough right to the point. Jiraiya lightly coughed twice. His expression natural as he said, I just finished discussing the detailed report of the Death Forest with the old man. Where is that Miss Swordsman now? About that, I was just about to say. Kakashi couldn't help but interrupt. Oh, what is wrong? Orochimaru and Tsunade looked at him, puzzled. Kakashi then detailed what had just happened on the training ground. The office fell into a brief silence. Huh. Tsunade suddenly sneered, her fist slamming down on the table, knocking over the ink bottle. I thought this Miss Swordsman was someone of significance. He's just a selfish, reckless fool. Jiraiya pressed down on her shoulder. Calm down. He has saved many people and helped our village. Just because he saved people, does he get to do whatever he wants? Tsunade shrugged off his hand, her green healing chakra flowing unconsciously. Doesn't he understand the rules of the Hyuga clan? What punishment Niji will receive when he goes back is none of his concern. Kakashi's expression was serious as he looked at the seated third Hokage. The ink spread dark stains on the Hokage's robe as Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, remaining silent. Old man, Jiraiya turned to the third Hokage. Should I go to the Hyuga clan? The pipe was suddenly reignited, the sparks appearing particularly vivid in the dim light. The air in the Hokage's office suddenly felt somewhat stagnant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe lingered at his lips, a wisp of blue smoke curling upwards, sketching a vague pattern on the ceiling. The corners of his wrinkled eyes slightly curved as he scanned the three individuals before him, each with different expressions. He smiled and said, "Do you really think?" The voice of the old Hokage had a texture like sandpaper, and he gently tapped the pipe on the desk. That Yong'en approaching Niji will harm him? The twilight outside was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, plunging the room into brief dimness. Tsunade slammed her fist on the base of the crystal ball on the table, causing the sphere to hum and tremble. "Old man, are you getting senile?" Her golden hair danced on her shoulders. "You know the rules of the Hyuga clan. What Yong'en is doing is not harming Niji. Is he helping him?" Jiraiya pressed down on her shoulder, his red cloak's sleeves smeared with spilled ink. "Wait, the teacher must have his reasons for saying this. Is there something hidden?" Kakashi suddenly interjected, his single eye fixed on the flickering spark in the third Hokage's pipe. "Sir, are you suggesting that Yong'en is deliberately letting Niji demonstrate the techniques under the clan's watch?" "Ha." Sarutobi Hiruzen's laughter sounded like an old door hinge creaking. He slowly took out a box of shogi from the drawer, the ebony pieces clattering crisply as they fell on the table. "How about we make a bet?" As soon as the word bet left his mouth, Tsunade's eyes lit up. She instinctively reached for her money pouch at her waist, but after realizing something, she quickly retracted her hand. "Old man, what do you want to bet on?" She said tentatively. "Let us bet that what Yong'en is doing is to help Niji." A jade shogi piece was pushed to the center of the table by Sarutobi Hiruzen's bony fingers. "How about it? Do you dare to bet?" The office suddenly fell silent, and the sound of ink dripping could be heard. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Tsunade's breathing became noticeably rapid, her chest heaving violently beneath her Hokage robe. "All right." She suddenly slammed her hand on the table, causing the pieces to jump half an inch. "I'll take your bet." She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't believe I can lose again this time." Looking at the determined Tsunade, a smile suddenly appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, resembling that of a cunning fox. Chapter 93. Break your arms, dig out your eyes. The smile at the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth grew more pronounced, slowly spreading across his face like a calculating old fox. The corners of his eyes crinkled into fine folds, resembling a chrysanthemum. Sundara was initially filled with a slight excitement of defiance, but upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, her heart sank, and an ominous premonition surged over her like a tide. She tried to calm herself, forcing an indifferent look, and defiantly asked, "Old man, what's the bet? Don't think you can pull any tricks." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smile, his thin fingers lightly tapping the table, speaking slowly. "If you win, the money you owe me will be wiped clean." "What?" Tsunade's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of this. The cautious expression on her face was instantly replaced by surprise. She thought to herself, having roamed around and accumulated quite a debt to this old man over the years, if it could really be wiped clean, it would be a huge relief. "Old man, are you serious?" She quickly pressed. "Of course." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. "As Hokage, I always keep my word." Tsunade nodded and then asked, "What if I lose?" Jiraiya and Kakashi, who had been in a daze and not quite understanding the situation, perked up immediately at Tsunade's question, their ears perked up straight, eyes glued to Sarutobi Hiruzen, afraid to miss a single word. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade's eager yet tense expression, his smile growing even brighter, the satisfaction of his scheme almost overflowing. He leisurely replied, "If you lose, you'll have to stay in Konoha from now on. You can't go anywhere." You." Tsunade's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Her expression froze as if struck by a bolt from the blue. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. She realized she had fallen into the old man's trap. Furious, she stamped her foot, her chest heaving, making the two men beside her almost dizzy. But Tsunade didn't care about that. She pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and shouted, "All right, you old man, you actually set me up?" Hee hee. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. "You were the one who agreed to the bet." Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The old man was indeed a cunning fox. With this betting trick, he easily ensnared Tsunade. Tsunade was in a tizzy. Her originally pale face was now flushed, veins bulging on her forehead. She looked like an enraged mother tiger, stomping her feet while pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouting, "Don't get cocky. I might not lose after all. You just used a small trick to try to trap me in Konoha. It won't be that easy." As she moved, another tremor shook the global situation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely took a leisurely puff from a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his gaze calm and confident. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his voice hoarse yet certain. "Then let's wait and see." Tsunade's chest heaved violently, a white flash comparable to a flashbang. "Oomph." She coldly snorted, turning to stride towards the door, her wooden sandals clacking sharply against the floor. Before pushing the door open, she paused momentarily, turning her head to throw out a parting shot. "Old man, don't regret it." Then, she slammed the office door shut with a loud bang. Shaking the scrolls on the wall slightly, the room fell into a brief silence. Jiraiya scratched his head, cautiously glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, tentatively asking, "Old man, are you confident?" Kakashi silently closed the intimate technique in his hands, a hint of doubt in his single eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer immediately. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling, the smoke swirling in the air, obscuring his expression. After a long while, he chuckled softly, the laughter low and meaningful. "You guys," he shook his head, the pipe gently rotating between his fingers, "don't understand this mist village swordsman at all." His gaze drifted through the window, looking into the distant sky, his eyes deep and inscrutable. The night was as dark as ink, and a cold moon hung in the sky. When Neji stepped into the Hyuga clan grounds, his steps were lighter than usual. Today, unexpectedly meeting that mist village swordsman and learning the 128 palms of the Bagua was undoubtedly a secret technique that could greatly enhance his strength at his age. After all, Neji was still young, and how could he not be happy about such a good fortune? As he entered the clan grounds, the bamboo tubes in the courtyard struck the stone surface, producing a crisp thud that sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. However, just as he passed through the corridor, a branch family ninja silently appeared before him, whispering, "The clan head wants to see you." Upon hearing this, for some reason, Niji's heart sank. The person took a deep look at Neji and said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Neji dared not resist and followed the person through the dim corridor to the entrance of the clan's main hall. As the paper door opened, the flickering candlelight illuminated the man seated in the main position. This man was Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan. In the candlelight, his face appeared particularly stern in the shadows, his eyes sharp as knives, piercing deep into Niji's heart. "Neji," Hayashi began, his voice low and authoritative. "Do you know your crime?" "I." Niji's fingertips felt slightly cold. He knew that what he had done on the training ground had ultimately not escaped the clan's notice. He lowered his head, kneeling on one knee, striving to keep his voice steady, making a final struggle. "Please, clan head, clarify." Hayashi looked at him coldly. "Privately teaching clan secret techniques to outsiders, violating clan rules. Do you know what this means?" Niji's breath hitched, cold sweat forming on his back. He gritted his teeth, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Neji knows his crime and humbly requests the clan's forgiveness. "Please spare me this once." Hayashi remained silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and waved it. Two clan guards silently stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on Niji's shoulders. Their strength was immense, almost crushing his bones. "Having acknowledged your crime, you must accept the punishment." Hayashi's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "According to clan rules, we will sever your hands and blind you." Neji suddenly looked up, his face filled with terror. His throat tightened, almost unable to speak. "Clan head." However, Hayashi no longer looked at him. merely dismissively waving his hand. The guard's hands were already pressing on Niji's wrists, while the other slowly raised a finger, the tip glowing with chakra, pointing directly at his eyes. The candlelight flickered, casting Niji's pale face in alternating light and shadow. Chapter 94. He has come. Just as the guard's finger was about to touch Niji's wrist, the paper door was suddenly flung open, and a slender figure stumbled in. "Father, please wait." Hinata's voice was filled with urgent breaths, her cheeks flushed from running, her pure white eyes filled with anxiety. She didn't even have time to straighten her disheveled kimono, directly kneeling beside Niji, her forehead heavily knocking against the floor. "Hinata." Hayashi Hyuga frowned, his tone severe. "Who allowed you to come in? Step back." However, Hinata did not back down. She raised her head, her voice trembling yet resolute. "Father, please forgive Niji and I. He was just impulsive. He never meant to offend the clan, as expected of the most beloved princess." Niji knelt to the side, his fingertips deeply embedded in his palm. He dared not turn to look at Hinata, as if something was blocking his throat, making it hard to breathe. Hayashi cast a cold glance at his daughter, his voice unwavering. "The clan rules cannot be violated. Anyone who recklessly spreads the family's secret techniques must be severely punished." He raised his hand with a wave. "Take the young lady away." Two maidservants immediately stepped forward, one on each side, supporting Hinata's arms, trying to pull her away. "No, father." Hinata struggled, her voice tinged with tears. "Niji only made a momentary mistake. Please, give him another chance. Besides, he is a genius of the Hyuga clan. If he is ruined, the family will suffer losses. Please, give him another chance." Her pleas echoed in the silent tatami room, even carrying a hint of sobbing. However, Hayashi's expression remained cold and hard as iron, with not a flicker of emotion in his gaze. Niji lowered his head, his face pale as paper. He could feel Hinata's struggle, hear the sound of her sleeves rustling, and even imagine her tearful expression at this moment. Yet, he lacked the courage to lift his head, as if he were nailed to the spot, rigidly awaiting the fate that was about to descend. "Take her away," Hayashi ordered again, his voice leaving no room for doubt. The maidservants did not dare to disobey, forcefully assisting Hinata out. Hinata, still unwilling to give up, turned back and called out, "Niji, father, please." Her voice gradually faded away, ultimately disappearing at the end of the corridor. The room fell silent again, with only the flickering candlelight remaining. Niji slowly closed his eyes, as if he had already resigned to his fate. On the other side, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the crystal ball generated by the telescope technique glimmered with a soft light, clearly reflecting everything happening in the Hyuga clan's territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the table, lightly tapping his fingers on a pipe, his gaze deeply fixed on the scene within the crystal ball. Tsunade stood beside him, arms crossed, a smug smile on her face. When she saw Hinata being forcibly dragged away, she could no longer contain her laughter. "Ha, old man, that Yong'en hasn't shown up yet." She slammed her hand on the table, causing the crystal ball to shake slightly. "Looks like you're going to lose this time." Jiraiya stood by the window, his brow furrowed. He watched Niji kneeling in resignation in the crystal ball, his expression complex. Kakashi leaned against the wall, the sexy jutsu he had been holding already closed. The visible eye intensely focused on the scene, knuckles slightly widening. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe always in hand, appeared calm, with no indication of his thoughts. "Old man." Jiraiya finally couldn't help but speak, his voice low. "Should I go to the Hyuga clan?" His tone was unusually serious, even carrying a hint of urgency. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, remained composed, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. "No need," he said softly, his gaze still on the crystal ball. "He's already here." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in the crystal ball abruptly changed. A figure had silently appeared outside the Hyuga clan's hall. Tsunade's smile froze on her face, and both Jiraiya and Kakashi straightened up, their eyes fixed intently on the crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled lightly, the pipe spinning between his fingers, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Inside the Hyuga clan, Hayashi's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Act immediately." He raised his hand, signaling the guards to continue executing the punishment. The two guards no longer hesitated. One grabbed Niji's shoulder, while the other formed claws with his fingers, gathering chakra, ready to strike down hard on Niji's wrist. In that critical moment, the air in the entire Hyuga clan territory suddenly froze. Interesting. A light laugh unexpectedly rang out. The voice was not loud but seemed to penetrate every inch of space, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Hayashi suddenly heard this voice, his heart jolting. Before he could react, the next second, a fierce wind surged. A violent airflow swept in without warning, violently flinging open the hall's doors and windows, creating a deafening crack. The candlelight flickered violently, the flames dancing, casting the shadows of everyone on the walls into wild distortions. Hayashi's long hair was blown into disarray as he abruptly stood up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Who is it?" he shouted sharply, his voice still fierce amidst the howling wind. "Come out," a stern command, and the wind gradually subsided. The hall fell into a brief silence. Hayashi's face was filled with suspicion, and the guards exchanged glances. Niji also lifted his head, confused. "Top!" A clear sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Then, a tall figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the hall. The moonlight spilled from behind this person, casting a long shadow that stretched straight to Hayashi's feet. The person slightly raised his head, a hint of an elusive smile on his lips, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. The rules of the Hyuga clan are truly eye-opening. Inside the hall, the candlelight stabilized again. The dim yellow light further outlined the visitor's silhouette. He stepped into the hall, the wooden clogs making soft tapping sounds on the tatami with each measured step. Hayashi's Byakugan veins bulged as he stared fixedly at this uninvited guest. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Hyuga clan?" The person, however, seemed to be oblivious, maintaining his unhurried pace. His wide sleeves gently swayed with his movements, and the long blade hanging at his waist glimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the candlelight. As he drew closer, the candlelight finally illuminated his handsome features. It was a sharply defined face, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose, and slightly upturned lips, carrying a hint of smile. Niji, kneeling on the ground, looked up, and the moment he saw the visitor's face, his pupils constricted violently, and his lips involuntarily trembled. The expression that had just been filled with despair and pain was now filled with disbelief. "I am." The visitor finally stopped, casually resting his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his voice clear, yet carrying a hint of laziness. Kirigakure Yong'en. Chapter 95. Let me tell you what the rules of this world are. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the scene in the crystal ball clearly reflected the standoff within the Hyuga clan. When Yong'en's figure appeared in the image, Jiraiya's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. He audibly exhaled, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Kakashi's visible eye curved slightly, and he reopened the beautifully illustrated book he had been holding. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the white mist slowly dispersing in the air. He turned to look at Tsunade, standing beside him, his eyes squinting behind the glasses, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out, revealing a meaningful smile. Tsunade stared intently at the crystal ball, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. "Don't get too smug," she gritted her teeth, her voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. "He is alone, intruding into the Hyuga clan. Whether he can save Niji is still unknown." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows again. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone carrying a hint of worry. "Old man, this sword master from Kirigakure, is he okay?" Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer immediately. He methodically tapped the pipe, letting the ash fall into a nearby ceramic jar. During this brief silence, Kakashi suddenly chuckled lightly, a knowing glint flashing across his single eye. "Don't worry, senpai." Kakashi's voice carried a hint of laziness, but it was underscored by undeniable certainty. "Yong'en is very strong." He paused for a moment, and his gaze returned to the crystal ball. "I estimate that the entire Hyuga clan combined might not be his match." "What?" Tsunade felt her vision darken upon hearing this. "It's over." Jiraiya also looked incredulous and said, "Is he really that powerful?" Kakashi smiled and said, "You'll know if you keep watching, senpai." In the hall of the Hyuga clan, the candlelight flickered, elongating the shadows of the people on the walls. When Hyuga Hisashi heard the name mist-hidden Yong'en, his brow twitched slightly. He snorted coldly, and his wide sleeves moved without wind. So, it's the famous mist-hidden swordsman. Yong'en had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his right hand casually resting on the hilt at his waist. I am indeed that person. His voice was calm and unhurried, as if he did not consider this place to be the Hyuga clan at all. Hisashi's Byakugan bulged with veins, staring fiercely at this uninvited guest. What brings you here at this late hour? Yong'en's gaze slowly shifted down to Niji, who was still kneeling on the ground. Niji's face was pale, his bangs soaked with cold sweat, and his Byakugan was filled with panic and unease. I came for Niji, of course, Yong'en said with a smile. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing the moonlight of the day. Hisashi's brow suddenly furrowed tightly. What do you mean by that? With his words? The guards of the Hyuga clan inside and outside the hall suddenly became tense, gradually surrounding him. However, Yong'en seemed completely unconcerned. He finally raised his head and made eye contact with Hisashi. His handsome face appeared particularly clear in the candlelight, still wearing that almost imperceptible smile. However, his gaze was as cold as the ice of the extreme north. Niji is my good friend, he said slowly, his voice soft enough to be nearly a whisper, yet clear for everyone present to hear. I will not allow anyone to harm him. The air in the hall seemed to solidify at that moment. The guards who had surrounded them unconsciously stopped in their tracks, and some even swallowed nervously. Yong'en slowly raised his left hand, his long fingers gently brushing over the scabbard. If anyone harms him at this point, his voice suddenly turned cold, and the killing intent in his eyes erupted like a tangible force. I will kill his entire family. As the last word fell, the candlelight in the hall shook violently, as if it were being intimidated by an invisible killing aura. Niji suddenly looked up, staring incredulously at Yong'en's back, his lips trembling slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. In the Hokage's office, the words from the crystal ball caused the air to freeze abruptly. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was leisurely puffing on his pipe when he heard Yong'en's killing declaration and suddenly began to cough violently. The pipe nearly slipped from his hand, and the choking smoke spewed from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, reddening his old face and causing tears to well up in his eyes. He frantically patted his chest, and even the Hokage hat tilted to one side. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both their faces filled with astonishment. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly, while Jiraiya's eyebrows nearly shot up to his hairline. They turned to look at the crystal ball in unison, as if to confirm they hadn't misheard. Is this guy's killing intent really that strong? Kakashi stood by the window, and the intimate technique in his hands had unknowingly closed. His visible eye curved into a crescent as he chuckled lightly. This Yong'en has a bit of strange temper. Are we really going to have to step in to save the Hyuga clan? Jiraiya asked. The question left even Kakashi at a loss. It couldn't escalate to that point, could it? It's fine, let's just keep watching. In the hall of the Hyuga clan, the air seemed to solidify into substance. Hyuga Hisashi's face instantly darkened like ink, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His wide sleeves moved without wind, and a thick chakra formed a visible vortex around him. Impudent. His voice thundered like a blast in the hall, shaking the candlelight violently. This is the land of the Hyuga clan, and Niji is a member of our branch family. How we deal with him is our own business. You have no right to interfere. This is a place guarded by the Hyuga clan for generations. How dare you, an outsider, act recklessly here? Huh? Yong'en chuckled lightly upon hearing this. He shook his head, his hair glistening softly in the candlelight. Such a statement is truly a foolish and pitiable understanding. His voice carried a hint of pity and mockery. You Hyuga clan think you have some so-called rules and traditions, but in the face of this vast world, you are merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Hisashi trembled with anger at Yong'en's words, and he raised his voice again, shouting, What are you talking about? The Hyuga clan has a history of 1,000 years, with deep roots and great strength. How dare you slander us like this? Then let me tell you. Yong'en looked at him, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He raised his chin, speaking in a condescending manner. The rules of this world are set by the strong. while the weak can only struggle for survival under the rules of the strong. Do you understand? In my eyes, both you and the entire Hyuga clan are nothing more than ants that I can crush with a snap of my fingers. Your so-called family dignity and rules are nothing but a joke in the face of absolute strength. So, don't try to use your family ideology to persuade me. I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill you. Chapter 96. In order to make you recognize the gap, I have to demonstrate my strength. You. Hisashi's face turned from green to purple, finally becoming a terrifying pale white. Yong'en's nonchalant words were like slaps to his face, ruthlessly striking at his dignity as the head of the clan. His chest heaved violently, his wide sleeves moved without wind, and his thick chakra almost burst forth from his body. Good, 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 Hisashi repeated 3 times, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth. Then, let us experience your high skills. He waved his hand sharply, the movement cutting through the air. The already prepared Hyuga guards immediately sprang into action. 8 people simultaneously initiated the gentle fist stance, veins bulging around their Byakugan, attacking Yong'en from all directions. Their footsteps accurately landed on the Bagua positions. The chakra gathered between their palms humming, sealing off all escape routes. Huh! Yong'en merely shook his head, a faint glimmer passing through his eyes in the candlelight. His sigh echoed in the air, but he had already disappeared. Swish! A shadow swept past, so fast that even the Byakugan could only catch a blurry trace. What? He's that fast? Hisashi's eyes widened suddenly, the veins on his forehead pulsating violently. But he couldn't lock onto the ghostly figure at all. Bang! The first explosion shook the candlelight wildly. A guard flew out like a broken kite, crashing hard against a pillar. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds followed. 2 guards hadn't even had time to take a defensive stance before being struck by an invisible force, flying through the air in a disheveled arc. Yong'en's figure flickered in and out, as if countless versions of him existed in every corner of the hall. Whoosh! His movement created gusts of wind, causing the curtains to dance wildly and the paper doors to groan under the strain. Each flash was accompanied by a heavy crash. Every time he appeared, a guard would fly out in response. Hisashi futilely rolled his Byakugan, trying to catch the figure that moved faster than reason allowed. But all he could see were trails of silver afterimages. His fingertips were icy, and cold sweat had unknowingly soaked his back. Too fast, truly too fast. Even with Byakugan, he couldn't keep up with his speed. In the blink of an eye, the last guard was thrown into the air like a rag doll, then crashed heavily at Hisashi's feet. The hall was strewn with unconscious Hyuga ninjas, while Wyan had silently returned to his original spot, as if he had never moved at all. His clothes showed not a single wrinkle, only the hilt of the long knife at his waist, shimmering with a cold light under the candlelight. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the scene in the crystal ball made the air heavy enough to almost drip with water. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had long since extinguished, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the ghostly figure in the crystal ball. When Wyan swiftly defeated all the Hyuga guards at a speed hard to capture with the naked eye, the 3rd Hokage's brows furrowed deeply into a pronounced frown. Jiraiya stood beside him, his usual playful expression completely replaced by seriousness. Even Tsunade, who had been contradicting him moments ago, was unusually silent, arms crossed, her chest pushed out, lips pressed into a tight line, thighs slightly stiff beneath her robe, as her gaze followed the figure of the mist swordsman who had reappeared in the crystal ball. When Wyan finally stopped moving, standing calmly in place, the oppressive atmosphere in the office eased slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned his head, his gaze deeply fixed on Jiraiya. Can you keep up with the speed? This question made both Tsunade and Kakashi turn to Jiraiya simultaneously. 3 pairs of eyes focused on him, waiting for his answer. Jiraiya raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondering for a moment. His eyes became particularly focused, as if he were carefully deducing some possibility in his mind. If I use sage mode, he said slowly, each word carrying the weight of serious consideration. I should be able to. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's visible eye relaxed slightly, and his previously tense shoulders subtly loosened. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gently and reignited his pipe. The white smoke slowly rose, obscuring his contemplative expression. In the crystal ball, Yong'en was calmly adjusting his sleeves, as if the lightning-fast battle had merely brushed off the dust from his clothes. On the other side, in the hall of the Hyuga clan, the candle flames had already extinguished for the most part during the recent fight, with only a few dim lights flickering in the wind. Ian stood amidst the Reiki, his expression still relaxed and carefree. He looked at the ashen-faced Hizashi, his voice calm to the point of being chilling. Now, you should understand the gap between us. His gaze swept over the struggling guards trying to rise in Niji, who was staring at him in shock, and he smiled lightly. The so-called rules are merely shackles imposed by the superior on the inferior. He fixed his gaze on Niji's eyes and said meaningfully, "As long as my strength is strong enough, as long as I am willing, these shackles imposed on me can be shattered at any time." Niji shuddered, his mouth moving, eyes flickering as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The ideological shackles imposed on him by his family began to crumble at that moment. Hizashi's complexion changed unpredictably in the shadows, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. It's just a bit faster. With such strength, saying that is rather brazen. Ha! Ian suddenly chuckled, the laughter resonating clearly in the silent courtyard. What are you laughing at? Hizashi shouted angrily, the veins around his Byakugan becoming more pronounced. Yong'en's smile gradually faded as his right hand slowly grasped the hilt of his knife. To help you better understand the gap between us. His voice, at that moment, suddenly grew ethereal. I shall reluctantly reveal my strength. With a clang, the sound of the long knife being drawn shattered the night sky. The blade shimmered like mercury under the moonlight. In Hizashi's astonished gaze, Yong'en casually swung to the right. That was the direction where the buildings of the Hyuga clan were most densely packed. Boom! A définie explosion soudainement érupted. A visible silver blade of energy roared out like a waking dragon. Wherever it passed, the exquisite corridors, ornate window frames, and the houses with blue tiles and white walls were instantly reduced to dust. The whirlwind generated by the blade swept up countless wood chips and rubble. The screams, cries, and wails of countless Hyuga clan members rose and fell. Chapter 97. The Caged Bird. Break free on your own. Hizashi stared in shock as the blade of energy ruthlessly tore apart half of the clan's territory. His proud main family residence, the century-old dojo, the library, everything crumbled under this one strike. Dust surged into the sky, obscuring the moon, while the silver blade continued its rampage like divine punishment. In the blink of an eye, the once prosperous Hyuga clan territory had turned into ruins. Among the broken walls and remnants, the figures of clan members fleeing in panic could be faintly seen, and their wails lingered in the night wind. Yong'en slowly sheathed his knife, producing a crisp click. He turned to the deathly pale Hizashi and asked softly, "Now, do you understand?" The moonlight illuminated his calm profile, and in his unfathomable eyes reflected the ruins of half the clan's territory. In the Hokage's office, a deathly silence enveloped everyone. The scene reflected in the crystal ball left everyone frozen in place. The once solemn Hyuga clan territory now lay in ruins. The broken walls cast grotesque shadows under the moonlight, and the dust swirled like ghosts in the night sky. Faint yet mournful cries could still be heard from the crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had unknowingly slipped from his hand, rolling halfway around the desk, leaving ash stains on the sleeve of his Hokage robe. His fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Even his breathing paused for a moment. After a long while, the third Hokage slowly turned his head, his gaze heavy as it fell upon Jiraiya. His voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing against itself. "Can you do this much in sage mode?" This question made Kakashi and Tsunade turn to Jiraiya simultaneously. 3 pairs of eyes focused on him, filled with incredulous anticipation. Perhaps more accurately, it was a final glimmer of hope for confirmation. Jiraiya's throat moved. He rarely put away his playful demeanor, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He opened his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse. He sighed, ultimately just shaking his head with a bitter smile. This gesture was more persuasive than any words. "Well, I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and slowly picked up the fallen pipe. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the surface of the pipe, his gaze once again directed at the ruins within the crystal ball. The embers in the pipe had clearly extinguished, yet he still subconsciously took a breath. It seems. The third Hokage's voice was low, almost as if he were talking to himself, with each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The fog-hidden swordsman is even more terrifying than we imagined. The office window suddenly swung open with the night wind, and the cold air rushed in, but it couldn't disperse the heavy atmosphere lingering in the room. On the other side, in the ruins of the Hyuga clan, the pale moonlight cast a ghostly glow, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of dust among the broken walls. Hyuga Hizashi stood frozen in place, his hands and feet as cold as if submerged in ice. His gaze swept over the struggling figures in the ruins, the painful groans of his clansmen filling his ears. Yet he couldn't move a single finger. When his eyes returned to Yuen, the deep fear in his Byakugan could no longer be concealed. It felt as though what stood before him was not human, but a deity descending from the abyss. Niji knelt beside him, disbelief etched on his pale face. His lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. He could only stare blankly at Yuen's back. The fog-hidden swordsman, who always wore a nonchalant smile, now appeared under the moonlight and dust like a deity wielding life and death. Yuen slowly sheathed his long knife, the blade clinking against the scabbard with a crisp sound. This sound made Hizashi involuntarily tremble. Is this fear? Such a small scene. If it were some guy to use a divine strike to level the entire Konoha, you would all kneel and call him dad. Yuen scoffed in his heart. I won't repeat the good words. Yuen's voice still carried a hint of laughter. It caused the temperature around to drop sharply. Now, you already know the gap between us. His gaze lightly swept over Hizashi's pale face. If Niji can still face any problems in your Hyuga clan, then I will have the entire Hyuga clan accompany you in death. Hizashi shivered violently, instinctively wanting to refute the inviolability of the clan's dignity. However, when his gaze landed on the long knife at Yuen's waist, all words got stuck in his throat. He struggled to swallow, ultimately lowering his head deeply, allowing cold sweat to trickle down his temples. Now that's more like it. Yuen finally turned to look at Niji, who was still kneeling on the ground. The boy looked up, his Byakugan, which always concealed shadows, now shining with starlight. It was as if he was seeing the sky for the first time. The path. I have already paved for you. Yuen's voice suddenly became exceptionally gentle. How to proceed next depends on you. He slowly extended his hand, gently touching the blue curse mark on Niji's forehead. The caged bird, symbolizing the fate of the branch family, glimmered with a cold sheen under the moonlight. This cage. Yuen's fingertips emitted a faint silver glow. His voice as light as a sigh. You will break it with your own hands. He admired Niji greatly, but he couldn't do everything for him. As the genius of a Hyuga clan, if he couldn't even break this small cage, then all Yuen's efforts to help him would be in vain. Niji's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt an unprecedented heat emanating from the curse mark on his forehead, as if something was awakening. When he came back to his senses, Yuen's figure had already disappeared into the moonlight. Looking around, all that remained was the devastated clan land and the howling wind in the dark night of Konoha. The night wind swept through the ruins, stirring up fine dust. Hizashi still maintained his bowed position, as if bound by invisible shackles. Meanwhile, Niji slowly stood up, his fingers lightly brushing over the burning curse mark on his forehead. For the first time, a fiery light ignited in his eyes. The so-called rules are merely shackles imposed by the upper class to control the lower class. As long as one is strong enough, they can shatter these chains around their necks. Niji looked at his hands, raised his head, and gazed into the darkness where Yuen had vanished, murmuring to himself, Lord Yuen, can I also do it? Chapter 98. Wait, your gaze is a bit off. In the Hokage office, the image in the crystal ball had returned to calm, leaving only the ruins of the Hyuga clan silent under the moonlight. However, the air in the office remained thick as if it were tangible. Everyone seemed to be bound in place by invisible shackles. Even breathing became particularly heavy. Jiraiya was the first to snap out of his shock. He forced a smile, his voice dry like sandpaper. It seems Tsunade will have to stay in Konoha from now on. She can't leave. This statement was like a stone thrown into still water, breaking the silence, and the others in the office reacted. Tsunade suddenly turned her head, anger igniting in her amber eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and struck Jiraiya's head hard, producing a crisp thud. "I can't leave. Are you pleased?" Her voice carried suppressed rage, and as her chest heaved, it was like turbulent waves surging. "Ouch!" Jiraiya cried out in pain, rubbing his reddened forehead and forcing a laugh. No, I just think Konoha will be much livelier with you around." Before he could finish, Tsunade had already grabbed his collar. "Nonsense! What liveliness? I see you clearly just want to see me make a fool of myself." Her fists crackled as she clenched them, veins bulging on her forehead. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands in surrender. "I really didn't. How could I dare?" The two of them began to tussle in the office. One claimed not to dare, while the other insisted they did. Amidst the commotion, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, unable to interject. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silently seated behind the desk. The pipe in his fingers flickered, the white smoke obscuring his expression. Though his gaze fell on the two bickering, his mind had already drifted far away. The strength displayed by the fog-hidden swordsman tonight far exceeded his expectations. Such overwhelming power, if turned against Konoha. The third Hokage's fingertips unconsciously tapped on the desk, his worries entwining and growing like vines. "No, we must find a way to draw this person in. Even if we can't bring him into Konoha, we must at least ensure he remains friendly towards us. But what price would be enough to move such a strong individual?" His gaze aimlessly wandered around the room, finally landing on Tsunade, who was still tugging at Jiraiya's ear. Suddenly, a piece of forgotten information flashed in his mind. According to previous reports from the Umbu and Root, that fog-hidden swordsman seemed particularly fond of mature, voluptuous women. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils slightly contracted, almost dropping his pipe from his fingers. He carefully scrutinized Tsunade. Her wide robe couldn't conceal her impressive figure, and despite being over 50, she still possessed a stunning face, combined with her bold and assertive demeanor. "Wow, isn't she the perfect candidate?" Cough, cough. The third Hokage suddenly cleared his throat twice, drawing the attention of the two bickering. Old man, what is it?" "It's nothing. Nothing, you two continue." He waved his hand nonchalantly and reignited his pipe. However, amidst the rising smoke, his shrewd eyes were spinning, and the corners of his mouth even curled into an almost imperceptible arc. "Marvelous. It seems I did the right thing by calling Tsunade back." Suddenly, Tsunade, who was grappling with Jiraiya, felt a chill run down her spine, an inexplicable shiver creeping up from her back to her neck. She instinctively loosened her grip and scanned her surroundings warily. "Strange, why do I suddenly feel cold on my back?" Taking the opportunity, Jiraiya broke free, rubbing his reddened ear and muttering, "You don't think you caught a cold, do you? I just said to wear more at night." But Tsunade ignored his mumbling and simply looked thoughtfully at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was behind the desk. "Old man, why do I feel like your gaze is a bit off?" Hiruzen coughed and repeatedly said, No, you're overthinking it." Tsunade said suspiciously, "Really? But I see something off in your eyes. It's not what you think. I'm very happy that you can come back to Konoha to help. Is that so?" "Yes," Hiruzen said, looking quite happy as if he thought of something. "To welcome you back, I plan to hold a grand welcome ceremony in the next few nights, so you can meet old friend from Konoha and friend from other villages." Tsunade said, scratching her head a bit embarrassed. "Isn't that a bit too grand? I feel a bit awkward." No. We have friends from a mist who have been in the village for so long. You haven't officially met them yet." While speaking, Hiruzen pointed to the crystal ball in front of him. "This swordsman from the mist, you haven't officially met him yet. It's a good opportunity to get to know him." Tsunade paused for a moment, thought for a while, and said, "Okay, I do want to meet this great swordsman from a mist." The next day, in the morning, the Konoha training ground was bathed in golden sunlight. Naruto was listlessly practicing shuriken techniques on a wooden post. Sasuke was training in taijutsu beside him, while Sakura sat under the shade of a tree, reviewing her medical ninjutsu notes. After several days of recovery, all three had mostly healed from their injuries. But the atmosphere during training felt a bit dull. So boring, Naruto suddenly threw the shuriken away and lay back on the grass. Why haven't I seen Niji and Hinata today? Don't they usually come to train the earliest? Sasuke paused his movements upon hearing this, frowned slightly, but did not speak. Sakura closed her notes, also feeling puzzled. Speaking of which, I saw Ino today. She said something urgent happened in the Hyuga clan. Just then, a cheerful whistling sound came from the entrance of the training ground. Kirigakure's Sujetsu swaggered in, carrying a beheading sword, and just happened to hear Naruto's question. He immediately widened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. No way. You guys didn't know that something big happened in the Hyuga clan last night? Something happened? Naruto jumped up anxiously, grabbing Suigetsu's clothing. Is Hinata okay? What happened? Suigetsu exaggeratedly waved his arms, the beheading sword glinting ominously in the sunlight. I heard that Lord Wainan learned a few moves of the Hyuga family's fighting style from Niji yesterday, and those old fossils from the main family found out. He deliberately lowered his voice, successfully attracting the attention of all the shinobi in the training ground. The main family of the Hyuga said they would sever his limbs and even gouge out his eyes. Chapter 99, Ruins. The training ground was immediately filled with gasps. Tintin dropped the kunai in her hand with a clatter. Lee nearly spat out his matcha, and Kiba and Shino exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Oh, on strike? Naruto stuttered. But last night, I thought I heard a huge noise. I thought it was thunder. Suigetsu rolled his eyes and gave Naruto a hard slap on the back of the head. You idiot. How could such a big noise be thunder? The whole Konoha shook. Okay. Just then, Sasuke, who had been silent, suddenly turned and walked out of the training ground. Hey, Sasuke, where are you going? Naruto hurriedly shouted. What? Naruto exclaimed, and Sasuke's frown deepened. What happened next? What happened next? Sakura anxiously asked. Suigetsu continued proudly. Of course, my Lord Wainan couldn't stand it. He directly charged into the Hyuga clan with the sword. He suddenly drew the beheading sword and swung it in the air. With just one slash, half of the Hyuga clan's land was turned into ruins. Those main family members were scared out of their wits and no longer dared to mention punishing Niji. Sasuke walked away without looking back, his voice frighteningly calm. Go check the Hyuga clan's land. Wait for me. I'm going too. Naruto immediately chased after him. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then put away her notes and followed. I also want to check on Hinata. This was like opening a floodgate, and the shinobi in the training ground suddenly stirred. Tintin picked up her kunai and put it back in her ninja tool pouch. Wait for me. The bull-headed guy also joined in. This is youth. I want to witness the traces of strong. Kiba jumped up, holding Akamaru. Shino, hurry up. In the blink of an eye, the entire training ground was empty. Only the dust rising and scattered training equipment remained. Suigetsu stood in place,